Sri Vedanta Sutra Preface. All glories to Guru and Gauranga. Namo Bhagavate Vasudeva. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vasudeva. First of all, let me offer my respectful obeisances to my spiritual master, O Visnyapada Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Prabhupada. Then my respectful obeisances to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is associated with Shriyadvata Prabhu, Nityananda Prabhu, Gadadhara Prabhu, Srivasa Prabhu, as well as whose eternal assistants are the 6 Gosvamis, headed by Srila Rupa Goswami, Sanatana Goswami, Raghunatha Bhatta Goswami, Gopala Bhatta Goswami, S11 Jiva Goswami, Raghunath Dasa Goswami, as well as whose private secretary is Sri Svarupa Damodara Dasa and his eternal attendant Govinda. Then let us talk about the Brahma Sutra or Vedanta Sutra. There are many comments on the Vedanta Sutra. In India especially, the system is that anyone who is the head of a religious institution must be well conversed with the Vedanta sutras and is expected to write comments on the Vedanta Sutra, without which one is not accepted as an Acharya. Acharya means one who knows the purpose of Vedic knowledge. He personally practices them as well as teaches to his disciples the system of Vedic knowledge. There are many Acharyas, especially of the Vaisnava Sampradaya, like the 4 Sampradayas: Ramanuja Sampradaya, Madhvakarya Sampradaya, Visnasvama Sampradaya, and Nimbarka Sampradaya. Our Sampradaya is called Gaudiya Sampradaya, or the Vaisnavas who are in the disciplic succession of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Gaudiya Sampradaya actually belongs to the Madhva Sampradaya, and the Madhva Sampradaya belongs to the Brahma Sampradaya. Besides these 4 Vaisnavacharya Sampradayas, there are also non-Vaispava Sampradayas, especially the impersonalist school headed by Sankaracharya. Sankaracharya has written a commentary on the Vedanta Sutras, known as Srirakabhasya. Generally, this Srirakabhasya made by Sankaracharya is very popular on account of the present Indians being influenced by materialistic activities. But still the other different bhasyas, or commentaries, made by the Vaisnava Acharyas are also available in the Gaudiya Sampradaya, specifically headed by Rupa Goswami. In the beginning there was no commentary on the Vedanta Sutra because according to Srimad Bhagavatam it is said that the real commentary on the Vedanta Sutra is Srimad Bhagavatam itself, presented by the author, Sri Vyasadeva himself. In our English commentary on the Srimad Bhagavatam 1st Canto, 1st Chapter, we have explained this fact that Srimad Bhagavatam is the right type of commentary on the Vedanta Sutra. As such, the Gaudiya Vaisnava Sampradaya did not take much care to present their commentary on the Vedanta Sutra. About 200 years ago there was a conclusion in Golpa district in Hyper, wherein the Acharyas or followers of other Sampradayas challenged the Gaudiya Vaisnava Sampradaya that it has no commentary on the Vedanta Sutra. At that time Sri Visvanatha Chakravarti Thakura was living in Vrindavana, but he was too old, and when the Gaudiya Vaisnavas approached him to present a commentary on the Vedanta Sutra, he asked his disciple, Sri Baladeva Vidyabhusana, to write a commentary on the Vedanta Sutra. As Vaisnavas are generally very humble and meek, Sri Baladeva Vidyabhusana thought himself unfit to write an authorized commentary on the Vedanta Sutra, so he approached Lord Govinda in the temple of Hyper. He placed himself down before Lord Govinda to take his permission and authority to begin writing a commentary on the Vedanta Sutra, and he was assured by Govinda that he could do so. With this inspiration he wrote the Vedanta Sutra commentary known as Govinda Bhasya. This Govinda Bhasya is very authorized and accepted by all the Vaisnava Sampradayas. This commentary, which may be known as Bhaktivedanta Bhasya, follows the footprints of Govinda Bhasya. The necessity of presenting the Bhaktivedanta Bhasya commentary on Vedanta Sutra should also be explained herein. My spiritual master, Vidyabhusana Paramhansa Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Maharaja, ordered me to present the Gaudiya Vaisnava philosophy in English as far as possible, and in this attempt for the English-knowing persons, since 1965 one have been in the Western countries with my 3 books of the 1st Canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Then I presented my commentary on the Srimad Bhagavad Gita known as the Bhagavad Gita as it is, and similarly I have presented the teachings of Lord Chaitanya. Also, requested by many of my Western disciples, especially my worthy disciples Sriman Hansadutta Dasadhikari and Janardana Dasadhikari, who are in charge of the Montreal Center, and I am trying to present an English commentary on the Vedanta Sutra as follows. At the present moment all over the world there are major portions of godless persons. Generally people are very attached to the void philosophy presented by Lord Buddha or the impersonal philosophy presented by Sankaracharya. In other words, to be more plain and simple, people are becoming very atheistic. To say that there is no God, as the atheists declare, is rather bold and simple, but to say that there is a supreme cause that is void, or there is God but he has no form, is more dangerous than the simple declaration that there is no God. Our society, known as the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, has now started the movement for Krishna consciousness, and it is very gratifying that the younger generation of the western part of the world, in America, Canada, and Europe, are taking interest in this great movement. We already have branches in almost every important city of the United States and Canada, and we have started centers also in London and Hamburg. We hope that our Krishna consciousness movement will gradually increase, as predicted by Lord Chaitanya, who said that his missionary activities, the same as the Krishna consciousness movement, will be preached all over the world, in every village in every country. Taking into consideration the present activities of this movement, it is hoped that the prediction of Lord Chaitanya will soon be fulfilled and the people of the world will be very happy, having Krishna consciousness. As referred to above, generally the commentary known as Sriraka Bhasya is taken by the people as the purport of Vedanta, or in other words Vedanta means according to the opinion of the followers of Sankaracharya's purport as explained by him in Sriraka Bhasya. Besides the Sriraka Bhasya of Sankaracharya, there are many other atheistic schools preaching Vedanta on the basis of godlessness. One of the prominent followers of Sankaracharya, namely Sadananda Yogindra, has compiled his book known as Vedanta Sara, in which he writes to prove that to understand both the Upanishads and the Vedanta Sutra, Sankaracharya's Sriraka Bhasya is the only means. This is the claim of monopoly by the Mayavada school. Actually, Vedanta Sutra has many commentaries, and all those commentaries are not on the basic principle of monism or impersonalism. All the prominent Acharyas of the different Vaisnava Sampradayas have compiled commentaries on Vedanta Sutra, but they do not follow the principles of the Sankrite school. On the other hand, the impersonalist monists stress more on non-duality. Generally, they declare themselves God and there is no existence of God separately. The monistic school does not recognize the Vedanta commentaries presented by the Vaisnava Acharyas, known as the Suddhadvaita, Visistadvaita and Dvitadvaita, as well as the inconceivably one and different philosophy of Lord Chaitanya, known as Asantyabhadabheda Tattva. According to them, the monistic commentary on Vedanta Sutra is final. Lord Krishna has a material body, and the followers of the philosophy of Krishna consciousness are not transcendentalists. Vedanta means the last word in the matter of pursuing knowledge. Everyone is pursuing some sort of knowledge. There are universities, institutions, and many educational establishments pursuing knowledge, but Vedanta means the last word in the pursuit of knowledge. This last word in the pursuit of knowledge is explained in the Bhagavad Gita by Lord Krishna. The purpose of Vedic knowledge is to understand Krishna. The exact words in the 15th chapter of Bhagavad Gita are Sarvasya Kayam Hridi Sanavista. The Lord is situated in everyone's heart. He gives intelligence and delusion. He is the original source of knowledge. He is the goal of knowledge. He is the compiler of Vedanta Sutra, and he knows what is Vedanta. These words are a very significant explanation of Vedanta Sutra by Krishna himself. In another place also he has referred to the Vedanta Sutra by saying, by the course of Brahma Sutra one can actually understand what is the philosophy of Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita and Vedanta Sutra are very intimately interrelated. To understand Vedanta Sutra rightly is to understand Bhagavad Gita rightly. The word Svitra means summarized code. In the Skanda and Vayu Puranas the word sutra is explained as when a thesis is presented in few words, but with great volumes of meaning and, when understood, is very beautiful. Mentioned herein are the names of different commentaries on Vedanta Sutra by different Acharyas. This Sriraka Bhasya of Sankaracharya is also known as Vedanta Siddhanta. The summary of non-dualism philosophy expounded by Sankaracharya is as follows. According to this philosophy there is only the absolute truth. To this philosophy the living entity is Brahman and the cosmic manifestation is false. The example of reality and falsity is given by them in the comparison of mistaking a serpent and a rope. In the darkness, in illusion, a rope may be accepted as a serpent. When one comes to his senses he understands that the rope was not a serpent. Then the serpent becomes false. Similarly, according to Sankara's philosophy this cosmic manifestation actually is not. Maya means what is not. Ma means not and ya means this. In other words, the phenomenal representation of the material world has no reality. Behind this phenomena, the Manan is reality. According to Sankara's philosophy, the absolute truth is impersonal. As such, there is no diversity. In the material world, there are different kinds of diversity, just as diversities of the species of life. The dog species are not like the human being species. This speciality, dog species or human species, is present in the material world, but spiritually there is no such differentiation. Even in personal considerations there are diversities. In a personal form one has legs, hands and head. But this differentiation, according to the Mayavada philosophy of Sankaracharya, is also false. Sankaracharya does not recognize qualifying the Brahman, just as Vaisnava philosophy qualifies the Supreme Brahman. Take for example, God is merciful. This is a qualification of God or the absolute truth. But Sankara's philosophy being impersonal, they do not accept the absolute truth qualified by mercifulness, or beauty, or opulence. They do not accept. According to them, if the absolute truth is qualified, then it becomes limited by the qualification. Their conclusion is that if Brahman, or the absolute truth, is unlimited, there should not be any limitation by qualification. The incarnation of the absolute truth, or Godhead, is accepted by them as a manifestation of material designation. In other words, according to Sankara's philosophy, when God or the absolute truth incarnates, he assumes a material body. Therefore he is designated. In that designated form only the absolute truth becomes the creator, sustainer, and annihilator of the cosmic manifestation. Although in his commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, in the beginning, Sankaracharya has accepted that Narayana is beyond this cosmic manifestation. Everything that is manifested in the material world is produced from the unmanifested Mahatattva, but Narayana is still transcendental to the Mahatattva. In other words, he has accepted that the Mahatattva is also created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana. There are so many contradictions in his philosophy that is a different subject matter. We do not wish to enter into the contradictions of his philosophy, but as far as possible we are presenting the summary of Mayavada philosophy, non-dualism. According to Sankaracharya, in the highest spiritual conception the absolute truth is without any contamination of material existence, and therefore he has no connection with the creation, sustenance, or annihilation of the material world. He is always devoid of all qualities, without any diversity, without any material condition, and without any responsibility of activities. As such, the cosmic manifestation is also false. Similarly, the personality of Godhead, who accepts his designation from this false material manifestation, the conception of the personality of Godhead, is also false. The absolute truth is only conceived as eternal, full of knowledge, and full of bliss. The appearance as Narayana, or as an incarnation, is not eternal, but is temporary. For some purpose he appears like that. The ultimate end is impersonal. According to Sankara's philosophy, the differentiation between God and the living entities is an illusion. Actually, that is not the fact. The living entities are not subordinate energy of the Supreme. Simply being covered by the conception of Mdyad, the living entities appear to be different from the absolute truth. This differentiation between the living entities and the Supreme is manifested in the material world in ordinary dealings. Spiritually, there is no such difference. The activities of the living entity in the spirit of enjoyment in the material world, his infinitesimal quality, or his minuteness, or his innumerableness, are only designations of the false Maya. An example in this connection given by the Mayavadi philosophers is that when reflected by a red flower, crystal glass appears to be red, although this has nothing to do with the redness of the glass. It is completely different from the color. Similarly, the living entity in the contamination of Maya becomes active, or becomes an enjoyer, or becomes infinitesimal, or in other words becomes individual. All these things are artificial color reflection only. Actually, a living entity is pure Brahman. This theory of reflection is called Pratibimbavada. According to this philosophy, transcendentally there is no difference between the absolute truth, the living entities, and material nature. This non-differentiation between the absolute truth, the living entities, and the cosmic manifestation is exemplified by the Mayavadi philosopher by the following example of the entire sky and the pot. The sky in the pot and the entire sky are the same. But the sky within the pot appears to be limited on account of being designated by the pot cover. When the pot is broken, or the illusion of Maya is dissipated, there is no such difference that this pot is different from that pot, or this sky is different from that sky. According to Sankaracharya, this cosmic manifestation is also Maya. When these material elements disappears, then only existential Brahman will remain. Therefore, Brahman is truth and this cosmic manifestation is false. Sankaracharya does not accept the theory of transformation, as the Vaisnava-acharyas do. The theory of transformation is explained in this way. Just as milk is transformed into yogurt under certain conditions, but yogurt cannot be transformed again into milk, nor can it be used as milk. In the same way, the living entities cannot become the supreme absolute truth. This theory of transformation is not accepted by the Mayavadi philosopher. Actually, this kind of propaganda by Sankaracharya was done under supreme order to dissipate the dark Buddhist philosophy and to establish the Vedic philosophy, the absolute truth. According to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Sankara's Mayavada philosophy is another edition of Buddha's philosophy. Buddha's philosophy of voidness is almost equal to the impersonal philosophy of Sankara. Therefore, according to Sankara's philosophy, impersonal non-brigadedness is the ultimate stage of perfect knowledge. The greatest opposition was offered by Sri Ramanujacarya to the Sankara philosophy. Ramanuja's philosophy is known as Visistadvada. This doctrine of Visistadvada was not newly presented by Sri Ramanujacarya, but before him there were other exponents of this doctrine and they are known as Nathamuni and Yamunacarya. The basic principle of the Visistadvada doctrine is that in God's creation there is the division of sentient and non-sentient, just as in studying our own self we find that our body is material or non-sentient, and our mind, intelligence and false ego are the path between myself and my body. Myself is sentient. Similarly, the Supreme Lord is sentient, and this material cosmic manifestation is his body. Combined together, the absolute truth forms a combination of the sentient and non-sentient features. This is called Visistadvada. According to S11 Ramanujacarya, there are three truths, namely the sentient, the non-sentient, and the Supreme Lord. They are generally called Tattvitra. The innumerable living entities as a group are called the sentient energy of the Supreme Lord, whereas the cosmic manifestation is called the material energy of the Lord. The Lord himself is above them. He has all auspicious transcendental qualities. He is omniscient and omnipotent. He is self-effulgent. He is the Lord of the creation. He is known as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vasudeva. The material world and the living entities are sentient and insentient bodily parts of the Lord. Sri Ramanujacarya has elaborately delineated his philosophy in 12 divisions as follows. 1. The Supreme Absolute Truth is one in the combination of gross, subtle, sentient, and insentient groups. 2. He has protested against the doctrine of dualism as well as the doctrine of monism. 3. He has accepted that the Absolute Truth, Brahman, has transcendental qualities and transcendental potencies, and therefore he is not impersonal. 4. He has vehemently protested the doctrine of an impersonal, non-qualitative Absolute Truth. 5. He has deliberately established the doctrine of the living entities being infinitesimal and the Supreme Lord being infinite, and therefore the infinitesimal living entities are constitutionally meant for serving the infinite Supreme Personality of Godhead. 6. He has established that the living entities, who are infinitesimal, are subject to fall victim under ignorance, but when they are out of that position of ignorance they become again liberated. 7. He has proved that only transcendental loving service to the Supreme Lord is the means of liberation from material entanglement. 8. According to his opinion, devotional service is the supermost process for self-realization. 9. He has stated strongly that even in the state of liberation one cannot be equal with the Supreme Lord. 10. He has put strong arguments against the impersonal doctrine of monism. 11. He has proved that this material world is abominable, and the spiritual world is real life for eternal bliss. 12. He has established that the living entities and the cosmic manifestation are different bodily parts of the Supreme Lord. Also, Ramanujacarya has explained that the Supreme Personality of Godhead descends in 5 different features, namely Arka, the deity in the temple, the incarnations, such as the fish incarnation, tortoise incarnation, boar incarnation, and Nrsimha incarnation, which are called Vibhava. Then he has expansions called Vyuha, such as the expansions of Vasudeva, Sankarsana, Pradyumna, and Anrada. His impersonal expansion is the effulgence of his body. He is also present in everyone's heart as Antaryami, or the Supersoul. All these different plenary portions of the Supreme Lord are beyond material contamination, eternal, without any lamentation, always superior than the living entities, and full of 6 opulences. According to Ramanujarya, there are 5 kinds of methods of worship, which are called Abhigamana, Apadana, Ayaya, Sadhya, and Yoga. When devotees go to the temple, clean the temple or the path to the temple, and decorate the temple in various ways, such activities are called Abhigamana. The collection of ingredients such as flowers and other paraphernalia for worship is called Apadana. Worship of the Lord in the temple is called Ayaya. Chanting different mantras and offering different kinds of prayers is called Sadhya. Meditation, or remembering the activities of the Lord in full absorption, is called Yoga. Practicing all different kinds of worship, one can attain the planets in the spiritual world known as Vaikuntha Loka. According to Sri Ramanujarya, attainment of Vaikuntha is the highest perfectional stage. The greatness of Ramanujarya is that he himself, and later on his disciplic succession, ever increasingly protested the impersonalism of Sankaracharya. Still in southern India these two parties come in conflict, and generally the party belonging to the Ramanujarya Sampradaya is victorious. Pankaratra regulative principles were current before the advent of Sankaracharya, but on account of the influence of Buddha's philosophy such Pankaratra regulative principles were stopped. Sankaracharya, instead of directly re-establishing the Pankaratra method, took shelter of Mayavada philosophy to defeat Buddha's philosophy. St. Ramanujarya re-established the Paukaratra, or worship. After Sri Ramanujarya is the appearance of Madhvacarya, whose doctrine is Suddhavada. He very strongly established the doctrine of duality, that God, or the Absolute Truth, and the living entities are completely different entities, on the evidence of Brahma Sutra or Vedanta Sutra, as well as Bhagavad Gita, the Puranas, and the Narada Pankaratra. He proved duality in every stage, namely that the Supreme Lord and the living entity are 2 different entities. Similarly, the cosmic manifestation and the Supreme Lord are also 2 different entities. One living entity is different from another living entity. In other words, each and every living entity is individual. There is a difference between sentient and non-sentient entities, and there is also a difference between one kind of insentient matter and another kind of insentient matter. Madhvacarya established that 2 is not 1, but 2. One truth is completely independent and the other truth is dependent. Lord Vishnu is the supreme independent personality of Godhead, qualified with transcendental qualities without any material contamination. Therefore he is fully independent. Except Lord Vishnu, anything else, either cosmic manifestation or living entities, are not independent but are dependent on the Supreme Lord. The living entities are qualitatively representations of the Supreme Lord. The doctrine that man is made after God is accepted by Madhvacarya. The features of man are an exact reflection of the feature of the Supreme Lord. He also accepts that the Supreme Lord expands in multiplanary portions, as well as separate head portions called Jiva Tattva. All the Jiva Tattvas, or living entities, are eternally associates of the Supreme Lord to render transcendental loving service to him. The living entity's knowledge is always inferior or incomplete. The Supreme Lord and the living entities are always in the position of supreme and subordinate. The living entities are always subordinate. They have no independent power. As is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita, 5th chapter, 15th verse, the Lord says that knowledge and remembrance are always given by the Supreme Lord, as Antaryami, or Supersoul, to the living entities. Otherwise, the living entities have no independent power to memorize, think, or act. In contrast to the living entity, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, is complete in knowledge and complete in bliss. He is always worshipable by the living entities and he is the original supreme dominator, whereas the living entities are the original predominated. He is, therefore, the original creator of the cosmic manifestation, which is also eternal, although temporarily manifested. Therefore both the living entities and the cosmic manifestation are under the subordination of the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord is always differently situated, as is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, where it is said that everything is resting on the Supreme Lord, but still he is always different from everything. According to Madhvacarya, even at the time of cosmic dissolution the living entities and the material energy remain separate from the Supreme Lord. They are never mixed up as is advocated by the impersonalists. Madhvacarya was in very great opposition to the doctrine of Sankaracharya. Practically, the Madhvakarya Sampradaya followers are simply fighting against the doctrine of Mayavada philosophy propounded by Sankaracharya. He defeated the doctrine of Sankaracharya and established the doctrine of duality. Apart from the above-mentioned two doctrines of Visistadvada and Suddadvada, there are other doctrines advocated by the Vispusvami Sampradaya and Nimbarka Sampradaya. The Visnusvami Sampradaya later on developed into the Baladeva Sampradaya. Their doctrine is called Suddadvada, and the doctrine of Nimbarka Sampradaya is called Vtadvada, an adjustment of all the doctrines. Visistadvada, Suddadvada, and Vtadvada was very nicely done by Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his doctrine Asibhya Vedabheda Tattva. In this doctrine, Lord Chaitanya has discussed very elaborately all kinds of old and new doctrines in the matter of understanding transcendental subject matter, and in order to minimize the different views of different philosophers, he has added a very nice conception which is called asintya. This word is very applicable to the philosophical doctrines of the conditioned soul. A conditioned soul actually cannot ascertain the nature of the absolute truth simply by speculation, but only through the authority of Vedic knowledge. The word asintya applies in all the doctrines. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was not very concerned about these doctrines to understand the absolute truth. His main business was to distribute to the general mass of people the principles of Srimad Bhagavatam, which is the natural commentary on Vedanta Sutra. According to Srimad Bhagavatam, all philosophical speculation and religious principles combined together culminate in the understanding of love of Godhead. Man cannot be satisfied simply by religious sentiments or philosophical speculation, but, according to Srimad Bhagavatam, when one is elevated to the platform of rendering loving service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead without any motive and without being hampered by any material condition, that stage of transcendental realization is the highest principle of spiritual understanding, and in that stage only one can be fully satisfied. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was more concerned to deliver to the people this status of life without much bothering about philosophical speculations. Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu never labored very much to present a thesis of this doctrine in a separate book, but later on his disciplic succession, especially among the 6 Gosvamis, Srila Jiva Goswami has presented 6 theses, which combinedly are called Sat Sandarbha. Of the 6 Sandarbhas, the one known as Tattva Sandarbha is a practical presentation of this doctrine and explains Vedanta Sutra strictly according to the principles of Asintya Vedabheda Tattva. Later on, St. Baladeva Vidyabhusana took this doctrine and explained Vedanta Sutra strictly according to that principle of Asintya Vedabheda Tattva. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Lord Govinda is the Supreme Brahman, the absolute transcendental reality. He is transcendental knowledge. He is the original cause of all causes. He is limitless and faultless. Lord Siva and all the demigods praise him. The devotees worship his transcendental form. We offer our respectful obeisances unto him. All glories to Srila Vyasadeva, the son of Satyavati. Vyasadeva is the incarnation of Lord Hari, and he is very dear to the devotees. With the effulgence of his Vedanta Sutra he has dispelled the darkness of ignorance and revealed the truth. During the Dvapara Yuga the Vedas were destroyed. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, responding to the prayers of Lord Brahma and the other bewildered demigods, appeared as Krishnadvaipyana Visa, restored the Vedas, divided them into parts, and composed the Vedanta Sutra in 4 chapters to explain them. This is described in the Skanda Purana. At that time many fools propounded various misinterpretations of the Vedas. Some said that the highest goal of life was to act piously in order to reap the benefits of good karma. Some said that Lord Vishnu is himself bound by the laws of karma. Some maintained that the fruits of good karma, such as residence in Svarga, the upper material planets, were eternal. Some said the jivas, individual living entities, and prakriti, material energy, acted independently, without being subject to any higher power or God. Some said the jivas, individual living entities, are actually the Supreme Brahman, God, and that the jivas are simply bewildered about their identity, or that the jivas are a reflection of God, or separated fragments of God. Some said that the jiva becomes free from the cycle of repeated birth and death when he understands his real identity as the perfectly spiritual Supreme Brahman, God. The Vedanta Sutra refutes all these misconceptions and establishes Lord Vishnu as supremely independent, the original creator and cause of all causes, omniscient, the ultimate goal of life for all living entities, the supreme religious principle and the supreme transcendental knowledge. The Vedanta Sutra describes 5 tattvas, truths. 1. Isvara, the supreme personality of Godhead. 2. Jiva, the individual living entity or spirit soul. 3. Prakriti, matter. 4. Kala, time. And 5. Karma, action. The Svara is omniscient, but the Jiva has only limited knowledge. Still, both are eternal beings, are aware of the spiritual reality, and have a variety of spiritual qualities. Both are alive, have personality, and are aware of their own identity. At this point, someone may object. In one place you have said that the Supreme Godhead is omniscient, and in another place you have said that he is knowledge itself. This is a contradiction, for the knower and the object of knowledge must be different. They cannot be the same. To this objection he reply, just as a lamp is not different from the light it emanates and its light is both the object of knowledge and the method of attaining it, in the same way the Supreme Personality of Godhead is simultaneously the supreme knower and the supreme object of knowledge. There is no contradiction. Isvara is supremely independent. He is the master of all potencies. He enters the universe and controls it. He awards both material enjoyment and ultimate liberation to the individual spirit souls, jivas residing in material bodies. Although he is one, he manifests in many forms. They who understand the transcendental science maintain that he is not different from his own transcendental form and qualities. Although he cannot be perceived by the material senses, he can be perceived by bhakti, devotional service. He is changeless. He reveals his own spiritual, blissful form to his devotees. The many jivas are situated in different conditions of existence. Some are averse to the Supreme Personality of Godhead and turn their faces from him. Such jivas are bound by material illusion. Other jivas are friendly to the Supreme Personality of Godhead and turn their faces to him. These jivas become free from the twofold bondage of material illusion, which hides the Supreme Lord's form and qualities, and in this way they become able to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead face to face. Prakriti, material nature, consists of the 3 modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. Prakriti is known by many names, such as Tama and Maya. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead glances at Prakriti, she becomes able to perform her various duties. Prakriti is the mother of many variegated material universes. Kala, time, is the origin of past, present, future, simultaneity, slowness, quickness, and many other similar states. Kala is divided into many different units, from the extremely brief ksana to the extremely long parartha. Turning like a wheel, time is the cause of repeated creation and annihilation of the universes. Time is unconscious. It is not a person. These 4 tattvas, Isvara, Jiva, Prakriti, and Kala, are eternal. This is confirmed by the following scriptural quotations. Nityo Nityanam Setana Setananam, of all the eternals one, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the Supreme Eternal. Of all conscious entities one, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the Supreme Conscious entity. Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.13 Goranadi Anantavadi Prakriti is like a cow who was never born and never dies. Kulika Upanishad Mantra 5 Sadeva Samidam Agra Asit. My dear saintly student, please understand that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is eternal. He is existed Betori, the manifestation of this universe. Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.1 The jivas, prakriti, and kla are subordinate to 7 vara, and subject to his control. This is confirmed by the following statement of Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.16. Sa visvakardi visva vidatma yonraji akala guni sarva vidya pradana kshetrana patir gunsa samsara moksha stiti bandha hetu. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Isvara, is the creator of the material universes. He is the creator of everything that exists within the universes. He is the father of all living entities. He is the creator of time. He is full of all transcendental virtues. He is omniscient. He is the master of pradana, the unmanifested material nature. He is the master of the gunas, 3 modes of material nature. He is the master of the individual spirit souls residing material bodies, kshetrajya. He imprisons the conditioned souls in the material world, and he also becomes their liberator from bondage. Karma, the result of fruit of action, is not a conscious, living person. It is an inert material force. Although no one can trace out its beginning, it has a definite end at some point in time. It is known by the name Adrasta, the unseen hand of fate, and many other names also. These four, Jiva, Prakriti, Kala, and Karma, are all potencies of one Svara, the supreme master of all potencies. Because everything that exists is the potency of the Supreme, the Vedic literatures declare, only Brahman exists, and nothing is separate from him. This fact is nicely explained in the 4 chapters of this book, the Vedanta Sutra. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is the perfect commentary on Vedanta Sutra, the Supreme Seven Vara and his potencies are described in the following words. Thus he fixed his mind, perfectly engaging it by linking it in devotional service bhakti yoga without any tinge of materialism, and thus he saw the absolute personality of Godhead along with his external energy, which was under full control. Due to this external energy, the living entity, although transcendental to the 3 modes of material nature, thinks of himself as a material product and thus undergoes the reactions of material miseries. The material miseries of the living entity, which are superfluous to him, can be directly mitigated by the linking process of devotional service. But the mass of people do not know this, and therefore the learned Vyasadeva compiled this Vedic literature, which is in relation to the supreme truth. 1.7 461 should definitely know that all material ingredients, activities, time and modes, and the living entities who are meant to enjoy them all, exist by his mercy only, and as soon as he does not care for them, everything becomes non-existent. 2.10 12 That Srimad Bhagavatam is the commentary on Vedanta Sutra is confirmed by the following statement of Gruda Purana, Artho Yam Brahma Sutranam Srimad Bhagavatam is the commentary on Vedanta Sutira. In this Vedanta Stitra, the first chapter explains that Brahman is the real subject matter discussed in all Vedic literatures. The second chapter explains that all Vedic literatures present the same conclusion. They do not actually contradict each other. The third chapter describes how to attain Brahman. The fourth chapter explains the result of attaining Brahman. A person whose heart is pure, pious, and free from material desires, who is eager is associate with saintly devotees, who has faith in the Lord and the scriptures, and who is peaceful and decorated with saintly qualities, is qualified to study the scriptures and strive after Brahman. The relationship between Brahman and the scriptures is that the scriptures describe Brahman and Brahman is the object described in the scriptures. The Vedanta Sutra and other Vedic scriptures describe Brahman as the supreme personality of Godhead, whose form is eternal, full of knowledge and bliss, who is the master of unlimited inconceivable potencies, and who possesses unlimited pure, transcendental attributes. The result of properly understanding the Vedanta Sutra and other Vedic scriptures is that the spiritual aspirant becomes free from all material imperfections and able to see the supreme Brahman, personality of Godhead, face to face. The Vedanta Sutra is written in Adhikaranas, Vedic syllogisms, which consist of 5 parts. 1. Visa, thesis, or statement. 2. Samsa, the erasal of doubt in the tenability of the statement. 3. Purvapaksa, presentation of a view opposing the original statement. 4. Siddhanta, determination of the actual truth, the final conclusion, by quotation from Vedic scriptures. And Sangati, confirmation of the final conclusion by quotation from Vedic scriptures. Chapter 1 Pada 1 Adhikarana 1 Inquiry into Brahman. The first Adhikarana of the Vedanta Sutra discusses Brahma Jijayasa, inquiry into Brahman. The Adhikarana may be shown in its 5 parts in the following way. 1. Visa, statement. One should inquire about Brahman. This statement is confirmed by the following statements of Vedic scripture. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Uma, is the source of genuine happiness. Nothing else can bring one actual happiness. Only the Supreme Personality of Godhead can bring one happiness. For this reason one should inquire about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Chandogya Upanishad 7.25 1. O Maitreyi, one should see, hear, remember, and inquire about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.4 5.2 Samsa, doubt. If one has studied the Vedas and Dharma Sasiras, need he inquire about Brahman or not? The following statements of Vedic scriptures nourish this doubt. We have attained immortality by drinking the Soma juice. RG Veda 8.18 3. They who follow the vow of Katarmasi attain an eternal reward. 3. Purvapaksa, presentation of the opposing view. There is no need to inquire about Brahman. Simply by discharging ordinary pious duties described in the Dharma Sastras one can attain immortality and an eternal reward. 4. Siddhanta, the conclusive truth. In the first sutra, Bhagavan Vyasadeva replies to his philosophical opponent. Now, therefore, one should inquire about Brahman. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this sutra, the word atha means now, and the word atha means therefore. The sutra means now one should inquire about Brahman. Atha, now. When a person has properly studied the Vedic literature, understood its meaning, adhered to the principles of Varnasrama Dharma, observed the vow of truthfulness, purified his mind and heart, and attained the association of a self-realized soul, he is qualified to inquire about Brahman. Atha, therefore. Because material piety brings results of material sense happiness, which is inevitably limited and temporary, and because the transcendental form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, which is realized by the proper attainment of real transcendental knowledge, and which is full of imperishable, limitless bliss, eternity, transcendental knowledge, and all transcendental attributes, brings eternal bliss to the devotee beholder. Therefore one should renounce all material pious duties for attaining material sense gratification, and inquire about Brahman by studying the 4 chapters of Vedanta Sutra. At the point someone may object, is it not true that simply by studying the Vedas one attains knowledge of Brahman, and as a result of this knowledge one abandons the path of material piety and fruitive work and instead takes to the worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? If this result is obtained simply by studying the Vedas, what need is there to study the 4 chapters of Vedanta Sutra? To this objection I reply, even if one carefully studies the Vedas, misunderstanding and doubt may destroy his intelligence and lead him away from the real meaning of the Vedas. For this reason it is necessary to study the Vedanta Sutra, to strengthen the student's understanding. Performing the duties of asrama dharma are also helpful in purifying the heart and understanding the transcendental reality. How the asrama duties of the Brahmana help in this regard is described in the following statement of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4. 22. Tam edam vedanyavakanina brahman vividasanti yajina danena tapasanasanina. By Vedic study, sacrifice, charity, austerity, and fasting, the Brahmanas strive to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The usefulness of the Brahminical duties such as truthfulness, austerity, and mantra chanting is described in the following scriptural statements. Satyana labhas tapasahayasa atma samyak jnana brahmakarina nityam. By constant truthfulness, austerity, transcendental knowledge, and austerity, one becomes eligible to associate with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Mundaka Upanishad 3.1. 5. Whether he performs other rituals and duties or not, one who perfectly chants mantras glorifying the Supreme Personality of Godhead should be considered a perfect Brahmana, eligible to understand the Supreme Lord. Manu Samhita 2.87. Association with those who understand the truth also brings one transcendental knowledge. By this association Narada and many other spiritual aspirants attained interest to ask about spiritual life and were finally eligible to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead face to face. Sanat Kumara and many other great sages have also helped many devotees by giving their association in this way. The great value of contact with a self-realized soul is described in the following statement of Bhagavad Gita 4.34. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized soul can impart knowledge unto you because he has seen the truth. The material benefits obtained by following the pious rituals of the Karmakanda section of the Vedas are all temporary in nature. This fact is confirmed by the following statement of Chandogya Upanishad 8.1.3. By performing good works, karma, one is elevated to the celestial material world after death. One is not able to stay there forever, however, but one must lose that position after some time and accept another, less favorable residence. In the same way, by amassing pious credits, punya, one may reside in the upper planets. Still, he cannot stay there, but must eventually relinquish his comfortable position there and accept a less favorable residence somewhere else. The following statement of Mundaka Upanishad 1.2.12 affirms that only transcendental knowledge will help one approach the Supreme Brahman. Seeing that the celestial material planets, which one may obtain by pious work, provide only temporary benefits, a Brahmana, in order to understand the truth of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, should humbly approach a bona fide spiritual master learned in the scriptures and full of faith in the Supreme Lord. In contrast to the temporary material benefits obtained in the celestial material planets, the Supreme Brahman is the reservoir of eternal, limitless bliss. This is confirmed by the following statements of Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1.1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is limitless, eternal, and full of knowledge. Anando Brahmeti Vyajanat. He then understood that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is full of transcendental bliss. The Supreme Brahman is eternal, full of knowledge and endowed with all transcendental qualities. This is confirmed by the following statements of Svetasvatara Upanishad. He does not possess bodily form like that of an ordinary living entity. There is no difference between his body and his soul. He is absolute. All his senses are transcendental. Any one of his senses can perform the action of any other sense. Therefore, no one is greater than him or equal to him. His potencies are multifarious, and thus his deeds are automatically performed as a natural sequence. 0.8 The Supersoul is the original source of all senses, yet he is without senses. He is unattached, although he is the maintainer of all living beings. He transcends the modes of nature, and at the same time he is the master of all modes of material nature. 3.17 The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the creator and destroyer of the entire material cosmic manifestation. He is supremely auspicious, and he does not possess a material body, for his body is spiritual in all respects. He may be reached and understood only by loving devotional service. Those who thus serve him and understand him may become free from having to repeatedly accept various material bodies for continued residence in the material world. They become liberated from this world, and obtain eternal spiritual bodies with which to serve him. 5.14 That the Supreme Personality of Godhead grants eternal transcendental bliss to his devotees is confirmed by the following statement of Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.5. The saintly devotees who worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the spiritual world attain eternal transcendental bliss. Except for them, no others can attain this eternal bliss. This uselessness of the temporary benefits obtained by following the material piety of the Karma Kanda section of the Vedas will be described in the third chapter of this Vedanta Stitra. This may be summed up by saying, one who has studied the Vedas, Upavedas, and Upanishads, understood them, associated with a self-realized soul, and in this way understood the difference between the temporary and the eternal, who has lost all attraction for the temporary and chosen the eternal, becomes a student of the 4 chapters of Vedanta Sutra. It cannot be said that simply by completely studying and understanding the Karma Kanda section of the Vedas one will naturally take up the study of Vedanta Stitra. They who have studied Karma Kanda but not associated with saintly devotees do not become eager to understand Brahman. On the other hand, they who have not studied Karma Kanda but who have become purified by association with saintly devotees naturally become attracted to understand Brahman. Neither can it be said that simply by understanding the difference between the temporary and the eternal, and simply by attaining the 4 qualities of saintly persons, one will become attracted to understand Brahman. These things are not enough. However, if one attains the association of a self-realized soul and follows his instructions, then these ordinarily difficult to attain qualifications are automatically attained at once. 3 kinds of persons inquire into the nature of Brahman. 1. Sanista, they who faithfully perform their duties. 2. Parinista, they who act philanthropically for the benefit of all living entities. And 3. Nirapaksa, they who are wrapped in meditation and aloof from the activities of this world. According to their own respective abilities, all these persons understand the nature of Brahman. They become more and more purified, and they eventually attain the association of Brahman. At this point, someone may raise the following objection. Is it not so that the words Am and Atha are auspicious sounds that sprang from Lord Brahma's throat in ancient times? Is it not also so that these words are traditionally used at the beginning of books to invoke auspiciousness and drive away all obstacles? For this reason I think the word Atha in this sutra does not mean now. It is simply a word to invoke auspiciousness and has no other meaning. To this objection I reply, this is not true. Srila Vyasadeva, the author of Vedanta Sutra, is the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, and therefore he has no particular need to invoke auspiciousness or drive away obstacles and dangers. That Vyasadeva is the Supreme Personality of Godhead is confirmed by the following statement of the Smriti Sastra. Please understand that Krishnadvaipyana Vyasa is actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana. Still, ordinary people may take it that Lord Vyasadeva has spoken the word Atha at the beginning of Vedanta Sutra just to invoke auspiciousness, just as one may sound a conch shell to invoke auspiciousness. In conclusion, we have described here how at a certain point in time, after certain understandings, Atha, a person may become eager to inquire about the nature of Brahman. At this point someone may raise the following objection: is it not so that the word Bhuma or Brahma may also refer to the individual spirit soul and not only to the Supreme Personality of Godhead? This fact is explained in Chandogya Upanishad. Even the dictionary explains. The word Brahma means that which is big, the Brahmana caste, the individual spirit soul, and the demigod Brahma who sits on a great lotus flower. To clear away the misunderstanding of this objector, the following scriptural passages may be quoted. Bhrigu asked his father Vruna, "My lord, please instruct me about the nature of Brahman." Vruna replied, "All living entities have taken their birth because of Brahman. They remain alive because they are maintained by Brahman, and at the time of death they again enter into Brahman. Please try to understand the nature of Brahman." At this point someone may doubt. In this Vedanta Sutra, does the word Brahman refer to the individual spirit soul or the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Someone may indeed claim that the word Brahman here refers to the individual spirit soul, and to support his view he may quote the following statement of Taittiriya Upanishad 2.5. If one understands the true nature of the Brahman who lives in the body and uses the senses of the body to perceive the material world, then such a knower of Brahman will never become bewildered by illusion. Such a knower of the Brahman in the body refrains from performing sinful actions, and at the time of leaving the body at death, he attains an exalted destination where all his desires become at once fulfilled. Our philosophical opponent may claim in this way that the word Brahman should be interpreted to mean the individual spirit soul. In order to refute this false idea, Srila Vyasadeva describes the true nature of Brahman in the next sutra. Adhikarana to the origin of everything, Sutra 2. Brahman is he from whom everything emanates. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Janmadi is a tadguna samvijnana bhagavati samasa, and it should interpreted to mean creation, maintenance, and destruction. The word Asaya means of this material universe with 14 planetary systems, which is inhabited by various creatures from the demigod Brahma down to the lowest and moving blade of grass, who all enjoy and suffer the results of their various fruitive actions, karma, and who cannot understand the astonishing structure of the universe where they live. The word Yata means from whom, and it refers to the Supreme Brahman who manifested the universe from his inconceivable potency. This is the Brahman about whom one should inquire. The words Bhisma and Atma both mean all-pervading. These words refer primarily to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This will be elaborately explained in the Bhumadhikarana 1.3.7 and Vakyadhyadhikarana 1.4.19. The word Brahman in particular means he who possesses boundless exalted qualities. Brahman, then, refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and this is clearly confirmed in the following words of Shruti Sastra. From whom has this universe become manifest? From Brahman, who possesses an abundance of exalted transcendental qualities. Brahman primarily refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and only secondarily to the individual spirit souls, who manifest in small degree the spiritual qualities of the Supreme Lord. In this way the individual spirit souls may be called Brahman, just as the royal title may be given not only to the king, but also to his associates and subordinates. Therefore, the individual spirit souls, who are all suffering the threefold miseries of material life, should, in order to attain ultimate liberation, inquire about the Supreme Brahman, who is very merciful towards those who take shelter of him. For these reasons it should be understood that the Supreme Brahman, the personality of Godhead, is the object of inquiry in this Vedanta Sutra. This is not an imaginary description of Brahman's qualities. This is the truth about Brahman. The word Jigyasa means the desire to know. Knowledge is of two kinds. 1. Paroksa, knowledge gathered from sources other than the senses, e.g., logic, knowledge obtained from authority, etc. And 2. Aparoksa, knowledge gathered by the senses. An example of these two kinds of knowledge may be seen in the following quotation from the Shruti Sastra. Vijaya pragyam kurvita. After learning about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one should become able to directly see him in the trance of meditation. Paroksa knowledge helps bring us closer to the Supreme Brahman, and a Paroksa knowledge manifests the Supreme Lord before us. If one understands his real identity as spirit soul, that is certainly very helpful in understanding Brahman, but that does not mean that the individual soul is the same as Brahman. The individual spirit soul is always different from Brahman, and even after liberation he remains eternally different from the Supreme Brahman. The difference between the individual soul and Brahman is described in Sutras 1.1.16, 1.1.17.1.3.5, 1.3.21, and 1.3.41. The Vedic literature gives the following guidelines for the interpretation of obscure passages. The upakrama, beginning, upasamhara, ending, abhyasa, what is repeated again and again, apravada, what is unique and novel, phalam, the general purpose of the book, arthavita, the author's statement of his own intention, and upapati, appropriateness, are the factors to consider in interpretation of obscure passages. If we apply these criteria to the Shruti Sastra, we will clearly see that the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the individual spirit soul are described here as two distinct entities. Let us analyze the following passage from Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.67 in the light of these 6 criteria. The individual spirit soul and the supersoul, personality of Godhead, are like two friendly birds sitting on the same tree. One of the birds, the individual atomic soul, is eating the fruit of the tree, the sense gratification afforded to the material body, and the other bird, the supersoul, is not trying to eat these fruits, but is simply watching his friend. Although the two birds are on the same tree, the eating bird is fully engrossed with anxiety and moroseness as the enjoyer of the fruits of the tree. But if in some way or other he turns his face to his friend who is the Lord and knows his glories, at once the suffering bird becomes free from all anxieties. In this passage the upakrama, beginning, is dvasuparna, two birds. The upasamdra, ending, is anayamisam, the other person, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The abhyasa, repeated feature, is the word anaya, the other person, as in the phrases te or aniosnen, the other person does not eat, and anayamisam, he sees the other person, who is the Supreme Lord. The apravada, unique feature, is the difference between the Supreme Lord and the individual spirit soul, which could never have been understood without the revelation of the Vedic scripture. The phalam, general purpose of the passage, is vitasaka, the individual spirit soul becomes free from suffering by seeing the Lord. The arthavada, the author's statement of his own intention, is mahimanamati, one who understands the Supreme Lord becomes glorious, and the upapati, appropriateness, is anionasan, the other person, the Supreme Lord, does not eat the fruits of material happiness and distress. By analyzing this passage and other passages from Vedic literatures, one may clearly understand the difference between the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the individual spirit soul. At this point someone may raise the following objection. Is it not true that when a scripture teaches something that had not been known to its readers, then it is useful, and if when a scripture simply repeats what its readers already know, it simply wastes time uselessly? People in general think they are different from the Supreme Brahman, and therefore if the scripture were to teach them something new it would have to be that the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the individual spirit souls are completely identical. For this reason it should be understood that the individual spirit souls are identical with Brahman. To this objection I reply, this view is not supported by the words of the Vedic scriptures. For example, the Svetasvatara Upanishad 1.6 states, when one understands that the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the individual spirit souls are eternally distinct entities, then he may become qualified for liberation, and live eternally in the spiritual world. The impersonalist conception of the identity of the individual and the Supreme is a preposterous phantasmagoria, like the horn of a rabbit. It has no reference to reality, and it is completely rejected by the people in general. They do not accept it. Those few texts of the Upanishads that apparently teach the impersonalist doctrine are interpreted in a personalist way by the author, Vyasadeva himself. This will be described later on in Sutra 1.1.30. Adhikarana 3. The Supreme Personality of Godhead may be understood by the revelation of the Vedic scriptures. 1. Visa, statement. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the creator, maintainer and destroyer of the material universes. Because he is inconceivable to the tiny brains of the conditioned souls, he must be understood by the revelation of Vedanta philosophy. This is confirmed by the following statements of the Upanishads. O Nama, I offer my respectful obeisances to Sri Krishna, whose form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, who is the rescuer from distress, who is understood by Vedanta, who is the supreme spiritual master, and who is the witness in everyone's heart. Gopalatapani Upanishad. I shall now inquire about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is revealed in the Upanishads. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.9. 26-2. Samsa. Doubt. What is the best method for understanding supremely worshipable Lord Hari? The mental speculation of the logicians, or the revelation of the Vedanta scriptures? 3. Purvapaksa. The argument of the philosophical opposition. The sage Gautama, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.5, and others maintain that the Supreme Personality of Godhead can be understood by the speculations of the logicians. 4. Siddhanta, the conclusion. In the Vedanta Sutra, Srila Vyasadeva explains that scriptural revelation is the real way to understand the Supreme Brahman. He says, Sutra 3, the speculations of the logicians are unable to teach us about Supreme Personality of Godhead, because he may only be known by the revelation of the Vedic scriptures. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this sutra the word not should be understood, even though it is not expressed. They who aspire after liberation are not able to understand the personality of Godhead simply by logic and speculation. Why? Because he is known only by the revelation of the Vedic scriptures. Among the Vedic scriptures, the Upanishads especially describe the Supreme Person. For this reason it is said Upanishaddam Purusam, the Supreme Person is understood through the revelation of the Upanishads. The process of logic and speculation as described by the word mantavya, to be understood by logic, as described in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.5, should be employed to understand the revelation of the scriptures and not independently. This is confirmed by the following statement of Shruti Sastra. Logic is properly employed to resolve apparent contradictions in the texts of the Vedas. Dry logic, without reference to scriptural revelation, should be abandoned. For this reason the dry logic of Gautama and others should be rejected. This is also confirmed in Sutra 2.1. 11. After understanding the Supreme Person by study of the Upanishads, one should become wrapped in meditation on him. This will be explained later in Sutra 2.1. 27. The Supreme Lord, Hari, is identical with his own transcendental form. He and his form are not two separate identities. He is the witness of all living entities. He is the resting place of a host of transcendental qualities. He is the creator of the material universes, and he remains unchanged eternally. By hearing about his transcendental glories, one may worship him perfectly. At this point someone may raise the following objection. The Vedanta philosophy does not give either positive orders or negative prohibitions, but simply descriptions. As the sentence on the earth there are 7 continents. Men need instruction in how to act. Therefore, what is needed is a series of orders to guide men. Men need orders, such as the ordinary orders. A man desiring wealth should approach the king, or one suffering from indigestion should restrict his intake of water, or the orders of the Vedas. One desiring to enter the celestial material planets should worship the demigods, or Suram Napibet. No one should drink wine. The Upanishads do not give us a string of orders and prohibitions, but merely a description of the eternally perfect Brahman. For example, the Upanishads tell us Satyam Jnanam, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is truth and knowledge. This is of small help in the matter of orders and prohibitions. Sometimes the Upanishads' descriptions may be a little useful, as for example when they describe a certain demigod. The description may be useful when one performs a sacrifice to that demigod, but otherwise these descriptions afford us little practical benefit, and are more or less useless. This is confirmed by the following statements of Hmini Muni. Amnasya Kriyarthat Vadanarthakyam Adhadarthanam. The scriptures teach us pious duties. Any scriptural passage that does not teach us our duty is a senseless waste of our time. Purva Mimamsa 1.2. 1 Tadbhutanam Kriyarthana Samamneo Rathasya Tan Nimitatvat. Just as a verb gives meaning to a sentence, in the same way instructions for action give meaning to the statements of the scriptures. Purva Mimamsa 1.1. 25. To this objection I reply, do not be bewildered. Even though the Upanishads do not give us a series of orders and prohibitions, still they teach us about the Supreme Brahman, the most important and valuable object to be attained by any living entity. Just as if in your house there were hidden treasure, and a description of its location were spoken to you, those words would not be useless simply because they were a description. In the same way, the Upanishads' description of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the greatest treasure to be attained by any living being, whose form is eternal, full of knowledge and full of bliss, who is perfect and beyond any criticism, who is the friend of all living entities, the Supreme Lord who is so kind that he gives himself to his devotees, and the Supreme Whole of all existence, of whom Tm a tiny part, is not useless, but of great value to the conditioned soul. The descriptions of the Supreme Brahman in the Upanishads are valuable, just as the description "your son is now born" is useful and a source of great joy, and the description "this is not a snake, but only a rope partly seen in the darkness" is also useful and a great relief from fear. The specific benefit attained by understanding the Supreme Brahman are described in the following statement of Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1. Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma Yo Vedanayatam Guham So Snut Sarvan Kaman. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is limitless. He is transcendental knowledge, and he is the eternal transcendental reality. He is present in everyone's heart. One who properly understands him becomes blessed and all his desires are completely fulfilled. No one can say that the Upanishads teach about ordinary fruitive action, karma. Rather, one may say that the Upanishads teach one to give up all material, fruitive work. No one can say that the Upanishads describe anything other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the original creator, maintainer, and destroyer of all the universes, whose spiritual form is eternal, who is a great ocean of unlimited auspicious transcendental qualities, and who is the resting place of the goddess of fortune. Himini's description of the importance of karma, therefore, has no bearing on the Upanishads. In fact, Himini was a faithful devotee of the Lord, and his apparent criticisms, in the two quotations presented above, of the Vedic texts that do not encourage fruitive work, karma, with sufficient enthusiasm, are his hint to us that there is more that pious fruitive work in the instructions of the Vedas. In this way it may be understood that the Supreme Brahman is the subject matter described in the Vedic scriptures. Adhikarana for this is confirmed by the Vedic scriptures 1. Visa, statement that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is described in all Vedic scriptures is described in the following scriptural quotations. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is glorified by all the Vedas. Gopalatapani Upanishad. All the Vedas describe the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Katha Upanishad 1.2. 15.2. Samsa, doubt. Lord Vishnu is the subject matter described in all the Vedas. Is this statement true or false? 3. Purvapaksa, the argument of our philosophical opponent. It is not true that the Vedas teach only about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Actually, the Vedas mainly describe various fruitive karma kanda sacrifices, such as the Kriya Yajya for bringing rain, the Putra Kamyasti Yajya for gaining a son, and the Jayati Stoma Yajya for traveling to the celestial material planets, Svargaloka. For this reason, it is not possible to say that Lord Vishnu is the only topic discussed in the Vedas. 4. Siddhanta, the proper conclusion. Vyasadeva replies to the objections in the following sutra. Sutra 4. But that Lord Vishnu is the sole topic of discussion in the Vedas is confirmed by all scriptures. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word "to," but, in this sutra is used to rebut the previously stated opposing argument. It is proper to say that Lord Vishnu is the sole topic of discussion in all the Vedas. Why? The answer is Samanvat, because the scriptures themselves bring us to this conclusion. The word anva means understanding the actual meaning, and the word samanva means perfect understanding after careful deliberation. When we apply the above-mentioned rules of interpretation, beginning with upakrama and upasamhara, to the texts of the Vedas, we will come to the conclusion that Lord Vishnu is the sole topic of discussion in all the Vedas. If it were not so, then why should the Gopalatapani Upanishad state that Lord Vishnu is glorified by all the Vedas? This is also confirmed by the lotus-eyed Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, who says, Vidskasarvaraham eva vedyo Vedanta krd Veda Vidavakam. By all the Vedas I am to be known. Indeed, am the compiler of the Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. Bhagavad Gita 15.15. What is the direction of all Vedic literatures? On whom do they set focus? Who is the purpose of all speculation? Outside of me no one knows these things. Now you should know that all these activities are aimed at ordaining and setting forth me. The purpose of Vedic literature is to know me by different speculations, either by indirect understanding or by dictionary understanding. Everyone is speculating about me. Srimad Bhagavatam 11.21. 42-43. The Vedic literatures also state, either directly or indirectly. The Vedas describe Brahman. In the Jnana-Kanda section of the Vedas FN1, the transcendental forms and qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are directly described, and in the Karma-Kanda section of the Vedas, the Lord is indirectly described in the discussion of fruitive action and various divisions of material knowledge. That the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the sole topic of discussion in the Vedas is also confirmed by the following scriptural passages. Tam TV Upanishaddam Parusam Prachamiti shall now ask about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is described in the Upanishads. Prahadranyaka Upanishad 9.21 Tam Edam Vedanyavakanina Brahmana Vividasanti Brahmana. Study the Vedas to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Prahadranyaka Upanishad 4.4 22. As for the various fruitive results, such as the attainment of rain, a sun, or residence in the celestial material planets, that are offered to the followers of the Karma-Kanda rituals in the Vedas, these benefits are offered to attract the minds of ordinary men. When ordinary men see that these material benefits are actually attained by performing Vedic rituals, they become attracted to study the Vedas. By studying the Vedas, they become able to discriminate between what is temporary and what is eternal. In this way, they gradually become averse to the temporary things of this world and they come to hanker after Brahman. In this way, it may be understood that all the parts of the Vedas describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vedic rituals bring material benefits as a result only when the performer of the ritual is filled with material desire. If the performer is materially desireless, then he does not gain a material result, but rather the result he obtains is purification of the heart and the manifestation of spiritual knowledge. Therefore, the meaning of the previously quoted text from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4 22 is that the demigods are considered to be the various limbs of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and by worshipping them, one actually worships the Supreme Lord, and the result of such worship is that one gradually become pure in heart and awake with spiritual knowledge. Adhikarana 5 Brahman is knowable 1. Visa, statement. Now, by the use of logic and scriptural quotation, we shall refute the misconception that Brahman cannot be described. One may argue, however, that many scriptural passages support the theory that Brahman cannot be described by words. For example, the mind cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead and words cannot describe him. Taittiriya Upanishad 2.4 1. No one has the power to describe Brahman with words, even though everyone's speech occurs by the power granted by Brahman. Know that this Brahman is not material. Worship this Brahman. Kena Upanishad 1.5 2. Samsa, doubt. Is Brahman expressible by words or not? 3. Purvapaksa, the opponent argues. The Shruti Sastra states that Brahman cannot be described by words. If this were not so, it would not be said that the Supreme Brahman is self-manifested. That Brahman cannot be described with words is also explained in the following statement of Srimad Bhagavatam 3.6. 40. Words, mind and ego, with their respective controlling demigods, have failed to achieve success in knowing the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, we simply have to offer our respectful obeisances unto him as a matter of sanity. 4. Srila Vyasadeva refutes these arguments in the following sutra. Sutra 5. Because it is seen that Brahman is vividly described in the Vedic scriptures, it should be understood that Brahman is not indescribable by words. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the word asabdam means that which cannot be described by words. In this sutra, Brahman is described as not indescribable by words, asabdam. Why is this so? Because it is seen that Brahman is described in the passages of the scriptures. For example, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad states, I shall now ask about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is described in the Upanishads. We may note in this connection that the word Upanishada means that glorious person who is described in the Upanishads. We may also note that the word ksata is bhava, passive, and it is formed by adding the affix tip pratyaya. The unusual usage here is arsa, a certain degree of grammatical liberty allowed to an exalted author. That the Supreme Personality of Godhead may be described in words is also confirmed by the following statement of Katha Upanishad 2.15. All the Vedas describe the feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When it is said that Brahman cannot be described in words, the intention is that he cannot be completely described in words. In the same way, it is sometimes said that no one can see Mount Meru because no one can see the entire mountain, but only small parts of it at any one time. Without accepting this understanding that Brahman is not completely expressible by words or understandable by the mind, we would not properly understand the meaning of the scriptural statements. The mind cannot understand Brahman, and yadvakanabhuditam, no one has the power to describe Brahman with words. These statements explain that Brahman cannot be completely described in words. That Brahman can to some extent be described with words does not contradict the fact that Brahman reveals himself by his own wish. The Vedas are actually the incarnation of Brahman, and therefore Brahman may reveal himself in the words of the Vedas. 2. Samsa, doubt. This may be so, but still the supreme person described in the words of the Vedas may be Saguna, a manifestation of the Lord according to the modes of material nature, and not the perfect, complete and pure original Brahman who remains indescribable by words. If this doubt were to arise, Srila Vyasadeva would answer it in the following sutra. Sutra 6. If one says that the Brahman described in the Vedas is Saguna Brahman, a manifestation of the modes of material nature, and not the original Supreme Lord himself, then I say this cannot be true, because Brahman is described in the Vedas as Atma, the Supreme Self. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Brahman described in the Vedas is not merely a Saguna manifestation of the mode of goodness. Why? Because the Vedas use the word Atma, the Supreme Self, to describe him. For example, the Supreme Self, Atma, who is a transcendental person, existed before this material world was manifested in the beginning. Vajrasanaya Samhita. Before the material world was manifest, the Supreme Self, Ima, alone existed. Nothing else was manifested at that time. The Supreme Self then thought, let me create the material planets. Both these texts clearly refer to the Supreme Self, Tma, who existed before the creation of the material world. Also, in the commentary on Sutra 1.1.2, one have already explained that the word Atma primarily refers to the perfect Supreme Brahman, and not to anyone or anything else. For this reason the word Atma used in the scriptures should be understood to refer to the transcendental Supreme Personality of Godhead, and not to any material manifestation of the mode of goodness. The transcendental Supreme Person is described in the following statements of Vedic literature. Learned transcendentalists who know the absolute truth call this non-dual substance Brahman, Paramatma or Bhagavan. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.2. 11. O Maitreya, the word Bhagavan refers to the Supreme Brahman, who is full of all powers and opulences, the original cause of all causes, and the supreme transcendence, pure and always untouched by matter. Vishnu Purdna. In this way the supremely perfect and pure Brahman is described by the statements of the Smriti Sastras. If it were not possible to describe him with words, then the scriptures would not have been able to describe him in the above quotations. Sutra 7. Because of the instructions, the Brahman described in the scriptures is the transcendental Supreme Lord, and not a temporary manifestation of the mode of goodness, because the scriptures teach us that they who become his devotees attain liberation. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word not is understood in this sutra and the following 3 sutras as well. The liberation of those devoted to Brahman is described in the following statement of Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7. Before the material cosmos was manifested, it existed in a subtle form. At a certain time it became manifested in a gross form, and at a certain time the Supreme Brahman manifested as the universal form. When an individual spirit soul takes shelter of that Supreme Brahman, who is different from the individual spirit souls, invisible to the gross material senses, indescribable by material words, and self-effulgent, then the individual spirit soul attains liberation and is no longer afraid of the cycle of repeated birth and death. If one does not take shelter of this Supreme Brahman, he must remain afraid of taking birth again and again in this world. The Brahman described in this passage of the Vedic literature must be the Supreme Brahman who is beyond the limitations of the material world, and who is the creator of the material universes and yet beyond them. This passage could not be interpreted to describe a Brahman that is actually a manifestation of the modes of material nature, for if this were so, then it would not have explained that they who become devoted to this Brahman attain ultimate liberation. They who are devoted to the manifestations of the modes of nature do not attain liberation by that material devotion. Therefore, because the devotees attain liberation, the Brahman mentioned here must be the transcendental Supreme Person, who is beyond the modes of nature, and completely non-material in nature. This non-material, transcendental Supreme Brahman is described in the following statement of Srimad Bhagavatam 10.88. 5. Sri Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is situated beyond the range of material nature. Therefore he is the Supreme Transcendental Person. He can see everything inside and outside. Therefore he is the Supreme Overseer of all living entities. If someone takes shelter at his lotus feet and worships him, he also attains a transcendental position. Sutra 8. The Brahman described in the Vedic scriptures is not a manifestation of the modes of material nature, because no scriptural passage advises one to abandon Brahman in order to attain something higher. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. If the Brahman described in the scriptures were enmeshed in the modes of material nature, then why do the scriptures not direct men and women to abandon the worship of Brahman and worship something higher? If this Brahman were under the spell of the modes of nature, then why do those aspiring after liberation worship this Brahman to become free from the grip of the modes of nature? Clearly, the Brahman described in the scriptures is not entangled in the modes of material nature, and for this reason the scriptures state, "Give up talking about things that have no relation to the Supreme Brahman." They who aspire for liberation should meditate with pure faith on this Supreme Brahman, who is eternal, filled with all transcendental qualities, and the original creator of the material universes. In this way it may be understood that the Brahman described in the Vedic scriptures is not a product of the modes of material nature. Sutra 9. The Supreme Brahman described in the Vedic literatures is not bound by the modes of nature, because he merges into himself, unlike the creatures bound by nature's modes, who all merge into something other than their self. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 5.1.1 explains, "The personality of Godhead is perfect and complete, and because he is completely perfect, all emanations from him, such as this phenomenal world, are perfectly equipped as complete wholes. Whatever is produced of the complete whole is also complete in itself. Because he is the complete whole, even though so many complete units emanate from him, he remains the complete balance." This verse explains that that which is perfect and complete, enters into itself. This cannot be said of that which is not perfect and complete. If the Supreme Brahman described in the scriptures were a product of the modes of material nature, then it would merge into the Supreme and not into itself. In this way it could not be described as truly perfect and complete. In this verse the word ada, this, refers to the aprakata, not manifested in the material world, form of the Supreme Lord, which is the root from which the various prakata forms of the Lord emanate. Both aprakata and prakata forms of the Lord are perfect and complete. The Lord expands from his aprakata form and appears in the material world in his prakata form, displaying his rasa phila and other transcendental pastimes. When the prakata form of the Lord leaves the material world and enters the aprakata form of the Lord remains unchanged, eternally perfect and complete. That the Lord is untouched by the modes of material nature, and that he expands into many forms, are confirmed by the following statement of Smriti Zastra. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is faultless. Even though he is the original creator of the material world, he remains always untouched by matter. He expands in innumerable Vishnu Tattva incarnations, and then these incarnations enter him and he again becomes one. At this point someone may raise the following objection. There are actually two kinds of Brahman. Saguna Brahman, Brahman enmeshed in the modes of material nature, and Nirguna Brahman, Brahman untouched by the modes of material nature. The first, or Saguna Brahman, has a form constructed of the mode of material goodness. This Saguna Brahman is the omniscient, all-powerful creator of the material universes. The second, or Nirguna Brahman, is pure transcendental existence only. This Nirguna Brahman is pure, perfect, and complete. The Saguna Brahman is the Sakti, potency, described by the Vedas, and the Nirguna Brahman is the Tatparya, meaning, of the Vedas. Srila Vyasadeva refutes this argument by explaining, in the next sutra, Sutra 10, this is not so, because the Vedas describe only one kind of Brahman. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this sutra the word Gati means conception. The Vedic literatures describe Brahman as full of transcendental knowledge, omniscient, omnipotent, perfect, complete, pure, the all-pervading supersoul, the original creator of the material universes, the object of worship for the saintly devotees, and the bestower of liberation. The Vedas do not describe two kinds of Brahman, Nirguna and Saguna. Rather, the Vedas describe only one kind of Brahman. This one Brahman is described by Lord Krishna in the following words, Bhagavad Gita 7.7. O conqueror of wealth, there is not truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls strung on a thread. Thus the Vedic literatures describe only one kind of Brahman, Nirguna Brahman. Srila Vyasadeva describes this Nirguna Brahman in the next sutra. Sutra 11, there is only one kind of Brahman, Nirguna Brahman, because Nirguna Brahman is described throughout the Vedic literatures. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Nirguna Brahman is described in the following statement of Svetasvayara Upanishad 6.11. The Supreme Personality of Godhead manifests himself as the all-pervading supersoul, the witness present in the hearts of all living entities. He witnesses all activities of the living entity. He is the supreme living force. He is transcendental to all material qualities. In this way Nirguna Brahman is described in the Shruti Sastra. The Shruti Sastra does not say that it is impossible to describe Brahman. Some say that Brahman may be understood not from the direct statements of the Vedic literatures, but merely indirectly, or from hints found in the Vedic texts. This is not the correct understanding, for if the Vedic scriptures had no power to directly describe Brahman, then naturally they would also not have any power to indirectly describe him or hint about him. The Vedic literatures may say that Brahman has no contact with gunas, either qualities, or the three modes of material nature, and he cannot be seen by material eyes, Still it does not say that the words of the Vedas have no power to describe him. At this point someone may raise the following objection. Is it not said in the Vedas that Brahman has no gunas, qualities? Your statement that Brahman has qualities contradicts the description of the scriptures. To this one reply, this is not true. You can only say this because you do not understand the confidential meaning of the word Nirguna. Because the Supreme Brahman is all-knowing and possess many transcendental qualities, when the scriptures say that he is Nirguna, it should be understood to mean that he has no contact with the three modes of material nature, guna. This is confirmed by the following statements of Smriti Sastra. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who possesses numberless transcendental qualities, is eternally free from the touch of the three modes of material nature, goodness, passion, and ignorance. Samasta, Kalyana Gunatmako. So the Supreme Personality of Godhead possesses all auspicious qualities. For all these reasons it should be accepted that the Vedic literatures have the power to describe the perfect, pure, complete Supreme Brahman. When it is said by the scriptures that the Supreme Brahman has no names, forms, or qualities, it should be understood that the Supreme Brahman has no material names, forms, or qualities, and that his names, forms, and qualities are limitless and beyond the counting of limited spirit souls. At this point someone may object, saying that the literal interpretation of the Vedic statements is that Brahman is without qualities, nirguna, and your interpretation of the word nirguna is wrong. To this objection T reply. Does this description that Brahman has no qualities help to positively understand Brahman? If you say yes, then you have to admit that the Vedas do have the power to describe Brahman. And if you say no, then you have to admit that your careful studies of the Vedic literature have been a great waste of time, and as a result you remain wholly ignorant of Brahman's real nature. Adhikarana 6. The Supreme Brahman is full of bliss. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Let us place our faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is supremely pure, all-powerful, all-knowing, and full of transcendental bliss. He is perfectly described in the Anandamaya Sutra and the other statements of Vedanta Sutra. From the 12th Sutra, Nandamaya, to the end of this first chapter, Srila Vyasadeva will prove that the statements of the Vedic literatures are intended to describe Brahman. In the first pada, Srila Vyasadeva discusses those words of the Vedic literatures, which, taken by themselves, hold not necessarily refer to Brahman, but which, in their Vedic context, certainly do refer to Brahman. 1. Visa, statement. In the passages from Taittiriya Upanishad beginning Brahma Vidanoti Param and Savasa Puruso Narasamya, we find a description of the Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manama, and Vijnanamaya stages of existence, and after that we find the following statement. Higher than the Vijnanamaya stage is the Anandamaya stage of existence. The Anandamaya stage is a person whose head is pleasure, Purya, whose right side is joy, Moda, whose left side is delight, Pramoda, and whose identity is bliss, Ananda. The Anandamaya is Brahman. 2. Samsa, doubt. Is the Anandamaya person the individual spirit soul or the Supreme Brahman? 3. Parvapaksa, the opposition speaks. Because Anandamaya is described as a person, it must refer to the conditioned spirit soul residing in a material body. 4. Siddhanta, the proper conclusion. Srila Vyasadeva answers this argument by speaking the following sutra. Sutra 12. The word Anandamaya, full of bliss, used in the Vedic literatures must refer to the Supreme Brahman, for it is repeatedly used to describe him. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Supreme Brahman is the Anandamaya described in Vedic literature. Why do we say so? Because the word Anandamaya is repeatedly used to describe the Supreme Brahman. Directly following the description of Anandamaya in the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.6.1, we find the following statement. One who thinks the Supreme Brahman does not exist becomes a demonic atheist, and one who thinks the Supreme Brahman does exist is known as a saint. In this passage, the word Brahman was repeated. This repetition is called abhyasa. In the previous quotation from Taittiriya Upanishad, the word Brahman appeared in the word Brahmapucham, but in that case the word only occurred once, and therefore there was no abhyasa. The 4 verses of Taittiriya Upanishad beginning with the verse Anadvai Praja Prajyanti describe the Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manama, and Vijnanamaya levels of existence. Each of these levels is progressively higher than the preceding one, and after them the Anandamaya level, which is different in quality, is the highest of all. This will be more elaborately explained in the passage following the sutra. Priyasirasti Vadaya Praptar 3.3.13 of this book. At this point, someone may raise the following objection. These stages of existence describe the conditioned souls who have fallen into the raging river of material suffering. Why has the stage of blissfulness, Anandamaya, been made the chief of these stages of suffering? To this objection I reply, there is no fault in this. The all-blissful personality of Godhead is present in the hearts of all the suffering conditioned souls, and therefore it is perfectly appropriate to mention them together. The Vedic literature speak in this way to make a difficult subject matter intelligible for the unlettered common man. Just as one may point out the small, difficult to see star Arundhati by first pointing to a nearby large easy to see star, and then lead the viewer from that reference point to the tiny Arundhati. In the same way, the Vedic literatures first describe the suffering-filled life of the conditioned souls, and then from that reference point teach about the all-blissful Supreme Personality of Godhead. At this point, someone may raise the following question. Is it, then, that the Vedic literatures mostly describe topics other than the Supreme Brahman, because mostly they describe these reference points to lead the reader to the Supreme, or do they mostly describe Brahman directly? I answer this question. Brahman is directly described in the Vedic literatures. For example, in the next chapter of Taittiriya Upanishad, Vruna, upon being asked by his son to teach him about Brahman, explained to him that Brahman is the original creator, maintainer, and destroyer of the material universes. He further explains that the Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manama, and Vijnanamaya stages of existence, one by one, are all Brahman. Then he explained that the Anandamaya stage is the final Brahman. After explaining this, Vruna concluded his teaching by confirming that he has spoken a true description of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He said, after leaving his material body, one who understands the Supreme Anandamaya person leaves this material world and enters the spiritual world. All his desires become fulfilled. He attains a spiritual form according to his own wish, and he dedicates himself to glorifying that Supreme Anandamaya person. That the Anandamaya person in the Vedic literatures is actually the Supreme Brahman is also described in the following statement of Srimad Bhagavatam 10.87.17. O Lord, of these persons beginning with the Annamaya Purusa, you are the Supreme. We may note in this connection that it is not contradictory or illogical to say that the Supreme Brahman has a form. The form of the Supreme is described in the Vedic literatures. For example, the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.7. 3 explains, Prithivi Sriram, the material universe is the body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is because the Supreme Personality of Godhead has a form, Srira, that this book, the Vedanta Sutra, is also called Sriraka Sutra, stitras glorifying the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has a form. Some may say that the word Anandamaya does not refer to the Supreme Brahman, and that only the word Brahmapucham refers to Brahman. This proposal is not very intelligent. Some others may say that the word Anandamaya does not refer to Brahman because the word ma means transformation. These persons say the word Anandamaya, transformation of bliss, cannot refer to the Supreme Brahman, for Brahman is naturally full of bliss and not a transformation of some pre-existing state of happiness. For this reason the word Anandamaya must refer to the individual spirit soul, and not Brahman. In order to refute this argument, Srila Vyasadeva speaks the following sutra. Sutra 13. If someone argues that the Supreme Brahman cannot be the same as the Anandamaya person described in the Vedas, because the affix Maya means transformation, and the Supreme Brahman is not a transformation of Ananda or bliss, then I reply by saying that, because the affix Maya used here means abundance, this interpretation is not correct, and therefore the word Anandamaya should be understood to mean he who is filled with limitless bliss. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Anandamaya does not mean he who is a transformation of bliss. Why? Because the affix Maya here means abundance, and therefore the word Anandamaya means he who is filled with limitless bliss. The rules of Sanskrit grammar state that the affix Maya may not be used to mean transformation in Vedika words of more than 2 syllables. The word Nanda has 3 syllables, and therefore when the word Anandamaya appears in the Vedika text of the Taittiriya Upanishad, it cannot be interpreted to mean he who is a transformation of bliss. The Supreme Brahman, therefore, is not only free from all suffering, but filled with limitless bliss. This is confirmed by the following statements of Vedic scripture. Esa sarva bhutantaratma pahada papma divo deva eko Narayana. There is one Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Narayana. He is the transcendental supersoul in the hearts of all living entities, and he is completely free from all sin. Sabala Upanishad. Suffering is not experienced by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When the affix Maya means abundance, it also implies the meaning essential nature. Therefore, when we use Jyotirmaya, full of light, to mean the sun, the affix Maya can also be understood to mean essential nature. In this way the word Jyotirmaya means that of which the essential nature is light. In this way the word Anandamaya may also be interpreted to mean he whose essential nature is full of bliss. From all this it may be understood that the word Anandamaya clearly refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It does not refer to the individual spirit soul. Sutra 14. Because the Vedic literatures declare that the Anandamaya person is the source of bliss for others, it should be understood that the Anandamaya person is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and not the individual spirit soul. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This is confirmed by the following statement of Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7. Kohai evan yat ka pran yat yadi esa akasa anando nasiyat esa evanandati. Who is that person, without whom the living entities cannot feel happiness? That is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who delights the individual spirit souls. This passage explains that the Supreme Brahman is the origin of happiness for the individual spirit souls. From this we may understand that the cause of happiness, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the receiver of happiness, the individual spirit soul, must be different persons. They cannot be identical. Therefore the word Anandamaya refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead only. We may also note that the word Ananda used in this passage of Taittiriya Upanishad is identical with the word Anandamaya. Sutra 15. The same Supreme Personality of Godhead described in the mantra portion of the Vedas is also described as the Anandamaya person in the text of the Taittiriya Upanishad. Purport by Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The same Supreme Brahman described in the Vedic mantra, Satyam Hunam Anantam Brahma, the Supreme Brahman has no limits. He is eternal and full of knowledge, is also described in the Taittiriya Upanishad by the word Anandamaya. In this way the above sutra explains that the word Anandamaya does not refer to the individual living entity. Further, the Taittiriya Upanishad explains, Brahma Vidanoti Param. One who understands the Supreme Brahman attains the Supreme Brahman. This sentence explains that the individual living entity worships the Supreme Brahman and then attains the association of that Supreme Brahman. This is the same Supreme Brahman previously described in the mantra, Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. This is the Supreme Brahman described by the word Anandamaya. This is the Supreme Brahman described in the Taittiriya Upanishad in the passage beginning with the words Tasmadva Tasmat. Because the Supreme Brahman is the object of attainment for the individual spirit soul, and because the object of attainment and the attainer must be two distinct entities, and they cannot be identical, therefore the Supreme Brahman and the individual living entities must be distinct persons, and therefore the word Anandamaya refers only to the Supreme Personality of Godhead and not to the individual living entities. At this point someone may raise the following objection. If the Supreme Brahman described in the Vedic mantras were different from the individual living entity, then the individual living entities could not be the Anandamaya person described in the scriptures. The actual fact is that the Supreme Brahman and the individual living entities are identical. The Vedic mantras state that when the individual spirit soul is free from ignorance and liberated from material bondage, then he become identical with the Supreme Brahman. To answer this objection, Srila Vyasadeva speaks the following sutra. Sutra 16. The other person, individual living entity, is not described in the mantra Satyam Jidnam Anantam Brahma, because such an interpretation of the mantra is illogical. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Itara, other person, mentioned in this sutra is the individual living entity. This sutra, Thertori, states that the individual spirit soul, even in the liberated condition, cannot be the supreme person described in the manira Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. This is confirmed by the following statement of Vedic literature. So Snut Sarvan Kaman Saha Brahmana Vipaschita. The liberated soul enjoys the fulfillment of all his desires in the company of the omniscient Supreme Brahman. In this passage, the difference between the liberated spirit soul and the Supreme Brahman is described in the words he enjoys in the company of the Supreme Brahman. The word vipaschit means he whose consciousness sees, pasyati, the great variety of that which exists, vividam. The word pasya is changed to pause in this word by the grammatical formula prasadaradigana, Panini 6.3.109. In this way, the liberated individual soul attains the association of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is expert at enjoying many varieties of transcendental bliss, and with him, the individual spirit soul enjoys, fulfilling all his desires. The word asnat should be understood to mean enjoys in this context. The verb as means to enjoy, and although we would expect it to be conjugated in the parasmapada, asnati, in this passage it is conjugated in the atmanpada, asnat. The reason for this is explained by Panini in the Sutra Vyatrayo Bhakulam It Chandasi Tathas Murtak 3.1. 85. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is naturally the supreme enjoyer, and the individual spirit soul is his subordinate in the matter of enjoyment also. Still, the Supreme Personality of Godhead glorifies the liberated souls when he says, "My pure devotees bring me under their control, just as faithful wives bring a kind-hearted husband under their control." Sutra 17. The Supreme Personality of Godhead and the individual spirit soul are different, because the Vedic literature teaches this fact. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Taittiriya Upanishad 7.1 explains. Raso Vaisarasam Hyavam Labvanandi Bhavati. When one understands the personality of God, the reservoir of pleasure, Krishna, he actually becomes transcendentally blissful. This passage clearly shows the difference between the liberated individual spirit soul and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whom the Vedic mantras describe as Anandamaya, and who is the transcendental nectar attained by the individual spirit soul. This difference is also described in the following statement of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.6. After becoming Brahman, the individual spirit soul attains Brahman. This statement does not mean that after liberation the individual spirit soul becomes non-different from the Supreme Brahman, but rather the liberated soul becomes similar to Brahman and in this condition meets Brahman and attains his association. This is confirmed by the following statement Al Mandukya Upanishad 3.1.31. This liberated soul becomes like the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Also, in the Bhagavad Gita 14.2, the Supreme Personality of Godhead declares, "By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature, which is like my own nature." In this way, the Vedic literatures teach us that the liberated souls become like the Supreme Personality of Godhead. At this point, someone may raise the following objection. Is it not so that the pradhana feature of the mode of material goodness, sattva guna, is the actual origin of the Anandamaya person? Srila Vyasadeva answers this objection in the following sutra. Sutra 18. The Anandamaya person cannot be a product of the mode of material goodness, because the mode of goodness is insentient and desireless, whereas the Anandamaya person is filled with desires. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Taittiriya Upanishad explains. So Kamayata Bahusayam Prajaya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead desired, I at me become many. Let me father many living entities. In this way the Shruti Sastra explains that the universe was created by the desire of the Anandamaya person. Because the Anandamaya person is thus filled with desires, it is not possible for the pradhana mode of material goodness, which is lifeless, insentient, and desireless, to be that Anandamaya person. Sutra 19. The Anandamaya person cannot be manifested from the pradhana mode of material goodness, because the Vedic scriptures teach that contact with the Anandamaya person brings fearlessness to the individual spirit soul. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Shruti Sastra teaches that by taking shelter of the Anandamaya person, the individual spirit soul attains fearlessness, and by declining to take shelter of him, the soul becomes plagued with fears. This confirmed by the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7.2 in the passage beginning with the words Yadahayava. On the other hand, contact with the material nature brings fear to the individual spirit souls. The material nature does not bring a condition of fearlessness to the living entities, and for this reason it is not possible that the pradhana mode of material goodness is the Anandamaya person. Therefore, the Anandamaya person is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Hari. The Anandamaya person is not the individual spirit soul or the material nature. Adhikarana 7. The nature of the person within one. Visa. Statement. The Chandogya Upanishad explains. Within the sun globe is a golden person, with golden hair, a golden beard, and a body golden from his fingernails to all his limbs. His eyes are like lotus flowers. He is above all sin. One who understands him also becomes situated above all sin. The Arji and Sama Vedas sing his glories. From him the highest spiritual planets, where the demigods desire to go, have become manifested. This is the golden person present among the demigods. Now I shall describe the person within the human mind and heart. Within the eyes a wonderful person may be seen. The Arji, Sama, and Yajurvedas glorify him. He is identical with the golden person who resides in the sun. 2. Samsa. Doubt. Is this an individual spirit soul who by great piety and spiritual knowledge has attained this exalted position, or is this the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who appears as the all-pervading supersoul? 3. Purvapaksa. The opposing argument. Because this person has a form and various human-like features, he must be a pious spirit soul. By his piety and spiritual knowledge he has become able to become the great controller of demigods and human beings, who fulfills their desires and grants them the results of their actions. 4. Siddhanta. Conclusion. Srila Vyasadeva addresses these views in the following Sutra. Sutra 20. The person within the sun and the eye is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because the Vedic literatures explain that his nature fits the description of the Lord. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The person within the sun and the eye is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is present everywhere as the Supersoul. This person is not the individual spirit soul. Why? Because the Vedic literatures described him as being sinless and possessing all the qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. For example, he is free from all sin and all karma. The slightest fragrance of karma cannot touch him. This is not possible for the individual spirit souls, who remain subject to the laws of karma. In many other ways also the individual spirit soul does not fit the description of this person within the sun and the eye. For example, the individual spirit soul is not the fulfiller of the desires of the living entities, nor is he the awarder of the fruits of action, nor is he the object of the worship of the living entities. At this point someone may raise the following objection. Because the person within the sun and the eye is described as having a body, therefore he must be an individual spirit soul, for the Supreme Brahman has no body. To this objection I reply, this is not necessarily so. The Purusa Sukta prayers, RG Veda 10.90, and many other Vedic verses describe the transcendental body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Svetasvatara Upanishad also describes the Supreme Lord's transcendental body in the following words. I know that Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose form is transcendental to all material conceptions of darkness. Sutra 21. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is different from the individual spirit soul because this doctrine is taught in all Vedic literatures. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The golden person within the sun is not the individual spirit soul who is the solar deity and who thinks the sun planet is his own body, but rather that golden person is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supersoul who is present in every atom. This is confirmed by the following statement of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. That person situated within the sun, who is not the sun god, whom the sun god does not know, who manifests the sun planet as his own body, who controls the sun planet from within, that person is the immortal Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is present within the heart of every living entity as the Supersoul. From this description we may understand that the golden person within the sun is not the individual spirit soul who is the sun god, but the supreme personality of Godhead. Both this passage and the previous quoted passage from the Chandogya Upanishad agree on this point. Adhikarana 8. The word akasa refers to Brahman 1. Visa. Statement. The Chandogya Upanishad states, he asked, what is the ultimate destination of all living entities? He replied, akasa is the ultimate destination. All living entities and all material elements have emanated from Akdasa, and they will again enter into Akasa. 2. Samsa. Doubt. What is the meaning of the word Akasa here? Does it mean the element ether, or does it mean the supreme Brahman? 3. Parvapaksa. The opposing argument. The word Akasa here means the element ether, because air and the other elements evolve from it. Indeed, ether is the origin of all the other elements. 4. Siddhanta. Conclusion. Srila Vyasadeva refutes this argument in the following Sutra. Sutra 22. The word Akasa in the Vedic literature refers to the supreme Brahman, for the description of Akasa aptly fits the description of the qualities of Brahman. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Akasa here refers to Brahman and not the material element ether. Why? Because the Akasa described here has all the characteristics of Brahman. The Akasa described here is the source from which the material elements emanate, the maintainer who sustains them, and the ultimate refuge into which they enter at the time of kamsic annihilation. That is Brahman. The scriptures explain, Sarvani hava imani bhutani, all material elements have emanated from Akasa. Because ether is one of the material elements, it is included in the word Sarvani, all the elements. It is not the independent origin of the causal chain, but merely one of the links. For this reason it cannot be the Akasa that is the source of all the elements, including ether. The use of the word Ava, certainly, in this context reinforces the interpretation that Akasa refers to Brahman because Ava implies there is no other cause. For this reason Akasa cannot refer to the material element ether. For example, clay is the origin from which clay pots are produced, and other material substances are the origins of other objects, but all these origins are not primal origins, but merely intermediate steps in a great causal chain. By using the word Ava, the sole cause, the text clearly refers to the primal, uncaused cause, Brahman, and not ether or any other particular intermediate stage in the causal chain. The Vedic literatures describe Brahman as the master of all potencies and the source of all forms, and therefore, because the Akasa is described, Ava, as the sole cause, it can refer only to the primal cause Brahman and not the material element ether. Although the word Akasa generally means ether in ordinary usage, in this context the secondary meaning Brahman is far more appropriate. Adhikarana 9. The word prana refers to Brahman 1. Visa. Statement. The Chandogya Upanishad explains. They asked, who is this deity of whom you speak? He replied, it is prana. From prana all the material elements have emanated, and into prana they enter at the end. 2. Samsa. Doubt. Does the word prana here refer to the breath that travels in and out of the mouth, or does it refer to the supreme personality of Godhead? 3. Purvapaksa. Opposing argument. The ordinary meaning of the word prana is the breath that travels in and out the mouth. That meaning is intended here. 4. Siddhanta. Conclusion. Srila Vyasadeva refutes this view by speaking the following Sutra. Sutra 23. The word prana in the Vedic literatures refers to the supreme Brahman, for the same reasons expressed in the previous sutra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word prana in this passage from Chandogya Upanishad refers to the supreme personality of Godhead, and not to the transformations of air. Why? Because this text describes prana as the original cause from which the material elements have emanated, and into which they enter at the end. These are the characteristics of the supreme Brahman, and not the material element air. Adhikarana 10. The word Jyotis refers to Brahman. Introduction by 5. Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Chandogya Upanishad 3.137 states, Jyotis shines in the spiritual world, above all the material planets. Jyotis forms the background on which all material universes and all material planets, from lowest to highest, rest. This Jyotis is present in the heart of every living being. 2. Samsa. Doubt. What is the Jyotis described here? Is it the light of the sun and other luminous objects, or is it the supreme Brahman? 3. Parvapaksa. The opposing argument. Because there is no mention of Brahman in this passage, the word Jyotis in this text must refer to the light of the sun and other luminous objects. 4. Siddhanta. Conclusion. Srila Vyasadeva replies in the following sutra. Sutra 24. Because the Jyotis in this text is described as having feet, it must refer to the Supreme Brahman. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Jyotis here should be understood to mean the Supreme Brahman. Why? Because this Jyotis is described as having feet. The Chandogya Upanishad 3.126 states, "The Supreme Personality of Godhead is full of glory and opulence. His 1 foot is all material elements and all living entities, and his 3 feet are the eternal spiritual world." In the previously quoted text of Chandogya Upanishad 3.137, as well as in this text from Chandogya Upanishad 3.126, where Brahman is described as having 4 feet, the spiritual world is mentioned. Although both texts are separated by a little distance, they are brought together by joint mention of the spiritual world, as well as by use of the relative and correlative pronouns yat and tat. For these reasons it should be understood that both texts describe the all-powerful Supreme Personality of Godhead. For these reasons the Jyotis described in this text is the all-powerful Supreme Personality of Godhead, and not the light of the sun and other luminous objects. Sutra 25. If someone were to claim the word Psi 1682 Jyotis here does not refer to Brahman, but to the Gayatri meter, then I would reply, this is not true. The Gayatri meter is taught to assist meditation on Brahman. For this reason it is logical and appropriate to interpret the word Jyotis to mean Brahman. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. At this point someone may raise the following objection: is it not true that the Vedic literature state, Gayatri Vaidam Sarvam Bhutam Yadidam Kifsit? The Gayatri meter, of which there are 4 feet and 6 varieties, is extensively employed in the mantras of the Vedas. Atavan Asaya Mahima Gayatri is glorious. For these reasons it should be understood that the word Jyotis in the Vedic literatures refers to the Gayatri mantra. Why, without any good reason, do you insist that the word Jyotis refers to Brahman? To this objection I reply, Gayatri is a meter, and therefore it is not sensible to claim that it is everything, and everything has emanated from it. For this reason it is only reasonable to assume that the word Jyotis in this context refers to Brahman and not Gayatri. Why? Because in this sutra Srila Vyasadeva states, Tatha hi darsanam, that the word Jyotis refers to Brahman is only logical and consistent. Any other interpretation is illogical. The truth is that the Supreme Brahman has incarnated in this world in the form of the Gayatri mantra to enable the living entities to meditate on him. This fact is confirmed by the statements of Vedic literature. If we accept that Gayatri is an incarnation of Brahman, then the scriptural statement Gayatri is everything is perfectly sensible. Otherwise, the interpretation we concoct is illogical and forced. In this way we have demonstrated that the Gayatri 1I mantra is an incarnation of Brahman. Sutra 26. Because the Vedic literature state that the living entities, their speech, bodies, and minds are the 4 feet of Gayatri, it should be understood that Gayatri is an incarnation of Brahman. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Gayatri should be considered the same as Brahman. Why? Because Gayatri 1 is described in the words, Tam eva bhuta vak prathivi srira hridaya bede. Gayatri is everything. The 4 feet of Gayatri are speech, earth, body, and mind. Without Gayatri being an incarnation of Brahman, it is not possible for these 4 things to be Gayatri's feet. For this reason, as previously explained, it is only natural to interpret the word Gayatri to mean Brahman. In the 2 quotations from Vedic literature that have formed the basis of our discussion, the word Gu, the spiritual world, has occurred. This appearance of the word Gu in both passages further confirms that the ambiguous words in these 2 passages refer to Brahman, and not to something else. At this point someone may raise the following objection. The word Gu appearing in these 2 passages refers to different things. To answer this objection, Srila Vyasadeva speaks the following sutra. Sutra 27. The objection that because the 2 scriptural passages employ the word Gu in 2 different cases, locative and ablative, therefore they describe 2 different objects, which cannot both be Brahman, is not a valid objection. The use of the 2 different causes does not mean that the 2 passages must describe 2 different things. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. At this point someone may raise the following objection. Is it not so that 2 contradictory descriptions of Brahman are found in the scriptures? In one place the scriptures state, the eternal Supreme Personality of Godhead resides in the spiritual world, which constitutes 3/4 of all existence. In another place the scriptures state, Parodeva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, resides on top of the spiritual world. In the first quotation, the spiritual world was placed in the locative case. Since this is so, both passages contradict each other. They describe two different objects, one within the spiritual world, and the other above it. To this objection I reply, why do you say this? Both passages refer to the same object. The uses of the locative and ablative cases in these quotations does not present a contradiction. For example, in the material world a parrot may be said to be in a tree or on it. There is no real difference in the two statements. In the same way, the Supreme Personality of Godhead may be said to be in the spiritual world or on it. There is no real difference. Adhikarana 11. The word prana refers to Brahman 1. Visa, statement. In the Kausataki Brahmana, Pratardana, the son of Maharaja Divadasa, was able, by virtue of his chivalry and heroism, to enter the favorite residence of Maharaja Indra. When Indra granted Pratardana a benediction, and Pratardana requested Indra choose the benediction he was to give, Indra instructed Pratardana in the following words: Pranosmi prajadatma tam mam ayur amritama pasasva lam prana. An intelligent person will worship me as the great immortal person. 2. Samsa, doubt. Who is this person named Prana? Is he an individual spirit soul, or is he the Supreme Personality of Godhead who resides in everyone's heart as the supersoul? 3. Parvapaksa, the opposing argument. The words Indra and Prana here refer to a specific individual spirit soul. When Pratardana inquired, Indra replied by saying the worship of Indra was the most beneficial activity for the living entities. 4. Siddhanta, conclusion. Srila Vyasadeva responds to this argument in the following sutra. Sutra 28. The word prana should be understood to refer to Brahman, because of the context of its use. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The prana here must refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is present in everyone's heart as the supersoul. Prana here cannot refer to the individual spirit soul. Why? Srila Vyasadeva explains. Tathanyagamat, because of the context. The prana described here is intelligence, the self, and transcendental bliss. He is free from old age and death. These attributes clearly indicate that the word prana here refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. At this point, someone may raise the following objection. Is it not true that to interpret the word prana here as mean Brahman is very inappropriate? Maharaja Indra is speaking, and he says Pranosmi, I am prana. The speaker is Maharaja Indra, and he clearly refers to himself. He then proceeds to further identify himself, saying, Prachan, I killed Vritrasura, the three-headed son of Tvasta, and I gave the Runmukha sages to the Salavrkas. All this shows that the Indra described here is an individual spirit soul who advises the living entities to worship him. Even though at the end of this passage prana is described as ananda, transcendental bliss, this also is not inconsistent, because the transcendental glories of the individual spirit souls are also described in the Vedic literatures. In fact, when Indra says he is prana and everyone should worship him, he refers to himself, the individual spirit soul Indra. Indra's statement may be compared to the advice of the Vedic literature. Vakam denama pasita, one should worship the goddess of speech just as one worships the cow. Because Maharaja Indra is the strongest of living entities, and because strength is identified with the living force, prana, he identifies himself with that prana. This is perfectly in accord with the statement of Vedic literature. Prano Vibalam, the living force is strength. In this way it should be understood that the words prana and Indra here refer to a specific individual spirit soul. Srila Vyasadeva refutes this argument in the next sutra. Sutra 29. If it is said that the speaker here refers to himself, say that is not true. In this passage there are many references to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this sutra the word Adhyatma Sambandha means with reference to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the word Bhuma means abundance. In this chapter of Kausataki Upanishad the word prana repeatedly appears in various contexts where it must unavoidably be interpreted to mean the Supreme Personality of Godhead. For example, 1. When Pratardana asked for the most beneficial gift, or in other words liberation, Indra replied by saying worship me as prana. In this context prana must mean the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for only he can grant liberation. 2. The Upanishad explains, Esa eva sadhu karma karayati prana bestows upon the living entity the power to act wonderfully. This must refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Supreme Controller, and not to the tiny demigod Indra. 3. The Upanishad also explains, just as in a chariot wheel the rim rests on the spokes and the spokes on the hub, in the same way the material elements rest on prana, intelligence, and prana rests on prana. This quote states that everything sentient and insentient is maintained by prana. 4. The Upanishad also explains, prana is the supersoul present in all living entities. Prana is the transcendental bliss. Prana remains eternally untouched by old age and death. Prana is the master of all living entities and all planets. Prana is the supreme controller. Because prana is transcendental bliss and has the various qualities described here, the word prana in this context can refer only to the Supreme Brahman, the personality of Godhead, who is present in the hearts of all living entities as the supersoul. The word prana here cannot possibly refer to anyone else. At this point, someone may raise the following objection. Is it not so that Indra directly describes himself as Prapa? Why does he do this if your interpretation that prana means Supreme Brahman is correct? Srila Vyasadeva answers this objection in the following sutra. Sutra 30. Indra speaks in this way, identifying himself with Brahman, in accordance with the teaching of Vedic literature. He does this just as the sage Vamadeva also did. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to remove doubt. Even though Indra was perfectly aware that he was an individual spirit soul and not the Supreme Brahman, he still said, "Worship me," knowing me to be Brahman, and this statement is actually perfectly correct according to the philosophy of Vedic literature. It is not untrue. For example, the Chandogya Upanishad states, "The senses are not properly called voices, eyes, ears, and minds. The proper name for them all is prana. Everything that exists is prana. Because prana maintains their activities, the senses are identified as prana." The learned, self-realized speaker, Indra, wishing to teach his humble, well-behaved student, instructed him, "I am that prana." This means that Indra is dependent on prana, or Brahman, not that he is identical with Brahman in all respects. The example of Vamadeva is found in the following passage of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.4. 10. Seeing this, the sage Vamadeva repeated at every moment, "He was Manu. I was the sun god." Here Vamadeva identifies himself with Manu and the sun god because the Supreme Brahman is the controller who grants powers to Vamadeva, Manu, and the sun god. Because they all obtain their powers from the Supreme Brahman, in one sense, they are all one. The Supreme Brahman is all-pervading. He is, in one sense, one with everything that is pervaded by him. This confirmed by the following statements of Smriti Sastra. Whoever comes before you, be he a demigod, is created by you, O Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vishnu Purana 1.9. 69. Sarvam samapnosi tatosi sarvam. You are all-pervading, and thus you are everything. Bhagavad Gita 11.40. In ordinary usage also, when there is a great assembly in a certain place, people call that oneness, because there is unity of place, and also when there is agreement of opinion, that is also called oneness. For example, it is said, "In the evening the scattered cows assemble in one place and thus attain oneness, and the disputing monarchs finally agreed and became one in their opinion." At this point someone may raise the following objection. Is it not so that although there are many passages indicating that the word prana in this passage refers to Brahman, still there are many other passages that demonstrate that it is not possible for the word prana to refer Brahman? Some examples are, Navakam Vidyahasita Vaktaram Vidyat. Do not try to understand the meaning of a statement without first understanding who has spoken it. Kausataki Upanishad 3.8. I am the Indra who killed Vritrasura, the three-headed son of Tvasta. These two quotations clearly identify that the speaker of the passage in question was the demigod Indra, who is an individual spirit soul. That the word prana refers to the life force, or breath within the body, is confirmed by the following scriptural statements. Yavad asmin srir prano vasati tavad ayur athikalu prana ava prajhatma idam. As long as prana remains within it, the body is alive. Prana is the conscious spirit soul. Prana grasps this material body, and makes it rise up and move about. Kausataki Upanishad 2.23. Prana is the same as prajya, consciousness. Prajit is the same as prana. Together they reside in the material body. At the last moment they both leave the body together. Kausataki Upanishad. These quotations clearly show that it is not impossible to interpret the word prana in this context to mean the individual spirit soul or living force. The scriptures teach us that both are actually identical, the living force being the active expression of the inactive spirit soul. In this way, it is valid to interpret the word prana in three ways: 1. The individual spirit soul, 2. The living force, and 3. The supreme Brahman. The word prana here refers to all three. All three are worshipable for the living entities. Srila Vyasadeva refutes this argument in the following sutra. Sutra 31. If someone says the word prana also refers to the individual spirit soul and the primary living force in addition to referring to Brahman, then I reply that such an interpretation is not correct. If the word prana referred to all three, then all three would be worshipable. This view is not correct, because neither logic nor the authority of scripture support it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Someone may say that the natural features of the individual spirit soul and the living force are such that they are proper objects of worship. To this I reply, this is not true. Why? For then there would be three objects of worship. When Indra says, "Worship me as prana," he uses only one sentence. The rules of rhetoric demand that a sentence have only one correct interpretation, and therefore if we say that the word prana here refers to three different objects, we shall break that rule. This is the true meaning. There are three possible ways to interpret the meaning of prana in this context. 1. Take all these passages, including what directly mentions Brahman, as referring to the individual spirit soul and living force. 2. Take these passages as referring some to the individual soul and living force, and some to Brahman. And 3. Take these passages as all referring to Brahman. The first possibility has already been clearly refuted. The second possibility is not very acceptable, for it recommends that there are three distinct objects of worship. Srila Vyasadeva says the third possibility is actually logical because Asritadvat. This view is supported by the statements of Vedic literature. We may see that many passages in Vedic literature that seem to refer to the individual spirit soul or the living force in fact refer to Brahman. If at this point someone were to object, is it not true that in this passage the natural sense of the word supports the interpretations of the individual spirit soul and the living force? I would reply by saying, in this passage the worship of prana is described as the most beneficial activity for the living entities. For this reason the interpretation of the Supreme Brahman is logical. For this reason Srila Vyasadeva states in the sutra, Tadyagat, because this is logical. Someone may then object, is it not true that the scriptures explain that the prana and prajna both reside within the body of the individual spirit soul, and also leave that body together at the time of death? How is this possible if you say that prana means Brahman? To this objection I reply, Brahman is present in the body of the individual spirit soul in two ways, as cried Sakti, the potency of action, which is also known as prana, and as Jnana Sakti, the potency of knowledge, which is also known as prana. Both are manifested from Brahman. These two potencies remain within the body of the individual spirit soul, and also leave it together at the time of death. Another objection may be raised in the following words. Is it not true that prana and the other words you claim are names of the Supreme Brahman are all actually adjectives and therefore cannot function as names? To this objection I reply, this not true. These words are simultaneously adjectives and nouns. When Indra says pranosmi prajhatma, I am prana, and atma, he uses these words as nouns. For these reasons prana, prajna, and other words used by Indra should be understood to refer to Brahman. At this point a further objection may be raised. Is it not true that in the beginning you adequately demonstrated that the word prana refers to Brahman? Most of your arguments are redundant. To this objection T reply, this is not true. In the beginning T dispelled the doubts that may have arisen in regard to the single word prana taken by itself. After that I discussed the word prana in relation to a specific quotation where it was related with other words, such as ananda, and in this discussion I demonstrated that the word prana was used there in such a way that it could only be understood to mean Brahman, and not the individual spirit soul, or anything else. For this reason I have discussed this specific passage of Kausataki Upanishad separately. Pada 2 Adhikarana 1. The word manama refers to Brahman. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the first pada of this chapter it was said that one should inquire about the Supreme Brahman, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the Creator of all universes. Certain words used in Vedic literature were also clearly shown to refer to that Supreme Brahman. In the second and third padas it will be demonstrated that certain other words, although less clearly related to Brahman, also describe him. In the Chandogya Upanishad, Sandilya Vidya, 3.14, 1, the following explanation is given. Everything is Brahman. From him everything has come. The peaceful sage should worship Brahman with this idea. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the activities of devotional service. When devotional service is performed in this world, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is present. As one performs devotional service in this life, he will attain an appropriate body after death. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is known by those whose minds are pure. He is the controller of all life. He is effulgent and glorious. His every desire is automatically fulfilled. He is all-pervading. He is the original creator of everything. He fulfills all desires. He possesses all pleasant fragrances. He is all sweetness. He is present everywhere. He cannot be described in words. He cannot be known. Samsa. Do the adjectives, beginning with manama, in this passage describe the jiva or the paramatma. Parvapaksa. The words mana and prana here appropriately describe the jiva. The Mundaka Upanishad 2.1.2 explains. Apranohyamana subra. The splendid Supreme Person has neither breath nor mind. Because this passage from the Chandogya Upanishad contradicts the description of the Supreme Lord in this way, it should be understood to refer to the jiva. The opening words Sarvam Kavidam Brahma, everything is Brahman, do not necessarily mean that the entire passage following them are about Brahman, but are merely spoken so that the worshipper may become peaceful. The teaching there is that because Brahman is everything, one should become peaceful. The rest of the passage should then be understood to refer to the jiva, and the word Brahma at the end of the passage should also be understood to refer to the jiva. Siddhanta. The proper conclusion is Sutra 1. The word manama here refers to the Paramatma, because, in this passage, the famous attributes of the Paramatma as are taught everywhere in Vedanta literature are described. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This passage describes the Paramatma and not the jiva. Why? Because the qualities that belong only to the Paramatma, beginning with his being the creator of the material universes and which are described everywhere Sravatra in Vedanta literature, are mentioned in this passage in the phrase Tajjalan and other phrases and words also. Although the opening words of this passage, Sarvam Kavidam Brahma, are not intended to teach about Brahman but to invoke peacefulness, the word manama definitely describes the Supreme Brahman. The word kratu means devotional service and manama means he who can be understood by a pure mind. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.19 explains Manasavanudrostavyam, he may be seen by a pure mind. The passage Vato Vaka Nivartanti Aprapyo Manasa Saha, the Supreme cannot be described in words or understood by the mind, means the foolish cannot understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and even the wisest sages cannot understand him completely. The word pranasrira, life body, means Psi 168, he who is the controller of life. Some also interpret this word to mean he whose transcendental form is most dear. The words apranohyamana, he has neither breath nor mind, may mean either that he is supremely independent and does not need breath or mind, or it may mean that he does not possess material breath or material mind. The Shruti Sastra explains Manavan, the Supreme has a spiritual mind, and Anita Vadam, the Supreme has spiritual breath. Other scriptural passages also state that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is described by the word manama. Some of these passages follow. Manama pranasriraneta, he is understood by the pure mind. Manama, he is the guide of the body and senses. Mundaka Upanishad 2.2.7 The Golden Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of nectar, and who is known by the pure mind, Imanama, resides in the sky of the heart. Taittiriya Upanishad 1.6.1 The Supreme Personality of Godhead is known by they who have a pure heart and a pure mind. They who know him in this way become free from death. Katha Upanishad 7.9 Pranasya Prana The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the life of all life. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.18 Sutra 2 The word manama here must refer to Brahman, because the qualities, given here, most appropriately describe Brahman. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Manama, knowable by the pure mind, Pranasrira, the controller of life, Barupa, effulgent and glorious, and the other qualities mentioned here are appropriate for the Supreme Personality of Godhead but not at all for the Jiva. Sutra 3. The word manama here cannot refer to the Jiva because the qualities described in this passage cannot be attributed to him. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana The manama here cannot refer to the Jiva because it is not possible that the qualities described here refer to the tiny, glowworm-like Fiva. Sutra 4 And because the distinction is drawn here between the agent and the object. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana with the words, Brahadranyaka Upanishad 3.14. 4. Adam eta pratyabhisam bhavitasmi. After death I will attain him. At the end the minima is clearly designated as the object of the sentence, and the jiva, with the words abhisam bhavitasmi, I will attain, is clearly identified as the agent. Therefore the minima, being the object, must be different from the jiva, which is the agent. The minima must therefore be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The word abhisam bhavitasmi here describes meeting. The jiva meets the Supreme Lord as a great river meets the ocean. Sutra 5. The word minima here cannot refer to the jiva because the words are in different cases. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The text says, Chandogya Upanishad 3.14. 3. Esa Mahatmantarhirday, he is within my heart. In these words the devotee jiva is placed in the genitive case and the object of his worship is placed in the nominative case. Because the jiva and the object of his worship are in different cases, they must be two distinct persons. Therefore the minima here must be the worshipable Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is different from the devotee jiva. Sutra 6. And because of the statement of Smriti Sastra also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is different from the jiva is also confirmed by the following statement of Bhagavad Gita 18.61. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities, who are seated as on a machine made of the material energy. Someone may object. The Chandogya Upanishad 3.14. 3. Describes the minima in the following words. In my heart is the self, smaller than a grain of rice or barley. This text shows that because it is very tiny, the minima must be the jiva and cannot be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sutra 7. If it be said that the word minima here cannot refer to Brahman because here it is said that the residence of minima is very tiny, then I say no, because Brahman should be meditated on in this way, and because in the same passage the minima is said to be as great as the sky. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. For these two reasons it cannot be said that the minima is not the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this passage from Chandogya Upanishad the minima is said to be greater than the entire earth planet. The text says Jayanantrixat, he is greater than the sky. Because the Supreme Brahman is all-pervading, the word Vyamavat, like the sky, is used in this sutra. How may these two statements, that Brahman is very small and very great, be reconciled? To answer this question he says Nikayat Vadivam, because Brahman should be meditated on in this way. This means that it is said that Brahman is very small so he may become the object of meditation. This means that when in the Vedic literatures it is said that the infinite, all-pervading Supreme Personality of Godhead is as small as the distance between the thumb and forefinger or some other very small distance, in some instances it is meant to be taken figuratively and in other places literally. In the first instance, figuratively, the devotee meditates on the Lord in his heart, and in the second, literally, by his inconceivable potencies, the Lord personally appears in the heart out of kindness to his devotee. Although the Supreme Lord has only one original form, he still manifests in many different forms to his devotees. This is described in the Smriti Sastra in the words Eko Paisan Bahudho Yo Vabhati. Although he is one, he manifests in many forms. Because of his inconceivable potency, the Supreme Lord, although he is all-pervading, may become as small as an atom. This will be described later in this book, in the section, Sutra 25, describing Vaisvanara. In this way, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead is manifested in a very small form, as the size of an atom or the distance between the thumb and forefinger, that very small size is present everywhere, so in this way also the Supreme Lord is all-pervading. Someone may object. If the Paramatma is then also present within the material body just as the jiva is, then, because of his contact with the body, the Paramatma must also feel all the pleasures and sufferings of the body just as the jiva does. To answer this he says, Sutra 8. If it is said that the Paramatma in the heart also experiences the pains and pleasures of the material body, then I say no, because there is a great difference between him and the jiva. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the word Sambhoga the prefix sam means with, as it also does in the word samvada, with words conversation. Therefore this sutra states that the Supreme Personality of Godhead does not enjoy with the jiva. Why? Because there is a difference between them. This is the meaning. Mere contact with a certain body does not by itself bring suffering and enjoyment. Being under the dominion of karma is the real cause of material suffering and enjoyment. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is not under the power of the law of karma. This is described in the Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.1. Anasnan neo bikakasiti. I woe birds sit in the metaphorical tree of the material body. One bird eats. The other bird does not eat, but only looks. And in the Bhagavad Gita 4.14, where Lord Krishna says, Namam karmani limpanti nami karma fails spurha. There is no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of action. Adhikarana to the eater is Brahman. Introduction by 5 Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. The Katha Upanishad 1.2.25 says, there is a person for whom the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas are food and death is the sauce. Who knows where this person is? Samsa. Here the words adana, food, and upasakana, sauce, indicate an eater. Who is the eater? Is it fire, the jiva, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Purvapaksa. Because there is nothing specific to show that of these three fire is not the eater, and because the questions and answers in this passage seem to indicate fire, and because the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.4.6 declares Agnirannada, fire is the eater, therefore fire is the eater in this passage. Or perhaps the jiva is the eater here because eating is an action and the jiva performs actions although the Supreme does not perform any actions. This is also confirmed by the Shruti Sastra, Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.1 and Katha Upanishad 3.1, which describes an eater accompanied by a non-eater who simply looks. Teoranaya papalam, two friendly birds sit on a tree. One eats the pipala fruit and the other does not eat but only looks. From all this it may be understood that the eater here is the jiva. Siddhanta. The proper understanding follows. Sutra 9. The eater is Brahman, because he takes the moving and non-moving as his food. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The eater is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Why? Because of the words karakaragrahanat, because he takes the moving and non-moving as his food. In this passage, Katha Upanishad 1.2.25, the words Brahma Kshatram indicate the entire universe, which is then sprinkled with the sauce of death and eaten. This passage must refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for no one other than he can eat the entire universe. A sauce is something which, while being eaten itself, is the cause of other things being eaten also. The eating of the entire universe sprinkled with the sauce of death must refer to the periodic destruction of the material universes. In this way it is proved that the eater of the universes here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is not refuted by the statement of Upanishads, Nakasnan, that he does not eat. The Supreme Personality of Godhead does not eat the results of karma, but he has his own transcendental eating. Sutra 10. This is also confirmed by the context. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. That this passage refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is also confirmed by the following statement of Katha Upanishad 1.2.20. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is smaller than the smallest and greater than the greatest. This is also confirmed by the following words of Smriti Sastra. You are the eater of this complete cosmic manifestation, of the moving and the non-moving. Adhikarana 3. The associate in the cave is Brahman. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. The Katha Upanishad 1.3.1 states, two persons drink the results of karma in cave of the heart. They who know Brahman, they who keep the 5 sacred fires, and they who perform the 3 Nachiketa sacrifices say these two persons are shade and light. Samsa. In this passage a companion to the jiva, who experiences the results of karma, is described. This companion may be interpreted to be either intelligence, life breath, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purvapaksa. The companion here must be either intelligence or life breath, for they assist the jiva as he experiences the results of karma. The companion cannot be the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for the Supreme Lord never experiences the results of karma. Therefore the companion must be either intelligence or life breath. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 11. The two persons that have entered the cave of the heart are the two selves, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the jiva, because this explanation is seen in Vedic literature. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The two persons that have entered the cave of the heart are the jiva and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, not the jiva and intelligence, and not the jiva and the life breath. Why? The sutra says Taddarsanat, because this explanation is seen in Vedic literature. The Katha Upanishad 2.1.7 says that the jiva has entered the cave of the heart, accompanied by the life breath and a host of powers. The jiva, who is the king of the senses, enters the cave of the heart. Another verse, Katha Upanishad 1.2.12, says that the Supreme Personality of Godhead has entered the cave of the heart. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the oldest person, and who is worshipped in the jungle of this world, remains hidden in the cave of the heart. A wise man, meditating on him in a trance of spiritual yoga, gives up all material joy and grief. The word hai, indeed, in this sutra means this is indeed corroborated by all the Puranas. The word pibantao, they both drink, in the passage of the Upanishad is used in the same sense as the phrase the two parasol bearers. Although only one of the pair carries the parasol, they are still known as the two parasol bearers. In the same way, only one of the two drinkers here actually drinks. The word chatapao, shade and light, here means either that the knowledge of the two persons is different, or it means that one of the persons is bound to the cycle of repeated birth and death and the other is free from the cycle of repeated birth and death. Sutra 12 also because of the differences between them. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this section of Katha Upanishad, the Jiva and the Supreme Personality of Godhead are carefully distinguished. The Jiva described as the meditator and the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the object of meditation. Thus is Katha Upanishad 1.2.12 quoted above. They are carefully distinguished, one as the meditator and the other as the object of meditation. In Katha Upanishad 1.3. One in the words chatapao, shade and light, they are again distinguished, one being all-knowing and the other having only a small sphere of knowledge. Katha Upanishad 1.3.9 explains, a person who has transcendental knowledge as his charioteer and who carefully holds the reins of the mind reaches the end of the path, the transcendental realm of Lord Vishnu. In these words they are again distinguished, one being the goal to be attained and the other the person who attains the goal. Adhikarana for the person in the eye is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. Chandogya Upanishad 4.15.1-2 says, he said, he who is seen in the eye is the Datma, he is immortal, he is nectar, he is the greatest. Because he is present, neither water nor liquid butter will stay on the eye, but both will slide from it. He is the abode of all opulences. For one who sees him all desires are at once fulfilled. Samsa. Is this person a reflection, a demigod, the Jiva, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Purvapaksa. It may be the first, for the observer sees himself reflected in another's eye. It may be the second because Brihadranyaka Upanishad 5.5.2 says, with the rays of sunlight the sun god enters the eye. It may be the third because a person sees with his eyes, so he may also be the person in the eye. In this way the person in the eye is one of these three. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 13. The person in the eye is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because that conclusion is dictated by reason. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The person in the eye is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Why? The sutra says apapat, because that conclusion is dictated by reason. This is so because of the proof given in the quote from the Chandogya Upanishad, in the description of the qualities beginning with being the Supreme Self Atma, immortality, Amrita, being the greatest, Brahma, being untouched by material things, and being the abode of all opulences, Sampadama. These qualities can properly be attributed only to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sutra 14. And also because of the teaching in the scriptures that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is present in this place and in other places as well. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. That the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the controller who resides with the eye is described in Brihadranyaka Upanishad 3.7.18. Yas kaksusi tistams kaksusontaro yam kaksar navadal yasya kaksar sriram yas kaksar entaro yamali esata at mantrayami amraya. He who stays in the eye, who is within, whom the eye does not know, who is the ultimate proprietor of the eye and the body, and who, residing within, controls the eye, is the immortal Supersoul, the Supreme Personality of Godhead who resides in the heart. Sutra 15. Also because he is described as full of bliss. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This stitra refers to Chandogya Upanishad 4.10.5, which says, Prano Brahmakam Brahma. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is life, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is bliss, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is sky. The discussion of the Supreme Personality of Godhead that begins with these words continues through some paragraphs up to the paragraph under discussion, Chandogya Upanishad 4.15.1, which describes the person in the eye. For this reason, the person in the I must be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The interpolation of Agni Vidya between 4.105 and 4.15. One does not break the context because Agni Vidya is a part of the discussion of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The word visista, distinguished, in this sutra means that the Supreme Personality of Godhead has all knowledge and all other transcendental qualities. Sutra 16. And because of the description of the destination of they who hear the Upanishads. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. One who hears the Upanishads and understands the secret knowledge of the Vedas travels to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Of the person who knows the person in the Ayapakosala Muni says Archasambhisam Bhavati, he attains the realm of light. Because these two persons, he who knows the secrets of the Vedas and he who knows the person in the I, attain the same destination, it must be understood that the person in the I is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sutra 17. The person in the I is not anyone else, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because the others do not stay always in the I and because it cannot be them, according to the context. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. These other persons cannot be the person in the I because none of them stay permanently in the I and because none of them possess immortality or any of the other qualities attributed to the person in the I. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is therefore the person in the I referred to in this text. Adhikarana 5. The internal ruler is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.7. 18 says, he who stays in the earth, who is within, whom the earth does not know, who is the ultimate proprietor of the earth and the body, and who, residing within, rules the earth, is the immortal Supersoul, the Supreme Personality of Godhead who resides in the heart. Samsa. In this verse is the ruler who lives within the earth and other places, Pradhana, the Jiva, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purvapaksa. The ruler within may be Pradhana because Pradhana resides within. The cause is always woven into the effect. The cause is the controller if the effect. Because Pradhana is the cause of the earth, Pradhana must therefore be the controller within the earth also. Because it gives happiness, the Pradhana may be figuratively called Atma, the Great Self, or because it is all-pervading it may also be figuratively called Atma, the Great Self. Because it is eternal it may also be called Amrita, eternal. Or the ruler within may be a Surtayim Jiva who is a great yogi. With the yogic powers of entering everywhere and becoming invisible at will, a great yogi may become the ruler within, and with this ruling power, the ability to become invisible, and other yogic powers, he may be called Atma, the Great Self, and Amrita, eternal, in the direct senses of the words without resorting to figurative language. In this way the ruler within must be either the Pradhana or a Jiva. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 18. The ruler who resides within the elements is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because his qualities are described in this passage. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The ruler within described in these words of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Why? The sutra says Tadharma Vyapadsat, because his qualities are described in this passage. The Supreme Person is described here because the qualities of the person described here, which include being situated within the earth and all other material elements, being unknowable, being the supreme controller, and being all-pervading, all-knowing, all-blissful, and eternal, are all qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sutra 19. The ruler within is not the Pradhana, which is described in the Smriti, because the qualities mentioned in this passage cannot be attributed to Pradhana. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. For these reasons it may not be said that the Pradhana, which is described in the Smriti, is the ruler within. Why? The sutra says Atadharmabhilapat, because the qualities mentioned in this passage cannot be attributed to it. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.7. 23 says, unobserved, he is the observer. Unheard, he is the hearer. Inconceivable, he is the thinker. Unknown, he is the knower. There is no other observer. There is no other hearer, there is no other thinker, there is no other knower, he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the eternal ruler within. The Pradhana, described in the Smriti, is different from him. The list of qualities here, beginning with being the observer, may be attributed to the Supreme Personality of Godhead only. Sutra 20. The ruler within is not a Jiva because in both recensions of the Upanishad, the Jiva is described as different from him. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word not from the preceding sutra should be understood in this sutra also. For the reasons already given, it cannot be said that a jiva who is a great yogi is the ruler within. Why? The sutra answers hi, which means because of he, in both, which means in both the Kanva and Madhyandina recensions of the Upanishadanam, he, which means the ruler within Bhidanadhyat, is described as different. The Kanva recension gives, Yo Visai 241 Anamantaro Yamyati, the transcendental knowledge that rules within, and the Madhyandina recension gives, Ya Atmanamantaro Yamyati, the supreme personality of Godhead who rules within. In both readings is a clear distinction between the ruler and the ruled. Therefore the ruler within is Lord Hari, the personality of Godhead. In the Sabala Upanishad the Kathas say, Lord Narayana is the ruler within the earth and other elements, within the unmanifested pradhana, and within the unchanging, eternal jiva. The Brahmanas say, the Supreme Personality of Godhead stays in the heart of the jiva. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is unborn, eternal, and one without a second, and the earth is his body. He stays within the earth. The earth does not understand him, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Adhikarana 6 Aksara is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. The Mundaka Upanishad 1.156 says, here is the transcendental knowledge by which the Supreme Personality of Godhead is known. The great sages directly see the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who cannot be seen, who cannot be grasped, who has no name, who has no color, who has no eyes or ears, who has no hands or feet, who is eternal, all-powerful, all-pervading, subtle, and changeless, and who is the creator of all that is. Later the Mundaka Upanishad 2.1.2 also says, the Supreme Person is transcendental, formless, without inside or out, unborn, unbreathing, without mind, splendid, and higher than the highest of the eternals. Samsa. Do these two passages describe first the pradhana and then the purusa, jiva, or do they describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Purvapaksa. Because in these passages there is no mention of being the observer or any other qualities of a conscious being, and because there is mention of the word yoni, source of everything, which refers to the ingredient of which the creation is made, these passages describe the eternal pradhana, and above that eternal pradhana, the purusa, jiva. Above the eternal, ever-changing pradhana is the jiva, who is the knower of the field of activities. Therefore in these passages the pradhana and jiva should be known to be the topics of discussion. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 21. These passages describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who possesses many transcendental qualities, including invisibility, because his qualities are described here. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In both passages the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who possesses many transcendental qualities, including invisibility, should be understood to be the topic of discussion. Why? The sutra says Dharmaktek, because his qualities are described here. The Mundaka Upanishad 1.19 says, the Supreme Personality of Godhead knows everything. He knows everything. He is full of knowledge. From him is born that Brahman that is the material form of this world. Because in the passage of Mundaka Upanishad 1.16 that begins Divyohi Amrita Purusa, the Supreme Person is transcendental and formless. The Aksara is described as possessing a host of transcendental qualities, which include omniscience, and because that Aksara is described as the ultimate goal of all knowledge, the Aksara must be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sutra 22. Because of the description of the qualities of the Aksara in these two passages, the Aksara cannot be the other two, pradhana and jiva. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The other two, that is pradhana and jiva, should not be thought to be the topic of discussion here. Why? The sutra says Vijasana, because of the description of the qualities. Because the description in Mundaka Upanishad 1.19, beginning with the words Yasarvajina, the Supreme Personality of Godhead knows everything, specifically identifies the Aksara as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and because the description in Mundaka Upanishad 1.16, beginning with the word Divya, the Supreme Person is transcendental, identifies the Aksara as a being different from the Jiva. Therefore the Aksara mentioned in both passages must be understood to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the original cause of all causes. Sutra 23. And also because there is mention of a form. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Mundaka Upanishad 3.13 says, One who sees the golden-colored personality of Godhead, the Supreme Lord, the Supreme Actor, who is the source of the Supreme Brahman, becomes free from the reactions to past pious and sinful deeds and becomes liberated, attaining the same transcendental platform as the Lord. Because the form of the Aksara is described in this way as the original cause of all causes, the form of the Aksara here must be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It cannot be either Pradhana or Jiva. Sutra 24. The Aksara here must be the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of the context. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The meaning of this sutra is clear. The Smriti Sastra also confirms that this text refers to Lord Vishnu. The Vishnu Purana, 6.5.6570, says, the 8th Atharva Veda says there are two kinds of knowledge, superior and inferior. Superior knowledge is that which brings one to the eternal, and inferior knowledge is the teaching of the Rig Veda and the other Vedas. The eternal is unmanifested, without decay, inconceivable, unborn, unchanging, without material form, without material hands or feet, all-powerful, all-pervading, eternal, the source of all living entities, causeless, present within everything, untouched by anything, and the source from which everything has come. Saintly persons see him. He is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the Supreme Abode. He is the object of meditation for they who yearn for liberation. He is described in the words of the Vedas. He is supremely subtle. He is Lord Vishnu. He is known as Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the Supreme Lord who has a transcendental form. He is Bhagavan. He is eternal. One who knows these truths knows the truth. He knows the teal truth. The inferior truth of the three Vedas is something else. Adhikarana 7 Vaisvanara is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. The Chandogya Upanishad says 5.11. 1. Konu Atma Kim Brahmeti, who is the Atma, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And 5.11. 6. You know about Vaisvanara. Please describe him. And 5.18. 1 who meditates on Vaisvanara, who is the size of the distance between the thumb and forefinger, and who is present in all worlds, in all elements, and in all hearts, eats food and is nourished. And 5.18. 2. Heaven is the head of Vaisvanara, the sun is his eye, the wind is his breath, the sky is his body, the oceans are his bladder, the earth is his feet, the sacrificial arena is his chest, the sacrificial grass is his head, the Garhapatya fire is his heart, the Anvaharyapakana fire is his mind, and the Ahavanya fire is his mouth. Samsa is the Vaisvanara, the fire of digestion, the Damigadagni, the fire element, or Lord Vishnu. Purvapaksa. The word Vaisvanara is commonly used in all these four meanings, so its meaning in this passage is unclear. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 25. The ambiguous word Vaisvanara in this passage of Chandogya Upanishad refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because the qualities described here are appropriate for the Lord. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Vaisvanara here refers to Lord Vishnu. Why? The sutra says, because the qualities described here are appropriate for the Lord. This is the meaning. Even though the word Vaisvanara has many meanings, here it means Lord Vishnu. The description beginning with the phrase heaven is his head clearly show that Vaisvanara here means Lord Vishnu. Also, the words Atma and Brahma generally refer to Lord Vishnu. The result one obtains by knowing Vaisvanara is the same as the result of knowing Lord Vishnu. The scriptures say Yadhazikatalam, as reeds are burned by fire, so are sins burned into nothing by Vaisvanara. This clearly shows that Vaisvanara here is Lord Vishnu, for only Lord Vishnu has the power to negate sins. The word Vaisvanara is composed of the two words Visva, all, and Nara, human beings, and thus means he who is the resting place of all human beings. For these reasons the word Vaisvanara here must mean Lord Vishnu. Furthermore, he says, Sutra 26. This may also be inferred from the statements of the Smriti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word it here means this is the reason. In Bhagavad Gita 15.14, Lord Krishna says, I am the Vaisvanara in the bodies of all living entities. In these words the Smriti Sastra affirms that the Vaisvanara is Lord Vishnu. From this statement it may also be understood that the Vaisvanara in the Chandogya Upanishad is also Lord Vishnu. Now he refutes the idea that Vaisvanara refers to the fire of digestion. Sutra 27. If it is said the Vaisvanara here cannot be Lord Vishnu, because many words here refute this idea, and because the Vaisvanara is said here to reside in the heart, then I say no, because the teaching of the scriptures is that one should meditate on Lord Vishnu in the heart in this way, because it is not possible to interpret the word here to mean anything else, and because the text here describes the Sai 168 Vaisvanara as a person with a human-like form. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The objection may be raised. The Vaisvanara here cannot be Lord Vishnu. The text says I am Agnir Vaisvanara. This is the Vaisvanara fire. Because these words prove that Vaisvanara here means fire, the passage Hridayam Garhapatyo Manonthurya Asayam Avanaya. The Garhapatya fire is his heart, the Anvahurya fire is his mind, and the Ahavanya fire is his mouth, presents the Vaisvanara as a group of 3 fires. The Vaisvanara is fire, and not Lord Vishnu, because Vaisvanara is said to be the resting place of prana, breath, and again because the Vedas say Vaisvanara stays within the heart of the living entity. Here the sutra answers this objection by saying sen na, which means if it is said that the Vaisvanara is fire, then I say no. Why? The sutra says, because the teaching of the scriptures is that one should meditate on Lord Vishnu in the heart in this way, because it is not possible to interpret the word here to mean anything else, and because the text here describes the Vaisvanara as a person with a human-like form. Tatha here means Sai 168 by considering to be the fire of digestion. Drishti means meditation on Lord Vishnu, and Asambhavat means it is not possible to interpret the word Vaisvanara to mean anything but Lord Vishnu, because the text of the Upanishad says that heaven is the head of the Vaisvanara and the other parts of the world are other parts of the body of Vaisvanara. Furthermore, the Satapatha Brahmana 10.6 1.11 says Sayohi Edam Ivagnim Vaisvanram Purusa Vidam Purusanta Pratistatam Veda. He knows the Agni Vivanara, who has a human-like form and who stays in the hearts of the living entities. If the word Vaisvanara is interpreted to mean Sai 168 higher, then the explanations here that the Vaisvanara resides in the hearts of the living entities may be accepted, but not the statement that Vaisvanara has a human-like form. If Vaisvanara is interpreted to mean Lord Vishnu, then both statements may be easily accepted. Next he refutes the idea that Vaisvanara means either the demigod Agni or the element fire. Sutra 28. For the same reasons Vaisvanara is neither the demigod Agni nor the element fire. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The objector may say, because the demigod Agni is very powerful and great, it may indeed be said that heaven is his head and the other parts of the world are parts of his body, and the same may also be said of the fire element. This is so because of the following description of RG Veda 10.88. 3. Agni, in his form of the sun, is spread through the earth, heaven, and everything between. Even if this be said, still I say no. Why? The sutra says Atava, therefore, which means for the reasons already given Vaisvanara is neither the demigod Agni nor the element fire. The words of this mantra of the RG Veda are flattery only. Avatranika. In the opinion of Hmini, the word Agni may also directly mean the Supreme Personality of Godhead, just as the word Vaisvanara does. Sutra 29. Hmini is of the opinion that the word Agni may be interpreted to directly mean the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and there is no inconsistency in this. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Just as the word Vaisvanara, interpreted to mean either the leader, Nara, of the world, Visva, or the proprietor of all human beings, Nara, in the universe, Visva is name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the original cause of all causes. In the same way the word Agni, interpreted to mean the leader of all, is also a name of Lord Vishnu. Hmini Muni considers that there is no contradiction in these interpretations because they are based on the specific meanings of each word's component parts. The objector may say, how can the limitless Supreme Personality of Godhead become the size of the distance between the thumb and forefinger, as Vaisvanara is said to be in this passage of the Upanishad? To answer this question he says, Sutra 30. Asmarathya is of the opinion that the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears in this way, a size the distance between the thumb and forefinger, because he manifests himself in the heart of his devotee. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Lord Vishnu appears in this way in the hearts of his devotees, who have the eyes to see him. This is the opinion of Asmarathya. Sutra 31. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is thought to be this small size because that conception is very convenient for meditation. This is the opinion of Bidari. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because the Supreme Lord is meditated as residing in the heart, and because the heart itself is the size of the distance between thumb and forefinger, the Lord is thought to be the size of the distance between thumb and forefinger also. Sutra 32. The Supreme Personality of Godhead can assume this very small size, because of his transcendental powers and opulences. This is the opinion of Hmini. It is known that the Supreme Personality of Godhead assumes this very small size, because Ruti Sastra reveals this information. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead can become the size of the distance between the thumb and forefinger because of his sampati, his transcendental opulence in the form of inconceivable potencies. This action does not limit or restrict the Lord in any way. Hmini thinks in this way. Why? He says Tathpai Darsayati. It is known that the Supreme Personality of Godhead assumes this very small size because Ruti Sastra reveals this information. The word hi here means because. The Shruti Sastra says Tam Ekam Govindam Saksidananda Vigraham. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is Govinda, whose transcendental form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, and Eko Paisan Bahudhoyo Vabhati. Although he is one, the Supreme Personality of Godhead manifests as many. In this way the Shruti Sastra teaches that by his inconceivable potencies many contradictory qualities are simultaneously present in the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Some of these contradictory qualities are that even though he is himself all transcendental knowledge, he still has a body, and even though he is one, he is also many. Later in this book this will be explained in detail. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is simultaneously all-pervading and of a small size. There is no fault in saying this. Sutra 33. The Atharvanikas say this of him. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Atharvanikas declare that this inconceivable potency is present in the Supreme Lord. In the Kaivalya Upanishad 21, the Lord says Apani Padoham Asintya Sakti. Although I have no hands or feet, I still have inconceivable potencies. Srimad Bhagavatam 3.33. 3. Says Amesvaro Tarkya Sahasra Saka. My dear Lord, you are self-determined and are the Supreme Personality of Godhead for all living entities. For them you created this material manifestation, and although you are one, your diverse energies can act multifariously. This is inconceivable to us. These different opinions do not contradict each other. The Skanda Purana explains. Other sages take up small portions broken from the vast sky of Vyasadeva's opinions, just as houses and other enclosures take up a small portion of the vastness of space. Pada 3 Adhikarana 1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the abode of heaven. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. I pray that Lord Govinda, the supremely blissful King of the demigods, who mercifully maintains this pathetic material world, may give me pure love for him. In this third pada will be considered some scriptural texts that may seem to describe the jiva or some other topic but in truth describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Visa. Mundaka Upanishad 2.2. 5 says, know that he in whom heaven, earth, sky, mind, breath, and everything else are woven is the Atma. Give up talking of anything else. He is the shore of the eternal. Samsa is the abode of heaven described here, the Pradhana, Jiva, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Parvapaksa. The abode of heaven here is the Pradhana because Pradhana is the cause of all material transformations, and also because the words Amrita Setu, the shore of the eternal, appropriately describe Pradhana, which leads the living entities to liberation just as milk brings nourishment to a cow. The word Atma in this passage may refer to Pradhana either because Pradhana brings happiness to the living entities or because it is all-pervading. Then again the words in this passage may refer to the jiva because the jiva is the enjoyer of the things in this world, and because the jiva possesses the mind and the breath mentioned in this passage. Sit in it. Now he speaks the conclusion. Sutra 1. The description the abode of heaven, earth, and other things refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead because the words in this passage specifically describe him. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word the abode of heaven here refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Why? The sutra says Svasabdat, because the words in this passage specifically describe him. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is referred to here because the word Amritasya Setu, the shore of the eternal, can refer to him alone and no one else. Because it comes from the verb synodi, which means to bind. The phrase Amritasya Setu means he who enables one to attain the eternal. Or the word Setu here may mean like a bridge. as a bridge enables one to cross to the other side of rivers and other bodies of water. In the same way, this bridge enables one to attain the liberation that lies on the other shore of the cycle of repeated birth and death. That is the meaning of this word. In this matter, the Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.8 and 6.15 says Tam eva vidit vadi mrityumati. One can overcome the path of birth and death only by understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Next he says, Sutra 2, because it is said that this abode of heaven is attained by the liberated souls. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is attained by the liberated souls is described in the following statement of Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.3. One who sees that golden-colored personality of Godhead, the Supreme Lord, the Supreme Actor, who is the source of the Supreme Brahman, becomes free from the reactions to past pious and sinful deeds and becomes liberated, attaining the same transcendental platform as the Lord. Sutra 3. The Pradhana is not the abode of heaven and earth here because there is no word appropriate to it in this passage. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Pradhana described in the Smriti Sastras is not referred to in this passage. Why? The Stitra says Atak Shabdat, which means that none of the words in this passage are appropriate for the insentient Pradhana. Sutra 4. For the same reason the Jiva is not the abode of heaven and earth. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word not, and the phrase giving the reason, Tak Shabdat, should be understood here from the previous sutra. The word Atma here also cannot be understood to be the Jiva because the word Atma, because it is derived from the verb atati, to go, must primarily refer to the all-pervading Supreme Personality of Godhead. The word Sarvavit, all-knowing, also cannot refer to the Jiva. For these reasons, because the words in this passage of the Upanishad are not appropriate for such an interpretation, he says that the Jiva cannot be the abode of heaven and earth mentioned here. Sutra 5. And also because the difference between them is specifically described. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Jiva is not the abode of heaven and earth because the scriptures affirm that the Jiva and the Supreme Personality of Godhead are different, as explained in the Mundaka Upanishad 2.2.5. In the words Tam Ivakam Janathatmanam, know him to be the only Supreme Lord. Sutra 6. And also because of the context. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The abode of heaven and earth here must be the Supreme Personality of Godhead because of the context. The opening statement of this passage under discussion, Mundaka Upanishad 1.1.3. What is the one thing, knowing which everything becomes known? Therefore the passage that follows must describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sutra 7. And also because one is eating and the other standing. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. After describing the abode of heaven and earth, the Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.1 says, Two friendly birds stay on the same tree. One eats the sweet pipala fruits and the other, not eating, shines with great splendor. If the abode of heaven and earth had not been previously mentioned, then there would be no reason to assume that the splendid bird here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Otherwise, if the abode of heaven and earth had not been mentioned, the sudden, unannounced mention of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in this little allegory of the birds would not be acceptable. The Jiva, who is already well known in the world, did not need to have been previously mentioned in the same way here. For these reasons, the abode of heaven and earth here refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Adhikarana to the fullness is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. When, after describing the Lord's holy names and qualities, he was asked a question by Sri Narada Muni, Sri Sanat Kumara said, Chandogya Upanishad 7.231 7.24. 1 should ask about Brahma. My Lord, I wish to know about Dima. When one attains him, one sees nothing else, hears nothing else, and knows nothing else. That is Brahma. When one sees something else, hears something else, and knows something else, he knows that which is very small. Here the word Bhuma does not mean many. Here it means all-pervading. The text says Yatran Yat Pasyati. Tad Alpam. When one sees something else, he sees that which is very small. The Bhima is contrasted against Alpa, the small. The opposite of small is all-pervading, not many. Therefore Bhima here means all-pervading. Sarmsa. Does Bhima here mean prana, life breath, or Lord Vishnu? Parvapaksa. In the passage previous to this, the Chandogya Upanishad 7.15. 1 says Prano Vasya Bhuyan, prana is better than hope. Because prana is the topic immediately preceding bhuma, and because no question and answer intervenes between them, therefore prana and bhuma are the same. Here the word prana, life breath, means the jiva soul who has breath for his companion. It does not mean merely air. Because this passage begins by describing the jiva soul. 7.1. 3. Tarati Sakam Atmavit, he who knows the soul crosses beyond Greel, and ends by again describing the jiva soul. 7.26. 1. Atmana Avadarn Sarvam, the soul is everything. Therefore, the description of Bhuma situated between these two statements must be a description of the jiva soul. When the Upanishad says 7.25. 1. Yatranan Yat Pasyati, when one attains him, one sees nothing else. It means, in this interpretation, that when the jiva is wrapped in deep sleep and his senses are all in the grip of prana, he cannot see anything beyond himself. When the Upanishad says 7.23. 1. Yo Vibhuma Tat Sukham, the Bhama is bliss. It does not contradict the idea that the Bhama is the jiva here, because the Shruti Sastra says Tasyam Sukham Ahamasvapsam, I slept very happily. In this way it is proved that this passage of the Upanishad describes the jiva soul. All the other portions of this passage are also very favorable to this interpretation of the jiva. Siddhanta. He says, Sutra 8. The Bhima here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of the scriptural teaching that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is superior to the jiva soul. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Bhama here is Lord Vishnu and not the jiva, who has prana, life breath, as his companion. Why? The Sutra says Samprasadad Adi Apadsat, because of the scriptural teaching that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is superior to the jiva soul. The Bhuma is the Supreme Personality of Godhead because the passage here in the words Chandogya Upanishad 7.23. 1. Yo Vibhima Tat Sukham, the Bhuma is bliss, says that the Bhuma is full of great bliss, and because the Sutra here says that the Bhuma is superior to all. Or the Bhuma is the Supreme Personality of Godhead because the Chandogya Upanishad 8.3. 4. In the words Esa Samprasado Smakcharat Samatha, the jiva who has attained the mercy of the Lord rises above the gross material body and attains the effulgent spiritual world, says that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is superior to the jiva, who is dependent on the Lord's mercy, and who has prana, life breath, as his companion. The meaning is this. After describing names and a host of other things, the Chandogya Upanishad 7.15. 2. Says, he who sees prana, meditates on prana, and understands prana becomes a true knower of things. And then after saying that the knower of prana becomes a true knower of things, the Upanishad then says 7.16. 1. Esa tu va'ativadati yasati. He who knows the Supreme Personality of Godhead is in reality the true knower of things. The word tu, but, here ends the discussion of prana. Then the greatest Ativadi, wise man, is described as he who knows the Satya, which here means Lord Vishnu. In this way the Upanishad explains that the Bhama is both different from and superior to prana. Because in this way the Bhima is declared to be superior to prana, prana cannot be identical with the Bhama. The Bhama is here taught to be superior to the series beginning with name and culminating in prana, and therefore it is clearly seen to be different from speech and the other items in this series. In this way the Bhuma is taught to be superior to prana. The word Satya is famous as a name for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu. The scriptures use the word Satya in this way. For example, the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1. 2. Says Satyarnjidnamanantam, the unlimited Supreme Personality of Godhead is full of transcendental knowledge, and the Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1. 1. Says Satyam Parami Dimahi, I meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The word Satyana is in the instrumental case to show in the sense of because. The meaning here is that one becomes an Ativadi, wise man, because of the Satya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The person who meditates on prana is called an Ativadi, wise man, because he is wise in comparison to they who meditate on the series of objects mentioned previously, beginning with prana and culminating in hope. But he who meditates on Lord Vishnu is superior to the person who meditates on prana. Therefore he who meditates on Lord Vishnu is the real, the best Ativadi, wise man. For this reason the student asks, Chandogya Upanishad 7.16. 1. Soham Bhagava Satyanatavadani, my Lord, will become a man wise with knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Guru then answers Satyarmti Ava Vijnasatavyam, one must yearn to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The objection that because after the description of the Attaivadi wise with knowledge of prana there are no further questions and answers, therefore the subject of prana continues into the next sentence, is not a valid objection. Moreover, it may be said, because there are no questions after the description of prana, therefore prana is the highest. In describing the series of inanimate elements, beginning with name and culminating in hope, the Guru did not say that the knower of any of these was an Attaivadi, wise man. However, when he described prana, which here means the jiva, he did say that the knower of prana is an Attaivadi. The student then assumes that prana is the highest. That is why he asks no further question. The Guru, however, not accepting prana as the highest, proceeds to explain that Lord Vishnu is higher than prana. The student, however, now taught that Lord Vishnu is the highest, becomes eager to know how to meditate on him, and asks Soham Bhagava Satyanatavadani, my Lord, one will become a man wise with knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The opponent may say, what is referred to here is the jiva, who is the companion of prana, life breath, and who is referred to in the beginning of this passage as Atma. The reply is, no. Here the word Atma primarily means the Supreme Personality of Godhead because to interpret the word otherwise would contradict the statement at the beginning of the passage. 7.26. 1. Atmana prana. From the Atma prana is manifested. This view of the opponent contradicts the statement. 7.24. 1. When one attains him one sees nothing else, hears nothing else, and knows nothing else. That is Bhama. This description of the perception of Bhuma clearly refutes any idea that the word Bhima could mean anything other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The scriptures say Sa Suptakam Sukham Alpam, the happiness of deep sleep is very slight, and therefore to say that the word Bhuma here means the jiva who is soundly sleeping is simply laughable. For all these reasons, therefore, the Bhama described here is Lord Vishnu. Sutra 9 and also because the qualities described here can be ascribed to the Supreme Personality of Godhead only. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The qualities ascribed here to the Bhima are suitable only for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, and not for anyone else. The Upanishad says, 7.24. 1. Yo Vibhuma Tad Amritam, the Bhima is the eternal. This describes the eternalness that is a natural feature of the Supreme. The Upanishad also says Sa Bhagavakasmin Pratistita Itis Mahimni. Where does the Supreme Personality of Godhead stay? He stays in his own glory. This explains that the Supreme Personality of Godhead does not depend on anyone. The scriptures also say Sa Avadastat, the Supreme Person is above, below, in front, behind, to the left and to the right. This shows that the Lord is the ultimate shelter of everyone and everything. The scriptures say, Chandogya Upanishad 7.26. 1. Atmana prana. From the Supreme Personality of Godhead the life force is manifested. This shows that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the original cause of all causes. These are some of the qualities of the Supreme described in the Vedic literatures. Adhikarana 3 Aksara refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.8. 7.8 says, in what is the sky woven, warp and woof? He said, O Gargi, the Brahmana say it is woven in the eternal. The eternal is not large, not small, not short, not tall, not red, not liquid, without shade. Satansa is the Aksara, eternal, here Pradina, Jiva, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Parvapaksa, the word Svetasvatara Upanishad Aksara here may denote any of the three. The meaning is ambiguous. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 10. The word Aksara here refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because the Aksara is described as the resting place of all the elements, beginning with the grossest and culminating in sky. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Aksara here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Why? The sutra says Amabarantadirtak because the Aksara is described as the resting place of all the elements, beginning with the grossest and culminating in sky. The Upanishad says, O Gargi, the sky is woven, warp and wool, in the eternal. The word Aksara must refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead because it is here described as the resting place of all the elements, which culminate in sky. The objection may be raised. Aksara here may refer to Pradhana because Pradhana is the origin of all the changes of this world. Aksara may also refer to the Jiva because the Jiva is the resting place of all inanimate objects that come within its perception. If these objections are raised, he then says, Sutra 11 Aksara here must refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead because the text says that everything is supported by his command. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the previous sutra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is described as the resting place of all the elements, beginning with the grossest and culminating in sky. Why is this? The sutra says prasasanat, because the text says that everything is supported by his command. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.8.9 says, by the command of the Eternal, O Gargi, heaven and earth are manifest. By the command of the Eternal, O Gargi, the sun and moon are manifest. Because these words describe the order of the Eternal should be understood to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Neither the inanimate, unconscious pradana, nor the conditioned or liberated jiva can create everything simply by their command. Sutra 12 Anaya Bhava Vyavritska Anaya another. Bhava nature. Vyavrite because of the exclusion. Ka also. And also because the text describes certain qualities that specifically exclude any other being. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.8.11 says, O Gargi, this Eternal sees, but is unseen. He hears, but is unheard. Because these words describe the Aksara in terms that cannot be applied to anyone but the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the word Aksara must refer to the Supreme Person. The pradina is inanimate and unconscious and therefore it cannot see. Because the text here says that the Aksara sees everything but cannot be seen by anyone, it cannot mean the jiva. Adhikarana for the Purusa seen in Brahmaloka is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Prasna Upanishad 5.2.23. The following passage is read. Satyakama, the syllablet is both the superior Brahman and the inferior Brahman. A wise man attains one of these two Brahmans. One who, reciting the eternalum of 3 lengths, meditates on the Supreme Person, will attain the Sunplanat. As a snake sheds its skin, so does he become free from all sins. By the hymns of the Vedas he is carried to Brahmaloka. There he directly sees the Supreme Soul, the Supreme Person residing in the heart. Sarnsa is the person seen and meditated on the four-faced demigod Brahma or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Parvapaksa. The text here says that the devotee who meditates on him of 1 length attains the world of men, the devotee who meditates on it of 2 lengths attains the world of heaven, and the devotee who meditates on one of 1 length attains the world of Brahma. The planet here is the planet of the four-faced demigod Brahma, and the person seen by one who goes there is the four-faced demigod Brahma. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 13 The person here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead because the description of the object of vision here fits the Supreme Person. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the Iksati Karma or object of vision. Why? The Sutra says Vyapadsat, because the description of the object of vision here fits the Supreme Person. This is so because the Upanishad 5.2.7 describes the qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the following words. By reciting them, the wise man attains the supremely peaceful, ageless, eternal, fearless Supreme, the ultimate goal of life. The conclusion is that, according to the argument of Nisādastapati Adhikarananya, the word Brahmaloka here means Visnu Loka, the planet of Lord Vishnu. Adhikarana 5 The Dara is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. In the Chandogya Upanishad 8.1.1 is heard the following. In a great city is a small lotus palace. In that palace is a small sky. That sky should be sought. That sky should be asked about. Sarmsa. What is the small sky here in the lotus of the heart? Is it the element sky, the jiva, or Lord Vishnu? Parvapaksa. Because the word akasa generally means the element sky, it must also have that same meaning here. Or, because the jiva is very small and also the master of the city of the body, it may mean the jiva. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 14 The small sky here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead because of the description given in the remainder of the text. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The small sky here is Lord Vishnu. Why? The sutra says Utrapya, which means because of the description given in the remainder of the text. The descriptions used here to describe the small sky, such as great as the sky maintaining everything and free from all sin, cannot be used to describe either the element sky or the jiva soul. The great city described in this Upanishad is the body of the devotee. The lotus is the heart in the body. The palace is the abode of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The The word small sky is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who should be meditated upon and sought after, and who possesses a host of transcendental qualities, including being always free of all sin. The passage should be interpreted in this way. Therefore the small sky here is Lord Vishnu. Then he says, Sutra 15, this is so because of the description of going, because of the use of a certain word, and because it is both directly seen and also hinted at. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Chandogya Upanishad 8.3.2 says, Yatha hiranyanidam niyatam extrana apari saukaranto pinavidas tathama. As people, unaware of what the ground actually holds, walk again and again over buried golden treasure, so do the people of this world day after day go to the spiritual world of Brahman without knowing it. Inam, this, which points to the small sky, is the certain word mentioned in the sutra, and the description here of the living entities going to the spiritual world of Brahman is the going mentioned in the sutra. Both Inam and the going mentioned here show that Lord Vishnu is the small sky. Furthermore, in another place the scriptures again describe the living entities going to the Supreme in these words. Sata Samya Tata Sampano Bhavati. O gentle one, the living entities are again and again in contact with the Supreme. This is the directly seen mentioned in the sutra. The use of the word Brahmaloka hints that Lord Vishnu is the topic of discussion here. This is the hint mentioned in the sutra. The word Brahmaloka here cannot refer to the Satyaloka planet because it is not possible for the living entities to go day after day to the Satyaloka planet. Sutra 16. This is so because of the description of his glory in maintaining all the worlds. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the passage beginning with the words Darosmin enter Akasa, in that palace is a small sky, the descriptions as great as the sky maintaining everything and free from all sin, and the use of the word Atma clearly, and without need to turn to any other passage, show that the small sky mentioned here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.22 also says, Athoya Atma Sa Satar Vidrasran Lokanam Asarmbhata. He is the Supreme Person, the bridge, the controller who prevents the worlds from becoming broken and destroyed. Because the small sky is thus shown to possess the glory of maintaining all the worlds, the small sky here must be Lord Vishnu. The Chandogya Upanishad also says, Esa Satar Vidharana Esam Lokanam Asambhata. He is the bridge, the controller who prevents the worlds from becoming broken and destroyed. In these passages and in others also, this glory of the Supreme Personality of Godhead may be seen. Sutra 17. And also because this is a traditional usage of the word. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This is so because the word sky is commonly used to mean the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as may be seen in the following statement of Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7.1. Kohai avanyat ka pranyat yad esa akasa anando nasiyat. Who could breathe if the sky were not bliss? Someone may raise the following objection. The Chandogya Upanishad 8.3.4 says, the liberated jiva rises from the material body. He attains the spiritual effulgence and manifests his original form. This is the self, he said. He is immortal. He is fearless. He is Brahman. Because this description of the jiva appears immediately afterward, the description of the small sky should be understood to refer to the jiva. If this objection is raised, he replies, Sutra 18. If it is said that because there is mention of something else, the jiva, in the same passage, and therefore the small sky here is the jiva, then he say, no, because it is impossible. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Although in the middle of this passage there is a description of the jiva, nevertheless it is not possible to say that the beginning of this passage describes the jiva. Why? The sutra says asambhavat, because it is impossible. This is so because in the beginning of this passage there is a description of 8 qualities, beginning with being free from sin, that cannot be ascribed to the jiva. Now our opponent may say, so be it. Still, after the description of the small sky, the Chandogya Upanishad 8.7.1 says, the soul is free from sin, old age, death, suffering, hunger, and thirst. It desires only the good. Whatever it desires is attained at once. Because these words of the Prajapati describe the jiva, the qualities described in 7.7.1 and the small sky described before that may also refer to the jiva. Considering that this doubt might arise, he says, Sutra 19. If it is said that a later passage proves that the small sky is the jiva, then I say no. The description of the true nature of the jiva is confined to that passage alone. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to dispel doubt. The word na, no, should be understood from the previous sutra. In this passage spoken by the Prajapati, the teaching is that the jiva manifests these qualities by engaging in spiritual activities, but otherwise these qualities are not manifested. In the passage describing the small sky, these 8 attributes are said to be eternally manifested. The statement of the Prajapati is, however, that these qualities are present in the jiva only if he engages in spiritual activities. The Chandogya Upanishad 8.3.4 clearly explains the difference between the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who possesses these 8 qualities in all circumstances, and the jiva, who possesses these qualities only when he becomes liberated, in the following words. The liberated jiva rises from the material body. He attains the spiritual effulgence and manifests his original form. This is the self, he said. He is immortal. He is fearless. He is Brahman. Although the jiva may manifest some of these 8 qualities by engaging in spiritual activities, he still cannot manifest all of them. The qualities of being the bridge that spans the worlds and being the maintainer of the worlds are some of the qualities the jiva can never attain. This proves that the small sky is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now our opponent says, if this is so, then why is the jiva mentioned at all in this passage? To answer this question, he says, Sutra 20. The description of the jiva here has a different object. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The jiva is described here in order to teach about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When the jiva becomes liberated and attains his original spiritual form, he also manifests these 8 qualities. In this way it may be understood that the small sky is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now our opponent says, because the small sky within is described as very small, it must refer to the jiva, which was previously described as also being very small. If this objection is given, then he says, Sutra 21. If it is said that when the Shruti describes the small it must refer to the jiva, then te say no because of what has already been said. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead manifests a very small form to facilitate meditation on him. This has already been described in Satra 1.2.7, which says Nikayat Vadivam Vyamavakka. This stitra explains that although the Supreme Personality of Godhead is all-pervading, in order to facilitate meditation on him, he manifests a small form the size of the distance between the thumb and forefinger. He appears in this small form so he may be easily meditated upon. Of course, his glories have no limit and his size also has no limit. Then he gives another explanation. Sutra 22. And also because the jiva merely resembles in some respects the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because, according to the statement of the Prajapati, the jiva, who only manifests the 8 qualities when engaged in spiritual activities, merely resembles in some respects the small sky who manifests the 8 qualities eternally. The small sky must be different from the jiva. Previously the original form of the jiva is covered by illusion, and then afterwards, by worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the illusion becomes broken and the jiva, manifesting these 8 qualities, becomes equal, in some respects, to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way, as explained by the Prajapati, the jiva resembles, in some respects, the small sky. The sentence Pvanam Anuharate Hantiman, Hanuman resembles the wind, shows the difference between the resembled object and the thing that resembles it. That the liberated jiva resembles the Supreme Personality of Godhead may also be seen in the following words from Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.3. Niranyana Paramarn Samyam Apati. The liberated jiva resembles the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sutra 23. This is also described in the Smriti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Bhagavad Gita 14.2, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, also explains, by becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature like my own. Once established, one is not born at the time of creation or disturbed at the time of dissolution. In this way the Smriti Sastra explains that the liberated jivas attain a nature like that of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. For these reasons the small sky is Lord Hari and not the jiva. Adhikarana 6. The person the size of a thumb is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. In the Katha Upanishad 2.1.12, the following words are read. A person the size of a thumb stands in the heart. He is the master of the past and future. He does not fear. Sarnsa. Is this person the size of a thumb the jiva or Lord Vishnu? Purvapaksa. The person here is the jiva because the Svetasvatara Upanishad 5.78 says the ruler of breath moves about, impelled by his karma. He is the size of a thumb. He is splendid as the sun. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 24. Even though he is very small, this person is the Supreme Lord, because of the words in the text. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The person here the size of a thumb is Lord Vishnu. Why? The Sayatra says Sabdat, because of the words in the text. The Upanishad text referred to here is Asano Buddha Bhavyasa. He is the master of the past and future. It is not possible for the jiva, who is controlled by his karma, to possess this power. Now it may be asked, how is it possible for the all-pervading Supreme Personality of Godhead to become limited to this very small form? To answer this question he says, Sutra 25. This is so because the Supreme Personality of Godhead indeed appears in the hearts of men. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, indeed, is used here for emphasis. The all-pervading Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes the size of a thumb because he is meditated on as being the size of thumb within the heart. Another interpretation is that because he appears, by his inconceivable potency, in such a small form in the heart, he is meditated on in that way, as has been already described. Because the different species have bodies of different sizes and hearts of different sizes, it is not possible that the Lord can appear in all of them in this size. If this objection is raised, to answer it he says Manasyadikarat that the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears in the hearts of men. Although the scriptures do not specify, he, Vyasa, singles out human beings. He does this because it is human beings who are able to meditate, and therefore the measurement is given here according to the human body. For this reason there is no contradiction here. In the same way, in the hearts of elephants, horses, and all other creatures, the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears in a form the size of the thumb of each creature. In this way there is no contradiction. It is not possible for the jiva, however, to be present within the heart in a form the size of a thumb because the original form of the jiva is atomic in size, as explained in the Svetasvatara Upanishad 5.9. In the words Balagrasata Bhagasya, when the upper point of a hair is divided into 100 parts, and again each of such parts is further divided into 100 parts, each such part is the measurement of the dimension of the jiva soul. For all these reasons, therefore, the person the size of a thumb is Lord Vishnu. Adhikarana 7. The Devas can meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. In order to prove that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the person the size of a thumb, the Vedic scriptures were quoted to establish that it is human beings who have the right to meditate on the Supreme Person. That evidence may lead to the belief that human beings alone have the right to meditate on the Supreme Person. Now, by refuting that false belief, the right of others to meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead will be proved. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.4.10 says, whoever among the Devas meditated on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, attained Supreme Personality of Godhead. Whoever among the sages meditated on him attained him. Whoever among the human beings meditated on him attained him. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.16 also says, the Devas meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the splendor of all splendors and who is eternity and life. Samsa. Is it possible for the Devas to meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as human beings do, or is it not possible? Parvapaksa. Because the Devas have no senses, they are not able to meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Indra and the other Devas are beings created by mantras. They have no bodily senses. Because they have no senses, they have neither material desires nor spiritual renunciation. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 26. Beings superior to humankind are able to meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the opinion of Vyasa. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Devas and other beings superior to humankind are able to meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the opinion of Lord Vyasadeva. Why? Because according to the Upanishads, Vedic mantras, Itihasas, Puranas, and ancient tradition, they do indeed have bodies and senses. Because they have heavenly bodies and senses, they are able to meditate, and they are also able to become detached from their heavenly opulence and voluntarily renounce it. Because they are aware of the vastness and impermanence of their celestial opulence, they are able to be detached from it and renounce it. The Vishnu Purana 6.550 explains, O best of the Brahmanas, torment does not exist only in hell. The residents of the heavenly planets, afraid that they may one day fall from heaven, have no happiness. For this reason the devas desire spiritual happiness. This is so because they have heard from the Shruti Sastra that spiritual bliss is limitless, eternal, and pure. The Shruti explains that to attain spiritual knowledge the devas and other celestial beings observe vows of celibacy. This is described in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 5.2.1 in these words. Tatraya Prajapatya Prajapatau Pitari Brahmakaryam Asurdeva Manasya Asra. The devas, humans, and Asras, who were all sons of Lord Brahma, lived with their father as celibate students of spiritual knowledge. In the Chandogya Upanishad 8.11.3, King Indra is described in the following words. Ekasatam Havivarsani Magava Prajapatau Brahmakaryam Uvasa. For 100 years King Indra lived as a celibate student of spiritual knowledge in the home of Lord Brahma. For these reasons, therefore, the devas and other higher beings are able to meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The following objection may be raised. This idea, that the devas are not beings created by mantras but are conditioned living entities residing in material bodies, is not consistent with the activities of the devas and other higher beings because it is not possible that a single embodied demigod could come to many different places at once when called to appear at many Agnihotrayanas in many different places simultaneously. If this is said, he, Vyasa, speaks the following words. Sutra 27. If it is objected that this idea is refuted by the very activities of the devas, then I say no, because it is seen that the devas have the power to manifest many forms simultaneously. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. There is no contradiction here if it accepted that the devas are embodied souls with material bodies. Why? The sutra says Aneka Pratipada Darsanat, because it is seen that the devas have the power to manifest many forms simultaneously. This is so because many powerful beings, such as Sabdhari Muni and others, are able to manifest many forms simultaneously. The objector may say, it may be that in the description of the devas' activities there is no contradiction for they who say that the devas have bodies. There remains, however, a contradiction in the description of the words of the Vedas. Before the birth and after the death of each demigod a period would exist when the name of that demigod would not have any meaning. At that time the words of the Vedas would become meaningless, like the statement the son of a barren woman. In this way this idea is refuted. The Mimamsa Sutra says, Atpatikas tu sabdanarthasya sambandha. In the Vedas the relation between name and the object named is eternal. This idea, that the devas are embodied souls, would then contradict the eternality of the names in the Vedas. If this objection is raised, then he, Vyasa, replies. Sutra 28. If someone objects that this idea is inconsistent with the eternal nature of the words in the Vedas, then I say no because of the description of the creation of the world and also because of the evidence given in Shruti and Smriti. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The idea stated here, that the devas have bodies, is not inconsistent with the nature of the words in the Vedas. Why? The Sutra says Prabhavat Pratyaksanyamanabhyam, because of the description of the creation of the world and also because of the evidence given in Shruti and Smriti. The creation of the material bodies of the devas and other beings in the universe is done by Lord Brahma, remembering their eternal, archetypal forms recorded in the statements of the Vedas. These archetypal forms are eternal and existed before any of the bodies of the living entities were manifested. These archetypal forms are described by Visvakarma in his own scripture for drawing forms in the words Yamam Dandapanim Likhanti Vrunar tu Pasahastam. They draw the demigod Yama with a mace in his hand, and the demigod Vruna with a noose in his hand. The Vedic words describing the devas and other kinds of living entities are names of certain classes of living entity, just as the word cow is the name of a certain kind of living entity. The names of the devas are not names of specific persons, as for example, the name Katra. Because the words of the Vedas are eternal in this way, the Vedas are genuine sources of knowledge. This explanation is not at all inconsistent with the previously quoted explanation from the Mimamsa Sutra. Why is this? The sutra says Pratyaksanyamanabhyam, which means because of the evidence given in Shruti and Smriti. The Shruti, Panka Vimsti Brahmana, 6.9, 1322, discussing the creation of the world, which was preceded by the eternal words of the Vedas, gives the following description. Reciting the word At from the Vedas, Lord Brahma created the devas. Reciting the word Asragram, he created the human beings. Reciting the word Indava, he created the Pittas. Reciting the word Tirapavitram, he created the planets. Reciting the word Asuva, he created songs. Reciting the word Visvani, he created mantras. Reciting the word Abhisabhaga, he created the other creatures. The Smriti also confirms this in the following words, Vishnu Purana 1.5. 64. By reciting the words of the Vedas in the beginning, Lord Brahma created the names and forms of the material elements, the rituals, the devas, and all other living entities. Sutra 29. And for this very reason the eternity of the Veda is proved. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The eternity of the Vedas is proved by the fact that the Creator, Brahma, creates the world by reciting the Vedic words, describing the eternal forms, and by remembering the previous creation. Kathaka Muni and the other sages should be understood to be merely the speakers and not the authors of the Vedas. The objection may be raised. So be it. The Shruti explains that by remembering the words of the Vedas, Lord Brahma creates the forms of the devas and other living entities. This may be in the case after the Mitika, partial cosmic devastation, but how can this method of creation be employed after the Prakriti, complete cosmic devastation, when absolutely everything is destroyed? And how can the Vedas be eternal under the circumstances of such complete destruction? If this is said, then he replies, Sutra 30. Because the names and forms remain the same even at the beginning of a new creation, there is no contradiction. This is proved by Shruti and Smriti. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka, indeed, is used here to dispel doubt. That after a complete cosmic devastation there must be a new creation does not at all disprove the eternalness of the words of the Vedas. Why? The sutra says Samana Namo Rapatvak Kavrtaf Apiavirodho Darsanat Smrtes ka. Because the names and forms remain the same even at the beginning of a new creation, there is no contradiction. This is proved by Shruti and Smriti. The meaning here is because the previously spoken names and forms remain the same. At the time of the great cosmic devastation, the eternal Vedas and the eternal archetypal forms described by the Vedas enter toward Hari, the master of transcendental potencies, and rest within him, becoming one with him. At the time of the next creation, they again become manifested from the Lord. Lord Hari and the four-faced demigod Brahma both precede their acts of creation with recitation of Vedic mantras, which recitation leads to meditation on the archetypal forms. At the time of a new creation, the Creator remembers what he created in the previous creation, and he again creates as he had created before. This is like a potter who, by saying the word pot, remembers the forms of pots he previously fashioned, and goes on to make another pot. Just as the process of creation is performed in this way after the partial cosmic devastation, in the same way the process of creation is also performed after the complete cosmic devastation. How is all this known? The Stitra says Darsanat Smrts ka, because this is proved by Shruti and Smriti. The Shruti says, Atma Vaidam Eka Vigra Asit Saiksata Lokanutsraja. In the beginning was only the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He thought, I shall create many worlds. Aitreya Upanishad 1.1 Yo Brahmanar Vidadati Parvam Yo Vivedams Ka Prahinoti Tasmi Tam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead created the Vedas and taught them to the demigod Brahma. Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.1 Extraya Kandrama Saudato Yatha Tarvam Akalpat. Brahma created the sun and moon as he had done before. RG Veda. The Smriti says, O Lord, just as a great banyan tree rests within a tiny seed, in the same way at the time of cosmic devastation the entire universe rests within you, the seed from which it originally sprouted. Vishnu Purana. Narayana is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. From him the demigod Brahma was born. Vraha Purana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead first imparted the Vedic knowledge unto the heart of Brahmaji, the original living being. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1. A summary of this gist of this explanation follows. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, at the end of the period of cosmic devastation, meditating on the material universe as it had been before, desiring in his heart I shall become many, differentiating again the jivas and material elements that had become merged within him, creating again, as it had been before, the material universe extending from the Mahatattva to the demigod Brahma, manifesting the Vedas exactly as they had been before, teaching the Vedas to the demigod Brahma within the heart, engaging the demigod Brahma in the creation of the forms of the devas and other living entities as they had been before, and personally entered the universe and controlling it from within. Omniscient by the mercy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the demigod Brahma, meditating on the archetypal forms described in the Vedas, creates the devas and other creatures as they had been before. In this way the relationship between the names of the devas headed by Indra and their archetypal forms described in the Vedas is explained. In this way, the opponent's argument of the Vedic words does not at all refute this explanation of the nature of the devas. In this way, it is proved that the devas and other superior beings have the ability to meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Personality of Godhead's form, the size of a thumb, is not at all contradicted by this description of the ability of the devas to meditate on him. This is so because the form of the Lord is the size of a deva's thumb in this case. Now will be considered the question of whether the devas are eligible or not to engage in those meditations where they themselves are the object of meditation. In the Chandogya Upanishad 3.1 is the statement Asavadityo Deva Madhu Tasya Dioravatirasena Vamsa. The sun is honey for the devas. The heavenly planets are the crossbeam, the sky is the beehive, and the rays of sunlight are the children. The sun is here the honey of the devas, and the rays of sunlight are the openings for drinking the honey. 5 classes of devas, the Vasas, Rudras, Adityas, Maruts, and Satyas, all headed by their leaders, gaze at the honey of the sun and become happy. That is said here. The sun is here called honey because it is the abode of a certain sweetness one becomes eligible for by performing certain religious works described in the RG Veda, and one attains by entering through the doorway of the sun's rays. In other places in the scriptures it is said that the devas can perform these meditations. In this matter he now explains the opinions of others. Sutra 31 Himini says the devas do not engage in Madhu Vidya and other forms of Vedic meditation because it is not possible for them to do so. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Himini Muni thinks that the devas are not qualified to engage in Madhu Vidya and other forms of Vedic meditation. Why? The sutra says Asambhavat, because it is not possible for them to do so. The object of worship cannot also be the worshipper. It is not possible for one person to be both. Furthermore, because the devas do not aspire to attain the result of Madhu Vidya meditation, namely to become Vasas or exalted devas, because they already are Vasas and devas. Sutra 32 And because the devas do meditate on the effulgent Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.4.16 says Taddeva Jyotisam Jyoti. The devas meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the light of all lights. Because the devas do meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is described in this passage from the Shruti as the Supreme Effulgence, they naturally do not engage in the Madhu Vidya and other inferior meditations. The explanation that the devas, as well as the human beings, naturally engage in meditation on the Supreme Personality of Godhead shows that the devas are averse to any other kind of meditation. Now that this view has been expressed, he, Vyasa, gives his opinion. Sutra 33 Vyasadeva says the devas do engage in these meditations. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to dispel doubt. Lord Vyasa thinks the devas are able to engage in Madhu Vidya and other kinds of Vedic meditation. The word high, because, here implies desiring to again become devas and adityas. They worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the archetypal deva and aditya. Because of this worship they develop a desire to gain the company of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way it is possible for them to engage in the Madhu Vidya and other Vedic meditations. This is so because it is understood that the worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is both the goal and the means of attaining the goal. They who are now Vasas, Adityas, and other kinds of devas meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead as the archetypal Vasu and Aditya. At the end of the Kalpa they become Vasas and Adityas and engage in the meditation and worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the Super Soul in their hearts, and who is the cause of their becoming Vasas and Adityas again. As a result of this worship they will eventually become liberated. The words Aditya, Vasu, and the names of the other devas are all also names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is confirmed by the words Yadamivam Brahmopannisadarn Veda. He who understands this Upanishad describing the Supreme Personality of Godhead at the end of the Upanishad. It is not that because the devas have already attained their exalted positions therefore they have no desire to become devas and therefore have no interest in attaining the results of Vedic meditation. This is so because it is seen in this world that many people, even though they already have sons in this lifetime, yearn to again have sons in the next life. Furthermore, because they are actually meditations on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Madhu Vidya meditations of the devas are described in the words of the Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.4.16. The devas meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The scriptures say, the demigod Brahma desired, "Let me create children." He then saw 2 Agnihotra sacrifices. When the sun rose, he performed Agnihotra sacrifices. The scriptures also say, the Devas then performed a Vedic sacrifice. These and other passages from the scriptures show that the Shruti does not disagree with the idea that the Devas are able to perform Vedic sacrifices. They perform these sacrifices by the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in order to protect the material world. Now someone may object. They who perform the Madhu Vidya and other Vedic meditations must wait many kalpas before they attain liberation. How is it possible for one who yearns for liberation to tolerate such a delay? They who yearn for liberation do not desire to enjoy any material happiness, even the happiness of Brahmaloka. The answer is given. This is true. Still, the scriptures explain that because of certain unknown past actions, some persons voluntarily postpone their personal liberation to take up the duties of administering the affairs of the material world. This Adhikarana shows that because even the Devas perform the ordinary Vedic duties, how much more so should human beings perform these duties. Adhikarana Itsidras not qualified for Vedic meditation. Introduction by 5 Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. And was said that human beings, Devas, and other higher beings are qualified to meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It is not possible to meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead without having studied the Vedanta, for the scriptures say Upanishada Purusa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is revealed in the Upanishads. From this the next topic follows. Visa. In the Chandogya Upanishad 4.1.15 is a story beginning with the words Janasruti Pautrayana. There was a man named Janasruti Pautrayana. In that story, after hearing the words of some swans, Janasruti approached Ranka Muni and offered him many cows, necklaces, and chariots. Ranka, however, said, "O Sadra, keep your cows, necklaces, and chariots." After being addressed as a Sadra in this way, Janasruti again came, this time offering cows, necklaces, chariots, and his daughter in marriage. Ranka this time replied, "O Sadra, take this away. With this face alone you will make me speak." Then the Upanishad describes how Ranka taught him the science of Samvarga Vidya. Sarnsa. Is a Sudra qualified to study the Vedic knowledge or not? Parvapaksa. A Sudra is qualified to study the Vedas for the following reasons. 1. Because it is said that all human beings are qualified. 2. Because Sudra have the ability to study. 3. Because the Shruti sometimes uses the word Stidra, thus hinting that Sadras are qualified to read the Vedas. And 4. Because in the Puranas and other Vedic literatures Vidura and other Stras are described as knowers of the Vedas. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 34. Because he approached impelled by unhappiness from hearing an insult. The word Stra here means unhappy. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word not, taken from Sutra 28, is understood in this stitra also. Here it means a Sudra is not qualified to study the Vedas. Why? The sutra says hi, which here means because. Because Janasruti Pautrayana, who was not enlightened with spiritual knowledge, by hearing the swan's disrespectful words Kamuvaranam edit Santarn Segvanam Eva Rankam Etha, what is he compared to the great saint Ranka? Became unhappy, suk, and thus ran through to meet Ranka. The word Sadra here means he who was unhappy and he who ran. The sage uses the word Sidra here to display his omniscience in knowing the previous events. The word is not used here to indicate the fourth class of men, the Sadras. If Janasruti is not a Sadra, then to what class does he belong? To answer this question, the next stitra says he is a Kshatriya. Sutra 35. That he is a Kshatriya is understood from the clue related to the Kshetra Artha. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Janasruti is understood to be a Kshatriya. He possesses religious faith and a host of other virtues. He is very charitable. He gives charity generously. He is the ruler of the people. For these reasons it is said that he is a Kshatriya. Because he sent a messenger to search for Ranka, and because he gave cows, necklaces, chariots, his daughter, and many other things in charity, it is said that he is a Kshatriya. It is not possible for anyone but a Kshatriya to possess these qualities. Because he thus displays the qualities of a king, Janasruti should be understood to be a Kshatriya. At the end of the story it is also understood that he is a Kshatriya. At the end of the story, where the description of Samvarga Vidya is concluded, there is mention of the Kshatriya status of a person named Abhipratari Kshetra Artha. In the concluding passage, a Brahmachari begged alms from Saunaka Kapaya and Abhipratari Kaksaseni when these two were serving food to others. If someone objects, In this passage, the status of Abhipratari as either a Kshatriya or Kshatrartha is not proved in any way. Then the sutra answers, Lingat, because of a clue. The clue that Saunaka Kapaya and Abhipratari Kaksaseni were friends proves it. The Tandya Brahmana, 20.125, says, Kadana Kshatraratham Kapayo Yajian, the members of the Kapaya family made Kshatrartha perform a sacrifice. In this way, the Shruti maintains that because of his relationship with the Kapas, Abhipratari must have been a Kshatrartha. That the Kshatrartha family were Kshatriyas is confirmed by the words Tasmak Kshatrarathirnama Kshatrapatirajyata. From him was born another Kshatriya of the Kshatrartha family. In this way, his Kshatriya status is clearly proved. Therefore, Saunaka Kapaya and Abhipratari Kshatrartha, who were both learned in Samvarga Vidya, were a Brahmana and a Kshatriya respectively, and in the subject of Sarvarga Vidya they were also guru and disciple respectively. Ranka and Janasruti had the same relationship, and therefore Janasruti must have been a Kshatriya. In this way it is proved that a Sadra is not qualified to study the Vedas. Referring to the Shruti, he again establishes this point. Sutra 36. This is also so because the scriptures state both the necessity of undergoing the samskaras, rituals of purification, and the exclusion of the stidras from these rituals. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Shruti Sastra is the passage, one should perform the samskara and teach a Brahmana boy when he is 8 years old, a Kshatriya boy when he is 11 years old, and a Vaisya boy when he is 12 years old. This shows that Brahmanas are eligible to study the Vedas because they are also eligible for the Sadhaskaras. The scriptures also say, a Sudra is not allowed to light the sacred fire, perform a fire sacrifice, perform religious rituals, undergo the samskaras, or follow vows of penance. In this way it is established that because a Sudra is not allowed to undergo the samskaras, he is also not allowed to study the Vedas. Now he confirms the view that the Sudras are not eligible for the samskaras. Sutra 37. This is so, also because care is taken to determine that a student is not a Sudra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Chandogya Upanishad 4.445. When asked about his caste, Jabali said, Naham edadvidbo yadgatroham asmi. I do not know into what caste I was born. These truthful words convinced the sage Gautama that Jabala was not a Stidra. Gautama then said, Nitida Brahmano Viviktam Arhati Samidam Samyaharat Vaupain Sina Satyadaga. One who is not a Brahmana cannot speak in this way. O gentle one, please bring the sacred fuel and I shall initiate you as a Brahmana. You did not deviate from the truth. This endeavor by the Guru Gautama demonstrates that only the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaisyas are eligible to receive the samskaras. The Stras are not eligible. Sutra 38. This is so because the Smriti Sastra also prohibits the Stidras from hearing and studying the Vedas. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Smriti Sastra says, a Sudra is a beast. He is a crematorium. For this reason he should not be taught the Vedas. The Smriti also says, a Sudra is a big beast. He cannot perform the Vedic sacrifices. Because of these prohibitions, a Sudra is not eligible to hear the Vedas. Because he is not allowed to hear the Vedas, it is therefore also not possible for him to study the Vedas, understand their meaning, or follow the rituals and penances described in them. All these are forbidden for him. The Smriti Sastra says, a Sudra is not allowed to light the sacred fire or perform Vedic sacrifices. Neither is he allowed to study the Vedas. What is he allowed to do? His sole duty is to faithfully serve the 3 higher castes. The Smriti also says, a Sudra who studies the Vedas at once falls into degraded life. Some souls, such as Vidura and others, although born as Sudras, become elevated by their attainment of perfect transcendental knowledge. By hearing and understanding the Puranas and other transcendental literatures, Stidras and others can become liberated. The only real classes of higher and lower among men are determined by the final result of their lives. Adhikarana 9. The Thunderbolt in Katha Upanishad 2.3. 2 is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now that this digression is concluded, he again reflects on the original topic. Visa. In the Katha Upanishad is read the following passage. When it breathes, all the manifested world trembles in fear. They who know this thunderbolt become immortal. Sarmsa. Does the word Vara here mean thunderbolt or the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Parvapaksa. Because the Vara here causes trembling, and because the description of liberation attained by understanding this Vara is merely a collection of meaningless poetic words, the word Vara here should be understood to mean thunderbolt. For these reasons, and because the word prana here does not mean breath but protector in this passage, it is not possible to say that the word vara means the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because the phrase udayatam varam, raised thunderbolt, contradicts this second interpretation, the word vara must mean thunderbolt. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 39. Because the entire world trembles, the vara must be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because it makes the entire universe tremble, this vara must be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is so also because of the following statement of Brahma Vaivarta Purana. Because he goes, Kankramana, everywhere he is called Kakra, moving in a circle. Because he moves about, Vajana, he is called Vara, thunderbolt. Because he cuts apart, Kandana, the demons, he is called Kaja, sword. These are names of Lord Hari. Also, because the word prana, breath, and the word ba, fear, are used, the passage must refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In these ways it is established that the word vara here refers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sutra 40. It is so because the vara is described as Jyoti, splendor. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Before the passage discussed is the following statement, Katha Upanishad 2.2. 15. When he does not shine, then neither sun, moon, nor stars show their splendor. After the passage discussed is the statement, Katha Upanishad 2.3. 3. But Asayabnistapati, out of fear of him fire glows. In both these passages the Supreme Personality of Godhead is described as transcendental splendor, and therefore the passage describing the vara, thunderbolt, between these two passages, must refer to the effulgent Supreme Personality of Godhead. Adhikarana 10. The Akasa in Chandogya Upanishad 8.14. 1 is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Chandogya Upanishad 8.14. 1 is the following statement. Akaso havinamo rapayor nirvahita yadantara tad brahma tad amritam sa atma. Sky is the creator of names and forms. That sky within is expanded without limit. That sky is eternal. That sky is the self. Samsa. Does the word sky here refer to the jiva liberated from bondage of repeated birth and death, or does sky here refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Parvapaksa. The scripture says Vaiva Romani Vidhui Apapam, as a horse shakes its mane, so do I shake off all sins and become liberated. This shows that the sky here refers to the liberated jiva. The words Yadantara, which is within, clearly points to the liberated jiva who is free from all names and forms. This is also so because the phrase the creator of names and forms may refer to the jiva Bhattori he was liberated. The word akasa here means effulgence. Everything therefore indicates that the sky here is the liberated jiva. The words tad brahma tad amritam, it is expanded without limit. It is eternal, describe the qualities the jiva attains when he becomes liberated. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 41. The sky here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead because the sky described here is different from the liberated jiva, and for other reasons also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The sky here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and not the liberated jiva. Why? The sutra says Arthantarattvadi Vyapadsat, because the sky described here is different from the liberated jiva, and for other reasons also. The meaning is this. Because the liberated jiva cannot be the creator of names and forms, the sky here must be something other than him. When the jiva is not liberated but bound to the material world, he attains various names and forms by the force of his previous karma. By himself he has no power to create these names and forms. When the jiva is liberated he takes no part in the affairs of the material world, as will be described in a later stitra. 4.4. 17. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, however, is described in the Shruti as the creator of the material world. The Chandogya Upanishad therefore says Anena Jivanatmananu Pravisya Namo Ryapi Vyakaravani. With the jivas T will now enter the material world. Now T will create a variety of names and forms. For all these reasons the sky here should be understood to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The word Adi, and for other reasons also, in the sutra refers to the phrase Brahma, expanded without limit, in the passage of the Upanishad. This phrase cannot describe the liberated jiva, although it may very naturally describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way the word sky refers to a sky that is all-pervading. Because this description can properly refer only to the Supreme, the sky here is proved to be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Adhikarana 11. At both the time of dreamless sleep and the time of the Jiva's departure from the material world, the Jiva and the Supreme Personality of Godhead are different. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Parvapaksa. So be it. Still, it cannot be held that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is different from the liberated Jiva. This is said because of the overwhelming evidence of Scripture. For example, in the Brihadranyaka Upanishad it is said, Katama atmeti yoyam vihanamya parusa pranasuhrdi antarjyotasa samana sanabha lokavenu sankarati. Who is the Self? He is a person full of knowledge who stays in the life breath. He is the splendor in the heart, remaining always the same. He wanders in the two worlds. Describing the conditioned Jiva in this way, the text continues. This Self is the omniscient Brahman. In this way it says that the Jiva is Brahman. It further says, he becomes free from all desires. This described the liberated Jiva's condition. Then it says, Brahmeva san Brahmapyati, being Brahman, he attains Brahman. In this way it is conclusively stated that he is identical with Brahman. Then, at the end it says, he who knows this becomes the fearless Brahman. The result of hearing the passage is given here. The statement, in some passages, that the Jiva and Brahman are different are like the sky within a pot and the great sky beyond it. When he is liberated, the Jiva becomes the supreme, just as when the pot is broken the sky in the pot becomes the same as the great sky beyond. Because the Jiva is thus the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is the creator of the universes and everything else that the Supreme is. In this way there is no difference between the liberated Jiva and the Supreme Brahman. Siddhanta. To refute this, he says, Sutra 42. Because the difference is present in both death and dreamless sleep. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Vyapadsat, because of the description, which was used in the previous sutra, should be understood in this sutra also. In the previously quoted passages it is not possible to draw the understanding that the liberated Jiva is actually Brahman. Why? Because it is clearly explained that in the states of dreamless sleep and death the Jiva and Brahman are different. The difference in dreamless sleep is described in these words, Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.3. 12. Embraced by the omniscient Self, he knows nothing else, either without or within. The difference in death is described in these words from the same passage. Mounted by the omniscient Self, and groaning, he leaves. The word utsarjan here means groaning. It is not possible that the Jiva, who knows hardly anything, can be the omniscient Self by whom he is mounted. Because the Jiva is not omniscient, it is also not possible that the omniscient Self here is another Jiva. If it is said because in these conditions the Jiva is still influenced by material designations, your point is not proved. Then the author replies, Sutra 43. Because of the use of Pati, Lord, and other words. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the same Brihadranyaka Upanishad, a little afterwards, the word Pati and other similar words are used in these words. Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.4. 22. He is the Self, the dominator over all, the controller of all, the king of all. He rules over all. He is not made greater by pious work, nor lesser by impious work. He is the king of all that is. He is the master of the worlds. He is the protector of the worlds. He is the boundary so the worlds will not break apart. From this is may be understood that Brahman, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is different from the liberated Jiva. Because it cannot be said that the liberated Jiva has dominion over all or control over all, and because Sutra 4.4.17 will say Jagadvaya Pravaryam, the liberated Jiva has not the power to create the universes. The idea the Brahman and the liberated Jiva are identical is refuted. This idea is also refuted by the Taittiriya Upanishad, where it is said of Brahman, he is the controller in the living entities' hearts. Neither can it be said that the difference between them is only because of the Jiva's identification with a material body, because the Shruti Sastra explains that the difference between them is present even after the Jiva is liberated. In the Amsadhikarana of this book, 2.3. 41, T will refute the identification of Jiva and Brahman in more detail. The statement I am Atma Brahma, the cell is Brahman, simply means that the Jiva has a small portion of Brahman's qualities. The phrase Brahmeva san Brahmapyati, becoming Brahman, he attains Brahman, should be understood to mean that the Jiva, by attaining a portion of 8 of Brahman's qualities, becomes like Brahman. Because the Shruti Astra says he becomes like Brahman, and because of the previous explanation of Brahmeva san Brahmapyati, therefore the nature of Brahman is different from that of the liberated Jiva. In this proof that Brahman is different from the jiva in either conditioned or liberated states of existence, that the sky from which all names and forms have come is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and not the liberated jiva, is also proved. Any doubt that may have remained in spite of the statements of the sutras Netaro Nupapat 1.1, 16, and Beta Vyapadasic Ka 1.1, 17, is dispelled by this proof that even at the time of liberation the jiva remains different from Brahman. Therefore there is no fault in the explanations given for these two 1.1, 16 and 17 sutras. Pada Foradhikarana 1. The word Avyakta in Katha Upanishad 1.3. 11 refers to the subtle body and not to pradhana. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana invocation. Let us offer our respectful obeisances to the Krishna sun, which is decorated with transcendental knowledge, and which with its effulgence dispels the deep darkness of Sankhya, Visa. Previously the sutras affirmed that the Supreme Brahman is he the knowledge of whom brings liberation, he who is the seed of the birth, maintenance, and destruction of the material universes, who is different from both the jivas and dead matter, who possesses innumerable inconceivable potencies, who is all-knowing, who possesses all auspicious qualities, who is free from all inauspiciousness, who possesses unlimited opulences, and who is supremely pure. Now we will consider the theory that the pradina, primordial material nature, and the pum, individual living entities, together comprise all that exists, and there is no God separate from them, which is propounded in the Kapila Tantra and perhaps also seen in some branches of the Vedas. They quote the following passage from Katha Upanishad: the sense objects are higher than the senses. The mind is higher than the sense objects. Intelligence is higher than the mind. The Mahat is higher than the intelligence. The Avyakta, the unmanifested, is higher than the Mahat. The Purusa, the person, is higher than the unmanifested. Nothing is higher than the person. The person is the highest. Sarmsa. The doubt here is whether the word Avyakta, the unmanifested, refers to the pradhana, the primordial stage of material nature, or the srira, the body. Parvapaksa. The opponent may answer this doubt by saying that because both Shruti and Smriti give the sequence as first Mahat, then Avyakta, and then Purusa, therefore the word Avyakta here must refer to the pradhana. Siddhanta. Whether the word Avyakta refers to pradhana or srira is explained in the following sutra. Sutra 1. If some assume that the word Avyakta in this passage of the Katha Upanishad refers to the pradhana, then I say no. The fact that this passage is part of a metaphor referring to the body clearly shows that the word Avyakta here means srira. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Kathakas Ekasam consider Anumanikam that the word Avyakta here refers to the pradhyana. The opponent may object. The etymology of the word Avyakta is that which is not manifested, Vyakta. If this is so, then the word Avyakta cannot mean anything except the pradhana, unmanifested material nature. What is the answer to this objection? The answer is given in this sutra in the phrase beginning with the word srira. Because it is employed in a passage where the body is compared to a chariot, the word Avyakta here refers to the srira, body. The passage preceding this mention of Avyakta, which is a metaphor where the material body is considered to be a chariot, clearly shows this. The preceding passage is given here. The individual is the passenger in the car of the material body, and the intelligence is the driver. Mind is the driving instrument, and the senses are the horses. The cell is thus the enjoyer or sufferer in the association of the mind and senses. So it is understood by great thinkers. For a fool who does not control his mind, the senses are wild horses drawing the charioteer. For the wise man who controls his mind, the senses are good horses obedient to the charioteer. An impious fool who does not control his mind does not attain the spiritual world. He attains the world of repeated birth and death. A pious wise man who controls his mind attains the spiritual world. He never again takes birth. A person who has transcendental knowledge as a charioteer, and who tightly holds the reins of the mind, attains the path's final destination, the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. The sense objects are higher than the senses. The mind is higher than the sense objects. Intelligence is higher than the mind. The Mahat, material nature, is higher than the intelligence. The Avyakta, the unmanifested, is higher than the Mahat. The Purusa, person, is higher than the unmanifested. Nothing is higher than the person. The person is the highest. Here the devotee who desires to attain the abode of Lord Vishnu is described as the passenger in a chariot. His body and other possessions are described as a chariot with its various parts. The traveler who keeps the chariot and its parts under control attains the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. After this is explained, the verses beginning Indralabhya Parahyartha explain how in the control of the body and its various adjuncts, which are metaphorically considered a chariot and its adjuncts, the various members is more or less difficult to control. In this metaphor of the chariot, the senses and other adjuncts of the body are described as horses or other adjuncts of the chariot. The Indralabhya verses continue this discussion. Of the things mentioned in the previous verses, only the body itself is not listed in the Indralabhya verses, and therefore the single ambiguous item, avyakta, must refer to the srira, body, by default. The pradhana interpretation of this word is also disproved because the content of the Indralabhya verses disagrees with the tenets of Sankhya philosophy. Now the following objection may be raised. The body is clearly manifest. How is it that it is here described as unmanifest? To answer this doubt, the author says, Sutra 2. The word srira, body, here certainly means the subtle body, stiksma srira, because that is appropriate in this context. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, certainly, is used here to dispel doubt. The word srira here means stiksma srira, the subtle body. Why? Because that meaning is appropriate. Because it is appropriate to describe the stiksma srira as avyakta, unmanifest. The quote from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.47, then there was the unmanifested, shows that before the gross material universe was manifested, the living force was present. This shows that the word unmanifested is appropriate to describe the subtle body. The objection may be raised. If the original cause is subtle, then why should that subtle cause not be described as the pradhana, unmanifested material nature, of the Sankhya theory? To answer this doubt, he says, Sutra 3. This meaning should be accepted because the pradhana, unmanifested material nature, is ultimately dependent on him, the Supreme Brahman. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The meaning here is that because pradhana is ultimately dependent on the Supreme Brahman, which is the original cause of all causes, the creative actions of pradhana are not the original cause, but are themselves caused by the Supreme Brahman. Because pradhana is naturally inactive, it only acts when inspired by the glance of Brahman. This is described in the following statements of Vedic literature. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is a magician, and the material world is his magical show. Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.10. The Master of Maya creates this world. Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.9. He who has no rival creates the varieties of this world, using his own potencies according to his own wish. Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.1. The personality of Godhead, again desiring to give names and forms to his parts and parcels, the living entities, placed them under the guidance of material nature. By his own potency, material nature is empowered to recreate. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.10. 22. At the time of creation, Lord Hari enters the changing pradhana and the unchanging living souls, and agitates them according to his wish. Vishnu Purana. The material nature, which is one of my energies, is working under my direction, O son of Kunti, producing all moving and non-moving beings. Under its rule this manifestation is created and annihilated again and again. Bhagavad Gita 9.10. We do not accept the Sankhya theory because it considers pradhana the original, independent cause of all causes. Sutra 4. The avyakta of this passage is not described as the object of knowledge. This another reason for not interpreting this avyakta to be pradhana. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana, claiming that liberation is obtained by understanding the difference between the spiritual living entity or soul and the modes of material nature. The Sankhya theorists affirm that one should know the real nature of pradhyana in order to obtain certain powers. Because this passage from the Katha Upanishad in no way describes any of this, the word avyakta here cannot refer to the pradhana of the Sankhites. Sutra 5. If someone says this passage does describe pradhana in this way, then I say no. That statement refers to the omniscient personality of Godhead. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Someone may object. Your contention that the word avyakta in this passage of Katha Upanishad cannot refer to pradhyana because the avyakta here is not described as the object of knowledge has in no way been proved. Pradhyana is described in this way in the very next verse, Katha Upanishad 1.3. 15. By meditating on the soundless, touchless, formless, unchanging, tasteless, eternal, fragranceless, beginningless, endless, supreme great one becomes free from the mouth of death. Someone may object. If these words do not describe Pradina as the ultimate object of knowledge, then what do they describe? To this objection I reply, these words describe the omniscient personality of Godhead. These words are an appropriate description of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, about whom the following words are said. Nothing is higher than the Supreme Person. The Supreme Person is the highest. Katha Upanishad 1.3. 11. Hiding in the hearts of all beings, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is not openly manifest. Katha Upanishad 1.3. 12. To further explain that the word in question does not refer to pradhana, he says, Sutra 6. In this context, 3 questions certainly are mentioned. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka, certainly, here is meant to remove doubt. In this passage of Katha Upanishad, only 3 questions are asked. They are 1. Nachiketa's request that his father be kind to him, 2. His request for celestial fire, and 3. His desire to know the true nature of the self. Nothing else is asked. There is no mention of pradhana. Sutra 7. This usage is like the usage of the word mahat. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because the word mayan in the phrase Buddha Atma Mayan Para, the great self is higher than the intelligence, is never taken to mean the Mahat Tattva, material nature, of the Sankhya theory. In the same way, the Avyakta, unmanifested, mentioned here to be higher than this Mahat should not be taken to mean the Pradhana of Sankhya. Adhikarana to the eye of Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.5 does not mean pradhana. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now another Smarta theory is refuted. The following is quoted from the Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.5. A certain unborn male serves the red, white, and black unborn female that creates the many living entities and their forms, while another unborn male abandons her as she enjoys pleasures. Sarmsa. Does the word I here mean the pradhana of Sankhya, or does it mean the potency of Brahman described in this Upanishad? Parvapaksa. Without any external help, the unborn material nature creates the innumerable living entities. Siddhanta. In regard to this, the Sankhya's belief concerning the creation, he says, Sutra 8. The word I in Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.5 does not mean the Sa-6 conception of material nature, because of the lack of a specific description. It is like the word kamasa, cup, in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.2. 3. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word not, should be read into this sutra from Sutra 1.4. 5. It cannot be said that the female described here is the material nature as described in the Sankhya Smriti. Why? Because the material nature is not specifically described in this passage. Because there is no specific description, but only the mention of being unborn in the word Aya, which is derived from the phrase Najyate, it is not born. It is like the example of the cup. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.2. 3, it is said, there is a cup with its mouth down and its bottom up. It is not possible to take the word kamasa, which is derived from the verb kem, to drink, in this mantra as literally a cup or vessel to consume what was offered in ayana. It is also not possible to consider the meaning of a word without reference to etymology. For this reason, it is not possible to interpret the word in this mantra as the material nature described in the Sankhya Smriti. It is also not possible because the Sankhya Smriti considers that material nature creates the living entities independently. The I here is the potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, which is described in the Vedas. Giving a specific reason to accept this, he says, Sutra 9. Light is its origin. Also, other passages confirm it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used in the sense of certainty. The word light is used to mean the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way he is celebrated in the Shruti Astra, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 10.4. 16. Tad Devijayatasam Jyota. The demigods meditate on him, the light of lights. The word upakrama should be understood here in the sense of cause. Because this Aya, unborn, has Brahman as its cause, its being unborn is metaphorical only, just as the cup in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.2. 3. In that passage it is said, there is a cup with its mouth down and its bottom up. As the cup here is actually the skull, in the same way the Aya, unborn, here is not actually unborn, but is the potency born from Brahman, as is described in the 1st and 4th chapters of Svetasvatara Upanishad. The first quote is Svetasvatara Upanishad 1.3. The Dhyana Yogas saw the Supreme Lord's potency, which was hidden by its own qualities. The second quote is Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.1. He, the Lord, who is one, has become many by the touch of his potency. Then the author gives another reason in the sutra's words tatha hai. Hai in this context means reason. The reason is the evidence given in other passages, adhyadik, that the material nature is born from the Supreme Personality of Godhead is also explained in the following passage, Mundaka Upanishad 1.19. From him, the Lord, pradhana, names, forms, and food, are all born. The word Brahma here means pradhana, which is situated in the three modes of nature, and which is also called Brahma in Bhagavad Gita 14.3. Mama Yonra Mahad Brahma, the total material substance, called Brahman, is the source of birth. Now our opponent may ask, how, then, is the material nature unborn? Then, if it is unborn, how can it be born from light? Fearing that these questions may be raised, he says, Sutra 10, because it is said to be created by the Supreme, it is not a contradiction to say that pradhana is both created and uncreated. In this way it is like honey and some other things that are both created and uncreated. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This doubt is dispelled by the word ka. Certainly, it is possible for pradhana to be both created and uncreated. How is that? That is explained by the word kalpana. Kalpana here means creation. It should be understood in that way because it was used with that sense in the RN Vedas statement, Yatha Parvama Kalpat. In the beginning the Supreme Personality of Godhead created the world. The meaning of this is that the pradhana is manifested from the Supreme Brahman, who is the master of the potencies of darkness. That is the truth in this matter. The Lord has an eternal and very subtle potency named tamas, darkness, which is described in the following statement, RG Veda 10.1, 29.3. In the beginning was darkness. Darkness covered everything. When the darkness was manifested there was neither day nor night. Tamas is also described in the Kulika Upanishad. Gauranadavadi matter has no power to speak. At the time of cosmic annihilation pradhana attains oneness with Brahman, but does not merge into Brahman. In the passage from Shruti Sastra beginning with the words Prithvi Apsu Pralayat, it is said that the material elements, beginning from earth and culminating in ether, all merge into tamas, darkness, but there is no mention of tamas merging into another substance because tamas is already one with the Supreme. Because tamas is very subtle, there is no possibility of it being separate from the Supreme, and therefore it is one with him. It is not otherwise. This does not mean that tamas is identical with the Supreme. If it meant identity with the Supreme, the use of the pratyek in Eki Bhavati would not be appropriate. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the master of the tamas potency, desires to create, from him arises the unmanifested, avyakta, three modes of material nature. The Shruti Sastra explains. The Mahat merges into the avyakta merges into the aksara, and the aksara merges into tamas. The Mahabharata explains, O best of the Brahmanas, the unmanifested three modes of material nature was born from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. These passages from scripture clearly describe the creation of pradhana and the other elements. In this way the scriptures teach that pradhana is created and that it is both cause and effect simultaneously. The Vishnu Purana explains this in the following words. Lord Vishnu is the cause of the unborn pradhana and purusa. At the time of creation the three modes of material nature arise in pradhana, and pradhana manifests many different names, such as pradhana avyakta, and many different forms in red and other colors. At this time it is said that the pradhana is manifested from the Supreme Light, Jyotrutpana. Next he, the author of the sutras, gives an example. It is like honey and other similar things, Madhvadivat. The sun, when it is a cause, remains one, and when it is an effect it becomes other things, such as the honey enjoyed by the Vasas. In this way the sun is both cause and effect simultaneously. There is no contradiction in this. Adhikarana 3. The phrase Pauka Pauka Jana in Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.4.17 does not refer to the 25 elements of Sankhya Visa. The Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.4.17 explains. Who am immortal spirit, meditate on the Supreme Brahman, in whom the ether element and the Panka Panka Jana rest. Sarmza. Do the words Panka Panka Jana refer to the 25 elements described in the Kapila Tantra, or to some 5 other things? Parvapaksa. Because Panka Pauka is a Bhahavriya Samasa and Pafika Pafika Jana is a Karmadaraya Samasa, the word Panka Pafanka Jana refers to the 25 elements described by Kapila. Somehow the 2 elements Atma and Akasa are here added to the list of elements. The word Jana here means Tattva, elements. Siddhanta. He says, Sutra 11. Even though they give the same numbers as the Sankhya theory, these words do not refer to the Sankhya theory because the numbers here actually exceed Sankhya's numbers, and because the elements of Sankhya are variegated and not grouped into 5 groups of 5. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word API, even, here is used in the sense of even if we consider for a moment this view. By noting that the number here is the same number as the Sankhya elements does not prove that Pankajana refers to the Sankhya elements. Why? The answer is given in the words beginning Nana Bhavat. Because the variegated Sankhya elements are not divided into 5 groups of div, it is not possible to accept the 5x5 here as referring to the 25 Sankhya elements. Also, the addition of Atma and Akasa brings the number up to 27. Simply by hearing the word Parika 5 twice, one should not be bewildered into thinking these two 5s refer to the 25 elements of the Sankhya theory. What is your interpretation of Pankajana? Someone may ask. The word Pankajana is the name of a group, just as the word Saptarsi, the 7 sages, is the name of a group. This is explained by Painini, Astadhyayi 2.1. 50. In the words Diksanki Samnaam, words indicating direction or number may be compounded with another word in the same case. As each of the Saptarsis may be called Saptarsi, in the same way there may be 5 Pankajanas, each of whom may be called a Pankajana, and all the Pankajanas together may be called the 5 Pankajanas. In this way the meaning of the word Pankajana is very clear. Who are these Pavkajanas? To answer this question he says, Sutra 12. The Pankajanas here are 5 things beginning with prana, breath, as is clear from the words immediately following the mention of Pavikajana. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The 5 things beginning with prana are described in the following words. Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.4. 18. They know the breath of breath, the eye of the eye, the ear of the ear, the food of food, the mind of the mind. The objection may be raised. The word enam, food, here is included in the Madhyandina recension of the Upanishad but not in the Kanva recension. In the Kanva recension, then, there are only 4 items and not 5. To answer this doubt he says, Sutra 13. In some versions, the Kanva recension, the word jyoti, light, replaces the word ena, food. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the version of some, the Kanvas, even though the word ena is missing, the addition of the word jyoti brings the number up to 5. This word jyoti is found in Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.4. 6. In the words Tadeva Jyotisam Jyoti, the demigods worshipped him, the light of lights. The word jyoti appears here in both recensions and it should be counted among the 5 or not as is appropriate. Adhikarana for Brahman is the only original cause. The Sankhya theorist raises another doubt. It cannot be said that the Vedanta describes Brahman as the sole cause of the universe, for the Vedanta philosophy does not describe a single original cause of creation. In Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1, 1 Atma, self, is revealed as the source of creation in the following words. From Atma the sky was born. Another passage, Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7. 1 describes as at non-existence as the original cause in the following words. In the beginning was non-existence. From non-existence existence was born. Existence created the self. Another passage, Chandogya Upanishad 1.9. 1 affirms that Akasa, sky, is the original cause. What is the origin of this world? Sky is the origin, he said. Another passage, Chandogya Upanishad 1.11. 5 affirms that breath is the original cause in the following words. Everything was born from breath and ultimately enters into breath again. Another passage again proclaims as at non-existence as the original cause in the following words. In the beginning was non-existence. From non-existence this world was manifested. Another passage, Chandogya Upanishad 6.2. 1 proclaims Brahman the original cause in the following words. O saintly one, in the beginning was Brahman. Another passage, Brihadranyaka Upanishad 1.4. 7 proclaims Avyakೃತ, the unmanifested, as the original cause in the following words. In the beginning was the unmanifested. From it all the names and forms have come. Many other passages could also be quoted to show the different theories of creation. Because in these passages of the Vedas many different things have been described as the sole original cause of creation, it cannot be said that Brahman is the sole cause of the creation of the world. However, it is possible to say that Pradhana is the sole cause of creation, as we find in the passage, beginning with the word Tari already quoted from the Brihadranyaka Upanishad. If this view is accepted, then the contradiction of seeing one thing sometimes as the original cause and sometimes as a product of the original cause becomes at once resolved. Because it is all-pervading, the pradhana can appropriately be called Atma, Akasa, and Brahma. Because it is the resting place of all transformations, and because it is eternal, it may appropriately be called Asat, and because it is the origin of all breathing, it may metaphorically be called breath. When the scriptures state that the original cause performed activities, such as thinking, Brihadranyaka Upanishad 1.2.5 explains Saksada, the original cause thought. These may also be considered metaphors. All this evidence clearly demonstrates that pradhana is the original cause of creation of the world as described in the Vedanta literature. In the context of this argument, Sutra 14, the Upanishads state that Brahman is the cause of sky and the other elements. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka, certainly, is used here to dispel doubt. It may be said that Brahman is the only cause of the world. Why? Because the Upanishads state that Brahman is the cause of sky and the other elements. The words Yatha Vyapadistam, as described, mean Brahman, who in the Laksana Sutra of Vedanta 1.1.2 and in other places in Vedic literature is described as all-knowing, all-powerful, and full of all other powers and virtues. This is true because in all Vedanta literatures Brahman is described as the original cause of sky and all the elements. That Brahman is all-knowing and full of a host of transcendental qualities is described in the following words. Taittiriya Upanishad 1.2.2 Satyarjidnamanantam. Brahman is eternal, limitless, and full of knowledge. That Brahman is the original cause of all causes is described in these words. Taittiriya Upanishad 1.2.3 Tasmadva Tasmat. From Brahman sky is manifested. The qualities of Brahman are described in the following words. Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.1 Sadeva Samidam. O gentle one, in the beginning was the eternal Brahman. Also, in these words, Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.3 Tadiksata Basayam. He thought, I shall become many. The truth of Brahman is also described in the following words. Taittiriya Upanishad 6.2.3 Tatejo Shrajata. Then he created light. The relationship between cause and effect in regard to Brahman we will describe later on. The words Atma, Akasa, Prana, Sat, and Brahman mean all-pervading, all-effulgent, all-powerful, the supreme existence and the greatest, respectively. These words are very appropriate as names for Brahman. In the same way the statement Saksada, he thought, is very appropriate for Brahman. Now, describing the meaning of the words Asat, non-existence, and Avyakೃತ, unmanifested, he says, Sutra 15 Samakarsat from appropriateness. The words Asat, non-existence, and Avyakೃತ, unmanifested, also refer to Brahman, for that interpretation is appropriate in this context. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because it is preceded by the word Sokamayata, he desired. The word Asat in the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.7. One passage Asadva idam agra asit, in the beginning was Asat, must refer to the supreme Brahman, and because it is preceded by the words Adityo Brahma, splendid Brahman, the word Asat in the passage Asad evidam, in the beginning was Asat, must also refer to the supreme Brahman. Because Bhatori, the creation of the material world, the supreme Brahman's names and forms had not existed in the material world, the supreme Brahman is sometimes known as Asat, non-existence. The idea that Asat and not the supreme Brahman is the original cause of creation is refuted in the following statement of Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.1.2 Sadeva Samidam agra asad ekam ivadvidyarm tadeka ar asad evidam agra asad ekam ivadvidyam tasmad asad asadyate kutas tukalu samyevarn siyaditi havaka katham asad asadyateti sati ava samidam agra asad ekam ivadvidyam. O gentle one, in the beginning was Sat, who is one without a second. Some say that in the beginning was Asat, who is one without a second, and from that Asat the Sat was born. O gentle one, he said, how is it possible that the Sat was born from the Asat? O gentle one, it is the Sat which is one without a second, that existed in the beginning. The idea that Asat was the original cause of creation is also refuted by the argument of time. Note. The argument of time is that it is not possible to use the verb to be with the noun Asat, non-existence. Because it is thus not possible to say in the beginning non-existence was, it is also not possible to say that Asat, non-existence, was the original cause of creation. In this way the wise declare that it is not possible for non-existence to be the cause of creation, and for this reason when Asat is described as the cause of creation it must refer to the Supreme Brahman, who is Asat because his transcendental potencies are supremely subtle and fine. That is the proper understanding of the word Asat in this context. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.47 explains, "In the beginning was the Avyakೃತ. From it all the names and forms have come." The word Avyakೃತ should be understood to mean Brahman. In the word sa esa pravista, then he entered within, that immediately follow it becomes clear that the Avyakೃತ that becomes manifested by name and form is the powerful Supreme Brahman who appears by his own wish. Any conclusion other than this would oppose the clear teachings of Vedanta Sutra and the general conclusions of all the Shruti Sastras. For these reasons it is therefore confirmed that the Supreme Brahman is the actual cause of the material universes. Adhikarana 5 The Purusa of the Kausataki Upanishad is Brahman. Introduction by 5 Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the next passage the author of the Sutras again refutes the Sankhya theory. In the Kausataki Upanishad 4.18 Balaki Vipra promises, "I shall tell you about Brahman," and proceeds to describe 16 Purusas, beginning with the sun god, as Brahman. King Ajatasattu then rejects these instructions and says, "O Balaki, the person who is the creator of these 16 Purusas, the person engaged in this karma is the actual Brahman." Sarmsa. At this point the doubt may be raised. Is the superintendent of matter the enjoyer described in the Sankhya texts, or is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, to be understood as the Brahman mentioned here? Parvapaksa. Someone may object, because the use of the word karma here identifies this Brahman with the experiencing the results of good and bad work, because at the next passage this Brahman is described as sometimes sleeping, toha suptam purusam jagmata, and because in the passage after that this Brahman is described as an enjoyer, tadyatha shresti svarbunkt, it should be understood that the Brahman here is the jiva, individual spirit soul, described in the Tantras. The use of the word prana, life breath, here also confirms that the Brahman described here is the living individual soul. This Brahman, the jiva, which is different from matter, should thus be understood as the original cause of the many enjoyer purusas and the original cause of their sinless activities as well. In this way it has been proven that the Brahman described in this passage is the individual spirit soul, jiva. The theory that there is a Supreme Personality of Godhead is separate from the individual spirit soul, jiva, is thus completely untenable. The text, Saksata, that explains that the Creator thinks is thus very appropriate if it is understood that the original cause, the controller of the material energy that creates this world, is in fact the individual soul, jiva. Siddhanta. In response to this, Sutra 16 Jagat Vasitvat Jagat the world. Vasitvat because of the word. The word Brahman here means the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because the word karma here should be understood to mean Jagat, creation. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Brahman here does not mean the Kshatrana, individual spiritual soul, described in the Tantras, but rather it means the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is known by study of Vedanta. Why? Because of the use of the word Jagat. Because it is accompanied by the word Jagat. The word karma in this passage means the material world composed of a mixture of matter and spirit. Because he is the original creator, this karma, material world, may be understood to be his property, yasya karma. The truth is this. The word karma, which is derived from the verb kr, to do, create, here means creation. When this interpretation is accepted, the actual meaning of the word here is understood. This interpretation refutes the mistaken idea that the individual spirit soul, jiva, is the original creator. Even the Kapila Tantra does not accept the individual living entity as the original creator. One also cannot say that by adhyasa, association, the individual living entity may be considered the creator of the material world, for all the scriptures maintain that the spirit soul is always aloof from matter. For these reasons it is the Supreme Personality of Godhead who is the original creator of the material world. It cannot be that King Ajatasattu speaks lies in this passage. Rejecting Balaki's teaching that the 16 Purusas, persons, are Brahman, Ajatasattu promises, "I will tell you about Brahman." If Ajatasattu then teaches that the jivas, individual spirit souls, are Brahman, then his teaching is no different than Balaki's, and he is dishonest to reject Balaki's instruction as untrue, and then teach the same instruction as the truth. In this way the meaning of this passage is understood. You have described these Purusas, persons, as Brahman, but will tell you of someone who is the creator of all of them is the gist of Ajatasatru's statement. In this way it should be understood that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the original cause and the entire material world is his creation. Parvapaksa. If someone objects because it mentions Mukhya Prana, the chief breath of life, the Brahman here must be the Jiva and not anyone else, then he replies. Sutra 17. If the objection is raised that the Jiva or chief breath of life is described as Brahman in this passage, then I say, no. This has already been explained in 1.131. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in Sutra 1.131, which dealt with the conversation of Indra and Pratardana. This question was conclusively decided. There it was explained that in a passage wherein both the beginning and the end Brahman was explicitly named, what in the beginning may seem perhaps by its characteristics to refer to the Jivas or something else, without them being explicitly named, must be taken as referring to Brahman also. This passage from the Kausataki Upanishad begins with the words Brahmati Bravani, now I will tell you about Brahman, and ends with the words Sarvan Papmano Pahatya Sarvasarn Bhutanam Shrestamadhapatyam Paryatya Eva Veda. A person who understands this becomes free from all sins. He becomes the king of all men. Because of these words understood according to the explanation given in the conversation of Indra and Pratardana 1.1. 31, and because of the other arguments given here, the words Yasya Kaitat Karma in this passage of Kausataki Upanishad should not be understood to refer to anything other than Brahman, the personality of Godhead. Sarmza. Certainly you may connect the words karma and prana with the word edit and then interpret them to refer to Brahman, but still there are direct references to the Jiva in this passage of Kausataki Upanishad. The evidence of the questions and answers in this passage make it impossible to consider Brahman different from the Jiva. In the question about the sleeper the Jiva is asked about, and in the questions about the place of sleep, the nadis and the senses, the Jiva, who is here called prana, is also asked about. It is the Jiva who awakens at the end. In this way the entire passage is about the Jiva. In this way it may be understood that the Jiva is the supreme. To answer this doubt he says, Sutra 18. Hmini thinks these questions and answers convey a different meaning, and some versions of the text also give a different meaning. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to dispel doubt. The description of the Jiva here has a different meaning. Hmini considers that this passage explains that Brahman and the Jiva are different. Why? Because of the questions and answers in this passage. The questions ask about the living soul, sleeping and awake, who is different from the life breath. The text reads, Kvayasa edid balak parusa sayastak vava edid abatkuta edid agat, O balaki, where does this person rest while he sleeps? From where does he come when he wakes? In this question the difference between Brahman and the Jiva may be clearly seen. The answer is given Yada Supta Svapnarm Nakan Kana Pasyati Tathasmin Prana Avakada Bhavati. When he sleeps without seeing a dream, he becomes one with the life breath. The passage, from that supreme self the breath of life comes. From the breath of light the demigods come. From the demigods the planets come. Shows the difference between Brahman and the Jiva. The word prana here means Lord Paramatma because Paramatma is famous as the resting place of dreamless sleep. Into him the Jivas merge and from him they become manifested again. The meaning of the following passage is that the nadis are merely the gateways leading to the realm of sleep. The Paramatma should be understood to be the realm where the sleepy Jiva sleeps and from which the Jiva emerges to enjoy in wakefulness. In the Vajrasana recension of this conversation between Balaki and Ajatasatru, the Jiva is described as Vinanamaya, full of knowledge, and Brahman is clearly distinguished from him. In that reading the question is, Yaasa Vayanamya Parusak Vayasa Tadabhat Kuta Edad Agat, O Balaki, where does this person full of knowledge rest while he sleeps? From where does he come when he wakes? And the answer is given. Yaasontar Hridaya Kasas Tasmin Set, he rests in the sky within the heart. In this way the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the object of knowledge taught in this passage. Adhikarana 6. The Atma of Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.5 is Brahman and not Jiva. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.5. 6. Yajnavalkya teaches his wife, Maitrat. A husband is not dear because the wife loves the husband. A husband is dear because she loves the self. He also says, Navar sarvasya kayamaya sarvar prayarn bhavati atmanas tu kamaya sarvarm prayar bhavati. Everything is not dear because one loves everything. Everything is dear because one loves the self. Again, he says, the self should be seen, heard, worshipped, and always meditated on. O Maitreyi, by seeing, hearing, worshipping, and understanding the self, everything becomes known. Sarnsa. In this passage, which self is to be understood? The jiva, individual spirit soul, described in the Kapila Tantra, or the Paramatma, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Parvapaksa. Because in this passage he describes the love of husband and wife, and because in the middle of the passage he says, he leaves the material elements, his body is destroyed, he dies and is no longer conscious, words that clearly describe a resident of the material world who is subject to birth and death, and because at the end he says, Vijayatram Arkina Vijanayat, how should we understand the person who is the knower? This passage should be interpreted to describe the jiva, who is the knower described in the Kapila Tantra. One may object, but it says that by knowing the self everything becomes known. Certainly this refers to the Paramatma and not the jiva. But this objection is not valid. The jiva takes birth in this world with an aim to enjoy, and one may figuratively say that by knowing the jiva one knows everything, for one then knows the world around him meant for his enjoyment. One may again object, this passage cannot refer to the jiva because the text says Amritat Vasya tu nasasti vidina, by knowing him one becomes immortal. Because it is only by knowing the Paramatma that one becomes immortal. How can this passage refer to the jiva? This objection is also not valid because by understanding that the jiva is by nature different from matter, one may also attain immortality. In the same way, all descriptions in this passage that seem to refer to Brahman should be understood to refer to the jiva. In this way, this entire passage describes the jiva. In this way, it should be understood that the material nature, which is under the control of the jiva, is the original cause of the world. Siddhanta. In this matter, Sutra 19 Vakyanvat Vakya statement. Anvat because of the connection. The context of this passage proves that Brahman is the object of discussion. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this passage, the Paramatma, and not the jiva of the Kapila Tantra, is described. Why? Because in the context of the whole passage, including what precedes and follows this quote, that is the appropriate interpretation. Three sages also confirm this interpretation. Sutra 20 Asmarthya maintains that the self here is Paramatma because only in that way is the promise that by knowledge of the self everything is known, fulfilled. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Amarathya maintains that the promise Atmano Vijnana Sarvarn Viditam, by knowledge of the self everything is known, indicates that the self referred to here is the Paramatma. TT is not taught here that by knowledge of the jiva everything becomes known. On the other hand, by knowledge of the cause of all causes everything becomes known. It is not possible to interpret these words in a figurative way because after promising that by knowing the self everything becomes known, in the passage beginning Brahma Tamparadat, one who thinks the Brahmanas rest in a place other than the self is spurned by the Brahmanas. One who thinks the Kshatriyas rest in a place other than the self is spurned by the Kshatriyas. One who thinks the worlds rest in a place other than the self is spurned by the worlds. He affirms that the Paramatma is the form of everything and the resting place of the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and world. For these reasons it is not possible that the self here can be any other than the Paramatma. It is also not possible for the individual living entity who remains under the control of karma to be the original cause of all causes described in the passage beginning Tasya Vatasya Mahato Baitasya Nisvasitam. Transcendental he Vedas were manifested from the breathing of this supreme being. It is also not possible for the sage Yanavalkya to have taught his wife, who had renounced all wealth and material benefits to attain liberation, only about the jiva and not about the supreme Brahman. It is also not possible that the self referred to here is the jiva because one cannot attain liberation simply by knowing the jiva. That liberation is attained only by understanding the Supreme Brahman is confirmed in the following statement of Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.8 and 6.15. Tam eva vidit vati mrityamati. By understanding the Supreme Brahman one is able to transcend death. For all these reasons it should be understood that the self described in this passage is the Paramatma. Parvapaksa. The objection may be raised. Because the self in this passage is described as the object of love for the husband and other persons, this self must be the jiva bound to the cycle of repeated birth and death and not the Paramatma. It cannot be said that the self described here must be the Paramatma because that interpretation answers the promise of Yajnavalkya to speak certain words, nor can it be said that the self here must be the Paramatma because this self is the shelter of the devotees, the creator of everything, all-powerful, and the origin of transcendental bliss. The jiva may also be these things, as the Padma Purana explains. Yanarcito haris tenatarpitani jaganti api rayanti jantavas tatras tavarajangama api. One who worships Lord Hari pleases all the worlds. All moving and non-moving creatures love the devotee. In this way the self described here is not the Paramatma. Siddhanta. Fearing that the opponent may speak these words, he says. Sutra 21 Adulomi maintains that one about to become liberated attains the transcendental qualities of the Lord. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Utkramisyata here means a person who by following spiritual practices attains the Paramatma. Ivam Bhavat means because of being dear to everyone. Atma means Paramatma. This is the opinion of Adulomi. The passage Patru Kamaya Pati Priyo Bhavati. A husband is not dear because the wife loves the husband. A husband is dear because she loves the self, means that if a wife thinks by my own power I shall become dear to my husband, her husband will not love her. However, if the wife loves the Paramatma, then Lord Paramatma will make everyone love this devotee wife. The word kama here means desire and kamaya means to fulfill the desire. The use of the dative case here is described in Painini's Sutras, Astadhyayi 2.3, 1 or Siddhanta Kaumudai 581, in the following words. The dative case is used for the object of a verb understood but not expressed. In the dative, two verbs are used together and the action is in the future. In other words, this passage, Patru Kamaya, of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad means when he is worshipped with devotion, the Supreme Personality of Godhead makes everything a source of happiness for his devotees. This is corroborated by the following statement of Srimad Bhagavatam 11.14, 13. For a person who is renounced, self-controlled, peaceable, equal to all, and who finds his happiness in me, every place in this world is full of joy. The passage Patru Kamaya may also be interpreted to mean trying to please the husband does not please him. Only when the wife tries to please the Paramatma does the husband become pleased. This interpretation is corroborated by the following statement of Srimad Bhagavatam 10.23, 27. Our life, property, home, wife, children, house, country, society, and all paraphernalia which are very dear to us are expansions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is more dear to us than the Supreme Person. In this interpretation the word kama means happiness and the dative case is used in the same sense as the previous interpretation. This interpretation means that by the will of the Paramatma, by the nearness of the Paramatma, or by the touch of the Paramatma, even what is ordinarily unpleasant becomes blissful. Therefore when the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says Atma Vādrastavya, the self should be seen, the word Atma means the dear Lord Hari. It is not possible to interpret the word Atma here to mean the jiva because here the primary meaning of Atma is the supremely powerful personality of Godhead. To interpret Atma in any other way would contradict the way the word had been used in the previous passage, Vakyabheda. We do not see how it is possible to interpret Atma in a way different from the way it was clearly used in the immediately previous passage. In this way the word Atma in Atma Vādrastavya must be the Paramatma. In both passages, Atmanastu Kamaya and Atma Vādrastavya, the word Atma cannot mean the jiva, for in these contexts the word Atma can only refer to Brahman. Although Adulomi is a Nirguna Atmavadi, impersonalist, as will be explained later on in the words, Vedanta Sutra 4.4. 6. Siddhi Tan Matrana Tad Atmakat Vaditi Adulomi. When he is liberated, the jiva enters the supreme intelligence, for the jiva is actually intelligence only. This the opinion of Adulomi. Still, Adulomi maintains that in order to dispel ignorance and reveal the true nature of the self, Lord Hari should be worshipped, as will be explained in the following words, Vedanta Satra 3.4. 45. Art Vidyamiti Adulomis Tasmai Hi Parikriyat. Just as a Vedic priest is purchased to perform a yajna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is purchased by his devotees' love. In this way it is proved that pure devotion to Lord Hari fulfills all desires. Our opponent may say, so be it. However, in the same Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.4. 12, we find the following words. As a little salt merges into water and cannot be again extracted from it, although the water itself becomes salty, so does this great being, limitless, endless, and full of knowledge, rise from these elements and then vanish into them. How do you reconcile this statement with your interpretation of the word Atma in this Upanishad? Clearly this passage refers to the Jiva described in the Kapalatantra because that is the appropriate interpretation. To answer this doubt he says, Sutra 22. This passage refers to Paramatma, for Paramatma resides within the Jiva. This is the opinion of Kasakritsna. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this statement the word avastitek residing, which refers to the Paramatma, the great being who is different from the Jiva, and who is described as Vijnanagana, full of knowledge, teaches that the Paramatma is different from the Jiva and resides within him. Kasakritsna considers that because the Paramatma and the Jiva are different, the words Mahadbhatam, great being, Anantam, limitless, and Vijnanagana cannot refer to the Jiva. A summary of the passage from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad under discussion follows. Tell me what he must do to become free of death. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.5. 4. Asked this question about the means to attain liberation, the sage answered, the self should be seen, heard, worshipped, and always meditated on. O Matral, by seeing, hearing, worshipping, and understanding the self, everything becomes known. In this way he explains that the worship of Paramatma is the way to attain liberation. Then he says, as the sounds of a drum when beaten cannot be seized externally, although when the drum or the player of the drum are seized then the sounds are also seized. Thus, in a very general way he explains the proper method of worshipping the Paramatma. Sense control. He continues in the following words. As smoke comes from a fire made with wet fuel, the Arji Veda, Sama Veda, Yajur Veda, Atharva Veda, Puranas, Itihasas, Vidyas, Upanishads, Slokas, Sutras, Vyakyas, and Anuvyakhyas, come from the breath of the Supreme Person. As the ocean is the sole resting place of all waters, so the skin is the sole resting place of all tactile sensations, the nose is the sole resting place of all fragrances, the tongue is the sole resting place of all tastes, the eyes are the sole resting place of all forms, the ears are the sole resting place of all sounds, the mind is the sole resting place of all thoughts and desires, the heart is the sole resting place of all knowledge, the hands are the sole resting place of all work, the genitals are the sole resting place of all material bliss, the anus is the sole resting place of all expulsions, the feet are the sole resting place of all pathways, and words are the sole resting place of all the Vedas. To encourage the desire for liberation he says, as a little salt merges into water and cannot be again extracted from it, although the water itself becomes salty, so does this great being, limitless, endless, and full of knowledge, rise from these elements and then vanish into them. In this way he explains that the supreme object of worship is immanent, always near to the Jiva. In the words Atebhyobdya Samathatani Avanu Vinasyati, so does this great being, limitless, endless, and full of knowledge, rise from these elements and then vanish into them. He describes the non-devotees who do not worship the Lord, who mistake the external material body for the self, who at the time of death remain in the cycle of repeated birth and death, and for whom the Supreme Lord remains invisible, hidden within the material elements. The words na pratya samnasti, after death he becomes free of the world of names, describe the devotee when he leaves the material body and attains liberation. At that time the liberated devotee becomes aware of his real spiritual identity. He then considers all material designations to be the same and he no longer thinks of himself as a human being, demigod, or any other kind of material being. Where there is duality, one sees another, smells another, tastes another, offers respect to another, hears another, thinks of another, touches another, and is aware of another. But for one for whom the Supreme Self is everything, how can he see another? How can he smell another? How can he taste another? How can he offer respect to another? How can he hear another? How can he think of another? How can he touch another? How can he be aware of another? Explain how the liberated Jiva takes shelter of the Paramatma. The words Yenadarn Sarvarn Vijanati Tarnkina Vijanayat. How can a person, even ill he understands the entire world, understand him? Teach that it is very difficult to understand the Supreme Lord. The words Vijutaram Arkina Vijanayat. How can one understand the Supreme Knower? Mean how can one understand the all-knowing Supreme Personality of Godhead without first worshipping him and attaining his mercy? There is no other way than this. In this way the worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is described as the actual means of liberation. The speaker of the Upanishad concludes by declaring that actual liberation is the same as attaining the Paramatma. From all this it may be understood that this passage of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad describes the Paramatma and not the Purusa as described in the Kapalatantra, or the material nature controlled by the Purusa. Adhikarana 7 Brahman is both primary and secondary cause. Introduction by 5 Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. Now that he has refuted the atheistic pradhana theory, he will refute some theistic theories and prove that all scriptural descriptions of the cause of the universe refer to the Supreme Brahman. Let us consider the following scriptural passages. From Atma the sky was manifested. Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1. 1 From the Supreme these creatures were born. Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1. 1 O gentle one, in the beginning was the Supreme, who was one without a second. He thought, let me become many. Let me become the father of many. Chandogya Upanishad 6.2. 1 He thought, now one shall create the worlds. Aitreya Upanishad 1.1. 2 Sarmsa. Should Brahman be considering the primary cause or the ingredient of the creation? Because the Upanishads say Saksada, he thought, now I shall create the worlds. The first proposal, that Brahman is the primary cause and not the ingredient of creation, should be considered true. Although the Upanishad says, from Atma the sky was manifested, still this should be interpreted to mean only that the Supreme is the primary creator, and not the ingredient of creation, of the worlds. The quotes Tadiksata Bahusayam Prajaya, he thought, let me become many. Let me become the father of many. And Saksata Lokan Nushurja, he thought, now I shall create the worlds. Because of their clear explanation that the Lord's thinking precedes the creation, show that the Lord is the primary creator in the same way a potter is the creator of pots. Because the creation itself and the ingredients of which it is made must have the same nature, the ingredient of the material creation must be the material energy, Prakriti. It is not possible to say that the primary cause of creation is identical with the ingredients of the creation. In the material world made of dull matter, the ingredients are earth and the other elements, and the creator is consciousness, just as pots are made of the elements and the creator of the pots is the conscious potter. Here the pots and the potter are clearly different. Furthermore, many diverse causes may create a single effect. Therefore it cannot be said that a single thing is both the primary cause and the ingredient of creation. The changing material energy, Prakriti, which is controlled by the unchanging Brahman, is the ingredient of the changing material universe, and Brahman is only its primary cause. This statement is not based only on logic, for it is also supported by the following passage of the Kulika Upanishad. The Supreme Personality of Godhead meditates on the unborn, eternal, unintelligent material nature, Prakriti, who has 8 forms, and by his order the material nature creates the material worlds and the various goals of life adopted by the living entities. Material nature is a beginningless, endless cow, the mother of the worlds. Without knowing, her children, the creatures in goodness, passion, and ignorance all drink her nourishing milk. The one independent, all-powerful Supreme Personality of Godhead strongly enjoys her with thought and deed. She who is the milk-giving mother of all, who is drunk by the performers of sacrifice, and who is said to be both the unmanifested and the manifested, divided into 24 elements. Furthermore, the Vishnu Purana says, when there is a fragrant flower before someone, the fragrance is touched by the smelling power of the person, yet the smelling and the flower are detached from one another. There is a similar connection between the material world and the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Actually, he has nothing to do with this material world, but he creates by his glance and ordains. In summary, material nature, without the superintendence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, cannot do anything. Yet the Supreme Personality is detached from all material activities. For these reasons, whatever scriptural passages state that Brahman is the ingredient of the creation should be interpreted to have a different meaning. Siddhanta to this argument. Sutra 23 Brahman is also the material nature, Prakriti, because this view is not contradicted by the statements and examples given in the scriptures. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Brahman is the material nature, Prakriti, the ingredient of the world. How is that? It is so because Pratijya Drastantanya Prodat, which means because this view is not contradicted by the statements and examples of the scriptures. An example may be given from the Chandogya Upanishad 6.1. 3. Gentle Svetaketu, you are now very proud and arrogant, thinking yourself a great Vedic scholar. Did you ask for the teaching that makes the unheard heard, the unthinkable thinkable, and the unknown known? Here the statement is the existence of a single teaching, the knowledge of which makes everything known. This teaching must be about the ingredient of the world, for only that knowledge would not contradict the description in this passage. That ingredient of the world is not different from the original creator of the world. They are one, unlike the pot and the potter, which are different from each other. The following example is given, Chandogya Upanishad 6.1.10. O gentle one, as by knowing the nature of clay, everything made of clay becomes known, in the same way by understanding this one teaching everything becomes known. These words of the Shruti must refer to the ingredient of the world. They cannot refer to only the original creator of the world, for by understanding only the potter one does not understand the pot. Therefore, to avoid contradicting these words of the scripture, it must be concluded that Brahman is not only the original creator of the world, but the ingredient of which the world is made as well. Sutra 24. Because the scriptures teach that in this age the world was created by his will, and in previous creations the world was also created by his will, it must be concluded that Brahman is both the original cause of creation and the ingredient of the creation as well. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this sutra the word ka and means and many other things that are not explicitly mentioned here. The Taittiriya Upanishad 2.6.1 explains, he desired, T will become many, one will father many children. He performed austerities and created everything. Then he entered within the world he had created. After he entered he became all that is manifest and all that is unmanifest. Because it is here taught that by his own desire he resides as Paramatma within all conscious living entities and unconscious matter, and because it is also taught here that he is the creator of everything, it must be concluded that he is both the ingredient of the which the creation is made and the original creator, and as well. Sutra 25. Brahman is both creator and the ingredient of creation, because both truths are directly stated in the scriptures. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka here means certainly. The Taittiriya Brahmana 2.8.9.6 explains, what was the forest? What was the tree? From what tree and what forest did he fashion heaven and earth? Ask these questions, O wise ones. Where did he stand when he created the worlds? Brahman was the forest. Brahman was the tree. From Brahman he created heaven and earth. O wise ones, I tell you, he stood on Brahman when he created the worlds. These questions and answers clearly show that Brahman is both the creator and the ingredient from which the creation is made. From the tree ingredient the creation, designated by the word heaven and earth, comes. The word Nistataksu means the Supreme Personality of Godhead created. Although Nistataksu is plural, the opposite, the singular, is intended here. This is a use of Vedic poetic license. The questions, what is the tree? What is the forest where the tree rests? Where does he stand when he created the worlds? Are asked in terms of the things of this world, and the answers describe something beyond this world. In this way it may be understood that Brahman is both the creator and the ingredient of which the world is made. Sutra 26. Brahman is both the creator and the ingredient of the creation, because he transformed himself into the world. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Taittiriya Upanishad 2.6.2 says, so Kamayata he desired, I shall become many. It also says 2.7.1. Tad Atmanarsvayamakuruda he created the world from his own self. In this way the scriptures explain that Brahman is both the creator and the ingredient from which the creation is made. Someone may object, how can the eternally perfect creator be also the creation? To answer this objection he says Paranmat, because he has transformed himself. This does not contradict the changelessness of Brahman, for a certain kind of transformation is not incompatible with changelessness. Here is the truth of this. In the following passages the Shruti explains that Brahman has three potencies. Parasya Saktir Vividhava Shruyate, the Supreme has many potencies. Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.8 Pradhana Kshetrana Patir Gunsa, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the master of Pradhana, material nature, Kshetrajya, the individual spirit souls, and Guna, the three material modes. Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.16 The Smriti, Vishnu Purana, also explains, the potency of Lord Vishnu is summarized in three categories, namely the spiritual potency, the living entities, and ignorance. The spiritual potency is full of knowledge. The living entitles, although belonging to the spiritual potency, are subject to bewilderment. And the third energy, which is full of ignorance, is always visible in fruitive activities. In this way, the scriptures explain that Brahman is both the creator and the ingredient of which the creation is made. He is the first, the creator, by the agency of his spiritual potency, and he is the second, the ingredient of which the creation is made, by the agency of the other two potencies. This interpretation is confirmed by the aphorism Sa Visena Vidinizedau Visasanam Apasam Kramate. An adjective describes both what a noun is and what it is not. The scriptures also explain, Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.1. May the one, unrivaled Supreme Personality of Godhead, who for his own purpose created the many varieties of living entities by the agency of his potencies, who created everything in the beginning and into whom everything enters at the end, grant pure intelligence to us. As the Supreme Unchangeable, the Supreme Brahman is the original cause of creation, and as the Parinami, the transformable, Brahman is also the ingredient of which the creation is made. In his subtle nature, Brahman is the creator, and in his nature as gross matter, he is the creation itself. In this way, it is established that the Supreme Brahman is both creator and creation. The creation is thus like a lump of clay that may be shaped in different ways. The word parinamat, because of transformation, in this sutra clearly refutes the theory that declares the material world a vivarta, illusion, that has no reality. The statement that the material world is an illusion superimposed on Brahman, just as the existence of silver is an illusion superimposed on an oyster shell with a silvery sheen, cannot be accepted because the oyster shell is an object that can be placed before the viewer, but Brahman, because it is all-pervading, cannot be placed before the viewer, and therefore an illusion cannot be superimposed on it. One may object that although the sky is all-pervading, illusions may be superimposed on it. However, Brahman is not like the sky in the sense that the sky may be approached by the material observer, but Brahman remains beyond the reach of the material senses, and therefore an illusion cannot be superimposed on it. Furthermore, the existence of an illusion implies the existence of something different from the thing on which the illusion is superimposed. Without the existence of something separate, there is no possibility of an illusion. In the end, therefore, the Vivarta theory postulates the existence of something different from Brahman. This is the fault in their theory. When the scriptures state that the material world is an illusion, it should be understood these words are a device intended to create renunciation. This is the opinion of they who know the truth. The material world, however, displays a complicated structure of different elements grouped in categories of higher and lower, and in this way it is very much like an illusion, where nothing is very stable and one thing is continually changing into another. In this way it may be understood that the Vivarta theory, that the material world is an illusion, is untrue, and the Parinama theory, that the material world is a transformation of Brahman, is the truth taught in the Vedic scriptures. Sutra 27, the scriptures declare that Brahman is the womb from which the material world was born. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Shruti Sastra explains, the why see that Brahman is the womb from which everything was born. Mundaka Upanishad 1.1. 6. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the original creator, the womb from which everything was born. Mundaka Upanishad 3.1. 6. In these verses, the word yonim, womb, describes Brahman as the ingredient of creation, and the words kartaram purusam, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the original creator, describe Brahman as the creator. In this way, Brahman is described as both the creator and the ingredient of which the creation is made. The word yoni, womb, means the ingredient of which the creation is made. This is confirmed in the words, the earth is the womb from which the trees and plants are born. In both common sense and Vedic revelation, the creator and the ingredients from which the creation is made are always considered different, and it is not possible to say that the creator and the ingredient of which his creation is made are identical. However, the previously quoted passages from the Shruti clearly explain that in this case Brahman is both the creator and the ingredient of which his creation is made. Adhikarana 8. All names are names of Lord Vishnu. Introduction by 5. Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Someone may object, many passages in the scriptures do not support your conclusion at all. This Adhikarana is written to dispel this doubt. The Svetasvatara Upanishad explains, material nature is in constant flux, and the Supreme Lord Hara is eternal and unchanging. 1.10. Lord Rudra is the Supreme. He has no rival. 3.2. Lord Siva, who is known as Rudra, is the omniscient ruler of the universe. He is the father of all the demigods. He gives the demigods all their powers and opulences. 3.4 When the final darkness comes and there is no longer day or night, when there is no longer being and non-being, then only Lord Siva exists. 4.18 The scriptures also explain. From Pradhana this material world was born. This world knows only Pradhana. This world merges into Pradhana at the time of annihilation. Nothing else is the cause of this world. From the Jiva all the elements of this world have come. In the Jiva they rest without moving, and they finally merge into the Jiva. Nothing else is the cause of this world. Sarnsa. Should Hera and the other names given in these quotes be understood in their ordinary senses as names of Lord Siva, Pradhana, and Jiva, or should they all be understood to be names of the Supreme Brahman? Parvapaksa. The names should all be understood in their ordinary senses as names of Lord Siva, Pradhana, and Jiva. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 28 All words in the scriptures should be interpreted to agree with the explanation that the Supreme Brahman is the original cause. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this sutra the word Etina means according to the explanations already given. Sarv means Hera and the other names, and Vikyuta means should be understood to be names of the Supreme Brahman because all names are originally names of the Supreme Brahman. The Bhavavayaruti explains. The names of this world are not different from him. All names in this world are names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All names refer to him, Lord Vishnu, whom the wise declare as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vasampyana Muni explains that all these names are names of Lord Krishna. The Skanda Purana also explains. Except for Nriyana and some other names, Lord Hari gave away his names to Lord Siva and the other demigods. This is the rule that should be followed. When the ordinary sense of these names does not contradict the essential teaching of the Vedas, the ordinary meaning should be accepted. When the ordinary sense of these names does contradict the teaching of the Vedas, these names should be understood to be names of Lord Vishnu. The repetition of the last word, Vyakyuta, here indicates the end of the chapter. On Lord Krishna, who is the final goal taught by all the Vedas, who is the master of unlimited and inconceivable transcendental potencies, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and who in his own pastimes creates, maintains and destroys the material universes, may we always fix our hearts. Chapter 2 Pada 1 Mangalakarana by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Translation 1 With his Sudrasana Kakra Lord Krishna protected the great devotee, Pariksit, who within Uttara's womb was wounded by the arrows of the wicked son of Drona. Lord Krishna made him free from all suffering and enlightened him with the crest jewel of Vedic knowledge. I pray that Lord Krishna may become my shelter. Translation 2 With the perfect logic of his scriptural analysis, Krishnadvapyana Vyasa protected the Upanishads, which contain the answers to all questions, and which were wounded by the arrows of the black crows of false logicians. Lord Vyasa made the Upanishads free from all suffering. I pray that Lord Vyasa may become my shelter. Note. By carefully using certain ambiguous words, Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana has composed this verse so it has two distinct meanings. Adhikarana 1 The Sankhya philosophy refuted introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. In the first chapter was proved that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is faultless, is the master of unlimited inconceivable potencies, has unlimited transcendental virtues, is the supersoul present everywhere, is different from everything, is the creator of the material world and the ingredient of which the creation is made, is the controller and master of everything, is the object of Vedanta study, and is described by all the Vedas. In the second chapter, the arguments claiming that this Vedanta philosophy is contradicted by the Smriti, Sastra, and by logic will be refuted. The Sankhya theory that Pradhana is the original cause of creation will be refuted with clear logic, and the Vedanta explanation of creation will be proved to be the only truth. These are the topics that will be described. In the beginning, the idea that the Shruti Sastra contradicts the Vedanta view will be refuted. Sarmsa is the view that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the original cause of everything, refuted by the Sankhya Smriti or not. Parvapaksa according to Vedanta philosophy, the Sankhya Smriti is untrue. The Sankhya Smriti was written by the great sage Kapila as a commentary to explain the Jnanakanda portion of the Vedas. He hoped in this way to teach the path of liberation. Kapila firmly approved of the Agnihotra yanas and other rituals described in the Karmakanda portion of the Vedas. The Svetasvatara Upanishad 5.2 glorifies him in the words Rasith Prastitar Kapilam, the great sage Kapila. In his Kapila Smriti, which contains statements like Atha Trividhadukhatyantana Vidratyanta Parusartha, the complete cessation of the threefold miseries of the material world is the ultimate goal of human life, and Nadrastartha Siddhranai Vritar and Avriti Darsanat, the threefold miseries cannot be completely stopped by any method seen in this world, for whenever they are stopped it is seen that they always return. He explained in the words, the pradhana creates the material world either to fulfill the living entity's material desires or grant them liberation. The words Asitanat Piksiravaksestitarn Pradhanasya. Although it is lifeless and unconscious, the pradhana creates this world just as milk spontaneously creates cheese, and other statements of his writings. The truth that insentient pradhana is the independent creator of the material universes. If the idea that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the original cause of everything is accepted, then the statements of the Kapila Smriti must be held to be useless. This is especially so because the Kapila Smriti is a book of philosophy with the understanding of the ultimate truth as its sole objective. For this reason the Vedanta texts must be interpreted in such a way that they do not contradict the great Kapila Smriti. This interpretation, even if it contradicts the Manu Smriti and other Smriti Sastras, would not make these scriptures useless. Because these scriptures explain the Karma Kanda portion of the Vedas, and because they explain the path of Dharma, and not theoretical philosophy, they would not be made useless by contradicting their philosophical basis. Siddhanta to this argument he replies, Sutra 1. If someone objects that the Vedanta philosophy should not be accepted because it contradicts the Kapila Smriti, then say, no. The Kapila Smriti should not be accepted because it contradicts the other Smriti Sastras. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word anavakasa in this sutra means without any proper place. This means useless and irrelevant. The sutra says, if someone says when interpreted literally, the Vedanta texts seem to denounce the Sankhya Smriti as untrue. This is a great mistake. For this reason the Vedanta texts should be interpreted metaphorically, so not to contradict the Sankhya Smriti. Then I say no. Why? The sutra says, the Kapila Smriti should not be accepted because it contradicts the other Smriti Sastras. To reject the Manu Smriti and the other Smritis that follow the Vedanta philosophy and declare the Supreme Personality of Godhead to be the sole original cause of all causes is a great mistake. In these scriptures the Supreme Personality of Godhead is proved to be the original cause of the creation, maintenance, and destruction of the material universes. These scriptures do not accept Kapila's conclusions. In this question the Manu Smriti 1.59 says, the material universe was dark, unconscious, amorphous, inconceivable, and unknowable. DT was as ill completely asleep. The self-manifested Supreme Personality of Godhead, who had been unmanifested, then manifested within this world. He manifested the material elements and dispelled the darkness. He who is beyond the reach of the material senses, who is subtle, unmanifested, eternal, inconceivable, and within whom everything rests, then personally appeared in this world. Desiring to create the many living beings from his own body, he meditated and then created the waters. In the waters he placed a seed. That seed became a golden egg as splendid as the sun. In that egg was born the demigod Brahma, the grandfather of all living beings. Parasara Muni, Vishnu Purana 1.1. 31-32, also says, from Lord Vishnu this material was manifested. In him it rests. He controls it. This material world is his property, and he is this material world. As a spider creates a web within its chest and then manifests it from its mouth, so does Lord Vishnu manifest this world and then swallow it again. The other Smritis also present the same view. They are not merely explanations of karma kanda duties. They teach karma kanda duties as a means to purify the heart so knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead may arise there. In this way they may be understood as explanations of the Jnana Kanda portion of the Vedas. This effort to purify the heart is seen in the following statement of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.5. 4.22. Tam Vedanyavakanina. By studying the Vedas and performing spiritual activities, the Brahmanas understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although in some places they grant results such as the attainment of rain, suns, or residence in Svargaloka, these results are intended to bring faith in the words of the Vedas. This is confirmed by the Katha Upanishad 1.3. 15. In the word Sarvveda Yat Padamamananti, all the Vedas aspire to attain the feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the Srimad Bhagavatam 2.5. 15. In the words Narayana Paraveda, the Vedic literatures are made by and are meant for the Supreme Tea Lord. Because it contradicts the conclusions of the Vedas, the Sankhya Smriti cannot properly explain the meanings of the Vedas. A text that agrees with the conclusions of the Vedas may properly explain the Vedas. The Sankhya Smriti does not even agree with the conclusion of the Vedas. The Sankhya Smriti invented by Kapila contradicts the Vedas. It is not a genuine scripture. Because it is thus worthless, we do not fear to reject it. Even if it was written by a famous author, a book that contradicts the Vedas should not be accepted. There are many Smritis presenting many different philosophies that are all worthless because they contradict the truths of the Vedas. Smriti that contradicts the Vedas should be rejected, and Smriti that follows the teachings of the Vedas should be accepted. Using evidence from the Smritis that support the Vedas, we shall refute the Smritis that reject the Vedas. In this way we shall proclaim those Smritis to be in error because they contradict the other Smritis. The quotation from Svetasvatara Upanishad 5.2, Rasim prasadam Kapilam yastamagarjnanar bibharti. The great sage Kapila is full of knowledge, does not give authority to the Sankhya Smriti. Because the Upanishads would not glorify a sage who opposed the Vedic conclusion, the Kapila here must be a person different from the author of the Sankhya Smriti. The Taittiriya Brahmana, however, considers Manu, the author of Manu Smriti, an exalted authority in these words. Whatever Manu has said is certainly the cure for the ills of this world. In the same way the Smriti says that by the mercy of Pulastya Muni and Vasistha Muni, the sage Parasara, the author of the Vishnu Purana, attained transcendental knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. However, the Kapila who wrote a book contradicting the Vedas and who was born in the family of Agni was an ordinary jiva bewildered by the illusory potency Maya. He was not the same Kapila who was born as the son of Kardama Muni and who was an incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vasudeva. This is so because the Padma Purana says, one Kapila Muni, who was named Vasudeva, spoke to Brahma and the other demigods, Asri Muni, Bhrigu Muni, and the other sages, a Sankhya philosophy in perfect harmony with the Vedas. Another person, also named Kapila, spoke a different Sankhya philosophy contradicting the teachings of all the Vedas. He spoke his illogical theories to a different Asri Muni. Therefore, because it contradicts the Vedas and because its author is not a genuine spiritual authority, there is no fault in rejecting the Sankhya Smriti. Sutra 2 Eter Sarkanya Palabdha. The Sankhya Smriti should be rejected also, because many of its other doctrines are not seen in the Vedas. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because many of its other doctrines are not seen in the Vedas, the Sankhya Smriti is not an authentic scripture. Thus it teaches that the living entities are all pervading spirit souls and that the material energy creates the liberated and conditioned states of these souls. TT teaches that both bondage and liberation are both different aspects of the material energy. It teaches that there is no one distinct person who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord of all. It teaches that time is not real. It teaches that the five pranas, life airs, are identical with the five senses. These and other similar doctrines may be seen in the Sankhya Smriti. Adhikarana to Yoga refuted introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. An opponent may say, the Vedanta texts should not be interpreted in the terms of the Sankhya Smriti because it is opposed to the conclusion of Vedanta. However, the Vedanta may be explained by the Yoga Smriti, for it is said that the Yoga Smriti is based on Vedanta. Indeed, Yoga is part of the Vedas. This may be seen from the following descriptions. The Katha Upanishad 2.3.11 says Tam Yogamiti Mani Anti Styram Indriyaduranam. The sages consider yoga to be firm restraint of the senses. The Katha Upanishad 2.3.18 again says Vidyametram Yogavidim Kakartsnam. He understood everything about the philosophy and practice of yoga. This may also be seen from the following description of the yoga postures in the Svetasvatara Upanishad 2.8. Triranadam Stapya Samarm Sriram. One should practice yoga, holding the body straight and the head, neck, and chest erect. The great authority Lord Patanjali composed the Yoga Smriti to teach men how to overcome the disadvantaged position of living in the material world. In the first two sutras of the Yoga Smriti he says Atha Yoganyasasanam, now yoga will be taught, and Yoga Siddhavirti, Nirodha, yoga stops the activities of the mind. When the Vedas are interpreted literally, the Yoga Smriti may not be always in harmony with them because the Yoga Smriti teaches about yoga exclusively. The The Manusmriti and other Dharma Sastras, however, because they only teach the performance of religious duties, are always in harmony with the Vedas. Therefore, the Vedas should not be interpreted in a literal sense. They should be interpreted in the light of the Yoga Smriti. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 318. Yoga Prayukta. By the preceding refutation of Sankhya, yoga is also refuted. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. By the preceding refutation of the Sankhya Smriti, the Yoga Smriti is understood to be also refuted. This is so because the Yoga Smriti also contradicts the Vedanta philosophy. When the Vedanta is interpreted according to the Yoga Smriti, the Manusmriti and the other Smritis that follow the Vedas all become meaningless. For this reason, the Vedanta should not be interpreted according to the Yoga Smriti. It cannot be said that the Yoga Smriti does not contradict Vedanta. In the Yoga Smriti, the Pradhana is held to be the original independent cause of all causes. Both the Supreme Personality of Godhead and all jivas are held to be all-pervading consciousness only. Liberation, obtained only by Voga, is described as merely the cessation of pain. Because it contradicts the Vedanta on these points, the Yogasmriti should not be accepted. Also because its views on sensory perception and other sources of knowledge, its views on mental activities, and many other of its views are outside of the Vedanta conclusions, the Yoga Smriti should not be accepted. These views are found only in the Yoga Smriti. Because it is opposed to Vedanta, its conclusions are all worthless. For this reason, we do not fear to reject it. We reject it just as we rejected Sankhya previously. The truth about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the jivas, liberation, and the method to attain liberation, which are all revealed in the Vedanta philosophy, will be shown, one by one, in the later portions of this book. This being so, in the two quotations from Svetasvatara Upanishad 2.8 and 6.13, Trirannatarnstapya Samarnsriram, one should practice yoga, holding the body straight and the head, neck, and chest erect, which describes the yoga asanas, and Tatkaranam Sankhya Yogadhigamyam, the original cause of all causes, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, may be known by either Sankhya or Yoga. The word Sankhya is used merely to mean knowledge, and in the same way the word Yoga is used merely to mean meditation. The two philosophies that go by the names Yoga and Sankhya should be understood to be philosophies different from the conclusions of Vedanta. Liberation is not attained by following the path of Yoga, nor is it attained by the knowledge of Sankhya, where the soul is distinguished from matter. The Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.8 says Tam eva viditvati mrityumati. One can overcome the path of birth and death only by understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Brihadranyaka Upanishad 4.4.21 says Vyapraham Karvita. One should meditate on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The scriptures also say, he who meditates on the Supreme Personality of Godhead finds his happiness in him, and worships him, attains liberation. We are not opposed to those portions of the Sankhya and Yoga philosophies that do not contradict the Vedas. However, we completely reject those portions that contradict the Vedas. Although the Yoga Smriti teaches faith in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as in the passages Isvara, Paridhanadva, yoga may be attained by devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and Klisa Karma, Vipakasayaraparakriста Parusa Visesa Isvara. God is a single specific person who is untouched by suffering or the fruits of action. Still, many people reject these stitras and say that their author was bewildered when he spoke them. Actually, it is Gautama Muni and other atheists who are bewildered, for they propound theories that defy the Vedas. The author of Vedanta will refute these theories in future sutras. Even though they were very learned and intelligent, still they were bewildered. In the opinion of some, they had become very proud, thinking themselves omniscient, and in the opinion of others, they were bewildered by the illusory potency of Lord Hari, who had his own purpose in making them speak these theories. Because the yoga philosophy accepts the existence of God, there may be some reluctance to reject it. Therefore, in order to refute the yoga philosophy, the argument from the previous Adhikarana is repeated here. Even though it was authored by the demigod Brahma himself, the Yoga Smriti is rejected here. Adhikarana 3. The Vedas are eternal and infallible. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Some followers of Sankhya and Yoga may argue, you may reject the Sankhya Smriti and Yoga Smriti because they contradict the Vedas, but we reject the Vedas because they contradict Sankhya and Yoga. The following is a refutation of this argument. Sarmsa. Are the Vedas a reliable source of knowledge or not? Parvapaksa. The Vedas say Kriya Yajatvrsti Kama. He who desires rain should perform a Kriya Yana. If one thus performs a kriya yajna or other Vedic ritual, he may not necessarily attain the promised result. For this reason the Vedas are an unreliable source of knowledge. Siddhanta. The conclusion follows. Sutra 4. Because they have a fundamentally different nature, and because their own words are evidence for them, the Vedas are not an unreliable source of knowledge. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Vedas are not an unreliable source of knowledge, as the Sankhya Smriti and Yoga Smriti are. Why? The Stitra says Vilaksanat, because they have a fundamentally different nature. This means that because they were written by Jivas, the Sankhya Smriti and Yoga Smriti are subject to the four defect of being prone to mistakes, illusions, cheating, and defective perception. The Vedas, however, because they are eternal, are free from these defect. The Shruti says in the beginning of creation the Supreme Personality of Godhead spoke, and from his words the eternal, beginningless, endless, transcendental Vedas were manifested. From the Vedas all other scriptures have come. The Manu Smriti and the other Smritis authoritative because they have emanated from the Vedas. In a previous Stitra, 1.3.29, the eternity of the Vedas was proved by logic, and in this Stitra it is proved by the Vedas themselves. That is the difference between these two Stitras. An opponent may object. In the Purusa Sikta, RN Veda 10.909, are the words. From that sacrifice all fire sacrifices, the RG Veda and the Sama Veda were born. From it the Vedic hymns were born. From it the Yajur Veda was born. This passage proves that the Vedas were born and, because they were born, must also perish in the end. For this reason the Vedas are not eternal. To this opponent he say, no, it is not so. The word born here means manifested, not born in the ordinary sense. For this reason the scriptures say, O Lord, you first recited the self-manifested, transcendental Vedas. Ziva, the demigods, and the sages are not the authors, but are only reciters of the Vedas. The Vedas do not cease to be a source of genuine knowledge because sometimes the results promised by it do not occur. This so because the promised results always occur when the Vedic rituals are performed by properly qualified persons. When sometimes the promised results do not occur, this means that the performer of the rituals was not properly qualified. Therefore, because they contradict the Vedas, the Sankhya Smriti and Yoga Smriti are not genuine sources of knowledge. Adhikarana. For the words fire and earth refer to the Deva's introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Someone may say, in the Chandogya Upanishad is the following passage. Fire thought, let me become many, and the waters thought, let us become many. And in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad is this passage. The breaths quarreled over who was the best among themselves. They went to the demigod Brahma and asked, who is the best amongst us? These impossible statements are as plausible as saying the barren woman's son is very splendid. For this reason the Vedas are not a genuine source of knowledge. Because in this way one portion of the Vedas is found to be not authoritative, the other portions of the Vedas are also not authoritative, and therefore the Vedas claim that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the original creator of the material world is not true. If this objection is raised, then he answers in the following words. Sutra 5. Because the elements are called demigods, and because there is a description of the demigods entering the elements, the words here refer to the presiding deities of the elements, and not the elements themselves. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to dispel doubt. The passage, Chandogya Upanishad 6.2. 3. Tatiya Iksada, the fire thought, refers to the conscious, thinking fire god, and not to the inanimate fire element. Why? The sutra says, because the elements are called demigods, and because there is a description of the demigods entering the elements. The previously quoted passage of the Chandogya Upanishad continues by affirming 6.3.2 that the fire, water, and food previously mentioned in the passage are demigods. I am these three demigods. The Kausataki Upanishad 2.14 says Sarvahavai Devata Aham Frayas Vivadamana. T Deva Prain Nifrasam Viditva. All the demigods argued, each saying I am the best. The demigods finally understood that among them breath is the best. The breath and each of the other senses in this passages are described as demigods. For this reason it may be understood that the names of the senses and elements here refer to the demigods that control them. The Aitreya Ranyaka 2.4 says, the fire god became speech and entered the mouth, the sun god became sight and entered the eyes. Because this passage explains how the fire god enters speech and the other demigods enter the other senses, it may again be understood that the names of the senses and elements here refer to the demigods that control them. The Bhavisya Purana says, The sages know that the word earth and the names of the other elements are names of the powerful demigods, whose potencies are beyond conception. The passage Gravana Plavanti, the stones flowed, praises the demigods, who were able, in a certain way, to enter even the stones. This happened when Lord Rama began to build the bridge of stones. In this way nothing in the Vedas is incorrect, and the Vedic statement that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the sole creator of the material universes is clearly proved. Adhikarana 5 that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the original creator is proved by logic. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Taking shelter this time of logic, the Sankhya philosopher again tries to refute the idea that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the ingredient of which the material universe is made. Although in the words, Sankhya Smriti 6.35, self-realization is not attained by mere logic, for logic contradicts the Vedas, it rejects mere logic. The Sankhya philosophy, hypocritically, does so only to defeat its opponents. Sarmsa is or is not the Supreme Personality of Godhead the ingredient of which the material universe is made. Parvapaksa is the Supreme Personality of Godhead the ingredient of which the material universe is made. No, because the Supreme Personality of Godhead is completely different from this world of matter. It is generally accepted that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is all-knowing, all-powerful, completely pure, and full of all transcendental bliss. The material universe, on the other hand, is directly seen to be full of ignorance, weakness, impurity, and misery. Therefore there is no debate about whether the two of them have differing natures. That a substance and the ingredient of which it is made must have the same nature is clearly seen. For example, clay, gold, and thread are the ingredients of which pottery, crowns, and cloth are made. However, because the Supreme Personality of Godhead is different in nature from the material universe, another ingredient should be sought. That ingredient is pradhana because pradhana possesses the same nature as this material universe filled with material happinesses, material sufferings, and various illusions. In order to prove that the Supreme Personality of Godhead has the same nature as the material universe, someone may say, within the Supreme Personality of Godhead are two very subtle potencies, a conscious spiritual potency and an inert material potency. In this way the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the ingredient of which the material universe is made. Because it states that a very subtle potency is the ingredient of which the very gross material world is made. Even this argument does not resolve the great difference between the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the material universe. Other differences between the two may also be seen. In this way the Supreme Personality of Godhead is not the ingredient of which the material universe is made. Although logic must be subordinate to scripture, still, in order to understand the truth, scripture must sometimes be subordinate to logic. This is the statement of the Parvapaksa. Siddhanta he now refutes this argument. Sutra 6.82 But this is not seen by direct perception. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to dispel doubt. The word na, not, taken from the previous stitra, should be understood in this stitra also. Someone may say, because he is different in nature, the Supreme Personality of Godhead cannot be the ingredient from which the material universe is made. The answer is given. Because it is many times seen that there is a difference between things and the ingredients of which they are made, it cannot be said that the Supreme Personality of Godhead cannot be the ingredient of which the material universe is made. The material universe is made from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, just as many things are manifested from sources very different in nature, just as worms come from honey, as elephants, horses, and other animals come from the kalpadrama tree, and as gold and other things come from the Sintamani jewel. The Atharvanikas give the following example, Mundaka Upanishad 1.17. As a spider expands and withdraws its web, as innumerable plants sprout from the soil, and as hairs grow on a person's body, so is the material universe manifested from the imperishable Supreme Personality of Godhead. Adhikarana 6 Nothingness is not the first cause. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Someone may object. If the material world is different from its ingredient, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then before the world was manifested, it was not already existent within the Supreme. Before it was manifested it did not exist. Because the Supreme Personality of Godhead alone existed then, in the beginning the material world did not exist. However, this view cannot be held by they who affirm that the material world is real because it is created by the Supreme Reality. If this objection is raised, he replies as the following words. Sutra. If someone maintains the material world to be unreal, then I say no. The world is not unreal merely because it is in nature different from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. There is no fault in this. Why? The sutra says Pratizedho Matrat that the world is not unreal merely because it is in nature different from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The previous sutra denied that a substance and its ingredient must have the same nature. It is not that a thing and its ingredient are different in substance. This is so because the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes transformed, becoming the body of the material world, which is by nature different from him. This is the meaning. Is it because 1. His nature is different from the nature of the world, or because 2. None of his qualities are present in the world that you reject the idea that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the ingredient of the material world? The first is not a good reason because difference is naturally present in the relation between ingredient and product. For example, a clay pot or other piece of pottery is, because it is not an amorphous lump, unlike the ball of clay that is its ingredient. In this way they are different. The second argument is, because existence, sat, and many other qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are present in the material world. Not a valid argument either. If the objection is raised, the qualities of the ingredient that differentiate it from other things should be transferred from the ingredient to the substance it creates. The qualities that distinguish gold from thread are also seen to distinguish golden bracelets and other ornaments from cloth made of thread. Then the following answer may be given. Because insects come from honey, many other things are also created from ingredients very unlike the final product, and even articles of gold often present a nature very different from the original substance. This argument is not valid. Just as gold is not different from the Sintamani jewel that created it, and a bracelet is not different from the gold that created it, in the same way the material world, because it is created from the Supreme Reality, is not different from him, and is therefore not unreal. Sutra 8. Someone may object. If the Supreme Personality of Godhead were the ingredient of which the material world is made, then, at the time when the material world is destroyed, the Supreme Personality of Godhead would be destroyed. Because this view is untenable, the Supreme Personality of Godhead cannot be the ingredient of the material world. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. If the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the master of all subtle spiritual potencies, is the ingredient from which the material world, which consists of both matter and spirit, and which thwarts the spiritual aspirations of the living entities, then at the time of cosmic devastation, when the material universes enter the Lord's body, the Lord must become like the material world, infected with all its faults. In the Sutras word tadvat, the word tad is in the genitive case and the word vat means like. Chapter E Pada 1, Sutras 9 onwards and the complete Pada 2 missing. Pada 3 Adhikarana 1 Ether is created. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. May the brilliant son of Lord Krishna, who with rays of logic destroys a host of misconceptions about ether and the other elements, destroy the misconceptions in my heart. In the second pada were revealed the fallacies present in the theories of they who say Pradina is the first cause and they who claim something other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the first cause. In the third pada will be shown the truth that the various elements of the material world are manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, that they merge into him at the end, that the individual spirit souls always existed, there not being a point in time when they were created, that the individual spirit souls have spiritual bodies full of knowledge, that the individual spirit souls are atomic in size although by their consciousness they are all pervading within the material body, that the individual spirit souls are part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, that Matsya Avatara and the other avatars are directly the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and that the variety of situations into which the conditioned souls are placed is caused by the previous karma. These will all be proved by refuting the ideas of they who claim that these statements are not true. The various aspects of the material world are created in the following sequence. 1. Pradhana. 2. Mahatattva. 3. False ego. 4. The 10 matras. 5. The senses. And 6. The gross elements, beginning with ether. This sequence is given in the Subbalasruti and other scriptures. The sequence found in the Taittiriya Upanishad and other scriptures will also be discussed in order to show that sequence does not contradict what has already been said. Chandogya Upanishad 6.2. 1. Explains. O gentle one, in the beginning the Supreme Personality of Godhead alone existed. Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.3.4 continues. The Supreme Personality of Godhead thought, T shall become many, I shall father children. Then he created fire. Then fire thought, I shall become many, I shall father children. Then fire created water. Then water thought, I shall become many, I shall father children. Then water created grains. In this way it is clearly shown that fire, water, and grains were created. In this, however, there is a doubt. Samsa, doubt. Was ether ever created or not? Purvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because the Shruti Sastra does not mention any creation of ether, therefore ether was never created, but was always existing. This idea is expressed in the following sutra. Sutra 1 Na Vyad Asratena Not. Vyad ether. Asrate because of not being described in the Shruti Sastra. Not so for ether, because that is not described in the Shruti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Ether is eternal and was never created. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Because that is not described in the Shruti Sastra. The relevant passage of Chandogya Upanishad mentions the creation of the other elements, but it does not mention the creation of ether. In the previously quoted passage of Chandogya Upanishad, the creation of fire, water, and grains is mentioned. However, there is no mention of the creation of ether. For this reason, ether must not have been created. That is the meaning. This idea is refuted in the following stitra. Sutra 2 Asti ta asti is. 2 Indeed. Indeed it is so. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, indeed, is used here to remove doubt. The word asti, it is so, means it is so that ether was created. Although the creation of ether is not described in the Chandogya Upanishad, it is described in the Taittiriya Upanishad in the following words. From the Supreme Personality of Godhead, ether was manifested. From ether, air was manifested. From air, fire was manifested. From fire, water was manifested. From water, earth was manifested. Another doubt is expressed in the next sutra. Sutra 3 Because of scripture, and because it is impossible, it must be a mere figure of speech. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. It is not possible that ether was created. This is confirmed by Kanada Muni and other great philosophers. The Taittiriya Upanishad's description of the creation of ether is a mere figure of speech, as when, in ordinary speech, one says, please make some space, or some space has been made. For what other reasons is it not possible that ether is created? Because it is impossible to create ether. It is not possible to create ether because ether is formless and all-pervading, because it is not included in the chain of causes, and because scripture proclaims that ether is not created. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.3.2.3 proclaims, air and ether are both eternal. This proves that ether was never created. However, the passage from the Taittiriya Upanishad used the word sambhita, created, only once to refer to the list of elements beginning with fire. How is it possible to claim that this word is used literally for all the elements and figuratively for ether alone? The opponent of Vedanta replies in the next sutra. Sutra 4 It may be for one, as in the word Brahman. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Taittiriya Upanishad 3.2 it is said, by performing austerities strive to understand Brahman, for austerities are Brahman. In this passage the word Brahman is used in two ways. Used to describe the object of knowledge attained by performing austerities, Brahman is used in its literal sense. Then, equated with austerities, it is used figuratively to mean the way to know Brahman. In the same way the word samhita in the previously discussed passage can be used literally and figuratively simultaneously. In this way the fact that the passage of the Chandogya Upanishad makes no mention of it refutes the description in other Upanishads that ether was created. The author of the sutras refutes this idea in the following words. Sutra 5 It is affirmed because it is not different and because of the statements of scripture. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Chandogya Upanishad 6.1.3 affirms, now I will teach how to hear what cannot be heard. In these words the intention to teach about Brahman is expressed. If this intention is not broken, then all that follows must be about Brahman, and it must be affirmed that nothing is different from Brahman. The idea that something is different from Brahman is to be rejected. If everything is not different from Brahman, then Brahman is clearly the ingredient of which everything is made. Thus, simply by knowing Brahman one knows everything. If this is accepted, then it is also accepted that ether was created. The Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.1 again affirms, Sadeva samidam agra asadekam ivadvidyamited atmyamidrasarvam. O gentle one, in the beginning the Supreme Personality of Godhead alone existed. He was alone. There was no one else. Everything has him as its ingredient. These words affirm that in the beginning everything was manifested from him, and after the creation was manifested everything had him as its ingredient. This should be accepted. Here someone may object. There is no clear statement in that Upanishad that ether was created. How can you talk like that? In the following words the author of the sutras replies to this objection. Sutra 6. Indeed, if there is a creation there must be a creator, as we see in the world. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, indeed, is used here to remove doubt. The Chandogya Upanishad explains, everything has him as its ingredient. This statement shows that there is both a creator and a creation. When the Subala Upanishad and other scriptures explain that the Pradhana, Mahatattva, and other things are created, they imply that everything that exists was created. That is the meaning. The following example from the material world may be given. A person may say, all these are the sons of Katra. In this way he affirms that they were all born from a man named Katra. In the same way, when the Upanishad affirms that everything has the Supreme Personality of Godhead as its ingredient, it is clear that Pradhana, Mahatattva, and everything else has come from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus when the Upanishad states that fire, water, and grains come from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, it means to say that everything comes from him. In this way it is understood that ether also was created. The word vibhaga in this sutra means creation. Sutra 3 affirmed that it is not possible for ether to have been created. However, the Shruti Sastra affirms that the Supreme Personality of Godhead has inconceivable powers. Even though it may be inconceivable, he can do anything without restriction. In some passages it is said that ether is immortal, which means that it is neither created nor destroyed. These statements may be taken as figures of speech because we can find other passages describing the creation and destruction of ether. Because ether is counted among the elements, it must be created and also destroyed. Because ether has temporary material qualities, as fire and the other elements do, it must also be temporary, as the other elements are. Whatever is not matter is spirit. Ether is not like spirit. It is different. In this way the idea that ether was not created is disproved. Modern philosophers that state the contrary are wrong. It must be accepted that ether was created. Adhikarana to air is created. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. To show that the same arguments may also show the creation of air, the author of the Stitras gives the following explanation. Sutra 7. This also refers to air. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This proof that ether was created clearly shows that air, which exists within ether, must also have been created. That is the meaning. This is so because the limbs of something must have the same qualities as the whole of which they are parts. Our opponent may object. Because it was never described in the Chandogya Upanishad, it is clear that air was never created. To this I reply. The Taittiriya Upanishad explains that air was created from ether. Then our opponent may say, that description of the creation of air must have been a figure of speech, because the Shruti Sastra explains that air is eternal. To this I reply. The Chandogya Upanishad affirms in a Pratina statement, Idadatmyamidran Sarvam, that everything was created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way the creation of air is proved. When it is said that air is eternal, the intention is that it is so only relative to some other things. Air was discussed in a separate sutra and not discussed together with ether. This was done to facilitate the argument of Sutra 9. Adhikarana 3. The Eternal Supreme Personality of Godhead is not created. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Chandogya Upanishad 6.2. 1. Affirms, O gentle one, in the beginning the Supreme Personality of Godhead alone existed. A doubt may arise about this statement. Was the Eternal Supreme Personality of Godhead created or not? Pradhana, Mahatattva, and many other things that are causes or creators of other things were created, so perhaps the Supreme Personality of Godhead was also created at some point. This may be so because the Supreme Personality of Godhead is not really different from these other causes. In the following words the author of the sutras addresses this doubt. Sutra 8. Indeed, the Eternal Supreme Personality of Godhead was never created, for such a creation is impossible. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, indeed, is used here either to remove doubt or affirm the truth of this statement. The Eternal Supreme Personality of Godhead was never created. Why not? The sutra explains, Anupapat, because that is impossible. There is no creator of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because it is illogical and inappropriate to assume the existence of such a creator. That is the meaning here. Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.9 explains, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the cause of all causes. He is the king of all other causes. No one is his creator. No one is his king. It is not possible to say that because all other causes are created by something else, therefore the Supreme Personality of Godhead must have been created by someone else, for such a statement contradicts these words of the Shruti Sastra. A root cause of everything must be accepted, for if it is not, then there is an unending chain of causes. By definition, the root cause of everything does not have another cause, a root from which it has sprung. This is described in the Sankhya-sutra 1.67 in these words. Mule milabhavat. This is so because the root cause of everything is not caused by another root cause. In this way, the doubt that perhaps the Supreme Personality of Godhead is created by someone else is clearly refuted. Because the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the first cause of all causes, by definition he is not caused by someone else. However, the secondary causes, such as the Avyakta and the Mahatattva, are all created by another cause. The sutras explaining that ether and the other material elements were all created were given as examples of this general truth. Adhikarana for fire is manifested from air. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. After concluding this discussion, we will consider what seems to be a contradiction in the Shruti Sastra's description of fire. Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.3 explains, Tatejo Shrajata. Then the Supreme Personality of Godhead created fire. In this way it is explained that the Supreme Personality of Godhead created fire. However, the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1.3 explains, Vayor Agni. From air, fire is manifested. These words explain that air created fire. Someone may say that in this second quote the word Vayo is in the ablative case, meaning after fire, and in this way there is no contradiction because both elements were created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and fire was created after air was created. Considering that someone may say this, the author of the sutra speaks the following words. Sutra 9. Fire comes from it. Indeed, it said that. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. From air comes fire. This is confirmed in the Shruti Sastra, which explains, Vayor Agni. From air comes fire. The word Sambhuta is used here. The use of that word shows that the meaning is that from air fire is created. Also, the primary meaning of the ablative case is from. If the primary meaning of a word makes sense, then the primary meaning should be accepted. In that circumstance, the secondary meaning should not be accepted. As will be explained later, this statement does not contradict the statement that everything is created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Adhikarana 5. Water is manifested from fire. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author describes the origin of water. In some places the scriptures affirm that water is manifested from fire, and in other places the scriptures do not agree with this idea. In this way a doubt arises. To remove this doubt, the author of the sutras gives the following explanation. Sutra 10. Apa water. Water. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. To this sutra should be added the previous sutra's phrase Athastathahayaha. Water comes from it. Indeed it said that. This means that water is manifested from fire. This is so because the Shruti Sastra declares it. Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.3 explains, Tadapo Shrajata. Fire created water. Taittiriya Upanishad 2.1 also explains, Agnarapa. From fire water was manifested. These two quotes are clear and need no elaborate explanation. Why water comes from fire is explained in the following words of Chandogya Upanishad. Tasmad yatrak vakasakati svidate vaparusas teyasa ava tadadi apo jayanti. Heat makes a person produce water. This is so when a person perspires or weeps. Adhikarana 6. Earth is manifested from water, and the word Anna in the Chandogya Upanishad means earth. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Chandogya Upanishad it is said, Tidyapa Iksanta Bhavasayama Prajayamahiti Ta Anam Asrajanta. Water thought, I shall become many. One shall father many children. Then water created Anna. What is the meaning of the word Anna here? Does it mean barley and other food, or does it mean earth? In the Chandogya Upanishad it is said, therefore, whenever it rains there is abundant Anna. In this way Anna is produced by water. This passage seems, therefore, to support the idea that the word Anna here means barley and other food. To explain the proper meaning here, the author of the sutra speaks the following words. Sutra 11 because its color, its context, and other quotes from the Shruti Sastra all confirm that earth is the proper meaning. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the meaning earth should be accepted. Why? Because of the context and other reasons. It should be accepted because the context, adhikara, of the passage is a description of the creation of the 5 material elements. DT is also so, because the Anna here is described as being black in color, rapa, in the words. Yat Krishnam Tadannasya, that Anna is black in color. It is also so because in other scriptures, Sastrantrabhya, it is said, in the Taittiriya Upanishad, Adbhya Prithivi, from water, earth is manifested. The passage. Therefore, whenever it rains there is abundant Anna. In this way Anna is produced by water clearly uses the word Anna to mean food. However, because this passage is in the context of a description of the 5 material elements being manifested one from the other, the food here is a metaphor for earth. Thus the 2 meanings food and earth combine in the word Anna in this passage. Adhikara Anna 7. The elements are manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The description here, that the material elements are manifested in a particular sequence, beginning with ether, is given to remove controversy in regard to the sequence in which the elements are manifested. The fact that the pradhana, mahatattva, and all the elements are created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead has already been proved in Sutra 1.1. 2. Janmadi Asayayata. Now the author of the sutras begins a more detailed description of that creation. In the Sabala Upanishad it is said, they said, what was in the beginning? He replied, in the beginning was neither existence nor non-existence. Nothing existed and nothing did not exist. In the beginning there was darkness. From the darkness the origin of the material elements was born. From the origin of the material elements ether was born. From ether air was born. From air fire was born. From fire water was born. From water earth was born. In this way the egg of the material universe was created. Here it should be understood that aksara, avyakta, mahatattva, tanmatras, and material senses should also be placed in this sequence between darkness and ether. This should be done to complement the following statement of Agnimalaya. When all the elements are burned up, earth merges into water, water merges into fire, fire merges into air, air merges into ether, ether merges into the senses merge into the tanmatras merge into the origin of the material elements, the origin of the material elements merges into the mahatattva merges into the avyakta merges into the aksara, and the aksara merges into the great darkness. Then the great darkness becomes one with the Supreme. In the Supreme is neither existence nor non-existence. Nothing exists and nothing does not exist. The word origin of the material elements here means the false ego. False ego is of 3 kinds. From false ego in the mode of goodness, the mind and the demigods are manifested. From false ego in the mode of passion, the material senses are manifested. From false ego in the mode of ignorance are manifested the tanmatras, from which are manifested the ether and the other elements. In this way these different explanations all corroborate each other. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad it is said, Travambhai ekam ivadvidyam brahmasit, tasmad avkyatarn vyoktam ivaksarain tasmad aksaran mayan maghato va ahankaras tasmad ahankarat pankatan matrani tebyo bhutini teravratam aksaram bhavati. Before the material world was manifest, only the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is one without a second, existed. From him came the avyakta. From the avyakta came the aksara. From the aksara came the mahatattva. From the mahatattva came false ego. From false ego came the 5 tanmatras. From them came the material elements. The aksara is filled with all these. Samsa, doubt. Do the pradhana and other parts of this sequence arise one from the other, or do they all arise directly from the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Parvapaksa. They arise from each other, for that is the statement of the texts. Siddhanta, the conclusion. The author of the sutras gives his conclusion in the following words. Sutra 12. Because of meditation and because of the body, it is indeed he. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, indeed, is used to dispel doubt. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the master of all potencies, including the potency of great darkness, the potency that begins the material creation. He is the direct cause, and the pradhana, earth, and other features of the material creation are effects created by him. Why is that? The Stitra explains. Because of meditation and because of the body. The Shruti Sastra explains. The Supreme Personality of Godhead desired, "Let me become many. Let me create the material world." Thus, it is by the desire of the all-powerful Supreme Personality of Godhead that the pradhana and other features of the material world are created. That is how he is the cause of the material world. Also, the material world is the body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Personality of Godhead enters the great darkness of the material world and transforms it into pradhana and the other aspects of matter. In this sense, the material world is his body. This is confirmed by the Antaryami Brahmana of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, and also by the Subala Upanishad, which explains, "The world is the body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead." Adhikarana 8. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the cause of matter's transformation. Sutra 13. Indeed, this sequence is also reversed. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, indeed, is used here for emphasis. In the Mundaka Upanishad 2.1.3, it is said, Atasmaj Jyate Prano Mana Sarvendrayani Ka Karvair Jyodrapa Prithivi Visvasyadrini. From him are born life, mind, all the senses, ether, air, fire, water, and earth, the support of the world. In the Subala Upanishad, the sequence is reversed, with Pradhana and Mahatatva coming first. Everything actually comes from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is present within everything, beginning with the life air and ending with earth, and when one feature of creation comes from another, the second feature actually comes from the all-powerful Supreme Personality of Godhead present within the first feature. If this were not so, then these two different versions would contradict each other. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the origin of all and the creator of all. By knowing him, everything becomes known. The pradhana and other features of matter, being inert and unconscious, cannot by themselves create changes in the material world. That is why the word ka, also, is used here. Therefore the Supreme Personality of Godhead is in every case the real cause of these transformations in the material world. Adhikarana 9. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the creator of mind and intelligence. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author of the sutras removes a specific doubt. Sutra 14. Antara Vijnana Manazi Kramina Tal Lingad It Sen Navas Sat Antara. In the middle. Vijnana knowledge. Manazi and mind. Kramina, with the sequence. Tat of that. Lingat because of the sign. It thus. Set if. Na not. Avas sat because of not being different. If it is said that the sequence of mind and intelligence appears in this way, then I reply, no. Because they are not different. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word vijnana here means the material senses of the conditioned soul. Here someone may object. It is not proper to assume that this quotation from Mundaka Upanishad, text 2.1.3 quoted in the previous purport, supports the idea that all the features of the material world are directly created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. The list given in that verse merely gives the sequence in which those material features were manifested. TT says that first come the material senses and then comes the mind. This does not mean that everything comes directly from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If this objection is raised, then I reply, no, it is not so. Why not? The Sutra explains, Navai Sat, because they are not different. This means that the material senses and the mind are not different from the life force, the element earth, or any of the other material features. They have all come directly from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this passage, the life force and all the other material features all come from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, atasmat from him. That is the meaning. The following scripture quotes also declare that the elements are all created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So Kamayata Bahusiyam Prajaya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead desired, let me become many. Let me create the material world. The life force and everything else was manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Bhagavad Gita, 10.8, the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself declares, "LM the source of all spiritual and material worlds. Everything emanates from me." In the Vamana Purana it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, enters everywhere and awakens the power dormant in everything. He is the supremely powerful one. He does everything perfectly. In this way it is shown that pradhana and all other material features all come directly from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That fact is not at all contradicted by the sequence of events presented in the Subala Upanishad and the other scriptures. This is so because the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the creator of the original material darkness, the pradhana and the other features of the material world. Thus when the scripture says Tat Tejo Shrajata, the Supreme Personality of Godhead created fire, it is understood that he also created darkness, a host of other potencies, pradana, air, and other aspects of matter. When the scriptures say Tasmadvaya, from the Supreme Personality of Godhead everything has come, it is understood that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the master of material darkness and a host of other potencies. The pradana and other features of matter were born from him, and the material element ether was also manifested from him. Adhikarana 10 All words are names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. Is it not so that if Lord Hari is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Master of all, and the all-pervading Supersoul, then the names of all that is moving and inert would also be names of him? However, this is not so, for words are primarily the names of the various moving and inert things. Thinking that someone may accept this idea that words are primarily names of various things and only secondarily names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the author of the sutras gives the following explanation. Sutra 15 Indeed, he resides in all that move and does not move. Therefore it will be learned that every word is one of his names. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, indeed, is used here to dispel doubt. The word Krikaravya means that the Supreme Personality of Godhead resides in all moving and unmoving beings. The word Tadvyapedsa means the names of the moving and unmoving beings. The word Abhakta means these names are primarily names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Why is that? The sutra explains. Bhava Bhavitvat, the real meaning of names will be learned in the future. This means that by studying the scriptures one will come to understand that all words are names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Shruti Sastras explain. The Supreme Personality of Godhead desired, let me become many. Let me create the material world. He is the all-pervading Supreme Personality of Godhead. Nothing is different from him. In the Vishnu Purana, 3.7.16, it is said, as golden bracelets, crowns, earrings, and other golden ornaments are all one because they are all made of gold, so all demigods, men, and animals are one with Lord because they are all made of Tordhari's potencies. The meaning is this. Names of potencies are primarily the names of the master of these potencies. This is so because the master is the very self of his potencies. Adhikarana 11 The individual spirit souls are eternal and without beginning. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because he is the origin of everything, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has no other origin from which he was created. This has already been described. Now we will determine the nature of the individual spirit soul. First, the idea that the individual soul has an origin will be refuted. In the Taittiriya Mahanarayana Upanishad 1.4, it is said, from the Supreme Personality of Godhead the universe was born. With water he created the living entities on the earth. In the Chandogya Upanishad it is said, O gentle one, all living entities have their roots in the Supreme. Samsa, doubt, do the individual spirit souls have an origin or not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because he is the creator of the material universe, which contains both sentient living entities and insentient matter, the Supreme Personality of Godhead must be the creator of the individual spirit souls. Any other idea would be illogical. Siddhanta, conclusion. The author of the sutras gives the following conclusion. Sutra 16 Because the individual spirit soul is eternal, and because of the statements of Shruti Sastra and other scriptures, this idea about the individual spirit soul is not true. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The individual spirit soul was never created. Why not? The sutra explains. Shrutek, because of the statements of Shruti Astra. In Katha Upanishad 1.2.18, it is said, O wise one, for the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He has not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever existing, and primeval. He is not slain when the body is slain. That the individual spirit soul was never born is also declared in the Svetasvatara Upanishad 1.9. Neither the Supreme Personality of Godhead nor the individual spirit souls were ever born. The word tabya in the stitra means the eternality of the individual spirit soul is described in the Shruti and Smriti Sastras. The word ka and in the Satra means that the individual spirit soul is also conscious and full of knowledge. In the Katha Upanishad 2.5.13, it is said, of all eternal living souls there is one who is the leader. Of all eternal souls there is one who is the leader. In the Bhagavad Gita the Supreme Lord explains, Ayonitya sasvato vampurana. The soul is unborn, eternal, ever-existing, and primeval. Therefore, when it is said, Yanadatta is born and again he dies, such words refer only to the external material body. The Jata Karma ceremony and other ceremonies like it also refer to the external material body. The individual spirit soul is different from the external material body and resides in it like a passenger. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.38, it is said, at the moment of birth the spirit soul enters a material body and at the moment of death the soul leaves the body. In the Chandogya Upanishad 6.113, it is said, the soul resides in the material body. When the body dies the soul does not die. Here someone may object, how can this be? If this is so, then this fact disagrees with the scriptural description of the individual soul's creation. To this objection I reply, the individual spirit souls are said to be created because they are effects of the Supreme. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has two potencies, and these are said to be his effects. Here is what makes these two potencies different. One potency is the pradhana and other inert, unconscious, not alive potencies that are meant to be objects of enjoyment and various experiences. The other potency is the individual spirit souls, who are not inert, dull matter, but are conscious, alive beings, and who are able to enjoy and perceive various experiences. These two potencies share one common feature, that they are both the effects of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way the scriptural description of the soul's creation is not contradicted. In this way the scriptures are correct, and in this way, also, the individual spirit souls are never born. Adhikarana 12. The individual spirit souls are both knowledge and knowers. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author of the sutras considers the nature of the individual spirit soul. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.722, it is said, Yo Vijyantistan. The individual spirit soul is situated in knowledge. In another passage it is said, I slept happily, I did not know anything. Sarmsa, doubt. Is the individual spirit soul unalloyed knowledge only, or is the soul the knower that experiences knowledge? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The individual spirit soul consists of knowledge only. This is confirmed by the statement of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.722. The individual spirit soul is situated in knowledge. The soul is not the knower or the perceiver of knowledge. The intelligence is the knower. Therefore statement, I slept happily, T did not know anything, is spoken by the intelligence, not by the soul. Siddhanta, conclusion. The author of the sutras gives the following conclusion. Sutra 17. Therefore he is the knower. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The individual spirit soul is both knowledge and knower. In the Prasna Upanishad 4.9, it is said, Esa hydrasta sprasta shrota rasa ita grata manta bodhikarta vihanatma parusa. The individual spirit soul is the seer, the toucher, the hearer, the taster, the smeller, the thinker, the determiner, the doer, and the knower. This truth is accepted because it is declared by scripture, not because it is understood by logic. Our acceptance of the truth of scripture is described in Sutra 2.1.27. The statements of Shruti Sastra are the root of real knowledge. In the Smriti Sastra it is said, the individual spirit soul is both knower and knowledge. Therefore the individual spirit soul is not knowledge alone without being anything else, and this is not at all proved by the statement, I slept happily, I did not know anything, for such an idea would contradict these scripture statements that affirm the soul to be the knower. Therefore it is concluded that the individual spirit soul is both knowledge and knower. Adhikarana 13. The individual spirit souls are atomic. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author of the sutras considers the size of the individual spirit souls. In the Mundaka Upanishad 3.19, it is said, when the life breath withdraws the 5 activities, the mind can understand the atomic soul. Sarmsa, doubt. Is the individual spirit soul atomic or all-pervading? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The individual spirit soul is all-pervading. Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.14 declares that the soul is Mayan, great. The statement that the soul is atomic is merely a poetic metaphor. Siddhanta, conclusion. The author of the sutras gives the conclusion in the following words. Sutra 18. Because of departure, travel, and return. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this sutra the word ana, the atomic soul, should be understood from the previous sutra. In this stitra the genitive case is used in the sense of the ablative. The individual spirit soul is atomic and not all-pervading. Why is that? The sutra explains. because of departure, travel, and return. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.2, it is said, the soul shines in the heart. At the moment of death, the effulgent soul leaves through the opening of the eyes, the opening at the top of the head, or another opening in the body. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.11, it is said, sinful fools enter into planets known as the worlds of torment, full of darkness and ignorance. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.6, it is said, at the time of death the soul reaps the results of his works. He goes to the world where he deserves to go. When the results of his past deeds are exhausted, again he returns to the middle planets, the world of karma. In this way the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad describes the soul's travel from one place to another. If he were all-pervading, the soul would not be able to travel from one place to another, for he would already be everywhere. In Srimad Bhagavatam 10.87.30, it is said, O Lord, although the living entities who have accepted material bodies are spiritual and unlimited in number, if they were all-pervading there would be no question of their being under your control. However, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, although all-pervading, can travel from place to place. This is possible because he possesses inconceivable powers. Here someone may object. The individual spirit soul can be all-pervading and unmoving, and still, because he mistakenly identifies with the external material body, imagine that he goes and comes. He is like the ruler of a village who never really leaves his realm. To this the reply is given. Because it is said that he both departs and returns, it is not possible that the soul is actually stationary and unmoving. The author of the sutras confirms this in the following words. Sutra 19 also because the last two refer to the soul. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka also is used here for emphasis. Here the word utarayo, the last two, means of the coming and going. The coming and going here definitely occurs to the individual spirit soul. This is so because the coming and going in the previous sutra clearly refer to an agent, to the performer of the action. The coming and going here are understood to be coming and going from a material body. This is clearly seen in the first Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.2 passage quoted in the previous purport. It is also seen in the following words of Bhagavad Gita 15.4. The living entity in the material world carries his different conceptions of life from one body to another as the air carries aromas. Thus he takes one kind of body and again quits it to take another. If someone says that the soul actually never goes anywhere, although it seems to go places because of the misidentification of the external material body as the self, then I say this is a foolish idea. In the following words the Kausataki Upanishad refutes this idea. At the time of death the soul, accompanied by all his powers, leaves the material body. The word saha, accompanied by, is used when the more important is accompanied by another of lesser importance. An example is the sentence, accompanied by saha, his son, the father took his meal. Another example is in Bhagavad Gita 15.4, which declares that the soul carries his different conceptions of life from one body to another as the air carries aromas. In this way the foolish example pushed forward by the impersonalists, the example of the air in the jar and in the sky, is clearly refuted. Sutra 20. If it is claimed that the Shruti Sastra denies the idea that the soul is atomic, then I reply that it is not so, because those descriptions apply to someone else. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. Is it not so that the individual spirit soul is not atomic? After all, the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.22 affirms, the soul is very great. After all, to be great in size is the very opposite of being atomic. If someone claims this, then the Stitra replies, no, it is not so. Why not? The Stra explains, Itara, because these descriptions apply to someone else. These words are descriptions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the all-pervading Supersoul. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.3.7, it is said, he is full of knowledge. He stays among the life airs. Although this passage begins by describing the individual spirit soul, it proceeds with a description of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as is seen in a following passage, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.3.13. He is the self who knows everything. These words clearly describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead and not the individual spirit soul. Sutra 21 because of its word and measurement. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word svasabda, the word describing it, here means that the word atomic is used to describe the individual spirit soul, An example of this is in Mundaka Upanishad 2.19. The soul is atomic in size. The word anmana here means its measurement is atomic in size. The precise measurement of the individual spirit soul is given in the Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.9. When the upper point of a hair is divided into 100 parts and again each of these parts is further divided into 100 parts, each such part is the measurement of the dimension of the spirit soul. In these two ways the atomic size of the soul is proved. The word anantya here means liberation. Anta means death and an means without. Therefore the word anantya means the condition of being free from death. Here someone may object. Is it not so that if it is atomic in size and situated in a specific place in the material body, the soul could not perceive sensations in all other parts of the body, where the soul is not actually present? If this is said, then the author of the sutras replies in the following words. Sutra 22. It does not contradict. It is like sandal paste. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana as a drop of sandal paste placed on one part of the body brings a pleasant sensation to the body as a whole, so the soul, although situated in one place, perceives what happens in the entire body. Therefore, there is no contradiction. In the Brahmanda Purana it is said, as the sensation created by a drop of sandal paste pervades the entire body, so the individual spirit soul, although atomic in size, is conscious of what happens in the entire body. Sutra 23. If it is denied because it has no specific abode, then I say no, because it resides in the heart. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. Is it not so that the drop of sandal paste has a single, clearly visible, place where it resides on the body, but the soul has no such single residence in the body? There is no reason to make guesses about the location of the soul in the body. The soul is clearly present everywhere in the body, just as the element ether is present everywhere. Therefore the sandal paste example is clumsy and wrong. If this objection is raised, then the author of the sutras replies, no, it is not S0. Why not? The sutra explains, because it resides in the heart. This means that the soul really does reside in a single place in the material body. The soul resides in the heart. This is confirmed in the following words of Prasna Upanishad 3.6. The soul resides in the heart. In the final conclusion, the spirit soul, although atomic in size, is, in one sense, all-pervading throughout the entire material body. This is explained in the following sutra. Sutra 24. By quality or like light. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. Although the soul is atomic in size, it pervades the body by the quality of consciousness. Like light, it pervades the entire body. As the sun, although situated in one place, fills the universe with light, so the soul fills the body with consciousness. The Supreme Personality of Godhead Himself declares this in Bhagavad Gita 13.34. Q son of Bharata, as the sun alone illuminates all this universe, so does the living entity, one within the body, illuminate the entire body by consciousness. When the sun emanates sunlight, it does not lose any atoms from its mass, nor does it become diminished in any way. Rubies and other jewels also emanate light without losing atoms from their mass or becoming diminished in any way. It is not possible to say that when light is emanated from them, these things become diminished in size. The light they emanate is their quality, not their mass. The quality can function in a plane apart from the substance that possesses it. The author of the sutras explains this in the following example. Sutra 25. As a fragrance is in a different place, so it is also in a different place. This the scripture shows. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. As the fragrance of flowers or other objects may travel to a place far from its source, so the consciousness that emanates from the soul may travel from the heart and enter the head, feet, or other parts of the body. The Kausataki Upanishad 3.6 explains. By consciousness the soul is all-pervading in the material body. Even though the fragrance may travel very far, it is never actually separated from its source, just as the light of a jewel is also not separated from its source. In the Smriti Sastra it is said, they who do not understand may sometimes say that fragrance is present in water. Earth is the natural home of fragrance, although it may sometimes take shelter of water or air. In the Prasna Upanishad 4.9 it is said, Esa Hydrasta. The soul is the person who sees. Samsa, doubt, is the consciousness that the soul possesses eternal or not. Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The soul is by nature unconscious. It is like a stone. Consciousness only arises when the soul comes in contact with the mind. This is seen in the scripture statement. El slept happily. I was not conscious of anything. This statement shows that consciousness is not an inherent quality of the soul but rather is attained by contact with something else. It is like iron and fire. When placed in fire, an iron rod gradually assumes the qualities of fire. If it were an inherent quality of the soul, then consciousness would not be lost in deep sleep. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives the conclusion. Sutra 26. Because there is a specific teaching. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The soul is conscious eternally. How is that known? The sutra explains. Because there is a specific teaching. Some examples of that teaching follow. In the Prasna Upanishad 4.9, it is said, the soul sees eternally. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.5, 14, it is said, Avinasi varayam atmanusiti dharma. The soul's consciousness is never destroyed. The soul does not become conscious merely by contact with the mind, for soul and mind are both indivisible and cannot interact. Turning away from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the soul obscures its natural spiritual knowledge. Turning towards the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the soul revives its natural spiritual consciousness. This is described in the Smriti Astra as by washing away the dirt that covered a jewel. The jewel's splendor is not created but merely uncovered. So by removing the dirt of materialism that covered the soul's splendor is not created, but merely uncovered. As by digging a well, water is brought forth but not created. So by spiritual activities the nature of the soul is brought forth but not created. How would it be possible to create the soul's qualities from nothing? When material faults are destroyed, the soul's qualities become revealed. The soul's qualities are eternal, they are never created. Here someone may object. These quotes from scripture merely show that the soul is synonymous with consciousness. They do not prove that the soul itself is conscious. To this objection the author of the sutras replies in the following words. Sutra 27. It is called that because that is its essential nature, just as he who is intelligent. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because the soul is consciousness itself, therefore it is conscious. Why is that? The sutra explains. It is called that because that is its essential nature. In this sutra the word guna, quality, refers to the soul's quality of consciousness. The word sara means the essential nature of the thing, the absence of which makes the thing non-existent. The word pranavat means like Lord Vishnu, who is known as prana, all knowing, because he is all knowledge. Because he is all knowledge personified, Lord Vishnu is said to know everything. In the same way, because the soul is consciousness personified, therefore the soul is conscious. That the statements the soul is consciousness personified and the soul is conscious mean the same thing is also confirmed in the next sutra. Sutra 28. It exists as long as the soul exists. There is no fault in this, because it is clearly seen. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. There is no fault in saying that the two sentences the soul is consciousness and the soul is conscious mean the same thing. That is the meaning here. Why is that? The sutra explains. It exists as long as the soul exists. There is no fault in this, because it is clearly seen. The soul's consciousness exists for as long as the soul exists. As long as the soul exists, the soul's consciousness will not be destroyed. The soul exists eternally, without a beginning or end in time, and the soul's consciousness also exists eternally. The sun may be given here as an example. The sun is both light and the bringer of light. As long as the sun exists it will have these two features, which are actually not different. In the same way the soul is both consciousness and conscious. Here someone may object. Is it not true that consciousness is born from the modes of material nature? Is it not true that, because it does not exist in the state of dreamless sleep, consciousness is not eternal? Is it not true that even when the living entity is fully awake his consciousness is in fact created by a barrage of various sense objects? If these objections are raised, the author of the sutras replies in the following words. Sutra 29. But like virility and other things it exists and then is manifest. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to dispel doubt. The word na, it is not like that, is understood in this sutra. It is not true then consciousness is non-existent in dreamless sleep and only exists in the waking state. Why is that? The sutra explains. But like virility and other things it exists and then is manifest. In the state of dreamless sleep the soul's consciousness exists in a dormant state, and in the state of wakefulness that dormant consciousness becomes fully manifested. Here the sutra gives the example of virility. In childhood virility and other qualities associated with it exist in a dormant state. Then, at the beginning of adulthood, they become manifested. In the same way, consciousness is dormant in dreamless sleep and fully manifested in the waking state. This is described in the following words of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.3:30. In the state of dreamless sleep, the soul is both conscious and unconscious. The soul is always conscious, and consciousness can never be separated from it, because the soul and its consciousness can never be destroyed. Still, in the state of dreamless sleep, no object is presented before the soul for it to be conscious of. When there is no object for consciousness to perceive, then consciousness is dormant. Therefore, in dreamless sleep, consciousness is dormant. When the senses contact the sense objects, then consciousness becomes manifested. Had it not existed in a dormant state during dreamless sleep, consciousness could not have manifested itself in the waking state, just as a person born eunuch cannot manifest virility at the beginning of adulthood. In this way, it is proved that the individual spirit soul is atomic, is consciousness, and is conscious eternally. Now the author of the sutras refutes the theory of the Sankhya philosophers. Sarmsa, doubt. Is the individual spirit soul consciousness and nothing else? Is the individual spirit soul all-pervading? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The individual spirit soul is all-pervading. This is so because the results of its actions are seen everywhere. Had it been atomic, the soul would be unable to perceive the pains and pleasures present in different parts of the body. Had it been of a medium size, the soul would not be eternal. Therefore, the individual spirit soul must be all-pervading. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words, the author of the Stitras gives the proper conclusion. Sutra 30. Otherwise, there would be eternal consciousness, eternal unconsciousness, or the limited existence of one or the other. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. If the soul were only consciousness and nothing else, and if it were all-pervading, then the soul would be either always conscious or always unconscious. Either that or there would be a limited existence of one or the other. This is the meaning. It is clear to the entire world that consciousness and unconsciousness both exist. If the cause of this were a soul that is consciousness only and also all-pervading, then consciousness and unconsciousness would both be perceived simultaneously at every moment by the entire world. If this all-pervading soul were the cause of consciousness only and not unconsciousness, then no one would ever be unconscious, and if this all-pervading soul were the cause of unconsciousness only and not consciousness, then no one would ever be conscious. It cannot be said that consciousness is created by contact with the senses and unconsciousness is created when there is no contact with the senses, because if the soul is all-pervading, then it would be always in contact with the senses. Furthermore, if the individual spirit soul were all-pervading, then everyone would simultaneously experience the pains and pleasures of everyone else. If this were so, there would be no meaning to individual experience, individual desire, or individual destiny. This effectively refutes the theory that the individual spirit soul is all-pervading. However, our theory, which affirms that the spirit soul is atomic in size and different in each material body, is not refuted by these considerations. Although atomic in size, the individual spirit soul can act in any place, although it cannot act in every place simultaneously. By its quality of consciousness, the individual spirit soul can pervade its material body and perceive the happiness and other sensations present in the various parts of the material body. Adhikarana 14. The individual spirit soul performs actions. Introduction by 5. Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author of the sutras will consider another point. In the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.5.1, it is said, consciousness performs yanas, consciousness performs actions. Samsa, doubt. Does the individual soul, indicated in this passage by the word consciousness, perform actions or not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. In the Katha Upanishad 2.18, it is said, neither he who thinks the living entity the slayer nor he who thinks it slain is in knowledge, for the self slays not nor is slain. These words clearly declare that the individual spirit soul never performs actions. In the Bhagavad Gita 3.27, it is said, the spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks himself the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the three modes of material nature. In the Bhagavad Gita 13.21, it is also said, nature is said to be the cause of all material causes and effects, whereas the living entity is the cause of the various sufferings and enjoyments in this world. Therefore, the individual spirit soul does not perform actions. When a person understands the truth, he understands that all actions are actually performed by the material energy, and the individual spirit soul is merely the person who experiences the fruits of action. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives the proper conclusion. Sutra 31. He performs actions. This is so because the scriptures are meaningful. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. It is the individual spirit soul who performs actions, not the modes of material nature. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Because the scriptures are meaningful. In the scriptures it is said, Svargakamo yajata, a person who desires Svargaloka should perform yanas, and one should worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. These statements have meaning only if the individual spirit soul does actually perform actions. If all actions are performed by the modes of nature and the individual spirit soul never does anything, these statements of the scriptures are meaningless. These statements of scripture are intended to motivate the individual spirit soul to act in a certain way so he can enjoy the results of his actions. It is not even possible in this way to try to motivate the inert material modes to act in any way at all. That the individual spirit soul does actually perform actions is also confirmed in the next sutra. Sutra 32. Because of the teaching about pastimes. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Chindagya Upanishad 8.12. 3. Describes the activities of the liberated souls. In the spiritual world, the individual spirit soul eats, plays, and enjoys. Therefore, action by itself does not bring pain and unhappiness to the soul. Rather, it is the bondage of the three modes of nature that brings unhappiness. This is so because the three modes of nature obscure the reality of the soul's spiritual nature. Sutra 33. Because of taking. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.1. 18. It is said, in the dreaming state the individual spirit soul acts like a king. The soul grasps the life airs and does as it wishes. In the Bhagavad Gita 15.8. It is also said, the living entity in the material world carries his different conceptions of life from one body to another as the air carries aromas. Thus he takes one kind of body and again quits it to take another. In these passages it is seen that the individual spirit soul does perform actions, for the soul moves the life airs as a magnet moves iron. The life airs may move many things, but it is the individual spirit soul who moves the life airs. Nothing else moves them. In the following words, the author of the sutras now gives another reason. Sutra 34. Also because of the name in the action. If this were not so, the grammatical structure would be different. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.5. 1. It is said, consciousness performs yanas. Consciousness performs actions. These words clearly show that the individual spirit soul is the primary performer of Vedic and ordinary actions. If the word Vijnanam is interpreted to mean not the individual spirit soul, but the intelligence, then the grammatical structure of the sentence would be different. Then the word Vijnana would be in the instrumental case, for the intelligence would be the instrument by which the action is performed. However, the word is not in the instrumental case. If the intelligence were the performer of the action here, then another word must be given in the instrumental case to show with what instrument the intelligence performs the action, for there must be an instrument in every action. However, if the individual spirit soul is the performer of the action, there is not need for another word in the instrumental case to show the instrument used, for in that situation the individual spirit soul is both the performer of the action and the instrument employed. Here someone may object. Is it not so that the individual spirit soul, being independent and able to act as he likes, will naturally act for his own welfare and will not perform actions that bring him harm? To this I reply, no, it is not like that. The individual spirit soul desires to benefit himself, but because his past karma acts against him, he sometimes creates his own misfortune. For these reasons it is clear that the individual spirit soul certainly performs actions. When the scriptures sometimes say that the individual spirit soul does not perform actions, the meaning is that the soul is not independent and free to do exactly everything he wishes. Here someone may object. It is not possible that the individual spirit soul is the performer of actions, for it is clearly seen that these actions often bring him suffering. To this I reply, no, it is not so. If the individual spirit soul is not the performer of actions, then the scriptural descriptions of the Darsa, Purnama, and other yanas would not make any sense. In the following words, the author of the sutras refutes the idea that material nature is the real performer of actions. Sutra 35. As in the situation of consciousness, it would be indefinite. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In previous sutras it was shown that if the individual spirit soul were all-pervading, then consciousness would be vague and indefinite. In the same way, if all-pervading material nature were the sole performer of all actions, then all actions would bring the same result to all spirit souls simultaneously. Clearly this is not so. Also, it could not be said that the individual spirit soul would need to be near the place where a certain action was performed in order to experience the result of that action. The Sankhya philosophers cannot say this, for in their theory each individual spirit soul is all-pervading and is thus already near the places where all actions are performed. Sutra 36. Because the power is changed. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. If the material nature is the performer of actions, then material nature must also experience the good and bad results of those actions. However, the Svetasvatara Upanishad 1.8 affirms, Bhaktir Bhavat, the individual spirit soul enjoys the good and bad results of actions. In this way the idea that the material nature is the performer of actions is refuted. Because the individual spirit soul enjoys the good and bad results of actions, the individual spirit soul must also be the performer of those actions. Sutra 37. Also because there is no liberation. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Actions are meant to bring one to liberation from the material world. Because it is not possible for the material nature to act in such a way and attain such a goal, the idea that the material nature is the performer of actions cannot be entertained. Liberation means understanding the truth different from matter. Because it is unconscious, and also because it really is matter, it is not possible for the material nature to come to this understanding. In this way it is proved that the individual spirit soul is the performer of actions. Adhikarana 15. Activity is the soul's nature. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the following words the author of the sutras gives an example to show that the individual spirit soul performs actions, using either its own potency or some other instrument to perform them. Sutra 38. In both ways like a carpenter. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. As a carpenter performs actions, employing both his own power and a host of tools, so does the individual spirit soul, employing both his own power and the various life airs. Thus the soul employs the material body and other instruments also, to perform actions. It is the pure spirit soul who thus uses the modes of material nature to perform actions. That is why the scriptures sometimes say that the modes of material nature are the performer of actions. That the individual spirit soul is indeed the performer of actions is confirmed in Bhagavad Gita 13.22, where it is said, the living entity in material nature thus follows the ways of life, enjoying the three modes of nature. Thus he meets with good and evil among the various species. These words explain the scripture passages that declare the modes of nature to be the performers of action. It is foolish for a person to think himself the sole performer of action and ignore the 5 factors of action. Of course it is not that the individual spirit soul never performs any action. The idea that the soul never does anything is clearly refuted by the many scriptural statements urging the soul to act such a way that he may attain liberation. When in the Bhagavad Gita 2.19, the Lord says, Nayam hanti na hanyate, the self slays not nor is slain. That does not mean that the individual spirit soul never performs any action, but rather that the eternal spirit soul can never be cut or slain. The meaning of the statement that the soul never acts has thus already been explained. In both this life and the next the devotees perform various actions of devotional service to the Lord. Because these actions are free from the touch of the modes of nature, because they are under the jurisdiction of the Lord's spiritual potency, and because they led to liberation, these actions are said not to be action, for they are not material actions. This is explained by the Supreme Lord himself in these words. One who acts without attachment is in the mode of goodness. One who is blinded with desire is in the mode of passion. One whose intelligence is broken is in the mode of ignorance. One who takes shelter of me is free from the grip of the modes of nature. That the pure spirit soul experiences the results of his actions is described in Bhagavad Gita 13.21. The living entity is the cause of the various sufferings and enjoyments in this world. Because it is by nature conscious, it is the soul that experiences the results of actions. The modes of nature do not experience them. This refutes the idea that the modes are active and the soul is not. In this way it is proved that it is the conscious soul who experiences happiness and other sensations. In this way the individual spirit soul brings knowledge to its soul and others. Both kinds of action exist for the soul. In the Prasna Upanishad 4.9, it is said, Esa hydrasta sprasta shrota, it is the soul who sees, touches, and hears. Thus, by this example of the carpenter, the idea that the individual spirit soul is the only factor in action, and there are no others, is clearly refuted. Adhikara 16. The individual spirit soul is dependent on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now another doubt is considered. Samsa, doubt. Is the individual spirit soul independent in his actions, or does he depend on another? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The scriptures say, Svargakamo yajata, one who desires Svargaloka should perform yanas. And Tasmad Brahmana Suram na Pibat Papmanotsar Srija Brahmana should not drink liquor and should not commit sins. That the scriptures give orders and prohibitions for the soul to follow is proof that the soul is independent, for independence means to have the power to do one thing and to refrain from doing another. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 39. But from the Supreme, because of the scriptures. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used to remove doubt. The Supreme Personality of Godhead inspires the individual spirit soul to act. How is that known? The Sutra explains. Takrita, it is known from the scriptures. The scriptures give the following explanations. Anta pravista sastajananam, entering their hearts, the Supreme Personality of Godhead controls all living entities. Yatmani tistan atmanam antaro yam yati, entering their hearts, the Supreme Personality of Godhead controls all living entities. Esa eva sadhu karma karayati, the Lord engages the living entity in pious activities so he may be elevated. Here someone may object. So be it. However, if the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the actual performer of actions, then the orders and prohibitions of the scriptures are all meaningless. The scriptures can give orders and prohibitions only if the individual spirit soul is independent and thus has the power to make choices. If this is said, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 40. But it is by effort, because then orders and prohibitions are not without meaning. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to dispel doubt. The individual spirit soul performs pious and impious deeds. Taking into consideration the individual soul's efforts, the Supreme Personality of Godhead gives him facility to act in a certain way. Therefore, the previously stated objection is not valid. The pious and impious deeds of the individual spirit soul are like different seeds that sprout into different kinds of plants. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is like the rain that falls on these seeds and makes them grow. Therefore, in this situation is the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the instrument by which these seeds of karma bear fruit. The seeds of various trees, vines, and other plants are the specific cause of these plants, and the rain that makes them grow is the general cause. If no rain cloud brings water, there will not be any variety of sweet flowers or other plants. If there is no seed, there will not any flowers or plants either. In this way, the Supreme Personality of Godhead gives the results of the pious and impious deeds performed by the individual spirit soul. Even though dispatched by another, a person is still the performer of the actions he does. Therefore, it cannot be said that the individual spirit soul does not perform actions. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Because then orders and prohibitions are not without meaning. The word adi, beginning with, in this stitra means that the Supreme Personality of Godhead gives mercy and punishment according to the pious and impious actions of the individual spirit souls. If that interpretation is accepted, then the orders and prohibitions of the scriptures are not without meaning. If the Supreme Personality of Godhead actually forces the individual spirit soul to act piously or impiously, and the soul is like a rock or a log and has no independence, then the orders of the scripture to perform pious deeds and avoid impious deeds are all worthless and should be rejected. The scriptures say that when he is merciful, the Supreme Personality of Godhead engages the individual spirit soul in pious activities so he may be elevated, and when he withdraws his mercy, the Supreme Personality of Godhead engages the individual spirit soul in impious activities so he may go to hell. If this means that the individual living entity has no choice, and pious and impious deeds are forced on him by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then the Supreme Personality of Godhead is cruel and unjust, a monster. Therefore, it must be concluded that the individual spirit soul does have free will, and is responsible for his actions, although he does not have the power to transfer his desire and will into concrete action unless the Supreme Personality of Godhead permits. In this way everything is explained. Adhikarana 17. The individual spirit soul is part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Next, to corroborate the previous explanation, the author of the sutras explains that the individual spirit soul is part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.1, it is said, Vasuparna, the soul and the supersoul within the body, are compared to two friendly birds sitting together. The first bird here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the second is the individual spirit soul. Samsa, doubt. Is the individual spirit soul in truth the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only seeming to be different because of the illusion of Maya, or is the individual spirit soul part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, different from the Lord, but related to him as a ray of sunlight is related to the sun? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. What is the truth? The truth is the individual spirit soul covered by the illusion of Maya is in truth the same as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Brahma Bindu Upanishad 13 explains, the space within a jar is not moved when the jar is moved, nor is it destroyed when the jar is broken. The spirit soul is like that unbreakable space. The Chandogya Upanishad also 6.8.7 affirms, Tatvamasi, you are that. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words, the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 41. He is apart because of the description of being many, and also because some scriptures describe him as a servant, as a gambler, or as something else. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The individual spirit soul is a part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as a ray of sunlight is part and parcel of the sun. The individual spirit soul is different from the Lord, dependent on the Lord, and related to the Lord. That is the meaning. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Because of the description of being many. The Sabala Upanishad explains. Narayana is the transcendental Supreme Personality of Godhead. Narayana is the creator, destroyer, mother, father, brother, home, shelter, friend, and goal. In Bhagavad Gita 9.18, Lord Krishna declares, "LM the goal, the sustainer, the master, the witness, the abode, the refuge, and the most dear friend. I am the creation and the annihilation, the basis of everything, the resting place, and the eternal seed." The words Nana Vyapadsid in this sutra describe the many relationships that exist between the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the individual spirit soul. Relationships like that between the creator and created, controller and controlled, shelter and person who takes shelter, master and servant, friend, and goal and seeker. Some passages in the 8th Atharva Veda declare that because the Supreme is all-pervading, the individual spirit souls and the Supreme are identical. The 8th Atharva Veda declares, Brahmadasa Brahmakitava, these servants are the Supreme. These fishermen are the Supreme. These gamblers are the Supreme. It is not possible that this passage intends to say that the individual spirit soul is actually not different from the Supreme. It is not possible that the Supreme is simultaneously both the creator and created, the pervader and pervaded, nor is it possible that supremely intelligent Lord becomes a servant or other lowly being. If it were true that the individual spirit souls are identical with the Supreme, then the scripture's advice to renounce the world would become meaningless. Nor is it possible that the Supreme has become covered by the influence of illusion, for illusion has no power to bewilder the Lord. Nor is it possible that the individual spirit souls are parts of the Supreme like fragments cut with a chisel from a great stone, for that would contradict the scripture statements that the Supreme can neither be broken nor changed. Therefore the individual spirit soul is different from the Supreme, but related to him as created to creator, and in other ways also. The individual spirit soul is thus a part and parcel of the Supreme. The truth is that the individual spirit soul is a potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is described in Vishnu Purana 6.7.61. Originally, Krishna's energy is spiritual, and the energy known as the living entity is also spiritual. When it is said that the individual spirit soul is a part of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the word part is used in the same way as in the sentence, the circle of Venus is a 100th part of the moon's circle, or the same way as in the definition, a part, although situated in a smaller area than the whole, is identical with the whole in substance. The use of the word part here is not different from that definition. Thus the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the master of all potencies, and the individual spirit soul is a part of the Lord's spiritual potency. This, by being a localized manifestation of one of the Lord's potencies, the individual spirit soul is a part of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. that is their relationship. The example of the pot means that when the mistaken identification of the soul for the body is broken, the individual soul meets the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Chandogya Upanisad statement Tattvamasi, you are that therefore means you are dependent on the Supreme. The context of that passage supports this view. It does not support any other interpretation. Therefore the individual spirit soul and the Supreme Personality of Godhead are separate and different. One is the controller, the other the controlled. One is all-pervading, the other atomic in size. This is directly seen in the scriptures. It is not possible to prove otherwise. In the next sutra the author continues his explanation. Sutra 42. Because of the description in the Vedic mantras. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the RG Veda 10.90. 3. It is said, Padosya Sarva Bhaitani, all living entities are part and parcel of the Supreme. In this way the Vedic mantras declare that the individual spirit souls are part and parcel of the Supreme. The word pada here means part. No other meaning makes sense in this context. The word sarva bhaitani, all living entities, here is in the plural, whereas the word amsa, part, in stitra 41 is in the singular. The singular here is used in a generic sense to denote all spirit souls. This kind of usage is also seen in many other places. Sutra 43 also in the Smriti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Bhagavad Gita 15.7, Lord Krishna explains, the living entities in this conditioned world are my eternal fragmental parts. By using the word sanatana, eternal, the Lord refutes the idea that the living entities referred to here are the temporary external bodies in which the eternal souls reside. In this way it is seen that the individual spirit souls are part and parcel of the Supreme and have in relationship with Him. The Supreme is the Creator and dominant in other ways also, and the individual spirit souls are dependent on Him. The nature of the individual spirit souls is described in the following passage of Padma Purana. The individual spirit soul is the shelter of knowledge, has knowledge as one of his qualities, is consciousness, is beyond the world of matter, is never born, never changes, and has one form, a spiritual form. The soul is atomic, eternal, is present by consciousness everywhere in the material body, is by nature full of spiritual bliss and knowledge, has a sense of individual identity, is unchanging, is a witness within the body, is eternal, and is different from the Supreme. The soul can never be burned, cut, moistened, withered, or killed. It has these and many more qualities. It is part and parcel of the Supreme. Thus the word ma refers to the individual spirit soul. The soul is the knower of the field of activities. The soul is spiritual. The soul is an eternal servant of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The soul is never the servant of anyone else. The phrase Ivamadi Gune, with these and many more qualities, refers to the soul's other qualities, such as his ability to perform actions, to experience sensations, to attain enlightenment, and to enlighten others. The word enlightenment here has two features. In the first feature the soul itself attains enlightenment. In the second feature the soul brings enlightenment to others. That is the nature of the soul. A lamp sheds light on itself and on other objects also. A jar or similar object has no power to bring light. Although a lamp may shine, because it is inanimate matter it cannot benefit from its own light. The individual soul, however, can benefit from the light it brings. Because the soul can thus become illuminated, it is said that the soul is spiritual and full of knowledge. Adhikarana 18. The Lord's incarnations are not part and parcel of the Lord, for they are the Lord Himself. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Digressing, for the moment, from the main topic, the author of the Stitras next considers the nature of the Lord's incarnations. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad it is said, Lord Krishna is the worshipable, all-pervading Supreme Controller, and although He is one, He manifests in many forms. In the Vishnu Purana 1.2.3 it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is one, although He has many forms. Here it is said that the Lord is one because He remains one person, even though He appears in many forms, and He is also called many because of the great variety of these forms. That is the meaning. Sarmsa, doubt, are the incarnations of the Lord, such as the incarnation Matsya, part and parcel of the Lord in the same way the individual spirit souls are, or are they different from the individual spirit souls? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. There is no difference between the individual spirit souls and the incarnations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stras gives his conclusion. Sutra 44. The Supreme is not like light or other things. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Although the towards incarnations, such as Lord Matsya, are called parts of the Supreme, they are not like the individual spirit souls. Here the author of the sutras gives an example. The Supreme is not like light or other things. As the sun and a firefly may both be called light, but are in truth very different, and as nectar and wine may both be called liquid, but in truth are very different, so the individual spirit souls and the incarnations of the Lord do not have a similar nature, but are very different. Sutra 45. The Smriti Astras also say it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Vraha Purana it is said that there are two kinds of parts and parcels of the Supreme: direct parts and separated parts. Direct parts have exactly the same nature as the Lord. Separated parts are different from the Lord. They are atomic in size and have very slight powers. All direct parts of the Lord are filled with all virtues and glories and free of all vices and defect. In Srimad Bhagavatam 1.3.28 it is said, At Kamsa Kalapumsa Krishnas tu Bhagavan Svayam. All the above mentioned incarnations are either plenary portions or portions of the plenary portions of the Lord, but Lord S11 Krishna is the original personality of Godhead. Thus Lord Krishna is the original supreme personality of Godhead, and the various incarnations, such as Lord Matsya, are parts of him, but they are not different from Lord Krishna, as the individual spirit souls are. Lord Krishna is like a Vidya stone, which manifests different colors from moment to moment. In this way Lord Krishna appears in different forms. In his various incarnations Lord Krishna may display all or only some of his powers. That is the description of the scriptures. Lord Krishna, the source of all incarnations, displays all of his 6 transcendental opulences in full. When the Lord does not display all his opulences in full, he appears as an Amsa incarnation, and when he displays even fewer of his opulences, he appears as a Kala incarnation. In this circumstance he is like a great teacher, learned in the 6 sciences, who in certain circumstances teaches only a small portion of what he actually knows. In the Purusa Bodhini Upanishad it is said that Lord Krishna appears with all his transcendental potencies, headed by goddess Radha. In the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam it is said that various transcendental qualities, such as being supreme over all, being filled with great love, being accompanied by loving associates, filling with wonder Brahma, Siva, and all the demigods, sages, and wise devotees, manifesting many pastimes, such as sweetly playing the flute, that fill everyone with wonder, displaying a great sweetness of transcendental handsomeness, and being very kind and merciful, are eternally manifested in Yasoda's infant Krishna. Lord Matsya and the other incarnations manifest some but not all of these qualities. Still, the incarnations of the Lord are not like the individual spirit souls, for the incarnations actually are the Lord himself. Now the author of the sutras presents another argument. Sutra 46. Bondage and liberation come from contact with the material body, like the eye and other things. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Even though they are parts and parcels of the Supreme, the individual spirit souls, because beginningless ignorance, and also because of contact with material bodies, are subject to material bondage and liberation. The incarnations of the Lord, such as Lord Matsya, however, are not subject to such things. This is the description of the Shruti Sastra. In the Shruti Sastra it is also said that the incarnations of the Lord do not have material bodies, but are directly the Lord himself. That is the great difference between the individual spirit souls and the incarnations of the Lord. The word anuna here means permission. It is by the Lord's permission that the individual spirit souls can perform pious and impious deeds, as the Kausataki Upanishad 3.8 explains. The Lord engages the living entity in pious activities so he may be elevated. The word paridhara means liberation. This is described in the Shruti Sastra. By understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one is able to cross beyond this world of death. Next, speaking the words Jayodradivat, like the eye, the author of the Stitras gives an example to explain this. The eyes of the living entities are like small portions of the sun. However, the eyes depend on the sun for the power of sight, and till the sun does not give permission, in the form of the sunlight, the eyes cannot see. In this way the eyes are dependent on the sun. The sunlight on the sun planet, however, is identical with the sun itself, and thus it makes no sense to say they are dependent on the sun. The difference between the individual spirit souls and the incarnations of the Lord is like that, the incarnations being like the sunlight and the souls being like the eyes. Sutra 47. Because it is imperfect there can be no mistake. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because he is imperfect, the individual spirit soul cannot be mistaken for an incarnation of the Lord. The individual spirit souls are therefore not the same as or equal to the incarnations of the Lord, beginning with Lord Matsya, who are all perfect. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad 5.9, the individual spirit soul is described in the following words. If we divide the tip of a hair into 100 parts and then take one part and divide this into another 100 parts, that 10,000th part is the dimension of the living entity. Instead of being atomic and limited, as the individual spirit souls are, the Lord's incarnations, beginning with Lord Matsya, are perfect and complete in every way, as the Isa Upanishad explains. Parnamada Parnamidam, the personality of Godhead is perfect and complete. In the following words, the author of the sutra shows the great fault in thinking the individual soul identical with the Supreme. Sutra 48. It is also a fallacy. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this sutra is refuted the idea that because they are both called amsas, or parts of the T-Lord, therefore the individual spirit souls and the incarnations of the Lord are identical. This idea is based on the logical fallacy of Sat Pratipaksa, undistributed middle. Because of its imperfect reasoning, this idea is wrong. The word ka, also, here hints that some examples may be given to show this. One example is that of earth and sky. Earth and sky are both substances, but that does not mean that they are identical. Existence and non-existence are both categories, but that does not mean they are equal. In the same way, the individual spirit souls and the incarnations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead may both be parts of the Supreme, but that does not mean that they are equal. Adhikarana 19. The individual spirit souls are not all alike. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Concluding this digression, the author of the stitras now returns to his original topic. In the Katha Upanishad 2.5.13, it is said, Nityo Nityanam Setana Setananam Eko Bhajanam Yo Vidadati Kaman. The Supreme Lord is eternal and the living beings are eternal. The Supreme Lord is cognizant and the living beings are cognizant. The difference is that the Supreme Lord is supplying all the necessities of life for the many other living entities. Satsa, doubt. In this way it is said that the individual spirit souls are eternal and cognizant. Are the individual spirit souls all alike or are they not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The individual spirit souls are not different. They are all exactly alike. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 49. Because of different fates. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. As a truck jumps a long distance, the word not should be inserted from Sutra 44. In this way this stitra means the individual spirit souls are not all alike. Why is that? The stitra explains. Even though the individual spirit souls have the same nature, they have different fates. Their fates are beginningless. Here someone may object. Are the different fates not created because the individual spirit souls have different desires and different aversions? The author of the sutra says, no, it is not so, and gives the following explanation. Sutra 50. In this way there are different desires and other things. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The different natures of the individual spirit souls are to be explained in a different way. These differences exist because of different fates. The word ka and hints that these differences exist at every moment. Here someone may object. Is it not so that these differences are created by differing environments, such as the environment of Svargaloka, the earth, or other places? To this the author of the sutras replies, no, it is not so. He gives the following explanation. Sutra 51. If it is said that this is because of environment, then the answer is no, because there is another reason. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The other reason mentioned here is the differing fates of the individual spirit souls. The differences here cannot be attributed to different environments, for souls in the same environment often manifest great differences. Pada 4. Invocation. O Supreme Personality of Godhead, O Destroyer of enemies, my life breaths, which are born from you, have left the path of virtue. O Lord, please bring them under control and push them on the path that is right. Adhikarana 1. The pranas are manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the third pada, contradictory scriptural passages describing the elements were harmonized. In the fourth pada, contradictory passages describing the pranas, life force and senses, will be harmonized. The pranas are of two kinds, primary and secondary. The secondary pranas are the 11 senses, beginning with the eyes. The primary pranas are the 5 life airs, beginning with apana. First, the secondary pranas will be examined. In the Mundaka Upanishad 2.1.3, it is said, "From this are born prana, mind, and all the senses." Satansa, doubt. Is this description of the creation of the senses metaphorical, like the description of the creation of the individual souls, or literal, like the description of the creation of ether and the other elements? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. This is explained in the following words of the Shruti Astra. He said, "In the beginning was non-being." They said, "What was that non-being?" He said, "The non-being was many sages." They said, "Who were those sages?" He said, "Those sages were the pranas." This passage from the Shruti Sastra clearly shows that the senses, which are here called pranas or sages, existed before the creation of the material world. Therefore the senses are like the individual spirit souls, and the scriptures' descriptions of the creation of the senses are only allegories. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 1. The pranas are like that. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana, as ether and the other elements were manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, so the pranas and the senses were also manifested from him. That is the meaning here. In the beginning of creation the ingredients of the material world were merged together into one. Then the different ingredients were manifested. This is described in Mundaka Upanishad 2.1.3. Atasmajjyate prano mana sarvendrayanika. From this are born prana, mind, and all the senses. The creation of the material senses is not like the creation of the conscious individual spirit souls, because the souls are free from the 6 transformations that are always present in matter. When they describe the creation of the individual spirit souls, the words of the scriptures are all allegories, but when they describe the creation of the senses, the words of the scriptures are literal descriptions. This is so because the senses are by nature material. This being so, the words prana and rsi, sages, in this passage refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is so because both these words are names of the all-knowing Supreme Person. Here someone may object. Is it not so that because the words prana and rsi, sages, are both in the plural, it is not possible that they can here be names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead? In the following words the author of the sutras answers this objection. Sutra 2. This must be a secondary use of the word, because the primary use is impossible. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The use of the plural in this passage from the Shruti Sastra must be a secondary usage of the plural. Why is that? Because there are not many gods, there is only one God. The plural cannot be used to describe him. Still, the plural may be applied to him to refer to his many different manifestations. Although the Supreme Lord is one, he appears in his many incarnations like an actor assuming different roles or a Vidya jewel displaying different colors. In this secondary sense the plural is appropriate in relation to him. This is confirmed by the following words of the Shruti Sastra. Although he is one, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is seen to be many. The Smriti Sastra also explains. Ekanika Svartipa. Although he is one, the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears in many forms. Sutra 3. Because the Shruti Sastra declares that he existed before the creation. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. Because in the beginning of creation the varieties of material nature were not yet manifested, and thus the material world was all one, it is also not proper to accept the use of the plural here in a literal sense. This is so because the Shruti Sastras declare that in the beginning of material creation only the Supreme Personality of Godhead existed. Therefore the plural here must be used in a secondary sense. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives another reason why the word prana should be interpreted as a name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Sutra 4. Because speech existed before the material creation. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The word vaka, speech, here means the names of things other than the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the master of many spiritual potencies. This speech existed before the pradhana, the mahatattva, and the other features of the material world were created. Because the names and forms of the various material features were not yet created, and because the material senses also were not yet created at that time in the beginning of creation, the word prana here must be used as a name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.4.7 explains, Taddedamtari. In the beginning they were not manifested. Only later were the material forms and names manifested. This explains that in the beginning of the material creation the material names and forms were not yet manifested. Thus at that time the material senses as well as the elements beginning with ether were not yet manifested. Adhikarana to the senses are 11. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. After refuting this false idea about the senses, an idea that contradicts the descriptions in Shruti Sastra, the author of the sutras refutes a false idea about how many senses there are. In the Mundaka Upanishad 2.18 it is said, "From him come the 7 prajnas, the 7 arsas, the 7 homas, and the 7 lokas. These 7 are placed in every heart." However, in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.9.4 it is said, "Dasim Purus Prana Atmakadasa." In the living entity there are 10 pranas. The soul is the 11th. Sarnsa, doubt. Are the pranas 7 or 11? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Parvapaksa speaks the following sutra. Sutra 5. Because of the departure of 7 and also because of a specific description. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The pranas are 7. Why is that? Because that is the opinion of scripture. In the Shruti Astra it is said, Saptanam eva jivana saha sankara rupa gata. Accompanied by the 7 pranas, the soul leaves the body. In the Katha Upanishad 6.10 it is said, Yada Pankavadastanti. The sages say that the supreme goal is attained when the 5 knowers are at peace and the mind and intelligence are no longer active. This passage describes the condition of the senses in the state of yogic trance. This passage describes 5 senses, which begin with the ears. To them are added the mind and intelligence. In this way the living entity has 7 senses. The Shruta Sastra also describes 5 working instruments, beginning with the voice and hands, but these cannot be called senses in the primary meaning of the word because these instruments do not accompany the soul when he leaves the material body, and also because these instruments are less useful to the soul than the 7 primary senses. Siddhanta, conclusion. If this is said, the author of the sutras replies with the following conclusion. Sutra 6. But when he is situated in that way, the hands and other instruments are also present. Therefore it is not like that. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to begin the refutation of the Parvapaksa's objection. Although they are not included among the 7, the instruments beginning with the hands are to be considered among the pranas. Why is that? Because as long as the soul is situated in the material body, these instruments help in experiencing various things and in performing various tasks. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad it is said, Hastau Vigraha Sarva Karman Abhagrahina Grahita Hastabhyam Karma Kroti. The hands are a sense, for with the hands one grasps things and performs actions. In this way there are more than 7 senses. There are 5 knowledge-acquiring senses, 5 working senses, and the mind. In this way there are 11 senses. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.9.4 it is said, the Atma is the 11th sense. The word Atma here means the mind. In this way it should be understood. There are 5 objects of perception: sound, touch, form, taste, and smell. To perceive these objects there are 5 knowledge-acquiring senses: ears, skin, eyes, tongue, and nose. There are 5 kinds of action: speech, grasping, moving, excretion, and reproduction. To perform these actions there are 5 working senses: voice, hands, feet, anus, and genital. To coordinate the actions of all these and to take consideration of the 3 phases of time, past, present, and future, there is the mind. Sometimes the mind is considered to have 4 aspects. In this way the actions of the mind are desiring, coming to conclusions, understanding one's identity, and thinking. To perform these actions the mind is divided into the heart, mana, intelligence, buddhi, false ego, ahankara, and thinking, citta. In this way there are 11 senses. Adhikarana 3. The senses are atomic in size. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Next, the author of the Stitras considers the question of the nature and size of the senses. Sarmsa, doubt. Are the senses all-pervading or are they atomic? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The senses must be all-pervading, for things can be seen or heard from far away. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 7. They are also atoms. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka, also, is used here to indicate certainty. The 11 senses are atomic in size. This is so because the Shruti Sastra declares that the senses leave the material body. Things can be heard from far away and in other ways be perceived from far away because the quality or power of the senses extend beyond the senses themselves. As the individual spirit soul is all-pervading within the material body, from the head to the feet, so the senses can also act at a distance. In this way the theory of Sankhya philosophers, that the senses are all-pervading, is refuted. Adhikarana for the principal prana, the life force, has an origin introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana in the Mundaka Upanishad 2.1.3. It is said, from him the prana, life force, is born. Here the word prana means the principal prana. Sarmza, doubt, is the principal prana, life force, created in the same way the individual spirit soul is created, or is this prana created in the same way ether and the other elements are created? Purvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Shruti Sastra declares, Nasa prana udati nastamati, this prana is never born and never dies. The Smriti Sastra also declares, birth and death come and go. How can birth and death affect the prana? Therefore it is concluded that the principal prana is created in the same way the individual spirit soul is created. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 8, the principal one also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana, the principal prana, life force, is created in the same way ether and the other elements are created. This is confirmed in the words of the Mundaka Upanishad 2.1.3. The prana was created. In its Pratina statement the Mundaka Upanishad declares, he created everything. To avoid contradicting these words it must be accepted that the principal prana was also created. For this reason the scriptural passages stating that the prana was never created should be understood allegorically and not literally. One prana is called the principal prana because it maintains the material body, so its meaning can be carried into the next sutra. This stitra is given separately and not joined to the previous sutra. Adhikarana 5, the principal prana, life force, is not air. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the nature of the principal prana, life force, will be examined. Sarsa, doubt, is the principal prana air alone, the vibration of air, the activities of air, or a condition of air when it goes to another place? Which is it? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. It is the external element of air. This is confirmed in the following statement of Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.1.5. The prana is air, or, perhaps the principal prana is the activities of air, the inhalation and exhalation of breath. In this way it is proved that the principal prana is air. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 9, it is neither air nor the activities of air, because the teaching is that it is different. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana, the principal prana, life force, is neither air nor the movements of air. Why is that? The sutra explains. Because the teaching is that it is different. The previously quoted passage of the Mundaka Upanishad 2.1.3 said that both air and prana are born from the Supreme. In this way it should be understood that air and prana are different, for they are mentioned separately. If air and prana were identical, then there would be no need to mention them separately in this passage. If prana were the movement of air, then there would also be no need to mention them both in this way. It is seen that the movements of fire and the other elements are not separately mentioned in this passage. The statement of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad that prana is air means that prana is a specific kind of air, and that prana is not a separate element like fire and the other elements. That is the meaning here. In the Kapila Sutra 2.31, it is said, the 5 airs, beginning with prana, perform that actions of the senses in general. Thus the Sankhya philosophers claim that prana performs the actions of all the senses. This cannot be, for it is not possible for the single prana to perform all the actions of all the senses. Adhikarana 6, the principal prana, life force, is an instrument used by the soul. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad it is said, when speech and the other senses sleep, prana alone remains awake. Prana alone is untouched by death. Prana controls speech and the other senses. As a mother protects her children, so one prana protects the other pranas. Satansa, doubt, is this principal prana identical with the independent spirit soul residing in the material body, or is this principal prana an instrument that assists the spirit soul? Purvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because the Shruti Sastra describes this prana as having many powers and glories, therefore this principal prana is the independent spirit soul. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 10, indeed, it is like the eyes and other senses, because it is taught along with the senses. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the word to, indeed, is used to dispel doubt. The prana, life force, is an instrument used by the individual spirit soul. It is like the eyes or the other senses. Why is that? The sutra explains. Because it is taught along with the senses. The prana is described along with the eyes and senses. Things of a like nature are generally described together. As example of that is the Brihadratha meters, which are described together. This is also confirmed by the use of the word adi, beginning with, in the sutra. That the prana is here grouped with the senses is seen in the following passage. Yatra vayam mukhya prana saivam madhyama prana. There is a principal prana and there is a secondary prana. In this way the idea that the prana is the independent spirit soul is refuted. Adhikarana 7. The principal prana, life force, is the primary instrument of the soul. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. Is it not so that if it is to be counted among the senses, the principal prana must have a function to perform where it assists the soul? The principal prana has no such function. Also, if the principal prana is one of the senses, then the senses, beginning with the eyes, would be 12 in number. In the following words the author of the sutras answers this objection. Sutra 11. Also, there is no fault in not having a function, for the scriptures show it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka, also, is used to answer the previous objection. The word karana here means activity. It is not a defect on the part of the prana, that is, has no specific function to assist the soul, for it does have an important function in that it is the support and the resting place of the physical senses. That is the meaning here. In the following passage, the Chandogya Upanishad 5.1 shows this. The senses argued among themselves. Each one said, I am the best. They then approached their father, Lord Brahma, and asked him, O Lord, who among us is the best? Brahma replied, He whose departure causes the greatest calamity for the body is the best. Then the voice departed from the body and stayed away for an entire year. When he returned, he asked, How is it that you were able to live without me? Although it could not speak, still the body could breathe with the prana, see with the eyes, hear with the ears, and think with the mind. Then the voice again entered the body. Then the eyes departed from the body and stayed away for an entire year. When they returned, they asked, How is it that you were able to live without me? Although it could not see, the body could breathe with the prana, speak with the voice, hear with the ears, and think with the mind. Then the voice again entered the body. Then the ears departed from the body and stayed away for an entire year. When they returned, they asked, How is it that you were able to live without us? Although it could not hear, still the body could breathe with the prana, see with the eyes, speak with the voice, and think with the mind. Then the ears again entered the body. Then the mind departed from the body and stayed away for an entire year. When he returned, he asked, How is it that you were able to live without me? Although it could not think, still the body could breathe with the prana, see with the eyes, speak with the voice, and hear with the ears. Then the mind again entered the body. When the prana was about to depart, it began to uproot all the senses. It became like a spirited horse uprooting the posts to which it is tethered. Then the other senses appealed to the prana, Please do not go. Please stay with us. You are the best of all of us. In this way it is seen that the principal prana has an important function to perform in relation to the spirit soul. The soul is the enjoyer and the performer of actions. The soul is like a king, the senses his royal attendants, and the principal prana his prime minister, who helps attain the king's objectives. In this way the prana is the most important of the soul's instruments. However, the prana is still not independent of the soul itself. Adhikarana 8. The principal prana has 5 functions. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.5.3, it is said, The prana is air. There are 5 pranas. Prana, apana, vyana, adana, and samana. Samsa, doubt. Are these 5, beginning with apana, different from prana, or are they merely different functions of prana? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because they have different names and functions, therefore they are different. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 12. Like the mind, it is said to have 5 functions. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The prana is one, although it assumes 5 different functions when present in the different places, such as the heart of the body. In this way the prana is described. In this way these are different functions of prana and not different pranas themselves. Because these functions are different, therefore different names are employed. Still, there is no difference in their natures. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.5.3, it is said, there are 5 pranas: Prana, Apana, Vyana, Adana, and Samana. These 5 are all one prana. In this way prana is like the mind. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.5.3, it is said, the mind's functions are desire, determination, doubt, error, faith, steadfastness, unsteadiness, shame, intelligence, and fear. All these are mind. All these have different functions and different names, but they are not different from mind itself. They are the various functions of the mind. In the Yoga Sastra, also, it is said that the mind has 5 functions. This is the meaning of the scriptures, either hinted at or explicitly shown in the texts. Adhikarana 9. The principal prana is atomic. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana Satansa. Doubt. Is the principal prana atomic or all-pervading? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.3.22, it is said, prana is equal to the 3 worlds. This and other passages of Shruti Sastra declare that prana is all-pervading. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 13. It is also atomic. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The principal prana is also atomic in size. This is so because the Shruti Sastras declare that the principal prana leaves the material body at the time of death. Scriptural passages describing the principal pranas as atomic should be understood to mean that living entities everywhere are dependent on the principal prana. Adhikarana 10. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the moving force behind the prana. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad it is said, when speech and the other senses sleep, prana alone remains awake. Prana alone is untouched by death. Prana controls speech and the other senses. As a mother protects her children, so one prana protects the other pranas. In this way the function of the principal prana is described. The functions of the secondary pranas are described in the following passage. Saptam loko yesu sankaranti. The pranas move in 7 realms. Thus the secondary pranas move among the senses. Sarmza. Doubt. Do the secondary pranas move by their own power among the senses, or does something else create the movement of the pranas? Are the pranas moved by the demigods, the individual spirit soul, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. Endowed with the power of action, the pranas move themselves. Or perhaps the demigods move them. In the Aitreya Upanishad 2.4, it is said, Agnir Vagbhatva Mukharm Pravizad. Becoming speech, Agnideva entered the mouth. Or perhaps the individual spirit soul moves the pranas. This may be so because the pranas are instruments the soul uses to attain enjoyment. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 14. Indeed, light is the controller, because that is the description. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The word to, indeed, is used here to dispel doubt. The word jyoti, light, here means the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the mover, adhistanam, of the pranas. The affix ayat in the word adhistanam makes it mean the mover. Why is the Supreme Personality of Godhead the mover of the pranas? The sutra explains. Because that is the description. This means because it is understood that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as the all-pervading supersoul, moves the pranas and senses. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.7.16, it is said, Yapranesutistan. The supersoul stays in the midst of the pranas and moves them. That the demigods and the individual spirit soul may also move the pranas is not disputed here, but the pranas cannot move themselves, for they are only inert matter. Hoping to enjoy, the individual spirit soul also moves the pranas. That is described in the next sutra. Sutra 15. By the person who possesses the pranas, because of the Shruti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The word pranavada, the person who possesses the pranas, refers here to the individual spirit soul. Hoping to enjoy, the spirit soul moves the pranas and senses. Why is that? The sutra explains. Sabdat, because of the Shruti Astra. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.1.18, it is said, Sa yatha maharijo janapadan grahitvas janapad yatha kamarm parivartativam. As a great king rules the subjects in his kingdom, so the individual spirit soul rules the pranas in his body. This is the gist of the matter. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the supreme ruler of the pranas, and the demigods and the individual spirit soul also rule the senses. The former, the demigods, rule the pranas and senses by enabling them to act, and the latter, the individual spirit souls, rule the pranas and senses with the hope of attaining enjoyment. By exerting their wills, the individual souls thus move the pranas. There is no alternative to this description. This the author of the Sutras explains in the following words. Sutra 16 Because this is eternal. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Because he has an eternal relationship with them, the all-powerful Supersoul is the actual controller and mover of them. He should be considered the primary mover and controller. This is confirmed in the words of the Antaryami Brahmana, Brihadranyaka Upanishad 3.7. Adhikarana 11 The principal prana is not a sense introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana In this subject another doubt is raised. Sarmsa, doubt. Are the principal prana and the other pranas also senses? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because they assist the individual spirit soul, all the pranas are considered to be senses. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 17 and Ayatra otherwise. Shrestat from the best. They are senses, for that is the description. Only the principal one is not. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana With the sole exception of the principal prana, the pranas are all senses. Why is that? The sutra explains. For that is the description. In the Mundaka Upanishad 2.1.3 it is said, From the Supreme Personality of Godhead are born the principal prana, the mind, and the senses. In this way, with the sole exception of the principal prana, the pranas are the senses, such as the ears and the others. In the Smriti Sastra it is said, there are 11 senses. In another place in the Shruti Sastra it is said, the principal prana is not a sense. Here someone may object, is it not so that in the Brihadranyaka Upanishad 1.5.21 it is said, the senses then assumed the form of the principal prana, they all assumed his form. Because the secondary pranas are senses and because the secondary pranas are merely functions of the principal prana, therefore the principal prana is also a sense. How can you claim, then, that the principal prana is not a sense? To this objection the author of the Stitras gives the following reply. Sutra 18 Because the Shruti Sastra says it is different. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana In the Mundaka Upanishad 2.1.3 it is said, Prano Mana Sarvendrayani From the Supreme Personality of Godhead are born the principal prana, the mind, and all the senses. In this way, because it is mentioned apart from the senses in this passage, the principal prana is clearly different from the senses. That is the meaning here. Here someone may doubt. The mind is also mentioned apart from the senses in this passage. It must be that the mind is not a sense. This doubt is answered by the following words of Bhagavad Gita 15.7. Manasastindayani The mind is one of the 6 senses. Lord Krishna also declares, Bhagavad Gita 10.22. Of the senses I am the mind. Sutra 19 Also because of different qualities. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana During sleep the principal prana is active, but the ears and other senses are not. The principal prana supports the body and senses, but the senses are only instruments for perception and work. In these ways the principal prana and the senses have different qualities. Thus it is said that as the individual spirit souls are dependent on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, so the senses are dependent on the principal prana. Adhikarana 12 The forms of the material world are created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana The scriptures declare that the material elements, the senses, everything else in the material world, and the individual spirit souls also, are all manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now we will consider the question, who created the individual forms, Vyasti, of this world? After describing the creation of fire, water, and earth, the Chandogya Upanishad 6.3.2.4 explains, after creating the splendid elements of fire, water, and earth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead thought, now I shall enter these 3 splendid elements with the individual souls and thus I shall create names and forms. One by one, I shall make them 3. Then the Supreme Personality of Godhead entered those 3 splendid elements with the individual souls, created names and forms, and, one by one, made the splendid elements into 3. Satansa, doubt. Is this creation of names and forms the work of the Supreme Personality of Godhead or an individual spirit soul? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. It is the work of an individual spirit soul. In the Chandogya Upanishad the Tord says, with an individual soul T shall create. The instrumental case here is not used in the sense of with. When the meaning of an agent is possible in this case it is not reasonable to accept a meaning that carries the sense of a preposition. Neither is the meaning of an instrument possible here, for the Supreme Personality of Godhead can do anything simply by his will, and therefore he has no need to employ an individual spirit soul to do anything. Neither can it be said that in this situation the entrance into the creation is done by an individual spirit soul and the creation of names and forms is done by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for the use of the indeclinable past participle here indicates that the entrance and the act of creation were both performed by the same agent. Neither is the use of the first person in the verb vyakaravani, I shall create, inappropriate here, for it is like saying, with a spy I will enter the enemy army and see it. Neither is all this merely my own idea, for the Shruti Sastra declares, the demigod Brahma is called Virafika because he organizes, Vyarik, the material universe. From him have come the names and forms of the material universe. The Smriti Sastra also declares, the demigod Brahma created the names and forms of the creatures in the universe. Therefore the creation of names and forms was done by an individual spirit soul. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 20 But the creation of names and forms in groups of 3 is done by the Creator, for that is the teaching. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here as begin the refutation of the opponent's argument. Here the word sarnamriti means names and forms and the word klupta means creation. The words trivrt curvita, done by the Creator, indicate that this creation was done by the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself and not by an individual spirit soul. Why is that? The Sutra explains, apadsat, because that is the teaching. Thus the scriptures affirm that this creation was done by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Thus the creation of threes and the creation of names and forms were both done by the same Creator. That is the meaning. The creation of threes was effected in the following way. The Creator divides in half each of the 3 elements. 3 of these halves he then divides in half again. Then he joins the smaller halves to the larger halves. In this way the compound elements, made of 3 parts, are created. This is like the process called pansikarana. It cannot be said that this creation of threefold compound elements is within the power of the demigod Brahma. That is so because Brahma was born after the universal egg had been created from these threefold compound elements made of fire, water, and earth. This is corroborated by Manu Samhita 1.9. Brahma, the grandfather of all the worlds, was born in the egg of the universe. Therefore the creation of names and forms and the creation of threefold compound elements were both done by the same Creator. It should not be thought, because of the sequence apparently described in the text, that the creation of names and forms preceded the creation of threefold compound elements. The creation of threefold compound elements came first, and only after that creation the creation of name and forms was effected. The universal egg cannot be created by the elements of fire, water and earth before those elements are compounded in the 3 ways. That this is not possible is described in the following words of Srimad Bhagavatam 2.5. 30-33. O Narada, best of the transcendentalists, the forms of the body cannot take place as long as these created parts, namely the elements, senses, mind, and modes of nature, are not assembled. Thus when all these became assembled by the force of the energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, this universe certainly came into being by accepting both the primary and secondary causes of creation. The process of pansikarana is also described here. In this way the creation should be understood. In the process of panchikarana each of the 5 elements is divided in half. Half of the halves are again divided in half, and the smaller halves are then joined with the larger in compound elements. In Chandogya Upanishad 6.5. 1. It is said, when food is eaten it is transformed in 3 ways. This transformation is completely different from the threefold combination of earth and the other elements previously described. Therefore this passage cannot be used to support the theory that the individual spirit soul is the creator of the names and forms of this world. The scriptural passage uses the phrase atmanajivana. By thus placing these 2 words in a position, it is clear that the word jiva, individual soul, here means by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose potency is the individual spirit souls. In a similar way the passage beginning with the words verfikova is also explained. Understood in this way the indeclinable past participle pravisya and the third person verb following it can be understood in their primary meanings without any difficulty. In this way it is easily seen that the 2 actions described by the words pravisya and vyakaravani are certainly performed by the same agent. Therefore it is certainly the Supreme Personality of Godhead who performed the act of creation described in the verb vyakaravani. This is corroborated by the following words of Taittiriya Ranyaka 3.12. 16. The all-knowing Supreme Personality of Godhead created all forms and names. Adhikarana 13. The vehicles of the soul are made of earth. Introduction by 5. Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the nature of the material body, which is called by the name Marti, will be examined. In the Brihadaranyaka 3.2.13, it is said that the material body is made of earth. Sriram Prathivam Apyati, the material body becomes earth. However, in the Kaundinya Shruti it is said that the material body is made of water. From water the material body is created. Water becomes transformed into flesh and bones. The entire body is water. Another text of the Shruti Sastra claims that the material body is made of fire. The demigods' bodies are made of fire. Samsa, doubt. What is the truth here? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. One text says the material body is made of earth, another says it is made of water, and another that it is made of fire. Because the scriptures give these three differing explanations, the truth cannot be ascertained. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras give his conclusion. Sutra 21. As the Shruti Sastra says, the flesh and other ingredients are made of earth. It also so for the other two. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Flesh and other ingredients are made of earth. However, blood is made of water, and bones are made of fire. This is described in the Shruti Sastra, Yatha, Sabdam. In the Garbha Upanishad it is said, Yat Kathanam Sa Prathivi Yad Dravam Tad Dapo Yad Usner Tat Teja. What is hard in the body is made of earth, what is liquid is made of water, and what is hot is made of fire. In this way it is proved that all material bodies are made of these three elements. Here someone may object. If the material elements are all compounded of three elements, none of the elements pure, but all of them mixtures of elements, then why do the scriptures say, this part of the body is made of fire, this part is made of water, and this part is made of earth? To this objection the author of the Sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 22. Because of its specific nature, thus it is so said. Thus it is so said. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used to dispel doubt. Everywhere in the material world the elements are arranged in threefold compounds with one element predominating. The elements are therefore named according to the predominating element. The word Tadvada is repeated to indicate the end of the chapter. Epilogue. O tree that fulfills all desires, please extend yourself in all directions. To they who take shelter of you please give the shade that stops all troubles. The glistening axes of logic have now cut away the underbrush that choked you. Chapter 3 Pada 1 Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The glorious Supreme Personality of Godhead does not give residence in his abode to they who do not follow the path of devotion, knowledge, and renunciation. Therefore the wise should take shelter of that path. In the previous two chapters was explained the truth that the entire Vedanta philosophy describes the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the only creator of the material world, completely faultless, a jewel mine of transcendental virtues, eternal, full of knowledge and bliss, the Supreme Person, and meditated on by they who seek liberation. In those chapters all opposing views were refuted, and the real nature of the Supreme was described. In this third chapter will be described the spiritual practices that should be followed in order to attain the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The most important of these are thirst to attain the Supreme Lord and a disinterest in what has no relation to the Lord. That is explained in the first two padas. In the first pada, in order to show that one should renounce the world, the various defects of material existence are explained. In this connection the description of the soul's travels from one kind of material body to another kind of material body are quoted from the Pankagni Vidya chapter of the Chandogya Upanishad. In the second pada, in order to show that one should love the Supreme Lord, the Lord's many glories and virtues will be described. In the Pankagni Vidya portion of the Chandogya Upanishad, Adya 5, Candas 3:10, are described the individual soul's departure for another world and return to this world. Samsa, doubt. When the individual soul goes to the next world, does he take his subtle body with him or not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The soul does not take the subtle body with him. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 1 In going to another it is embraced. This is so from the questions and answers. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the word tad means the body. That meaning is taken from the word marti in Stra 2.4.20. When it leaves one gross material body and enters another, the soul takes the subtle body with it. How is that known? It is known from the questions beginning in Chandogya Upanishad 5.3 and answers beginning in 5.4.1. Here is the gist of that passage. A king named Pravahana, who was the ruler of Pankala Desa, asked 5 questions of a Brahmana named Svetaketu who had come to his court. These questions concerned 1. The destination of they who perform pious deeds. 2. The way these persons return to the earth. 3. They who do not attain that world. 4. How the path to the devas and the path to the pittas are different paths. And 5. The question expressed in these words. Chandogya Upanishad 5.3. Do you know why the 5th libation is called Purusa? Unhappy because he did not know the answer to these questions, the boy approached his father, Gautama Muni, and expressed his sorrow. The father also did not know the answers and, wishing to learn them, approached Pravahana. Pravahana wished to give wealth to his guest, but Gautama begged from him the alms of the answers to the 5 questions. Answering the last question first, Pravahana described Chandogya Upanishad 5.4. 1. The 5 fires. 1. Heaven. 2. Rain. 3. Earth. 4. Men. And 5. Woman. Then he described the 5 libations for these fires. 1. Shraddha. 2. Soma. 3. Rain. 4. Food. And 5. Seed. The priests offering all these libations are the devas. The Homa, Yana. Here is the devas throwing of the spirit soul, which is enveloped in its subtle body, up to the celestial worlds, Duloka, so it may enjoy celestial pleasures. The devas here are the senses of the soul who has passed through death. These devas offer Shraddha in the fire of the celestial world. That Shraddha becomes a celestial body named Samarja, a body suitable for enjoying celestial pleasures. When the time of enjoyment is over, the devas offer a yana where this body is placed in the fire of Paryanya and transformed into rain. The devas then offer a yana where that rain is placed in the fire of earth and transformed into grains. The devas then offer a yana where those grains are placed in the fire of a man's food and transformed into semen. The devas then offer a yana where that semen is placed in the fire of a woman's womb and transformed into an unborn child. In that way the question was answered with the words Chandogya Upanishad 5.9.1. Thus the 5th libation is called Purusa. In this sequence it is seen that in the 5th libation semen is offered in the fire of a woman's womb and the result is a material body, which is thus called Purusa. That is the meaning. In this description it is thus seen that, accompanied by the subtle material body, the soul leaves one gross material body, goes to the celestial world, falls from there, and, still accompanied by the same subtle material body, again enters a woman's womb. Here someone may object. Is it not so that the word apa, water, is used here with the word purusa? How, then, can it be that the soul is accompanied by all the elements of the subtle material body? In the following words the author of the sutras answers this objection. Sutra 2. But because of being threefold and because of being prominent. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word 2, but, is used here to dispel doubt. The other elements go because the water here is threefold, a compound of 3 elements. Because the semen, which is the seed of the material body, is primarily water, therefore it is proper to call it water. In the Smriti Sastra it is said, Tapapanodo bastvam ambhaso vertayastvima, because it has the power to remove heat. Water is said to predominate. In this way the water is prominent. Sutra 3. Also because of the prana's departure. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. When the soul enters another material body the pranas also come. This is described in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.2. Tamut kramantar prano nat kramati pranament kramantarn sarv prana nat kramanti. When the soul departs, the principal prana follows. When the principal prana departs, the other pranas follow. The pranas cannot exist without taking shelter of a maintainer. They take shelter of the elements of the subtle material body. Therefore it must be accepted that the subtle material body accompanies the soul. That is the meaning. Sutra 4. If it is said that the Shruti Sastras describe the departure of fire and other elements, then I reply, it is not so, because it is a metaphor only. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. Is it not so that in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad it is said, when a person dies his speaking power enters the fire, his breath enters the wind, his eyes enter the sun, his mind enters the moon, his ears enter the directions, his body enters the earth, his soul enters the ether, the hairs of his body enter the plants and herbs, the hairs of his head enter the trees, and his blood and semen enter the waters. Therefore the speech and other faculties enter the fire and other objects. They cannot possibly accompany the departing soul. That is the verdict of the Shruta Sastra. If this is said, then I reply, no, it is not so. Why not? The sutra explains. Bhaktatvat, because it is a metaphor only. Tt is not directly seen that the hairs of the body enter the plants and herbs, and the hairs of the head enter the trees, as this passage declares. Therefore this passage's description of the entrance into fire and other elements is a metaphor only. Because all these are placed together in a single passage, it is not possible to say one part is metaphor and another part is not metaphor. It is not seen that the bodily hairs jump from the body and enter the plants and herbs. Therefore at the time of death the voice and other faculties temporarily cease being useful to the soul, but they do not leave. They accompany the soul. That is the conclusion of the Shruti Sastra. Sutra 5 Prathame Shravanaditi Sennata Avahaya Papat Prathame, in the first. Asravanat, because of not being described in the Shruta Sastra. If it is said that in the beginning there is no description, then I reply, Dt is indeed that, because that is appropriate. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. If the 5 libations were all water, then it would be possible to say that in the 5th libation the soul departs accompanied by water. However, this is not so. It is not said that in the 1st libation water is offered into fire. There it is said that Shraddha is offered. It says, the devas offer ayana, placing Shraddha in the fire. The word Shraddha refers to a particular state of mind. It never means water. The word soma and other words may be interpreted to mean water, but is it not possible to interpret the word Shraddha to mean water? Therefore the departing soul is not accompanied by water. If this is said, then reply, no, it is not so. The Shraddha offered into fire in the beginning here is indeed water. Why is that? The sutra explains. Apapat, because it is appropriate. It is appropriate in the context of this question and answer. The question here is, do you know why the water in the 5th libation is called Purusa? From this is seen that all the offerings into the fire here are water. Then, in the beginning of the reply it is said, Shraddha is offered into the fire. If the word Shraddha here does not mean water, then the answer does not properly reply to the question. That is the meaning. Water is offered in these 5 libations. Because water is clearly offered in the last 4, it is appropriate that it also be offered in the first. It is seen that the offerings of soma, rain, and the others are clearly all caused by Shraddha. Because the cause must be like the effect, therefore, the offering of Shraddha must also be water. Therefore the word Shraddha here means water. The Shruti Sastra, Taitirya Samhita 1.6, 8.1, explains, Shraddha Vapa. The word Shraddha means water. Therefore the word Shraddha here does not refer to a condition of the mind. The meaning of a condition of the mind is not appropriate in this context of offering yanas. In this way it is shown that the departing soul is certainly accompanied by water. Here someone may object. In this part of the Shruti Sastra it said that the water departs, but it is not said that the soul departs. The soul is not mentioned in this passage. To remove this doubt, the author of the Sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 6. If it is said that this is not proved in the Shruti Sastra, then I reply, no, because this is understood to be about they who perform pious deeds. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word Asrutatva here means improved. The passage in the Chandogya Upanishad describes the travel to the moon of they who perform pious deeds. The passage states, Chandogya Upanishad 5.10, 3-4, they who perform pious deeds in their village enter the smoke, and then they go from the sky to the moon planet where they become the king of Soma. In this way they who perform pious deeds go to the moon and become known as Samarya, the king of Soma. About the fire and Divaloka it is said, Chandogya Upanishad 5.4, 2, Diva Shraddham Javati, Tasya Ayate Somo Rasam Bhavati. The devas offer Shraddha in sacrifice. From that offering he becomes a king of Soma. In this way Shraddha Srira, a body made of Shraddha, and Samaraya, the king of Soma, both refer to the same thing. They both mean body, and in this context the word body means the individual spirit soul, because the soul takes shelter of a body. In this way it is understood that the departing soul is accompanied by water. Here someone may object. Is it not so that in the Chandogya Upanishad 5.10, 4, it is said, that king of Soma is the Deva's food, the Devas eat it. Because the Shruti Astra thus says that this king of Soma is eaten by the Devas, it is not possible that the phrase king of Soma here refers to the individual spirit soul, for no one can eat the soul. If this is said, then the author of the Sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 7. Or it is a metaphor, because of ignorance of the supersoul. This the Shruti Sastra shows. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word va or is used here to dispel doubt. The word samara here refers at the individual spirit soul. The description that it is the deva's food is only a metaphor. The soul is said to be the deva's food because the soul serves the devas and thus pleases them. That is the meaning. They do this because they are ignorant of the supersoul. The Shruti Sastra shows that they who are ignorant of the supersoul become servants of the devas. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.4.10 it is said, a person who thinks, different from the demigods worships the demigods. He becomes like an animal in the demigod service. Here is the meaning of this. It is not possible that the devas eat the individual souls. The meaning here is that the souls please the demigods and in this way become like food for them. They please the demigods by serving them. It is said, Visomnam Rajyam Pasavom Narvisam. The Vaisyas are the Kshatriyas' food, and the cows are the Vaisyas' food. In this passage it is clear that the word food is not used literally. It is used to mean servant. If the word food were used in the literal sense, then the rules of the Jayati Stoma and other yanas would all be meaningless. 1L The devas ate whomever went to Chandraloka. Why would the souls be so eager to perform yanas and go there? In this way it is proved that the departing soul is accompanied by water. Adhikarana to the soul's return to the earth. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. Statement of the subject. Following Chandogya Upanishad 5.10.3, which describes how the soul that has performed pious deeds travels by the smoke and other pathways, attains Svargaloka, stays there for some time, and then again returns to the earth, is this passage. Chandogya Upanishad 5.10.5. After staying there for some time his karma is exhausted and he again returns. Sarmza, doubt. When it leaves Svargaloka, does the soul bring its past karma or not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The soul stays in Svargaloka for as long as he has the results of past karma. This is described in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.6. He stays there until he reaches the end of his karma. This shows that the soul only falls when his past karma is completely exhausted. The word sampada, karma, is derived from the verb sampat, to ascend, as in the word sampatanti anena svargam, the instrument by which the souls ascend to Svargaloka. The word anusa, which also means karma, is derived from the verb sis, to remain, and means that which remains after one has enjoyed. It means that which remains and pushes the soul to experience certain results. In Svargaloka one uses up all his past karma, and therefore no further karma remains. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 8 At the end there is still karma, because of the statements of Shruti and Smriti Sastras. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. When the good karma of pious deeds performed to enjoy in Chandraloka is exhausted, the enjoyment ends and the soul attains a new body to enter flames of suffering. In this way, when his good karma is exhausted, he falls down. How is that known? The Stitra explains. Drista Smritibhyam, by the statements of Shruti and Smriti Sastras. The Shruti Sastra, Chandogya Upanishad 5.10.7, explains. When one acts piously, he attains a good birth. He is born as a Brahmana or a Kshatriya or a Vaisya. When one acts sinfully, he attains a sinful birth. He is born as a dog, a pig, or an outcast. Here the words Ramanya Karana means pious deeds. This refers to pious karma remaining after one has enjoyed pious karmas. The word abhyasa means repeated practice. This word is formed from the verb as, the preposition of he and the affix kvip. The meaning of the word ha, indeed, is obvious. The word yat means when. In this passage there are when-then clauses. In the Smriti Sastra it is said, Iya punarbhavti abhasasabhya arnivasanti. Accompanied by the remnants of their good and bad karma, they again enter the world of repeated birth. In this way it is clear that the soul falling from Svargaloka still has past karma. This does not contradict the description in Chandogya Upanishad 5.10.5 because that passage described only the exhaustion of the specific karmas that brought the soul to Svargaloka and not the exhaustion of other karmas. Now the author of the sutras describes the method of the soul's descent. Sutra 9 also, not as he went. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The soul, who still has karma, does not descend from Chandraloka in the same way he rose to Chandraloka. The words yatha etam mean as he arrived. The word anivam means in a different way. The soul descends by the path of smoke and the path of ether. These paths were also traveled in the ascent. However, in the descent there is no mention of the night or other paths used in the ascent. Also, in the descent there is mention of the cloud and other paths not used in the ascent. Therefore the descent is not like, anevam, the ascent. Sutra 10 Karanad it sen na tada palaksan arthati karsnajina karanat, by conduct, it, thus, set if, na tada palaksana artha, that meaning, it, thus, karsnajina, karsnajini. If it is said to be by conduct, then karsnajini replies, no, here it has the same meaning. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. It is not so that the soul fallen from Svargaloka attains a new birth according to his past karma. The passage quoted here from the Shruti Astra uses the word Ramanya Karana, good conduct. The word Karana means conduct. It has not the same meaning as Anusa, karma. The difference of the two words is seen in the following statement of Brihadranyaka Upanishad. As one performed karana, and as one performed karma, so one attains an appropriate birth. To this I reply, there is no toll here to interpret the word karana as a synonym of karma. Karsnajini Muni affirms that in this passage of Chandogya Upanishad 5.107, the word karana means karma. This is also true because the Shruti Sastras affirm that karma is the origin of conduct. That is the meaning. Sutra 11 because of being in relation to that. If it is said that it has no meaning, then I reply, no, because it is in relation to that. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. If karma is indeed the source of all that is good, then good conduct is useless and the rules of good conduct are also useless. If this is said, then the author of the sutras replies, no, it is not so. Why not? The sutra explains, because good karma itself is created by good conduct. One cannot attain good karma without performing good conduct. The Smriti Sastra explains, Sandhya hino sutranityam anara sarva karmasu. A person who is impure and does not chant the Gayatri prayer is not qualified to perform any pious karmas. Therefore, Karsnajini Muni explains, because good conduct is the cause of good karma. The word karana in this passage means karma. Sutra 12. But Badari Muni indeed thinks it means pious and impious deeds. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to begin a refutation of the previous argument. Badari Muni thinks the word karana here means pious and impious deeds. An example of this is the sentence, Punyar karma karati. He performs pious deeds. In this sentence the verb karati is used to mean performs karmas. If a word's primary meaning is possible, then it is not appropriate to accept the secondary meaning. Therefore the word karana here means karma, and any other interpretation of it is meaningless. Karana, good conduct, is merely a specific kind of karma. Karana and karma are thus different in the same way the karas and panavas are different. The word ava, indeed, hints that this is also the opinion of the author of the sutras. Therefore, since karana is a specific kind of karma, it is proved that the soul departing from Svargaloka is accompanied by the remainder of its karma. Adhikarana 3. Do the impious also go to Chandraloka? Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Thus it has been said that a person who performs pious deeds goes to Chandraloka and then again returns with the remainder of his karma. Now will be discussed whether sinners who perform no pious deeds also go and return in the same way. In Isa Upanishad 3, it is said, the killer of the soul, whoever he may be, must enter into the planets known as the worlds of the faithless, full of darkness and ignorance. Sarnsa, doubt. Do the sinners go to Chandraloka or Yamaloka? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The opponent gives his opinion in the following sutra. Sutra 13. The Shruti Sastra declares that it is also so for they who do not perform ista or other pious deeds. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Shruti Sastra declares that they who perform ista and other pious deeds, as well as they who do not perform ista and other pious deeds, both go to Chandraloka. This is explained in the Kausataki Upanishad 1.2. All who leave this world go to Chandraloka. Since with these words the Shruti Sastra declares that all, without distinction, go to Chandraloka, then sinners are also included in that all. This being so, the words of Isa Upanishad are only an empty threat to frighten the sinners from acting badly. In truth the pious and the sinner both attain the same result. To this I reply, no, it is not so. The sinner does not enjoy happiness. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 14. But the others go to and return from Samyamanapura. The Shruti Sastra describes this as their travels. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to begin the refutation of the Purvapaksa. The word etarsum, of the others, here means of they who did not perform ista and other pious deeds. The word samyaman means in the city of Yamara. That is where they go. There they are punished by Yamara and then sent back to the earth. Their departure and return is like that. Why do you say that? The Stra explains. Tadgati Darsanat, because Shruti Sastra describes this as their travels. In the Katha Upanishad 1.26, Yamrija explains. The path to liberation does not appear before a childish fool intoxicated by the illusory wealth of this world. He who thinks, this is the only world. There is no world beyond this falls into my control again and again. In this way the Shruti Sastra explains that the sinners are punished by Yamrija. That is the meaning. Sutra 15. The Smriti Sastras also affirm it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Srimad Bhagavatam 3.30. 23 explains. While passing on that road to the abode of Yamara, he falls down in fatigue, and sometimes he becomes unconscious, but he is forced to rise again. In this way he is very quickly brought to the presence of Yamara. In the Smriti Sastra it is also said, Sarvkate Vasarmyanti Yamasya Bhagavan. O Lord, all sinners come under Yamarja's dominion. In this way the sages and Smriti Sastras affirm that the sinners come under Yamara's control. Sutra 16. There are 7 and others also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Mahabharata it is said, the temporary hells named 1, Raurava, 2, Mayan, 3, Vani, 4, Vaidharani, and 5, Kumbhipaka, as well as the permanent hells named 6, Tamisra, and 7. And Hatamisra, are said to be the 7 most important hells, each one more horrible than the last. Thus the Smriti Sastra explains that sinners are punished for their sins in these hells. These hells are the places where sinners go. The word API, also, is used to indicate that in the 5th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam other hells are also described. Here someone may object. Does this, the description of Yamrija's punishment of sinners, not contradict the scripture's declaration that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the supreme controller of everything? The author of the Stitras now answers this objection. Sutra 17. There is no contradiction, for he also acts there. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka and is here used for emphasis. Yamara and others punish sinners by the command of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This does not contradict the scripture's description of the Lord's supremacy. That is the meaning. The Puranas affirm that, on the Supreme Lord's order, Yamara and others punish sinners. Here someone may object. It must be that, after receiving punishment from Yamrija, sinners also ascend to Chandraloka. This must be so, for the Kausataki Upanishad affirms that all who leave this world travel to Chandraloka. To refute this misconception, the author of the Satra speaks the following words. Sutra 18. But because pious deeds and knowledge are the topics. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used to begin the answer to the previous objection. The word na, it is not so, is to be understood in this stitra. Sinners do not go to Chandraloka. Why not? The Satra explains that only they who perform pious deeds or are situated in true knowledge, Vidyakarmano, travel to the worlds of the Devas and Pittas. That is the description of the scriptures, Prakrititvat. In the Chandogya Upanishad 5.10.1, it is said that they who are situated in knowledge travel on the path to the Devas. In Chandogya Upanishad 5.10.3, it is said that they who perform pious deeds travel on the path to the Pittas. Thus when it is said that all, Sarv, go to Chandraloka, the meaning is that all who have qualified themselves in these ways go to Chandraloka. Here someone may object. Is it not so that without first going to Chandraloka it is not possible for sinners to attain a new material body? This is the reason. Because, without first going to Chandraloka, it is not possible to offer the 5th libation, by which one attains a new body. Therefore, in order to attain a new material body, all must first go to Chandraloka. If this objection is raised, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 19. Not so in the 3rd, for it is so perceived. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the 3rd place there is no need to offer the 5th libation to attain a new material body. Why not? The Satra explains. Tatha Palabdha, because it is so perceived. This means, because the Shruti Astra affirms that it is so. In the Chandogya Upanishad the following question is posed. Do you know why the world never becomes filled? The answer is given. Chandogya Upanishad 5.10.8. Atopathranakat Katanimani Ksudrani Asakradavartini Baitani Javanti Jayasvam Ryasvti Editritium Stanam Tenasa Loko Nasam Pitriate. There are these two paths, and there is also another path where many tiny creatures live and where they are ordered. Now you must be born, and now you must die. It is because of this third place that the world never becomes filled. Aside from the worlds of the devas and the worlds of the pittas, there is another, a third world, the home of tiny creatures like mosquitoes, insects, and worms, creatures who do not go to the higher worlds, but are simply again and again ordered. Now you must be born, and now you must die. In this way they are born again and again, and they die again and again. That is the meaning. Their abode is this third world. It is said that sinners take birth in the bodies of these insects and other lower creatures. Their place is the third world because it is different from the first and second worlds, Brahmaloka and Bhuloka, because they have not attained true knowledge and thus become able to travel to the world of the devas, and because they have not performed pious deeds and thus become able to travel to the world of the pittas. They become tiny creatures like mosquitoes and insects, and they stay in a third world. That is why the other worlds do not become filled to overflowing. These creatures neither rise to nor descend from the celestial worlds of Bhuloka, and for that reason Bhuloka does not become overfilled. They stay in a third world, where they do not offer the fifth oblation in order to attain a new body. Sutra 20. The Smriti Astras affirm that it is also in this world. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In this world also some pious persons, Drona and Drastadyumna are two examples, also attain new bodies without offering a fifth oblation. This is described in the Smriti Sastras. The words apika and also hint that there are other examples also. Sutra 21. From seeing also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Chandogya Upanishad 6.3. 1. It is said, Tesam kavesram baitanam trini ava by Jani Bhavanti, and ajam jiva jam udbilyam. Living beings are born in one of three ways. Some are born from an egg, some are born live, and some are plants sprouting from a seed. The Shruti Sastra affirms that plants sprouting from a seed and tiny creatures born from perspiration take birth without the fifth oblation. They neither ascend to nor descend from Chandraloka. They are born from water without the fifth oblation. This view is not contradicted by the scriptures. Here someone may object. The passage you quoted from Chandogya Upanishad mentioned three kinds of birth but did not mention birth from perspiration. The author of the sutras now gives his answer to this objection. Sutra 22. The grief-born is included in the third word. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The perspiration-born creatures, here called grief-born, are included in the description of plants born from seeds. Because they are both born by bursting forth, one bursting from earth and the other bursting from water, they are considered in the same class. They differ in that one, the perspiration-born creatures, has the power to move about and the other, the plants, does not. In this way it is proved that they who do not perform pious deeds do not go to Chandraloka. Adhikarana. For the soul does not become ether. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. It has already been shown that the soul who performs pious deeds goes, accompanied by his subtle material body, to Chandraloka, and, after some time again, descends, accompanied by the remnant of his karma, to the earth. The way this happens is described in Chandogya Upanishad 5.10. 5. He returns by this path. First he becomes ether. From ether he becomes air. Having become air he becomes smoke. Having become smoke he becomes mist. Having become mist he becomes a cloud. Having become a cloud, he becomes rain. Satsa, doubt. Is the descent literally like this, or is it not like this? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. This account of the descending soul becoming ether and other things is to be accepted literally. During its descent, does the soul become completely identical with these various things, or does it become only similar to them? If the soul becomes only similar, then a secondary interpretation of the passage must be accepted. For this reason it should be understood that the soul becomes completely identical with these different things. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stras gives his conclusion. Sutra 23. It is similar to them, for that is reasonable. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This passage should be interpreted to mean that the soul becomes similar to these things. Why is that? The sutra explains. Apapat, for that is reasonable. On Chandraloka the soul attains a body suitable for enjoyment. However, when the time for enjoyment comes to an end, that body perishes in the fire of grief, just as mist perishes in the sunlight. Thus deprived of its external body, the soul becomes like ether. Then the soul comes under the control of air. Then the soul comes into contact with smoke and the other things. That is a reasonable explanation of these events. This is so because it is not possible for one thing to become another, and also because if it did indeed become ether or these other things, it would not be possible for the soul to continue its descent. Adhikara 5. The passage from ether to rain is quick. Introduction by 5 Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Samsa. Doubt. Is the soul's descent from ether to rain accomplished quickly or slowly? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. No outside force pushes it, so the soul must proceed very slowly. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 24. Not for very long, because of something specific. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The soul's descent from ether and the other things does not take a long time. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Visat. Because of something specific. The specific thing here is a specific statement that the passage through rice and other grains is very difficult. Because this part of the passage is singled out as especially difficult, it may be inferred that the other parts of the passage are quickly accomplished. Adhikara 6. The descending soul does not take birth among the plants. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. Statement. The passage after entering rain is described in the following statement of Shruti Sastra. Ta yavri yava ausadi vanaspatias tilamasa jayanti. The descending souls then take birth as rice, barley, plants, trees, sesame, and beans. Samsa. Doubt. Do the souls literally take birth as rice or these other species, or is this description metaphorical? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. The text says jayanti, they take birth. This should be taken literally. Siddhanta. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 25. In what is occupied by another because of a statement like the previous. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because the bodies of the plants and other beings are already inhabited by other spirit souls, the description here is metaphorical. The descending souls are not born in those species to experience their karma. Why not? The sutra explains. Travavidabhilapit. Because of a statement like the previous. As it was previously said that the descending soul does not become ether or the other things in its descent, but merely comes into contact with them, so the fallen soul merely comes into contact with the rice and other species. That is the meaning. As when it enters the ether, the descending soul is not yet experiencing the specific results of various pious and impious deeds, so when it falls down in the rain, the soul is also not yet experiencing the results of specific deeds. This the scriptures say. In Chandogya Upanishad 5.107, it is said, they who act piously attain an auspicious birth. They who do not act piously attain a birth that is not auspicious. Therefore the description here that the descending souls take birth in this way is metaphorical. It is not literal. Sutra 26. If it is said to be impure, then I reply, no, for that is the statement of the Shruta Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. It is not at all logical to say that the scripture statement that the descending soul, accompanied by the remnant of his karma, takes birth in the body of a rice plant or similar species is only a metaphor, and the soul does not really take birth in those species, for the soul has no remaining karma to push it into that birth. The so-called pious deeds performed to attain residence in Svargaloka are actually impure. This is because the Agnisomyo yana and other yanas like them involve violence to animals. The scriptures give the following prohibition. Never commit violence to anyone. Therefore, by performing these yanas there is a pious portion which sends the performer to Svargaloka, and also an impious portion which forces him to take birth as a rice plant or similar species. In the Manu Samhita 12.9, it is said, a person who sins with his body becomes an unmoving plant. Therefore the statement that the descending soul takes birth as a rice plant or similar being should be taken literally. If this is said, then the sutra replies, no, it is not so. Why not? The sutra explains, Sabdat, because that is the statement of the Shruti Sastra, the Vedas order. One should sacrifice an animal in an Agnisomyo yana. Because piety and impiety is known only from the Vedas statements, the Vedas order to commit violence must be understood to be actually kind and pious. Therefore the orders of the Vedas are never impure. The prohibitions, never commit violence to anyone and violence is a sin, are the general rules decreed by the Vedas, and the statement, one should sacrifice an animal in an Agnisomyo yajna is an exception to that general rule. A general rule and a specific exception to that rule need not contradict each other. There is scope for each. For these reasons, therefore, the scripture's description that the fallen soul takes birth as a rice plant or similar being is metaphorical and not literal. What follows in this sequence is described in the next sutra. Sutra 27. Then there is contact with the male that sprinkles the semen. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. After entering the rice plant or other plant, the fallen soul, accompanied by the remainder of his karma, enters the semen of a male. In the Chandogya Upanishad 5.106, it is said, Yo nam adi yo reta sinkati tadba ava bhavati. A male eats that grain and then sprinkles semen. From that semen the fallen soul takes birth. He becomes just like his father. The statement that the soul becomes just like the father should not be taken literally, for one thing cannot have exactly the same form as another. In truth, if the offspring were completely identical with the father, and there were no difference at all between them, then the soul would not actually attain a new material body. Therefore this statement should be taken metaphorically. As the soul merely comes into contact with the rice plant or other vegetation, so the soul comes into contact with the father. The soul does not become identical with the father in all respects. Sutra 28. The body comes from the womb. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word yona here is in the ablative case. The soul departs from its father's body and enters its mother's womb. In this way, so it may experience the fruits of its karma, the soul attains a new material body. In the Chandogya Upanishad 5.107, it is said, They who perform pious deeds attain an auspicious birth. They who sin attain an inauspicious birth. In this way the soul's entrance into the series of things beginning with ether and the series of things beginning with a rice plant or other vegetation is described. The conclusion is that a person who is actually intelligent will renounce this material world, a world filled with sorrows, and place all his thoughts on Lord Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is filled with transcendental bliss. Pada 2. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. May devotion to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, devotion that is filled with transcendental bliss, devotion before whom knowledge and renunciation stand, their hands folded with respect, devotion that mystic power yearns to serve, purify the entire world. Devotional service, by performing which one falls in love with the Supreme Personality of Godhead and attains his association, will be described in this pada. In order to strengthen the soul's love and devotion for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord's glorious creation of dreams and other states of being, the Lord's identity with his many incarnations, his appearance as the all-pervading Supersoul, his non-identity with his worshippers, who are still one with him in quality, his being attained only by devotional service, his appearance in both spiritual and material worlds, his transcendental blissfulness, his coming before his devotees according to the devotees' love for him, his supremacy over all, his supreme generosity, and a great host of the Lord's other virtues and glories, will also be described here. When a person desires to love, the beloved's glories must be understood, otherwise there can be no love. In the beginning of this pada will be described the Lord's creation of the world in a dream. The idea that someone other than the Supreme Lord had created the material world contradicts the scripture statement that the Lord is the creator of everything. If the Lord is the creator of only some parts of the world, then it is not possible for the devotee to have full love for him. For this reason now will be shown the glory of the Lord as the creator of all. Adhikarana 1. The Supreme Personality of Godhead creates dreams. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.3.10, it is said, In that place there are neither chariots nor animals yoked to chariots. He creates the chariots and animals yoked to chariots. In that place there are neither happiness, nor pleasures, nor bliss. He creates the pleasures there. In that place there are neither streams nor ponds nor lotus flowers. He creates them. He is the creator. Samsa, doubt, is the individual spirit soul or the supersoul the creator of this dream world with chariots and other things. Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The individual spirit soul is the creator. In Chandogya Upanishad 8.7. 1. Prajapati declares that by willing the individual soul has the power to create. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 1. Indeed, it says that in the junction there is creation. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word sandhya, junction, here means dream. In the Shruti Sastra it is said, the third state is sandhya, or dreaming. Dreaming is called sandhya, junction, because it stands in the junction between wakefulness and dreamless sleep. The supersoul creates the chariots and other things present in dreams. Why is that? The Shruti Sastra explains, Sahaikarta he is the creator. Thus the Shruti Sastra affirms that the chariots and other things present in dreams are created by him. The meaning is this. To give the results of a very, very insignificant karmas, the Lord creates the chariots and other things present in dreams, things seen only by the dreaming person. The Lord, who has the inconceivable power to do anything by merely willing it be done, thus creates the things in dreams. In the Katha Upanishad 4.4, it is said, a wise man, aware that whatever he sees in dreams or awake is all the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his potencies, never laments. In the liberated state, the individual spirit souls also have the power to do anything by merely willing it be done, but what they create with that power is not a dream. Sutra to others that he is the creator. Sons and others also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Katha Upanishad affirms that the Supersoul creates the objects of desire seen in dreams and other situations. It says, Katha Upanishad 5.8. Yasu Suptasu Jagarti Kamam Puruso Nirmamano remaining awake, the Supreme Personality of Godhead creates the objects of desire seen in dreams. Here the word Kama refers to good sons and other blessings that the individual soul may desire. The word Kama is used in this way in Katha Upanishad 1.1.25. You may ask for whatever you wish. In Katha Upanishad 1.1.23 it is said, you may choose many sons and grandsons that live for 100 years. In the Smriti Sastra it is said, from the Supreme Personality of Godhead a good son is born. From him a brother appears. From him a wife appears. From him these things appear in a dream. In the next passage the author of the sutras describes the instrument the Supreme Personality of Godhead employs to create dreams. Sutra 3. But it is the Maya potency only, because the forms are not completely manifested. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Lord's inconceivable Maya potency is the creator of what is seen in dreams. What is seen in dreams is not made of the 5 gross material elements, neither is it created by the demigod Brahma. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Kartsnyanabhivyaktasvarapatvat, because the forms are not completely manifested. This means, because they are not seen by everyone. In this way it is proved that the Supersoul is the creator of what is seen in dreams. Adhikarana 2. Not all dreams are illusions. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Sarmsa. Doubt. Are dreams reality or illusion? Parvapaksa. The opponent speaks. When a person wakes up he immediately knows that what he dreamed was an illusion. Therefore dreams are all illusions. Siddhanta. Conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 4. It gives omens. The Shruti Sastra and the experts affirm it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Dreams show good and bad omens. They also reveal mantras and other things. Therefore dreams are reality. Why is it that dreams reveal these things? The Sutra explains. Shrutek. The Shruti Sastra affirms it. The Chandogya Upanishad 5.2.9 affirms, if, when the auspicious rites are completed, one sees a woman in a dream, he should know that the rites were successful. In the Kausataki Brahmana it is said, Athasvapan Purusam Krishnam Krishnadantam Pasyati Sainam Hanti. If in a dream one sees a black man with black teeth, that man will kill him. The word Tadvita here means they who know how to interpret dreams. These persons affirm that dreams reveal omens of good and evil. For example, a dream of riding on an elephant is a good omen, and a dream of riding on a donkey is an omen of misfortune. In dreams one may also receive prayers, the Smriti Sastra affirms. Then Lord Siva appeared in a dream and taught him the Rama Raksa prayer. Waking up in the morning, Buddha Kausaika at once wrote it down. Therefore, because in dreams one sometimes receives omens, prayers, medicines, and other things, and because sometimes a person will actually appear in a dream, therefore sometimes dreams are as real as what is seen in the waking state. That is the conclusion of Shruti Sastra. Here someone may object. Is it not true that after waking up a person becomes convinced that what he saw in a dream was false? This proves that all dreams are unreal. In the following words the author of the sutras answers this objection. Sutra 5. By the will of the Supreme Personality of Godhead it is withdrawn. Indeed, bondage and liberation also come from him. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because they are created by the will of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, chariots and other things seen in a dream are not unreal. They are not like the illusion of silver seen on a seashell. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the cause of bondage and liberation for the individual spirit soul. This is described in Svetasvatara Upanishad 6.16. Samsara moksha sthiti bandha hetu. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the master of this cosmic manifestation in regard to bondage to the conditional state of material existence and liberation from that bondage. The Lord brings liberation from the bondage of repeated birth and death, therefore it is not surprising that he has the power to bring dreams to their end. That is the meaning. Therefore it should be understood that dreams are manifested by him and withdrawn by him also. In the Karma Purana it is said, the Supreme Lord creates and ends dreams and other states of being. By his will both bondage and liberation are manifested. Therefore, because they are created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, dreams are real. Adhikarana 3. The Supreme Personality of Godhead creates the waking state. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. Now will be explained that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the creator of the waking state also. In the Kandha Upanishad 2.1.4, it is said, aware that the all-powerful Supreme Person creates all that is seen in both waking and dreaming states, a wise man never laments. Satansa, doubt. Does the Supreme Personality of Godhead create the waking condition of the individual spirit souls, or not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The waking state is not created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for it is seen that the waking state is under the control of time and other factors. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 6. That also from contact with the body. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana as explained in Kandha Upanishad 2.1.4. The waking state, which occurs when the soul is in contact with the body, is manifested from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is so because time and the other factors are only inert matter. The word API, also, in this stitra hints that the state of dreamless sleep and fainting are also created by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is so because the Shruti Sastra affirms that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is creator of everything. Adhikarana 4. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the creator of dreamless sleep. Introduction by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. Now the condition of dreamless sleep will be considered. The Shruti Sastra describes the state of dreamless sleep in the following passages. In the Chandogya Upanishad 8.63, it is said, entering the nadis, the soul sleeps. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.1.19, it is said, entering the membrane surrounding the heart, the soul sleeps. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.1.17, it is said, entering the sky of the heart, the soul sleeps. Many other like verses may also be quoted. The sky in the heart here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way the Shruti Sastra explains that dreamless sleep is manifested when the soul enters the nadis, the membrane surrounding the heart, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Samsa, doubt. Does the soul enter any one of these three places, or does the soul enter all of them? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The soul may enter any one of these places. This is so because these three places are equally able to be the place where the soul sleeps. The Nyayasastra explains, a list of things equally suitable for a certain thing indicates the option of choosing from them. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 7. Its absence occurs in the nadis and the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is so because of the Shruti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva. Vidyabhusana. The word ka, and, here hints the inclusion of the membrane surrounding the heart. The word tadabhava, its absence, means the absence of wakefulness and dream. Thus it means the state of dreamless sleep. Dreamless sleep occurs in the nadis, the membrane surrounding the heart, and the Supreme Personality of Godhead collectively. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Takratek. This is so because of the Shruti Sastra. Thus the Shruti Sastra declares that they are all, taken collectively, the place of dreamless sleep. The idea that there is an option here, and that to perform the activity of deep sleep the soul chooses one of these places, is an idea that contradicts the statements of Shruti Astra. In the scripture's description of dreamless sleep, it is seen that the nadis and pranas are described together. In the Kausataki Upanishad 4.19, it is said, then the soul enters the nadis. When sleeping, the soul does not see any dream. Then the soul become one with the pranas. The explanation that the soul has an option of one of these three places does not apply here, for if that option were to apply, then these three places would have to be equally suitable for the action of dreamless sleep, but the truth is they are not. What occurs is the soul passes through the door of the nadis, enters the palace of the membrane surrounding the heart, and sleeps on the bed of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way, all three places are involved in the activity of dreamless sleep, but the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the actual place where dreamless sleep occurs. The word pure tat here means the membrane surrounding the lotus of the heart. Sutra 8. Therefore the waking state is from him. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the actual place where dreamless sleep occurs, and the nyadas and other things mentioned here are merely doors through which the soul passes in order to rest on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore the waking soul rises from the bed of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Chandogya Upanishad it is said, Satas Kagatya Navidu Sata Agachamahi. We had departed from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, although we could not understand that we had departed from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way, the idea that sometimes the soul sleeps in the nadas, sometimes in the membrane surrounding the heart, and sometimes in the Supreme Personality of Godhead is disproved. It is not like that. Therefore the soul sleeps on the bed of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Adhikarana 5. The same person returns to the body. Introduction by 5. Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Chandogya Upanishad it is said, we had departed from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but we did not know we had departed from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Satansa, doubt. Is the person awakening from the bed of the Supreme Personality of Godhead the same person who first went to sleep there, or is he a different person? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. It is not possible that the soul, having attained the Supreme Personality of Godhead, would again return to the same material body. Therefore it must be a different soul that awakens. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 9. It is he, because of the memory of karma and because of the teachings of Shruta Sastra. Sutra 51. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Adhikarana 11. The Neti text explained. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here someone may object. It is not true that the individual spirit soul is a separate conscious person in some ways like the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The individual soul is only a reflection of the Supreme. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.3.1 it is said, Vava Brahmano Rupmartam Kaivamartarm Ka. The Supreme has two forms, the subtle and the gross. After dividing the 5 elements into 2 categories, the Upanishad declares that all are forms of the Supreme. Then the Upanishad 2.3.6 declares, Tasya hi tasya parusasya rapam yatha maharajan vaso yatha panvavikarn yathendra gopo yathagni archir yatha pundrakarm yatha sakritvidyudam sakritvidyutava hava asaya s1 rabhavati yavran veda. That person's form is like gold, like white wool, like an indragopa, like a burning flame, like a white lotus, like a lightning flash. He who understands this becomes splendid like a lightning flash. Then, having described this person splendid like gold, the Upanishad 2.3.6 declares, this is the teaching. No, not than him. Nothing is greater than him. Nothing is greater than him. His name is the truth of the true. He is life. He is truth. He is truth. The meaning of this passage is this. The Supreme is greater than all the subtle and gross things in the material world. No person or thing is greater than him. That is the meaning of the words, no. In this passage, the words no, therefore mean not than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The word no is repeated twice to mean the material elements and material desires are not greater than him, or to mean inanimate matter and the conscious living beings are not greater than him, or to mean other groups of two are not greater than him. Thus he speaks the teaching, adesa, no, na. In this way he says, no person or thing is greater than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Here someone may object. Is it not so that this passage means, as the material world does not exist in reality, so the Supreme Personality of Godhead also does not exist in reality? That is the meaning of the Upanishad's assertion no. The form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, which is eternal and spiritual, and which ends all illusions, is not different from the visible material world. This also means that the individual spirit soul is also not different from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The spirit soul is a reflection of the Supreme. The individual spirit soul, who is atomic, and the Supreme, who is all-pervading, are not different. They are like the air in a pot and the air in the great sky. Therefore it is not correct to say that they are different. If this objection is raised, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 22. The previous statement denies that he is like them. It affirms that he is greater. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This passage of Shruti Astra does not teach that the One Supreme has no qualities. It teaches only that the Supreme is not like other persons. It teaches that the Supreme is superior to all others. In this way the Shruti Sastra affirms that the Supreme is not like other persons or things. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishads 2.3 1. Statement that the subtle and gross elements of the world are forms of the Supreme does not mean that the Supreme is like the things of this world. The forms of the Supreme are not material. Therefore it is said that the Supreme is superior to everything in the material world, and therefore he has the name the truth of the true. That is the teaching here. He is more than the forms of this world. Because his form has no limit, therefore the Upanishad declares, no. That is the meaning here. The meaning is that the form of the Lord is not like the subtle and gross forms of the material world. He is not like them because his form is eternal and true, and therefore he has the name the truth of the true. This is what the Shruti Sastra teaches. Then the scriptures affirm no person or thing is greater than him. Nahayatasmat. Because nothing is greater than him, therefore he has the name the truth of the true. That is why the text here says, no. By this explanation of a small part of the Lord's nature as a whole may be understood. Now the word Namadham will be explained. The Lord's name here is Satyasya Satyam, the truth of the true. This name describes the form of the Supreme. Then the text declares that the Supreme is Prana. Prana here means the life of all that live. In this way the Lord's forms are superior to all others. This proves that the Lord's form is better than all other forms, either spiritual or material. No other form is better than his. In the material world the material forms are of two kinds, subtle and gross. That the Supreme Lord's forms are not material is explained in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.3.6. Then the text declares that the Supreme is the truth of life. Because both the Lord and the individual spirit souls are not made of the material elements, which begin with ether, therefore they are both called truth. However, unlike the individual spirit souls, the Supreme is not subject to the different transformations of the material nature, which grant and remove true knowledge in different circumstances. Thus the individual spirit soul is certainly spiritual and conscious. However, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is superior to the individual souls, for the Supreme Lord has limitless auspicious qualities. When they are understood, then devotion for the Lord naturally develops. Thus the Shruti Astra does not deny the existence of the Lord's form, for in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 2.3.6, the Lord's spiritual form was described. Only a madman would state one thing and then immediately contradict his own words. Therefore the author of the sutra says that the Supreme is not like that. The author does not say the Lord has no form at all. Thus the proper explanation is given. Adhikarana 12. The form of the Lord. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now it will be proved that the Supreme Lord's form is spiritual and not perceivable by the material senses. This must be so, for if the Lord were not spiritual, that is, if he were an ordinary, common, easily available material object, like a pot or something of that nature, then it is not possible that there should be love and devotion for him. The Shruti Sastra also affirms this, for it says, Saksidananda Rapaya. I offer my respectful obeisances to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. Satansa, doubt. Is the Supreme Lord's form spiritual, and thus beyond the understanding of the material senses, or is it material, and thus easily seen by the material senses? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Lord's form must be material, for many demigods, demons, and human beings have certainly seen it. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 23. Scripture says it is unmanifest. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Lord can be seen only by spiritual senses. This is described in Katha Upanishad 6.9. The Supreme Lord's form is not like that. Material eyes have never seen his form. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.9.26 it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is not perceived by material senses. In the Bhagavad Gita 8.21 it is said, they say he is unmanifest and infallible. They say he is the supreme destination. Adhikarana 13. The Supreme Personality of Godhead can be seen. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be revealed the truth that although the Supreme Lord is spiritual by nature, still he can be seen by they who have love, devotion, and spiritual wisdom. If the Supreme Personality of Godhead were always invisible and never to be seen, then it would not be possible to have love and devotion for him. In the Kaivalya Upanishad 2, it is said, one who has faith and devotion, and who meditates on him, can see the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this way it is explained that a faithful devotee who meditates on Lord Hari attains the direct sight of Lord Hari. Sarmza, doubt. Is the Supreme Lord seen by the mind or by the eyes and other senses? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Supreme Lord is seen by the mind. This is described in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4, 19. Manasevanudrastavyam, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is indeed seen by the mind. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 24. Certainly it is in worship because of the Shruti Sastra and Smriti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word API, certainly, is used here to mock the Parvapaksa, opponent. When one has sincere devotion, samradane, with one's eyes and other senses one can directly see the Lord. Why is that? The sutra explains. Because of the Shruta Sastra and Smriti Sastra. In the Katha Upanishad 2.4.1, it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead made the conditioned souls gaze at external things and not at what is within the heart. A rare saint who yearns for liberation will look inside his heart and see the Supreme Lord staying there. In the Mundaka Upanishad 3.1.8, it is said, in the course of his meditation a pure-hearted saint will become enlightened. Then he sees the perfect Supreme Lord directly. In the Bhagavad Gita 11.5354, the Lord himself declares, the form you are seeing with your transcendental eyes cannot be understood simply by studying the Vedas, nor by undergoing serious penances, nor by charity, nor by worship. It is not by these means that one can see me as I am. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I be understood as one am, standing before you, and can thus be seen directly. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. In this way it is proved that with the aid of devotional service one can see Lord Hari directly. Thus with the aid of the eyes and other senses one can perceive the Lord directly. Thus the Lord can be perceived by the senses. Thus the word Ava, indeed, in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4.19, does not hint that one cannot see the Lord with the aid of senses. Sutra 25. He is not like fire or other things, for he has no such different features. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word not should be taken from a previous stra 3.2.19 and placed here also. Here someone may object, as fire has two forms, subtle and gross, the subtle form invisible and unmanifest, and the gross form visible and manifest, so does the Supreme Lord also have two forms in the same way. If this objection is stated, then I reply, no, it is not so. Why not? The stra explains. Because he is not subtle and gross like fire. The Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.4.4 explains. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is neither subtle, nor gross, nor short, nor tall. In the Garuda Purana it is said, because he appears everywhere and in every form, the distinctions of subtle and gross do not apply to the unborn Supreme Personality of Godhead. Here someone may object. Is it not so that the Supreme Lord does not always appear before the devotees when they worship him with devotion? For this reason it must be true that the Lord does not always appear when he is worshipped with love. Fearing that someone may doubt in this way, the author of the sutras gives the following explanation. Sutra 26. And when the activity is repeated, then he appears. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka and is used here to dispel doubt. When activities like meditation and worship are repeated, then the Lord appears. In the Dhyana Bindu Upanishad 18, it is said, by repeated meditation one is able to see the supersoul hidden in the heart. By repeated meditation one develops love for the Lord, and at that time one is able to see the Lord. However, in the Brahma Vaivarta Purana it is said, no one, simply by engaging in worship, can force the Lord to become visible. To a person who tries to force him in this way, the eternal Lord is always invisible. The worship described here is worship performed without sincere love for the Supreme Lord. Here someone may object. Is it not true that the Supreme Lord is present within everything? If he is present within, then it is a contradiction to say that he can come out. He remains within and he does not come out. Therefore the statement that the Supreme Lord comes out and becomes directly visible is a collection of meaningless words, words that contradict the truth that the Lord is always present within everything. If this objection is raised, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 27. It is so by the infinite. There is evidence. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. There is evidence to support both ideas. That the Supreme Lord is present within everything, and that the Supreme Lord becomes visible to they who meditate on him. The unlimited Supreme Lord, pleased by his devotees' worship of him, shows to them his own form. He does this by his inconceivable mercy. That should be accepted. How is this known? The sutra explains. There is evidence. In the 8th Arva Veda it is said, Vifadna Ganananda Gana Saksidanandaka Raso Bhakti Yojtistati. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose sweet form is eternal and full of bliss and knowledge, becomes visible when he is worshipped with devotion. This means that by his mercy the Lord appears before they who worship him with devotion. In the Narayanadhyatma it is said, although he is always invisible, the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes visible by his own power. Without first obtaining his mercy, who can see him? This means that the Lord becomes visible by his own wish. The Supreme Lord himself declares, Bhagavad Gita 7.24, unintelligent men, who do not know me perfectly, think that I, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, was impersonal before and have now assumed this personality. Due to their small knowledge, they do not know my higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme. Because the Lord becomes visible in response to his devotees' love, that does not mean that he is not also all-pervading, present within everything. He does both these actions by the power of his own internal potency. However, to they who do not love him, he presents only a reflection or a shadow of himself. The Lord himself affirms, Bhagavad Gita 7.25, LM never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them I am covered by my internal potency. Therefore, even though he is full of transcendental bliss and other auspicious qualities, he appears terrible and ferocious to they who have no love for him. Therefore to they who do not love him he remains invisible. Adhikarana 14. The Lord's qualities are not different from his self-introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be proved the truth that the Lord's qualities are not different from his self. If the Lord's qualities were different from his self, then his qualities would be secondary and unimportant, and thus love for the Lord, love inspired by those qualities, would also become secondary and unimportant. However, love for the Lord is not secondary and unimportant. It is clearly seen that love for the Lord is of the greatest importance. The Lord's qualities are described in the Shruti Sastra. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is full of knowledge and bliss. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is all-knowing. A wise man knows that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is full of bliss. Satansa, doubt. Is the worshipable Supreme Truth the actual qualities of bliss and knowledge themselves, and thus impersonal, or is the Supreme Truth a person who possesses the qualities of bliss and knowledge? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because both ideas are described in the scriptures, it is not possible to come to a final conclusion. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 28. Because indeed there is description of both, he is like a snake and its coils. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is the qualities of knowledge and bliss themselves, and he is also a person who possesses the qualities of knowledge and bliss. He is like a snake and its coils. As a snake both is and possesses its coils, so the Supreme Personality of Godhead both is and possesses his qualities. How is this known? The Sutra explains. Because there is description of both. The Shruta Sastra describes both. That is the meaning. The word too, indeed, here hints that the passages of the Shruti Sastra have a single meaning. The meaning here is that the Lord is inconceivable. The Lord is not divided. It is not that these two kinds of explanations of the scriptures mean that one part of the Lord has one nature and another part of him has a different nature. He is not divided into parts in that way. Sutra 29. Or, because he is effulgent, he is like an abode of light. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Because the Supreme Personality of Godhead is effulgent, that is to say because he is full of consciousness, therefore he is the abode of light. That is the conclusion. As the effulgent sun is the abode of light, so the all-knowing Supreme Personality of Godhead is the abode of knowledge. That is the meaning. The word Teja is defined to mean either the destroyer of ignorance or the destroyer of darkness. Sutra 30. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. As it is said that time both possesses the past and also is the past itself, so the Supreme both possesses knowledge and bliss and also is knowledge and bliss. Thus the Supreme is both the quality and the possessor of the quality. In the Brahma Purana it is said, As the sun is not different from its light or time is not different from its quality of the past, so the Supreme is not different from his bliss. In this series of analogies, Stitras 28:30, each analogy is more subtle than the one before it. Sutra 31 also because it is denied. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka also is used here for emphasis. In the Katha Upanishad 2.4, 11 and 14, it is said, a pure heart can understand that the Lord and his attributes are not different. He who sees them as different travels from death to death. One who thinks the Lord and his attributes are different falls into hell as rainwater glides down a mountain peak. In the Narada Pankaratra it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is independent, faultless, filled with virtues, not residing in a material body, untouched by the modes of nature or a material body fashioned of inanimate matter, but still possessing a face, belly, hands, feet and other features of a spiritual body filled with bliss. He is not different from his various limbs, features, and qualities. Because in this way the scriptures deny that the Lord is different from his attributes, therefore the Lord is not different from his attributes. Therefore the word Bhagavan, the all-opulent Supreme Lord, is defined in terms of the Lord's knowledge and other attributes. In the Vishnu Purana it is said, the word Bhagavan means he who has all knowledge, strength, wealth, power, heroism, and splendor, but no faults. Although the Lord and his attributes are actually one, they are spoken of as being two in the same way that a body of water and its waves are spoken of as being two. The Lord is blissful. He is also bliss itself. Therefore his form is full of bliss. Because the Lord's activities are eternal, therefore the Lord's form is also eternal. However, for the sake of ordinary dealings a pretended distinction is made between the Lord and his attributes, even though there is in truth no distinction at all. This is not done, then it would not be possible to speak sentences like, existence exists, time is always and space is everywhere. Statements that are useful in ordinary discourse. Nor are statements like existence exists foolish illusions. They are meaningful statements, as the sentence the jar exists is a meaningful statement. These statements are not metaphors like the sentence Devadatta is a lion, for the statement existence does not exist can never be truthfully said. Nor do these statements hint that attributes do not exist, for in the previously stated example of water flowing from a mountain peak there are certainly attributes. However, the idea that the Supreme Lord is different from his attributes is certainly denied here. In this way the Supreme Personality of Godhead is not different from the attributes he possesses. Adhikarana 15. The Supreme Personality of Godhead experiences the highest bliss. Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be described the truth that the bliss and other attributes of the Lord are all of the highest nature. If the bliss and other attributes of the individual spirit souls were equal to the bliss and attributes of the Lord, love and devotion for the Lord would not be possible. Visa, the subject to be discussed. Now will be discussed the texts that describe these attributes of the Lord. Sarmza, doubt. Are the bliss and other attributes of the Supreme Lord greater than the bliss and other attributes of the individual spirit souls, or are they not greater than them? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because the bliss of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is described in the same terms used to describe the ordinary blisses of the material world, therefore the Lord's bliss is not greater. After all, when one speaks the word jar, one doesn't mean something greater than a jar. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 32. It is greater because of the statements about a bridge, immeasurability, a relationship, and a difference. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The bliss and other attributes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are greater than the bliss and attributes of the individual spirit souls. Why is that? The Sutra declares, because of the statements about a bridge, immeasurability, a relationship, and a difference. The statement about a bridge is given in the Chandogya Upanishad 8.4.1, where the bliss of the Supreme Lord is described in these words. It is the highest bridge. The statement about immeasurability is given in the Taittiriya Upanishad 2.4.1. Unable to describe the immeasurable bliss of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, words return and become silent. The statement about a relationship is given in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.3.32. The bliss of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the highest. All others experience only a small portion of that bliss. The statement about a difference is given in the following words. The knowledge possessed by the individual spirit souls is one thing and the knowledge possessed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead is another. The perfect, complete, blissful, and immutable knowledge possessed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead is higher. The bliss and other attributes described in these statements are not at all like the ordinary bliss and other attributes found in this world. Here someone may object. Still, what is described with the word jar cannot really be different from a jar. To answer this objection, the author of the sutra speaks the following words. Sutra 33. But because of a common quality. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is used here to dispel doubt. As the word jar is used to describe many different kinds of jars, which all have a single quality of jarness in common, so the word bliss describes many different kinds of ordinary and extraordinary blisses, which all have a single quality of blissness in common. However, the different kinds of bliss and other attributes are not alike in all respects. Therefore it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead has the highest transcendental knowledge. He never is, was, or will be touched by the temporary names and forms of the material world. This way it is demonstrated that the knowledge possessed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead is superior to the knowledge possessed by the individual spirit souls. Here someone may object. If the Supreme Personality of Godhead is actually superior to the individual spirit souls and to the inanimate material world, then why does the Chandogya Upanishad 3.14.1 declare, Sarvarm Kavidam Brahma Tajjala Niti Santa Apasita, everything is the Supreme. Everything is manifested from him. A peaceful sage should worship him. In the following words the author of the sutras answers this objection. Sutra 34. It is for understanding, like the word foot. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This teaching is meant to increase understanding. The understanding here is that everything belongs to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is like the explanation of the word foot in the scriptures. In the RG Veda 10.90.3, it is said, the entire material universe is his one foot. By understanding that the entire material universe is a single foot of the Supreme, a person no longer hates anyone, and then his heart becomes devoted to the Lord. This does not mean, however, that one should become attracted to everything, for that would bewilder the intelligence. Adhikarana 16. The Supreme is not devoid of variety. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be explained the truth that because there is a great variety of kinds of love and devotion for him, worshipable Lord Hari assumes a great variety of forms. If this were not so, then many kinds of love for the Lord would be thwarted. These many forms of the Lord are all beginningless and eternal. In the Shruti Sastra it is said, although he is one, he appears in many forms. Thus the one Supreme Personality of Godhead appears eternally in many different places. Satansa, doubt. Are there varieties of greater and lesser in these forms, or not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because these forms are all equally the Supreme Lord, therefore they are all the same and they are not different. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 35. Like light and other things, so he also is different in different places. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Although the Supreme Personality of Godhead is one, nevertheless, in different places and before different devotees he manifests different kinds of opulence, power, and sweetness. In this way, in the presence of devotees in the various mellows, such as the mellows of peacefulness, servitude, and friendship, the Lord manifests many different kinds of forms. He does this in the same way as light or other things also manifest many different kinds of forms. As the light of a lamp appears clear or red when reflected from crystals or rubies set in a temple's walls, and as sound, although originally one, appears different when sounded by a conch shell, mridanga, flute, or other musical instrument, so the Supreme Personality of Godhead manifests sweetness and other attributes according to the different circumstances. That is the meaning. When the Lord manifests his great opulence, he is worshipped by the rules and regulations of Vidhi Bhakti. That manifestation is compared to the light reflected from crystal. When the Lord manifests his great sweetness, he is worshipped by the spontaneous love of Ruchai Bhakti. That manifestation is compared to the light reflected from rubies. In this way the Lord's many manifestations in different abodes and in relation to the different kinds of devotion of different kinds of devotees are basically of these two kinds, opulence and sweetness. Sutra 36. Also because it is reasonable. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. This is also described in Chandogya Upanishad 3.14.1, which explains, as one has faith in the Lord, so one is rewarded. It is not otherwise. As there are different kinds of love for the one Supreme Lord, so the one Lord expands into many different forms. Adhikarana 17. The Lord is the highest. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be explained the truth that the Supreme Lord is the highest. If anyone were superior to the Supreme Lord, then it would not be possible to develop love and devotion to him. Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.4 clearly states that the Lord is the greatest. However, Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.10 describes something superior to the Supreme Lord. Samsa, doubt. Is there a person or thing greater than the worshipable Supreme Lord, or is there not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. There is something greater than the Supreme Lord. This is clearly described in Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.10. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 37. It is so, for another is denied. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Nothing is greater than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Why is that? The Stitra explains. For another is denied. In the Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.9, it is said, there is no truth superior to that Supreme Person because he is the supermost. He is smaller than the smallest, and he is greater than the greatest. In this way the scriptures deny the existence of anything greater than the Supreme Lord. That is the meaning here. In Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.8 it is said, know that Supreme Personality of Godhead who is transcendental to all material conditions of darkness. Only he who knows him can transcend the bonds of birth and death. There is no way for liberation other than knowledge of that Supreme Person. After thus teaching that no path but knowledge of the Supreme Person leads to liberation, the Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.9 explains, Yasmat Parayana Pramasti, there is no truth superior to that Supreme Person. In this way is proved that there is no truth superior to the Supreme Lord. In Svetasvatara Upanishad 3.10 it is said, they who know that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is greater than the greatest, and has no material body and no faults, become immortal. They who do not know him suffer. In this way the scriptures declare that there is no truth superior to the Lord. In this way the false idea of our opponent is disproved. In Bhagavad Gita 7.7, the Supreme Lord himself declares, O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Adhikarana 18. The Lord is all-pervading. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now, to show that the object of worship is always nearby, the truth that the Supreme Lord is all-pervading will be described. Otherwise, if the Supreme Lord were not always nearby, then there would not be enthusiasm to love the Lord, and love for the Lord would become slackened. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad it is said, Eko Vasi Sarvaga Krishna Idaya. Lord Krishna, the Supreme Controller and the Supreme Object of Worship, is present everywhere. Sarmza, doubt. Is Lord Hari, the Supreme Object of Meditation, all-pervading, or does he stay only in one place? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because the Lord is of moderate height, and because he stays aloof from the material world, the Lord cannot be everywhere and does not go to every place. Therefore the Lord is not all-pervading. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 38. He is everywhere, for the Shruti Sastra and other scriptures declare that he is all-pervading. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Even though his form is of a moderate height, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is all-pervading. Why is that? The Sutra explains. The Shruti Sastra and other scriptures declare that he is all-pervading. Here the word yama means all-pervading. The word adi, beginning with, here means because he has inconceivable potencies. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad it is said, Lord Krishna, the Supreme Controller and the Supreme Object of Worship, is present everywhere. In the Taitirya it is said, Lord Narayana is present everywhere. He is within and without everything. He is within everything that has ever been seen or heard. In this way it is declared that, even though he has a form of moderate height, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is certainly all-pervading. Because of his inconceivable potencies the Lord is greater than all and present everywhere, even though his form is of a moderate height. In Bhagavad Gita 9.4 and 5, the Supreme Lord himself declares, by me, in my unmanifested form, this entire universe is pervaded. All beings are in me, but I am not in them. And yet everything that is created does not rest in me. Behold my mystic opulence. Because the Supreme Lord is different from matter does not mean that he cannot be all-pervading within the material world, for the Shruti Sastra clearly declares that he is certainly present within and without. The scriptures also affirm that as oil is present in sesame seeds and as butter is present in yogurt, so the Supreme Lord is present everywhere. In this way it is proved that worshipable Lord Hari is present everywhere. This is clearly shown in his Damodara pastime. Even though he was a small child, still he displayed his power of being all-pervading. Adhikarana 19. The Supreme Lord awards the fruits of action. Introduction by 5 Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now will be described the truth that the Supreme Lord awards all the fruits of action. Otherwise, if he did not award the fruits of action, or if he awarded only some of the fruits of action, because of his miserliness it would be difficult to develop love for him. In the Prasna Upanishad 3.7, it is said, Punyana Punyarlo Karmnyati. The Supreme Lord takes the pious to the world of the pious. Sarmza, doubt, are the pious results that begin with entrance into Svargaloka attained by performing yagyas and other pious deeds, or are they attained by the sanction given by the Lord? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. These results are caused by performance of yanas and other pious deeds. The Supreme Lord has nothing to do with it. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 39. The result is from him, for that is reasonable. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The attainment of Svargaloka and other pious benefits attained by performing yanas and other pious deeds, are actually awarded by the Supreme Lord himself. Why is that? The sutra explains, for that is reasonable. In this way it is shown that the eternal, all-knowing, all-powerful, and supremely generous Lord, when he is worshipped by the performance of yagyas and other pious deeds, after some time has elapsed, grants the rewards of these pious deeds. The deeds themselves, which are only inert matter and which perish in a moment as soon as they are performed, do not grant these rewards. That is the meaning. In the next sutra the author gives the proof of this. Sutra 40. Also because it is affirmed by the Shruti Sastra. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.9. 28 it is said, Vijidnamanandam Brahma Ratirdatta Parayanam. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is full of knowledge and bliss. It is he who gives the fruits of actions to they who perform yanas. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 4.4. 24 it is also said, Sava esa mayanayatma and nado vasudina. The unborn Supreme Personality of Godhead gives the fruits of work. These two passages explain that the Supreme Lord gives the fruits of action. The word datta means of the performer of yana, and rati means the giver of the results. Sutra 41. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Himini holds that piety comes from the Supreme Lord. The pious deed that gives an auspicious result itself comes from the Supreme Lord. In the Kausataki Upanishad 3.8 it is said, the Lord engages the living entity in pious activities. According to Himini, the Supreme Lord does not give the results of actions either directly or indirectly. The Lord creates only the actions themselves and the results are given by the actions. Here someone may object, is it not so that actions are over in a moment, whereas there is often a great lapse of time before actions bear their karmic result? If the actions quickly cease to exist they cannot create the karmic results, for something that has ceased to exist cannot create something new. To this objection Himini may reply, no, it is not so. Even though the action itself comes to an end, it leaves behind a potential result. Only when this result is fulfilled is the action actually completed. Even if there is a considerable lapse of time, the action itself gives the result to the person, a result appropriate to that particular action. Thus actions are the givers of results. In the following words Srila Vyasadeva, the author of the sutras, gives his opinion. Sutra 42. But Vyasadeva holds the previous view, for the Lord is described as the cause. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Here the word to, but, is employed to dispel doubt. Vyasadeva holds the previous view, that the Supreme Personality of Godhead awards the fruits of action. Why so? The Sutra explains, for the Lord is described as the cause. In the Prasna Upanishad 3.7 it is said, the Supreme Lord takes the pious to the world of the pious and the sinful to the world of the sinful. In this way the scriptures teach that the Supreme Lord awards the results of action. That is the meaning. Because they already have ceased to exist, the actions themselves cannot be the cause of the karmic results. Also, it is the Supreme Lord himself who is the creator of karma, for the scriptures say, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is creator of matter, karma, and time. In this way it is proved that the Lord is the creator of karma. The idea that actions leave behind a potential result is a lame and foolish idea. Actions are inanimate and unconscious. They are like a block of wood or a stone, and therefore they have no power to award the results of actions. Also, the Shruti Sastra never describes them as awarding the results of actions. Here someone may object. Is it not so that the demigods are worshipped in the performance of yanas, and it is the demigods themselves who give the results of these yanas? If this is said, then I reply, it is by the sanction of the Supreme Lord that the demigods are able to give these results. This is clearly described in the Antaryami Brahmana. Therefore the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself awards the results of actions. The lotus-eyed Supreme Lord himself affirms this in the following words, Bhagavad Gita 7.21-22. I am in everyone's heart as the supersoul. As soon as one desires to worship some demigod, I make his faith steady so he can devote himself to that particular deity. Endowed with such a faith, he endeavors to worship a particular demigod and obtain his desires. But in actuality these benefits are bestowed by me alone. In this way, worshipped by the performance of yana, the Supreme Lord himself gives the auspicious results to the worshipper. When he is thus pleased by devotion, the Supreme Lord will give everything, even himself, to his devotee. This will be described later on with quotes from the Shruti Sastra. Thus, in these two padas has been seen 1. The fault of the material world, which is an abode of many sufferings, beginning with repeated birth and death. 2. The faultless glories of the Lord. 3. The Lord's being the controller of all. 4. The Lord's form of pure spirit. And 5. The Lord's being not different from his attributes. By hearing of these things one develops a great thirst to attain the Lord's association and a great disgust for all that is far from the Lord. In this way one comes to attain the Lord. That is what was revealed in these two padas. Pada 3 Introduction by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. May Lord Krishna, who with the aid of his transcendental potency pushes aside the influence of Maya, who has a host of transcendental virtues eternally, who enjoys eternal transcendental pastimes, and who has now appeared as Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, appear in my heart. In this pada will be revealed the way of worshipping the Lord's transcendental attributes. As in a Vidya jewel many splendid colors are always manifest, so in the Supreme Personality of Godhead many different transcendental forms, all perfect and without beginning, are also manifest eternally. Understanding that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is supremely perfect, complete, and pure, has many different forms, a devotee becomes attracted to one of the Lord's forms and directs his worship to that form. If the various scriptures describe transcendental virtues present in that form of the Lord, all those virtues may also be ascribed to that single chosen form. Thus a person who worships the Supreme Personality of Godhead as present in his powers and opulences, such as the mind and the other powers of the world, should review the scriptures' descriptions of the various qualities of these forms, but not of other forms of the Lord. Others, however, speak in the following way. The one Supreme Personality of Godhead assumes different forms as an actor assumes different roles on the stage. In this way the Lord has many different names and abodes. For this reason all the qualities and pastimes of the different forms of the Lord, as described in the scriptures, may be ascribed to any one of the Lord's forms. Here someone may object. Is it not so that many of the qualities of many of the Lord's forms, qualities described in the scriptures, cannot be properly ascribed to all of the Lord's forms? Is it not so that sweetness, opulence, peacefulness, austerity, ferociousness, and other qualities may be mutually contradictory, and it may also be contradictory to ascribe the features of having a horn, tail, mane, tusk, or other features appropriate to the Lord's forms like Vraha and others to the Lord's human-like forms, which carry a flute, conch shell, bow, arrows, and other paraphernalia. Therefore in the Mahabharata it is said, a person who ascribes to the Supreme Lord qualities that the Lord does not actually possess is a thief who robs himself. Does he not sin with his words? Therefore, because of both the injunction of Smriti Sastra and the experience of the wise sages, one should not ascribe the qualities of one of Lord's forms to another of the Lord's forms. If this is said, then the following reply may be given. The qualities of one of Lord's forms may be ascribed to another of the Lord's forms only when the qualities are appropriate to that particular form. Ascribing the qualities of one of Lord's forms to another of the Lord's forms is of two kinds. 1. Sintana, and 2. Damatra. They who perform this first kind of meditation are called Svanista, and they who perform the second kind of meditation are called Ekanti. In the next pada 3 kinds of wise devotees, headed by the Svanista devotees, will be described. The Svanista devotees have equal love for all the Lord's forms. They see all the qualities of all the Lord's forms present equally in each of the Lord's forms. They do not see anything improper in ascribing many contradictory qualities to each of the Lord's forms. They consider that the Lord by his great potency may possess many mutually contradictory qualities, just as a Vaidya jewel may display many different colors. The Ekanti devotees, who are divided into two groups, Parinistita and Nirapaksa, do not have equal love for all the Lord's forms. They meditate only on the qualities of one form, the Lord, the form they have chosen. They see the qualities of this form alone. Even though they are well aware of the Lord's other forms, they do not meditate or gaze upon them. On his part, the Lord generally does not reveal his other forms to these devotees. This will be revealed in another Adhikarana. As for the passage quoted from the Mahabharata, its true meaning is that it is a rebuke hurled at the impersonalists, who claim that the Supreme is consciousness and nothing else. The truth that the Supreme certainly does have qualities, and therefore the Lord's qualities should be sought out by they who seek liberation, is described in Chandogya Upanishad 8.1.16. It is also said in Thw Taittiriya Upanishad 2.4.1. He who knows that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is full of bliss never fears anything. This means that they who understand the qualities of the Supreme become free of fear. In this way the scriptures affirm that the Supreme certainly does have qualities. The impersonalists claim that the Lord's qualities are either falsely ascribed to him or else are accepted only because of the material traditions of this world. However, because many of these qualities are present in the Lord alone and no one else, it cannot be said that these qualities are falsely ascribed to the Lord, and because the revelation of Scripture does not describe them as such, it also cannot be said that the qualities of the Lord are accepted only because of the material traditions of this world. They who claim that the qualities of the Lord are imagined to facilitate worship of the Lord, as in the statement, imagining the goddess of speech to be a cow, one should worship her, are all fools. Their idea is destroyed by the simple statement of the scriptures. Satyam et upasita, approaching the supreme reality, one should worship him. Even the impersonalists, in their commentaries on Sutras 3.3.12 and 3.3.38, affirm that the Supreme is bliss and there is no difference between the individual souls and the Supreme. In this way they accept the idea that the qualities of the worshipable Supreme are real and not metaphors. When the scriptures say that the Supreme has no qualities, nirguna, the intention is that he has no material qualities. Because it is clearly stated that the Lord is not different from his qualities, this objection of the impersonalists should not be taken seriously. For the purpose of meditation, the Lord's qualities should be understood to be of two kinds: Anginista, general qualities, and Anganista, features of the Lord's form. It is said that one may collect from all the different parts of the Vedas descriptions of the Lord's qualities. Adhikarana 1. The Lord should be sought. Introduction by 5. Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana Visa. The subject to be discussed. To understand the Lord's qualities, one should search all the texts of the Vedas. Samsa. Doubt. Should one learn about the Supreme by studying the branch Saka of Vedic texts in one's own community, or should one study all the branches of the Vedas? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because all the branches of the Vedas are different, one should study only one's own branch of the Vedas. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 1. Because the Vedic injunctions and all other sources of real knowledge are not genuinely different, therefore knowledge of him is the conclusion of all the Vedas. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word anta, end, here means conclusion. The word anta is also used in this way in Bhagavad Gita 2.16. Abha or api drastonta. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. Thus knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the final conclusion taught by all the Vedas. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Because the Vedic injunctions and all other sources of real knowledge are not genuinely different. The other sources of real knowledge here refers to logic. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.47, it is said, one should worship the Supreme. These words, as well as the promptings of logic, confirm the truth that these statements and many others like them in passages of all the Vedas all describe the same Supreme Lord. The same Supreme Lord is described in the same way in the Kanva, Madhyandina, and other recensions of the Vedas. Here someone may object. In one part of the Vedas, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 3.9.28, it is said, the Supreme is knowledge and bliss. However, in another part of the Vedas, Mundaka Upanishad 1.1.9, it is said, The Supreme knows everything. Because in this way each branch of the Vedas speaks differently of the Supreme, they do not all describe the same object as the Supreme. If this is said, the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 2. If it is said, because they are different, then I reply, it is not so, for it is also in one. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. It is not so. That is so because these differences are seen even within the same branch of the Vedas. An example of this is the Taittiriya Upanishad, which gives the following two statements. The limitless Supreme is both knowledge and truth. Anando Brahma, the Supreme is bliss. In this way the many different branches of the Vedas describe the same form of the Supreme Lord. They do not contradict each other at all. Sutra 3. Because of being qualified to study the Vedas and to perform rituals. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Taittiriya Ranyaka 2.15 it is said, one should study the Vedas. In this way one is ordered to study all the Vedas. In the Smriti Sastra it is said, Vedakrits no digantavya sarahasyodvayan mana brahmana should study the entire Veda, including even its confidential portions. The word samakar in this stitra means because all are qualified to perform all pious rituals. The Smriti Sastra confirms this in the following words. Following the path of all the Vedas, one should regularly perform pious rituals. Bliss is the result attained by this. The Veda was divided into different branches because the people were not able to perform all the pious deeds described in the Veda. That is why Vyasa divided the Veda into many branches and the one collection of pious rituals into many collections. Therefore, if a person is able to do so, he may understand the Supreme by performing all the spiritual practices described in all the branches of the Vedas. In the next sutra, the author gives an example of indirect reasoning leading to the same conclusion. Sutra 4. That rule is like the yanas. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The savas here are the 7 yanas, beginning with the Surya Yajya and ending with the Satodana yana, which, because they are performed with only one fire, may be performed only by the followers of the 8th Veda. The worship of the Supreme Lord, however, can be performed by the followers of all the Vedas. The word salilavat, like water, is an alternate reading of the first word in this sutra. If this reading is accepted, then the sutra means, as all waters flow, without restriction, into the sea, so all the statements of the Vedas described, as much as they have the power, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Agni Purana it is said, as the water of rivers, as far as it has the power, always enters the sea, so all words, as far as their speaker has the power, should be employed to understand the Supreme Lord. Sutra 5. It also reveals it. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. In the Katha Upanishad 1.2.15 it is said, all the Vedas describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This means that the Supreme Lord is known by all the Vedas, or, in other words, the Vedas reveal the truth of Lord Hari. The word ka, and, in this sutra hints, as far as one has the power. They who have the power may worship the Supreme Lord by performing the pious rituals described in all the branches of the Vedas. They who do not have the power must worship the Supreme Lord by performing the pious rituals described in their own community's branch of the Vedas. The conclusion is that the Supreme Lord is the final object of knowledge sought by all the branches of the Vedas. This truth was also described in the very beginning of Vedanta Sutra 1.14. But that Lord Vishnu is the sole topic of discussion in the Vedas is confirmed by all scriptures. This truth is thus repeated here in the discussion of the properness of studying the different qualities of the Supreme Lord. Because this repetition strengthens the argument here, there is no fault in it. Adhikarana to the Lord's qualities are described in many scriptures. Introduction by 5 Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Now the author of the sutras will show that the many qualities of the Lord may be understood by studying all the Vedas. For example, in the 8th Vedas Gopalatapani Upanishad 1.8 the Supreme Lord is described as a cowherd boy dark like a tamala tree, dressed in yellow garments, decorated with a kaustubha jewel, wearing a peacock feather, playing graceful melodies on a flute, and surrounded by gopas, and surabi cows. There he is the deity of Gokula. In the Ramatapani Upanishad, however, he is described as the Lord whose left side is decorated by Janaki Devi, holding a bow, the killer of Ravana and a host of demons, and the king of Ayodhya. In the Ramatapani Upanishad it is said, decorated with earrings and a jewel necklace, his complexion dark, his garments yellow, and the hair on his head matted, saintly, two-armed Lord Rama is accompanied by goddess Sita. In the scriptures, the Lord's form as Nrsimha is described as having a frightening face and filling his enemies with fear. The word Bhusana, frightening, which occurs in Lord Nrsimha's mantra, is explained in the following words of the Nrsimha Tapani Upanishad. Athakasmadu Sayat Bhasanamiti, Yasmad Yasyo Rapardrstva Sarv Lokasarv Divasarvani Baitani Bitya Palanti Svayam Yadakutasin Nabibheti, Bisasmad Vatapavat Bisadeti Sarya, Bisasmad Agnes S. Sendras Kamratir Davati Panikama. Why is the Lord called frightening? Because when all the demigods, all the worlds, and all living entities see his form, they all flee in fear. He fears no one. Out of fear of him the wind blows and the sun rises. Out of fear of him fire, the moon, and death all flee. The Lord's form as Trivikrama is described in the RG Veda 1.154. 1. How can I describe all the glories and powers of Lord Vishnu, who created the heaven and earth, established the worlds above and below, and with 3 steps passed over all the worlds? Therefore, like the yanas, which are different because they are offered to different demigods, so the method of worship to be offered to the different forms of the Supreme Lord are all different because the qualities of the Lord's different forms are different. Samsa, doubt. Should the Shruti Sastra's description of the Lord's qualities in one kind of worship be added in another kind of worship, or not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. The Shruti Sastra's description of the Lord's qualities in one passage should be heard. One should not mix that description with other descriptions of the Lord in other passages. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the sutras gives his conclusion. Sutra 6. In what is common there may be combination, for the meaning is not different. This is like what is appropriate for the rules and regulations. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word ka and is used here for limitation. When the method of worship is the same, when the pure Supreme Personality of Godhead is the object of worship, and when the Lord's form is the same, then the qualities described in different places may be combined together. Why is that? The Stitra explains. For the meaning is not different. This means because the worshipable qualities of the Supreme Lord are in all respects not different, that is because they are one, or harmonious. Here the sutra gives an example. This is like what is appropriate for the rules and regulations. Descriptions of the rules for performing a yana may be collected from different passages because the ritual of a yana is everywhere the same. In the 8th Arva Vedas Ramatapani Upanishad it is said, Babhuvasva, obeisances to Sri Ramacandra, the Supreme Lord who descends in a host of incarnations, such as Lord Matsya and Lord Karma. In this passage the forms of Lord Matsya and other incarnations are brought into a meditation on Lord Ramacandra. In the Gopalatapani Upanishad it is said, although he is one, he appears in many forms. In this passage the forms of Lord Ramacandra and other incarnations are brought into a meditation on Lord Krishna. In Srimad Bhagavatam it is said of Lord Krishna, obeisances to you, the best of the Raghas and the killer of Ravana. Many other passages may be quoted to show meditations where descriptions of different forms of the Lord are brought together. Here someone may object. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.47, it is said, one should worship the Supreme. Therefore one should worship the Lord alone and not bring other forms into one's method of worship. If this is said, then the author of the sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 7. If someone says it is otherwise because of the Shruti Sastra, then I reply, it is not so, for there is nothing specific. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. If someone claims that Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.47 refutes the idea of thus bringing together the Lord's qualities, then I reply, no, it is not so. Why not? The sutra explains, for there is nothing specific. This means that no scriptural passage declares the Lord's qualities should not be worshipped together. The word eva, indeed, in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad 1.47 means that one should not worship what is not the Supreme Lord. It does not mean that the Lord's qualities cannot be worshipped together. If it is said the king alone is seen, that does not mean that the king's royal parasol and other royal paraphernalia were absent. It is said, therefore, as far as one is able, one should meditate on the Lord's various transcendental qualities. In this way it is proved that one may bring together the various qualities of the Lord. As a Vaidurya jewel manifests many different colors, so the Supreme Lord manifests many different forms. Each of these forms is the same perfect, complete, and pure Supreme Lord. In some forms the Lord displays all his qualities, and other forms the Lord does not display all his qualities. Therefore a wise devotee may meditate on all the Lord qualities as described in the scriptures as being present in the particular form of the Lord that is chosen for worship. Adhikarana 3. The Ekanti devotees do not meditate on all the Lord's qualities. Introduction by 5. Shrila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. Although they are learned in the many branches of the Vedas, still the Ekanti devotees meditate only the Lord's qualities as revealed in their own Upanishads, which they have carefully studied. Even though they are aware of other qualities, they do not meditate on them. In this way there is an exception to what was previously described. Visa, the subject matter. The subject matter here is a passage of Gopalatapani Upanishad. Satansa, doubt. In the worship performed by the Ekanti devotees, should all the qualities of the Supreme Lord be brought together or not? Parvapaksa, the opponent speaks. Because the Lord's qualities are to be praised, the Ekanti devotees should meditate in this way, if they are able. Siddhanta, conclusion. In the following words the author of the Stitras gives his conclusion. Sutra 8. Certainly not. Because of the differences in devotion, like the Purovarya and others. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word va, or, is used in the sense of certainly. The Ekanti devotees do not bring the qualities of the Lord's other forms into the specific form they have selected to worship. In this way the Ekanti devotees who are exclusively devoted to Lord Krishna do not think of Lord Nrsimha's mane, teeth, forsomeness, and other qualities as present in Lord Krishna. In the same way the Ekanti devotees who are exclusively devoted to Lord Nrsimha do not think of Lord Krishna's flute, stick, peacock feather, and other qualities as present in Lord Nrsimha. Why is that? The Sutra explains. Prakarana bidat, because of the differences in devotion. The word prakarana here means the most exalted, activity, karana. Therefore the word prakarana here refers to devotional service. The word bidat here means because of the differences. Because it is more intense and deep, the devotion of the Ekanti devotees is more exalted than the devotion of the Svanista devotees. Here the author of the Sutras gives an example. He says, like the Purovarya and others. This means that the Ekanti devotees who are exclusively devoted to the Lord's form as the Hiranya Purusa in the sun planet do not ascribe to their object of worship the qualities of the Lord's form as Purovarya, a form worshipped by the worshippers of Ujjita. The word Purovarya means greater than the greatest. The example here is of the worshippers of Ujjita in relation to Purovarya. Here someone may object. Is it not so that the Ekantis and Svanistas are both called devotees of the Lord and therefore they must both meditate on all the Lord's qualities just as they who call themselves Brahmanas must all meditate on the Gayatri mantra? If this is said, then the author of the Sutras gives the following reply. Sutra 9. If it is because of the name, then I reply, but it was already said, that also. Purport by Srila Baladeva Vidyabhusana. The word to, but, is employed here to dispel doubt. If it is said that all who worship the Supreme must meditate on all his qualities, then the answer was already given in the previous stitra. The answer is, certainly not. Because of the differences in devotion. Although they are certainly included in the general category of the Lord's devotees, the Ekantis are the best of the devotees, and therefore they do not meditate on all the qualities of the Lord. If it were otherwise, then they would not be the best of the devotees. Because the Ekanti devotees are passionately devoted to one particular form of the Lord, they are superior to the Svanista devotees who are in a general way devoted to all the forms of the Lord. Also, even the Svanista devotees are not able to meditate on every single one of the Lord's qualities. In the RG Veda 1.154.1, it is said, how can I describe all the glories and powers of Lord Vishnu? In the Smriti Sastra it is said, even Brahma, Siva, the demigods, and the masters of yoga could not find the end of the transcendental qualities of the Lord, who is beyond the touch of the modes of matter. The sutra explains, Asti, it is that which here means, the idea that all devotees are exactly alike because they all bear the name devotee is the logical fallacy called Heteranva Vyabhikara. As the worshippers of the Purovarya form of the Lord and the worshippers of the Hiranma form of the Lord have different